Next Sunday, see the sparks fly when the Jets face Walter Payton and the explosive Chicago Bears. Or see the Miami Dolphins take on Brian Sipe on the heavy-hitting Browns. Then it's the long-awaited Steelers-Chargers clash, all next Sunday on NBC.
Marv Albert, there is no excuse. Good hold, good snap. Just scruffed his foot on the ground and hooked it again. Second time.
Tony Linhart had come in at 10 for 10 in the placement department, 3 for 5 in field goals, but he has missed both. There's the Jets scoring drive. It took 3 minutes, 32 seconds, capped off by the touchdown pass to Bobby Jones. Curtis Brown with a short pickup off the Jet kickoff. 3:56 remaining fourth quarter. The Buffalo Bills winning it 14-12, and a significant series here for Buffalo. Coming up in many areas following the Jets and the Bills. It'll be New England and Denver, and a big one as the Patriots take on the Orange Crush. And for those of you here in New York City, we are pleased to bring you the NFL report. Brian Gumble, Mike Adams.
All those important scores, I'm going to be watching.
First down at the 27-yard line. You hear the crowd urging the Jet defense to hit it on. And Ferguson off the short set completes one of the first down as Facone again picks one off. It was covered up by Johnny Lynn.
Very smart call. Joe Ferguson again calling all of his plays today. And he goes to the weakness of the Jet defense. Facone's having a great day. He's been able to beat Johnny Lynn on the out pattern. Ferguson knows it, and he called it.
Lou Facone with his 6th reception. It's been a career record-breaking day for Lou. 63 yards, although he picked up 84 yards last week. 2nd and 1 setup off that 9-yard pickup. They go out of the eye. Brown in front of Miller. Second back, it's Miller, and he has the first down. Hard driving run by Terry Miller.
USC made that I formation famous, and on the short yardage, it's excellent, and it gives Miller time to see where the hole opens. He's lined up 7 yards deep. He can see the blocking form, pick his spot, and get the first down.
2 minutes and 48 seconds left, fourth quarter. The Bills just hope to hold on to this football the rest of the way. Miller now 21 carries, 77 yards, so he has had a fine afternoon.
His best of the season.
And here's Miller again. Miller trying to make the turn. Jets followed him well, got up to the 40, but Blinka and Jackson were there to stop Miller.
Give credit to 51 Greg Buttle for holding this to a small gain, though he didn't make the tackle. But again, I talked about Bobby Jackson in the first half, his ability to come up and play the run. All cornerbacks have to do it. Buttle strung it out. Jackson came up and knocked Miller off his feet.
1-yard pickup, 2nd and 9. As we approach the 2-minute mark, here it is, the 2-minute warning now. So a timeout called with the score, the Buffalo Bills 14, the New York Jets 12.
Merle Herman and George Coons with you. We're checking that Pittsburgh-Kansas City score. We had a report that Kansas City had taken a big lead over Pittsburgh, but that just doesn't sound right. So we're going to check that out, and we'll bring it along to you just as soon as possible. Seattle starting the fourth quarter, trailing by 1 at 17-16. Jeff Moore and Al Hunter, the running backs. The ball in the 33-yard line of Seattle. They eliminate the running backs, put them on the wing as it's an all-out passing formation, and Zorn is on the run. Throwing on the run, throwing long, and it is not caught by Steve Largent. But he gave it a good effort, a real good effort. Oliver Davis, 21, had the coverage on him. And Largent might be claiming hand guarding or face guarding.
Largent right here, not all the speed in the world. You'll see 21 Davis chuck him there. That's the chuck he's entitled to. Largent a little looky in back there, thinking he can draw Davis all out. but this is just excellent coverage as the defensive back stays with him all the way. A fine catch attempt as Largent looks around, the ball right there, but good coverage by Davis on the play. Largent a little discouraged that he didn't get it, but you can't make great catches all the time. He missed that one.
And so it is 3rd down and 8 coming up, and we do have the correction on the Pittsburgh-Kansas City game. It is Pittsburgh 23-3. So the previous score that we had was erroneous. The Steelers are winning it. Big. 3rd down. Jack Moore taking it across midfield down to the 46-yard line of the Browns. Clinton Burrell, 49, finally got him out of bounds. Jeff Moore, a rookie from Jackson State. Here's that Olympic address again. Send your tax-deductible contribution to help our American Olympic athletes. U.S. Olympics, Post Office Box 1980P, Cathedral Station, Boston, Mass. 02118. Gain of 21 yards on that pass play to Moore. Zorn back upstairs. And this time he has got number 83, Steve Rabel, a wide receiver who came into the game and he beat Oliver Davis. And he takes the ball all the way down to the 6-yard line. Steve Rabel is the fastest of the wide receivers for Seattle.
What a good catch. Rabel, as Merle said, the fastest of the people. Again, working on Davis. Not coverage as good as last time on Largent as Rabel comes down with a big catch inside the 10-yard line. They're moving the sticks down now. It's on the 6. So Seattle coming back, trying to score at the 6-yard line of Cleveland. Will have some goal line attempts now.
Jim Zorn just advanced that ball 40 yards on the pass to Steve Rabel. And the Seattle Seahawks, to nobody's surprise, are coming right back in this game after leading 16-0 at one stage, now trailing 17-16, have a 1st and goal. Al Hunter, touchdown! Al Hunter blasts the last 6 for the TD, and Seattle is back in front.
They just ran that ball right down Cleveland's throat. You'll see Zorn here, good line blocking. Yarno coming off. Number 51, number 61, Lynch, a good block. Everybody moving their people back. You see a corridor there. Hunter gets up into it, and as a linebacker, Ambrose grabs onto his feet. The momentum of Hunter carries him forward over the goal line. Seattle now in front to score 22-17 with Herrera trying the extra point.
It took Seattle 7 plays to go 81 yards. Here's Herrera. It is not good. It is off to the left. And so Herrera misses the extra point. And with 14 minutes and 32 seconds left to play in this game, Seattle is back in front. It's Seattle 22 and the Browns 17.
Lions ball, 1st down on their 20-yard line. They're ahead 14-6. They have lost 3 games there in Pontiac this year, all by 3 points. And that's Randy Crowder, the nose tackle, hitting Rick Kane before he could get going. Lions lost to Washington 27-24, Minnesota 13-10, Buffalo 20-17.
Larry Terry is really having a tough time trying to block Randy Crowder. He's been in that backfield all afternoon and has really done a great job of getting penetration and stopping plays in the backfield during the course of this game.
Kane has carried the ball 12 times, no net yards. 0. 2nd down. Long yardage. Tomlo will put it up. Big rush on him. Throws the screen. It's incomplete. Trying to hit the fullback, Bo Robinson, number 36. 3rd and 14.
Leroy Selman, 63, really got good penetration on the play. There you see him providing a rush on Comlo. Dangerous play into the left flat on a screen pass with that kind of pressure. Good chance to throw the ball poorly, throwing it to the wrong guy, and all of a sudden it changes the game completely.
Tampa Bay's worst period of every game has been their 4th period on defense. Right now they need some points. They need to stop the Lions and get points. 3rd down, 14. He has the time. He has a receiver, and he has a first down. That's Fred Scott again, who has really harassed the Buccaneers today. That's his 7th catch. Check it, his 8th catch. Number 8 for 139 yards.
And it's very obvious that everything they've thrown with any degree of success has been basically on the inside to the left side in front of Mike Washington. They're doing a good job of taking advantage of the coverage on that side, and Scott has really done a fine job of maintaining possession and making the catches.
All right, the score 14-6 Detroit with a timeout.
There you see Don Coryell. His Chargers trail here at Riverfront Stadium 21-16. The Bengals, as a result of Keith King's leverage penalty, will now kick off from the midfield stripe. Chris Barr puts his foot into it, and this one is going to go out of the end zone. And the Chargers will now start from their own 20-yard line. They trail by 5, 14:50 to go here in the football game.
What's a leverage call?
Leverage call. I have never heard it called before, Paul. I would guess a leverage call is when Keith King was trying to perhaps jump up on somebody's back to block the extra point. There you see the drive by the Bengals, 11 plays, 48 yards, elapsed time 4 minutes, 21 seconds. The score coming on a 2-yard run by the Ohio State running back, Pete Johnson. The Chargers from their own 20 have to get on the board. Fouts knows it and goes to the air. He's got Bo Matthews. Matthews will not even get back to the line of scrimmage. The man stopping him was Marvin Cobb, and again, I believe if San Diego is going to be successful, Paul, they're going to have to throw downfield.
They've got to throw in the middle of the field right here. This is the way to cover a back coming out of the backfield.
11, let's go.
Number 21, Jim Browner, is the guy that makes the stop on Bo Matthews.
And I called it Marvin Cobb. My apologies to the Browner family. It is now 2nd down and 11 at the 19, and Fouts takes his drop. Plenty of time. Now he throws it up for grabs. Joyner tries to get to it, and he's blocked. And the flag goes down. A good call by the officials. He was blocked from getting to the football. Reggie Williams and Ray Griffin were in his way.
Ray Griffin pushes him from behind, and I think that's going to be the call.
And don't you know, whenever defensive backs are called for pass interference, what they're saying, I didn't do it, I didn't touch him.
You know, that was actually a bad pass. He threw into double coverage. He really had no place to go. He had great protection that time, had no place to go, and threw the ball into double coverage. He was lucky to get away with that pass play.
That is a first down for the Chargers at the 40-yard line. A fumble. Misses the football on the exchange, but comes up with it again. San Diego retains possession. Actually gained a yard on the play. It'll be 2nd and 9 at the 41.
He never does get possession of the football right here. You're going to see Bo Matthews trying to take the handoff, and the ball is a little bit low, but he makes a heads-up play by recovering the ball and does pick up a yard.
It could have been very, very costly for San Diego had they lost the football. They are trailing by 5. It is 21-16. 13:27 to play in the game. Fouts with a full house backfield. Drops straight back. Comes across to his Bo Matthews. And we've got a flag down as Matthews makes the catch at the 47-yard line. He is stopped by Reggie Williams and Jim LeClaire.
It's going to be against Cincinnati, and I think it was holding.
Indeed, it is against the Cincinnati Bengals. And that'll take the ball into Bengal territory. As the officials talk it over, Eddie Edwards is standing right in there. He wants to know what's going on. Dan Fouts comes in to check, make sure things are going all right. And Homer Rice isn't too concerned about it. He'll just get the game on with. His club's leading. Does he care?
Nice coat.
Nice coat.
It's a personal foul, 15-yard penalty. Wasn't holding.
Number 57, defense.
Reggie Williams, a man who was not even supposed to play in this game today, has been called for unnecessary roughness. The Chargers, 1st and 10 at the Cincinnati 37. Fouts gives to Matthews, tries the left side, gets through the initial wall, and he's finally tackled on the left side. He's brought down by Reggie Williams. Here's some scores for you. Houston still out in front of Oakland in the third period, 28-14. Pittsburgh beginning to stretch it out over Kansas City, 23-3 in the fourth quarter. Detroit over Tampa Bay, somewhat of a surprise in the third period. And Miami laying it on the Baltimore Colts, 19-0, fourth period action. Buffalo still leading the Jets 14-12 in the fourth quarter. Second down, 3 yards to go for the Chargers at the Bengals 30. They'll give us to Bo Matthews. He's got running room. A first down. We have a flag down. Reggie Williams on the stop. Reggie Williams has been playing a fine football game from his right linebacker position.
And there's a holding penalty on number 56, Bob Rush. I'll tell you, this is an excellent running play. This Bo Matthews, we talked about him at halftime off the air, and you said what a powerful runner this guy is, and he can really pick him up. He's got a lot of strength, a lot of upper body strength, and he does a good job, but it's all for naught because I think number 56, Bob Rush, the center, was called for holding.
That'll move the ball back outside the 40-yard line. Let's get the referee's call.
Holding number 56, offense.
Right you are, Paul. It is Bob Rush, number 56, called. That moves the ball back outside the 40-yard line. It is now second down and 12 at the 40. Dan Fouts needs to put the Chargers on the board, and he knows it. He drops straight back all the time in the world. He puts the ball up. The ball is intended for Mike Thomas, and he is really nailed by Reggie Williams again.
Fouts is complaining that it's an unnecessary hit. But I'll tell you right now, Reggie Williams is fired up, and so is this Bengal defense. Watch what happens here right at the end of the play. He's not playing the ball. He's playing the runner and the pass receiver like he's supposed to, and it was just a good shot.
No question about it. A blindside hit, and Mike Thomas went sailing. There's one for you. The final is in, the first final of the day. Buffalo defeats the New York Jets. A fourth period score. Seattle back on top of Cleveland. What a seesaw affair in the fourth period. And as you see, Don Coryell, look at him. He wants this one. 3rd and 12. Fouts to pass. Steps up into the pocket. Unloads his receiver. Went down and it's intercepted. Dick Geron with the interception. John Jefferson is really upset. He slips on this wet artificial turf. Dick Geron stepped right up. Number 30 picks it off for Dan Fouts, his 4th interception of the afternoon. Minutes, 18 seconds to play. The Bengals have the football again. They have the lead. It is 21-16 Bengals.
Fred Scott, who caught that pass, had his bell rung. He's down. He's up. He's all right. Other scores. Washington pouring it on the Cardinals, 27-7. Theismann just hit Wiggins with a 4-yarder. They're into the fourth quarter in that game. 27-7 Washington. Miami, after no offense against Houston, leads Baltimore 19-0 in the fourth period. First down. Arnold has replaced Fred Scott. Johnny Arnold, a rookie. Lions on their 33-yard line. They had a big hole that time, and that is Rick Kane. Kane's hit by Jordan. Curtis Jordan, the safety man. And Dana Nasdeiger.
That was a trap play that time. Here you see Doug Williams with 11 of 24 for 111 yards, and Kumlo 15 of 26 for 205.
Lonnie Clark says we don't know how to protect the lead because we haven't had one very often. They've got one now. They're ahead 14-6. And they're protecting it by moving the ball and keeping it. Flags all over the place. Randy Crowder charged ahead, but was he drawn off? Might be Larry Terry, the left at the center.
I think Kumlo changed the rhythm a little bit of the count.
Defense.
Crowder.
Move it, man, move it.
Here we'll see it. Watch Crowder.
Turn down.
That's the
Defense,
ninth penalty against
number
Tampa Bay.
71, encroachment.
What they call encroachment when you go across the neutral zone and touch a player in the opposing team before the snap.
And it's very important for the game, for the quarterback during the course of the game, to change the rhythm and change the tempo of the count, because sometimes you can make them jump offside just like he did.
Dexter Bussey is in the lineup now.
They're going to run this way. Something. Here it is.
That was tipped at the line of scrimmage. Incomplete. Wally Chambers tipped it. The oldest player on the defense at the age of 28. Intended for Leonard Thompson. Well, in the Derby for the #1 pick next year, 49ers are taking the lead. They're behind New Orleans 24-3 late in the second period, and the Lions are ahead here in the fourth quarter. Each team has only won one game. Scott's back in the lineup. Second down 10. Tomo stumbling around. There is Scott. Really had a late hit there. It goes into Tampa Bay territory with the Tampa Bay 47 on Dewey Selman hitting. And he's hurt again.
They continue to run that same play. He kind of delays, comes across the middle, underneath the linebackers. The ball is thrown right on the money, right at the numbers, a little bit behind, but he makes the catch. Tackled there in the open field by Dewey Selman. Looked like a late hit, but they don't call it.
Well, Scott, who was injured with a head injury, is down again. 14-6 the score. Lions in the lead.
Well, you can see it continues to rain at RFK Stadium, but if you're a Redskins fan, I think you're warmed up a little bit by the score. As the Redskins lead it 27-7. Mark Mosley just hit his 52nd straight PAT. He's kicked 2 field goals, and he's getting ready to kick off to Harrell and Green, deep for the Cardinals. There's that characteristic kick of his, very high. Green will take it. Green had a 106-yard return against Dallas. Does a pretty good job. Brings it out to the 42-yard line. And Ted Frisch, who was shaken up earlier in the game, down to make the stop for the Washington Redskins. Monday night on CBS starts with a dramatic episode of The White Shadow, starring Ken Howard. Then an hour of great comedy begins with MASH and continues with WKRP in Cincinnati. And Ed Asner stars as Lou Grant, all on CBS Monday night.
Talking about this weather, Gary, the Redskins for years have always called this Redskin weather when it's bad weather.
I believe it. Jim Hart stays in at quarterback, delivers the ball to Morrell. He can't hang on. And so
you're looking at a show right there. Frustration. Nothing done on offense today. What are his stats now, Gary?
We'll catch him for you. Jim Hart's stats, not something he's going to want to talk about. The ball at the 42. As Marty Arnoff, our statistician, indicates, he's 4 of 16 for 27 yards and 3 interceptions. Tilley, Gray, the wide receivers. Little delay to Wayne Morris, and Morris dances to the 45-yard line. It'll be third down, still 6 yards to go. Dyron Talbert, 35-year-old man out of the University of Texas, made that tackle. Bacon's 36, Talbert is 35. They have played some football as well as anybody.
A couple of second quarter scores. Green Bay leading Minnesota 13-0. San Francisco trailing New Orleans 24-3. That's in the second quarter. Houston has built its lead up to 28-14 over Oakland.
I think the Saints right now might be the best or most improved team in the NFC. Here's Hart. He had a pass on its way to Wayne Morris, and Morris would have had a first down if he could have held on to that one. And it brings up fourth down. Brad Dusick defending on the play.
See, that's a frustration. Boy, you make a good throw. He made an excellent throw here. Had the ball right out in front of Morris. And when he's made good throws, still not able to connect. Look at this, right in his hands. That's what happened, boy. It just goes bad. There's nothing you can do to turn it around.
I think that's a good point. That stat will not be indicated as one. Oh, wait a minute, they're faking a punt. And a bad pass, but it got the job done. Roy Green makes the catch. That ball was a floating duck on the near sideline, but Steve Little pulled it off. He did that against Houston this year, and it worked. And they faked the punt and come away with the first down.
Jim Hart throws a bullet can't get a completion. Steve Little loses the ball, just kind of lost it up in the air. It's an end-over-end pass, an option pass. You catch it on either end, and he gets a completion.
That is something. Well, earlier this year, in a situation, a game the Cardinals won against Houston, he threw off of a fake punt, and they went on to win the game. Isn't that a remarkable contrast, though? You have a beautiful pass, and then you get one that looks awful that gets the job done. Here's an end-round reverse to Mel Gray. Gray, they're strung out pretty well, not fooled by it, but Gray's doing a pretty good job of carrying the ball to the 35-yard line, a gain of 5. Pete Wysocki, Brad Dusick. I think the Redskins were looking for that play at some time because they had that one diagnosed pretty well.
I think they've seen the Cardinals do that before. You know, you go back and look at that Steve Little pass. That was ugly, wasn't it? Was that an ugly pass?
Is that one of those they used to kid about Billy Kilmer pass where you had an option to catch either end of it?
That's exactly right. There you go. Miami's still shutting out the Colts 19-0. That's in the fourth now.
From the 35, Hart back to throw. Cardinals with a new life. He completes it to Pat Tilley, and that will be another first down. Ball at the 25-yard line.
And guess who he's throwing against again?
Number 24.
Lamar Parrish. He's going to go there, and he said, you're going to have to prove me you can catch them all, Lamar. Good pattern that time. Good catch, good reception. First down.
Tilley, who had one catch earlier, nullified by a penalty, has one now to the 25-yard line.
You never told me Hart was stubborn.
That was Tilley's first catch. He has 30 for the year. Number 25, first down. Troy Bacon putting the pressure on Bill Morrell. That dropped it. Neil Olkowitz depending on the play, but again, that was a catchable football.
Olkowitz may have gotten a hand on it. Buffalo leading the Jets 14-12. It's in the fourth period now. Pittsburgh 23-3.
Kansas City went in there 4-6. After their fast start, they've fallen on hard times. Joe Jones now and Perry Brooks have come in defensively. Tony Peters also in for Washington. Second down, 10 from the 25.
One other fourth quarter score very quickly. Cincinnati leading San Diego 21-16.
On a 2nd and 10. Hart with time. Throwing. Center receiver Jim Childs at the goal line. Back there was Tony Peters. You know, Peters has really been a fine acquisition for this football team. Check that that's Ken Houston back there. But Peters, I started to say, has played corner. He's played safety. They got him from Cleveland. He was unhappy, and they got him for a 5th-round draft pick.
If Jim had kept that ball in bounds, then he'd have had a touchdown because Houston was looking deep. The ball was underthrown, but if it had just kept it in bounds, it had a touchdown.
3rd down, 10 from the 25. Hart now 5 of 20 for 37 yards. Osborne, the tight end, has come in replacing Bill Morrell. Hart, that is Osborne. Osborne, who was the starter last year for the Philadelphia Eagles after Keith Trefley went out for the year. Mark Murphy defending on the play, and it's 4th down.
He had him open. He just overthrew him.
Osborne was added to the team last week when Gary Parris, their starting tight end, was hurt in a drill. And so Osborne playing along with Bill Morrell, and that tight end spot has just haunted the Cardinals this year, starting, of course, the untimely death to J.B. King.
They had 11 starters go out at one time or another this year.
At least missed one game, yeah. 4th down, as the Cardinals somehow are going to try to keep this going. A blitz, and Hart doesn't have a chance. Troy Bacon. Brad Dusick was the guy that was coming on the blitz, and the Cardinals have turned it over on downs at the 35.
Good coverage, and you see the blitz coming. Watch it develop here. Nobody picks up Dusick. He's running free right here. Hart ducks him, comes out of this. It looks like he's going to be able to get the ball off, but just as he gets ready to unload it again, Troy Bacon shows up.
The Cardinals now have given up 22 sacks in 1979.
Conroe's wearing one of those flak vests that Pastorini introduced to the National Football League last year with the bad ribs. What a game they're having in Cincinnati. Pete Johnson just rammed over 2 yards, and the Bengals are back out in front of the Chargers 21-16 early in the fourth period. Pittsburgh leading Kansas City 23-3 in the fourth period. Jets have scored. Todd 11 yards to Bobby Jones. Buffalo 14, the Jets 12. Fourth quarter, 4 minutes to play. Scott, I don't know whether he'll be back. That's twice that he's had his bell rung, and that's dangerous with head injuries, taking a chance on him.
And you know, that happened, and sometimes the officials do not see everything. That time they really missed it. I thought that was a late hit.
Third down, 3 to go. Bo Robinson, Dexter Bussey, the backs. He'll pass. And they're throwing it around. He fumbles. Detroit had a Tampa Bay ran right by the ball. Two of them were trying to scoop it up and go for a touchdown. Instead of falling on it, two Tampa Bay players overran it.
It's amazing how many plays we see like that where the player has a chance to just fall on the ball and give his team possession with great field position, but instead they try to make a big play, try to pick it up while they're leaning over and trying to run at the same time, which is impossible. And for that reason, they lost a great opportunity to get field position on the play. That's Crowder again making the tackle on the quarterback, Comlo, forced the fumble. And watch it out here. Watch the bouncing ball. Cotney has a chance. What happens really is somebody ran right in front of him and prevented him from trying to pick it up.
There's the punt. Driving spiral. Bounces by Danny Reese. Now at the 15. He's covered. And they have him on the 16. Good punt coverage by the Lions.
So with 1:58 to the half, the Bears trying to get into Ram territory for the first time today. New Orleans tied with the Rams for first in the West, leading San Francisco handily 17-3. That game played in New Orleans. Slot left, Bashnagel is inside Watts. Play action fake again to Payton. And the pass completed to Watts. He and Nolan Cromwell are on each other, and that's the 35-yard line and a first down.
Smart football. They're faking the play action because they know the Rams are worried about the Bears' running game. Good football by Phipps.
Deepest penetration outside of that callback 80-yard. And Phipps cranking up and throwing off the hands of Osteen, deflected by Elmendorf out of bounds, intended for Brian Bashnagel.
Almost intercepted by Youngblood. Let's see if we can see that again.
Dwayne Osteen.
There it is. Very fortunate this wasn't intercepted. Faked the late, which is a good fake. Osteen, yeah, Osteen, there it is. 53-33.
So it is 2nd and 10 on the Ram 35-yard line. Watts and Bashnagel go left. Latta is the tight end on the right side, and they split Williams and Payton. Over the middle, and a diving reception by Bashnagel. There's a flag on the play. Bashnagel making the reception inside the 25 to the Ram 22.
He's a clutch guy. Typical Ohio State athlete. Gives you everything he has. Watch this catch. That's all Phipps could do.
A holding call against the Rams declined.
Look at
They'll
the good,
pick up the pass.
Look at the good job Phipps did on that. They're right in on him. They dogged.
So the Bears, for the first time today, have moved deep into Ram territory. They have 1st and 10 on the Ram 22. The only other time they thought they were in Ram territory was the 80-yard apparent touchdown pass to Schubert that was called back. Watts left and Bashnagel right. Phipps under heat from Dreyer. Completes it to Watts again at the 7-yard line.
Perfect timing.
3 big passes to the kid who was so embarrassed. Remember, it was his mistake that caused the Schubert touchdown to be nullified. Now he's making up for it in a hurry.
And this ball was thrown when his back was turned, right on the money, right on the button. The Bears are calling their plays with the tight ends. There's 87 and 88. Latta and Cobb are coming in and out. calling the plays.
So it's 1st and goal from the 7-yard line. Phipps has now gone for 13 attempts, completed 6 of them for 79 yards. Rutledge, leading comfortably, has only thrown the ball a half a dozen times and completed 3. And as far as the rushing is concerned, Wendell Tyler has averaged 6 yards a carry. Bryant has averaged better than 4.5. For the Bears, Payton has carried 8 times for only 11 yards. So Laverne Torgerson, whom you just saw, has been sending in an iron wall.
And you know what I like about this drive-in is that every play was preceded by a fake, whether it was a draw or a play action, and that's good football because of the Bears' offense. They run the ball first. That's what they do best. And this is bothering the Rams' defensive rush.
You know, the Bears have scored more points in 3 games since Mike Phipps re-won the quarterback position, 90, than they did in 6 previous games behind Bob Avellini and Vince Evans. So the crowd came here expecting to see the Bears score.
Well, they got 116. They get back in this ball game with a score here would make it interesting in the second half.
So the Rams 16, the Bears nothing, with 1:16 to the half. Phipps and the Bears come out. 1st and goal from the 7. Schubert and Baschnagel go left. And Phipps is going to put it up again. Fires a line drive. Touchdown. Delvin Williams. There's a flag on the play as Williams caught the pass. Hold everything. Are the Bears going to be burned again? Dave Williams caught that line drive, and it's a personal foul against the Rams. So the touchdown counts, and the Bears are back in the game.
Another quick pass. The Rams are dogging. There's Brzezinski coming in.
On the kickoff. 6 points.
And here it is again from the end zone. Phipps setting up to throw, watching number 22, Williams, right over the middle, wide open. His coverage is 53. Youngblood, man for man on Williams.
For Dave Williams, his 2nd touchdown pass of the year. Now Bob Thomas with the spot, the kick, and it is good. The Rams leading the Bears now 16-7. The penalty will be tacked on for the kickoff, so we've had 2 of those now. Remember, when Terry Nelson scored, there was a penalty against the Bears, and the Rams kicked off from midfield. So with 1:12 left to the half, it is somewhat of a rejuvenated ball game. The Rams 16 and the Bears 7.
This is Don Criqui back at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. Steelers have the ball. Pete Johnson has just scored for the Bengals at Cincinnati, and they've come from behind and lead San Diego 21-16. Now running the ball is Anderson for the Pittsburgh Steelers as some of the shock troops start to get work. That was Anthony Anderson, a rookie running back out of Temple. Steve Fuller getting some advice on the sideline. What are they saying to that headset?
Well, I don't know. They're giving him, he's looking for advice. You know that when it's 23-3. But, you know, he's very composed. You know, they haven't put any points on the board. It's his first time out against the world champions. You know, he had a great senior year at Clemson. He was their first draft choice, and I think they made a wise one. And he looks like he will be a fine player.
The first choice that Kansas City had in the first round was Mike Bell, the great pass rusher from Colorado State. He's been out for some weeks with a knee injury. They thought they were going to get him back today, but the physician said you better keep him out 1 more week. He'll be back next week for the game at Oakland. Mike Bell, the number 2 player drafted in the last draft. Cousineau, number 1, going to Buffalo, or drafted by Buffalo. He promptly went to Montreal. It is New England and Denver coming up after this game on most of these NBC stations. We have 8:29 left to play in the 4th quarter here at Kansas City. The Steelers leading the Chiefs 23-3. Time permitting, we'll have a switch to New York and NFL 79 report on this, the 11th weekend of play in the 79 season. Right now, the Steelers have the ball 1st and 10, a 2nd and 1. 2nd and 1 inside the 35-yard line. They go to the run, and Rick Moser, a big power back from Rhode Island. A 2nd-year player, 225 pounds, special teams player, gets a call from scrimmage and hits ahead for a 1st down. So the Steelers keep that clock running now. The early diagnosis of Arnold Morgado is that he may have cracked a bone in his right ankle. Carrying the ball. You see the cast put on the foot already. Seattle has now come back. Al Hunter just ran for a touchdown, and Seattle is leading Cleveland after the Browns took the lead. It's 22-17 Seattle. The pass goes to Randy Grossman. He is inside the 25-yard line and down to the 23 where Gary Spanny knocks him down. Well, I tell you, they're not over till they're over, are they, in this league?
Well, sometimes they're not, but, you know, it's kind of surprising. Bradshaw's putting the ball up with 8 minutes left to play and a 20-point lead, but it's the personality of the Steelers. You almost get the feeling when the 11 guys are on the field, they're all trying to maintain their status as first string because they've got so many people behind them. And I still don't think he ever looks at the scoreboard or concerns himself with the score.
Jim Breach just kicked a field goal for Houston, or for Oakland. They now trail Houston 28-17. Anderson runs with the ball. Gets the ball inside the 20-yard line. On a 2nd down and 3 play, Anthony Anderson takes the ball down to the 20-yard line. There is the score at the Astrodome. Houston holding to a 28-17 lead. We could, at the end of this day, have an 8-3 Houston team trailing the looks to be a 9-2 Pittsburgh team by a game in the AFC Central. A division that gets a lot of support, is the toughest in the league.
Rightly so.
Clock is running here at Arrowhead Stadium. 6:15 to play in the game. The world champion Steelers looking to extend their 4th straight victory. All by impressive margin. Leading 23-3, they go back to the run and drive the ball inside the 20-yard line. Moser carries. And Mano Maliuna, the rookie linebacker, 4th-round draft choice from San Jose State, 54, makes the stop for the Chiefs. Next week, Kansas City heads out to Oakland. And the Pittsburgh Steelers also go west to take on the Chargers at San Diego.
And as people sit and they say, hey, as the year goes by, 4 or 5 or 6 wins, what difference does it really make? In Kansas City's case, it made a whole lot of difference last year. They finished 5th in their conference. As a result, instead of playing the NFC West, they have to play the AFC Central, and their schedule toughened up a whole bunch.
Very right. Another carry. Anderson dives down close to the 16-yard line on 2nd and 8. He got about 2. Art Still, 67, who's been on a load of tackles for Kansas City, makes that stop.
All right, here's a man that's played very good football. Spaney's been in behind the line of scrimmage on several occasions all day long. He looks to me to be an outstanding linebacker, the type of Jack Lambert. A few more people at a few more positions, and I think he might get that kind of recognition.
John, here's the first upset in for the day that's official. The Buffalo Bills have beaten the New York Jets 14-12 at Chase Stadium. Bradshaw looks into the end zone on 3rd and 7. Throws with a man hanging on his leg, and he's got Lynn Swan at the goal line. Guy had a hold of Bradshaw. Sylvester Hicks was trying to wrestle him down. Bradshaw, 218 pounds, stood there and rifled it with just the arm.
All right, here's a question for you. You know, they mentioned it so many times this year when somebody had a hold of a quarterback's leg, they ruled the ball dead. Now, Sylvester Hicks had Bradshaw by the leg for a good second or a second and a half. There was no whistle. As a result, he's big and strong, stood right up and almost threw a touchdown down to the 1-foot line to Swan. Those kind of big plays. I just wonder if officials sometimes look at who it is the defensive lineman has a hold of.
First and goal as Grossman goes in motion to give up the middle. It doesn't look like they got there. The Steelers trying the heart of the Kansas City defense. Joe Green and Whitney Paul exchange. Not Joe Green, Larry Brown, and Whitney Paul. Art Still, number 67, was on the stop. He's been great today for Kansas City.
You bet. Kansas City has stuck their nose in there for 60 minutes of defense. They're down on the 1-foot line. They still don't think it's over.
The score stands 23-3. Pittsburgh Steelers in the lead. They led at the half 20-0. 3 minutes and 24 seconds left to play in the game. The clock is running here in the 4th quarter at Arrowhead Stadium. The Steelers have the ball inside the 1-yard line of Kansas City. Anderson and Franco Harris now in the game as the cutback. Bradshaw swings it out. Man is open. Larry Brown, a former tight end and a tackle eligible, moves into the end zone and gets a touchdown on his first points of the season.
Well, you know, he's got all those pads on his hands. You can see him trying to catch it with his elbows. He's just happy to have a ball in his arms in the end zone.
In a while, they moved him from tight end to offensive tackle, where he's developed into one of the best at the new position. So they go with the tackle eligible, and that will put the lid on and nail it shut if it wasn't long ago. It is 29-3 Pittsburgh. The extra point by Matt Barr, who's having a sensational day, also is good. And it is 30-3 Pittsburgh, and we'll be back at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City with the Pittsburgh kickoff after this.
This is Lindsey Nelson with Paul Hornung at the Superdome in New Orleans, where the New Orleans Saints are leading the 49-17-3. Saints have the ball at their own 33-yard line, first down and 10 yards to go. Archie Manning at the control. Manning. Muncie. Popped immediately. A linebacker, Ron Schumann. It's at the 39-yard line. Again, with 6 on the play, we'll make it 2nd and 4. New Orleans in the drill, up and ready. Clock is running, 1:40.
I like it. They're not trying to sit on this lead either. They want to get it at least in a field goal position.
Galbraith and Muncie are the setbacks. Manning brings it out to Galbraith. Trying to get to the first down sticks. Archie Reese ran him out.
He did 2 very good things there, Lindsey. He made the move on the linebacker. He beat him, and then he got out of bounds and stopped the clock. Good pass protection again. Manning just sitting back there all day long, decides to go out in the flat. Watch this move on the linebacker, Willie Harper. He beat him. Now he's going to get out of bounds.
Be 3rd and 1 at the 42-yard line. The clock says 1:24. That's time remaining in the first half, with New Orleans leading 17-3. Ike Harris to the left side, Wes Chandler to the right side. Chandler. 1st and 10 at the 46-yard line. Cornelius, the cornerback over there, 1:20 on the clock.
That's Chandler's first catch of the day. He's averaging 17.8 yards a catch. 5 touchdowns on the year. He's having a great year. Little square out, picked up 4 for the first down.
A sellout of the Superdome was announced shortly before kickoff time this afternoon. Seating capacity here, 71,330. We have that many today. Double wing alignment. Muncie in motion across. Archie Manning. Chase. Bit of it up the sideline, incomplete.
No receiver
in sight.
In sight at all. Should have been grounding. He's running for his life. Archie said, I thought I was throwing to one of the coaches in those yellow T-shirts on the side. Watch him. He's going to scramble around to the right side. Now, there's not a receiver anywhere close to where he's throwing the football.
Could have completed to an official. 2nd and 10 at the 46-yard line. 17-3. Time remaining in set. On the draw to Muncie. 50, 45, 40, 35. Muncie to the 30-yard line. Penalty marker is thrown.
Quick timeout taken by Manning. Another penalty marker. It's going to be frustrating if it's against the Saints. Muncie had a 49-yard run called back earlier. Henry Childs clapping his hands. It's against San Francisco, they say.
Referee Gordon McCarty will explain it. Tripping against Gerald Williams of the 49ers, I think. He'll explain it further after he marks it off.
The draw picked up 24 yards. They're going to tack on a few more.
Muncie has gone out, replaced by Mike Strawn. Now Gordon McCarter, the referee.
Tripping, number 29.
Gerald Williams, number 29, tripping.
Gerald Williams called for tripping. Great blocking. Point of attack for Chuck Muncie. Again, he's not even touched till he's 20 yards downfield. Tries to go to the outside. It's Ike Harris trying to get in front.
1st and 10 for the Saints at the 20-yard line of the 49ers. 1 minute, 2 seconds on the clock, which will start on the snap.
Now they're starting to think 6 instead of a field goal.
Strawn is in the left set. Ike Harris in motion back to the inside. Archie Manning rolling. Harris incomplete. Incomplete. And there's a penalty marker on the play back at the line of scrimmage.
I think the pass surprised Harris a little bit. Looked like it was going to be intercepted over there by number 30, Tim Gray, but the ball was just a little bit above his reach, and then it came right into number 82, Harris's hands.
Apparently it is a holding penalty against the Saints. A 10-yard penalty.
Holding, number 68, offense, repeat first down.
Fred Sturt. 1st and 20 now at the 30. 57 seconds.
Let's see if we can look at 68. He's got the left hand holding him. Good call. Holding on Ted Vincent.
1st and 20. Galbraith straight ahead. And timeout is called. Charge to the Saints, and the clock is stopped with 52 seconds left in the half.
So with 1:12, as you see some of the Rams on the sideline. Again, the kickoff from the 50 because of the penalty.
The Rams are expecting an onside kick. They have everybody up.
Lonnie Perrin will from midfield. And he's going to thump it. And it'll go into the end zone, and Drew Hill will watch it leave town.
Nice deep kick. That's why he's kicking off.
Well, from the 50-yard line, you certainly expect him to kick it.
They usually, sometimes they have Thomas kicking off, but they like Perrin because he kicks it a little bit deeper.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Rams on their own 20-yard line. 16-7 Rams, but of course it still hangs over Soldier Field, a picture of Steve Schubert on that 80-yard touchdown pass that was called back. Now about Rutledge, he has Wendell Tyler and Cullen Bryant. Drew Hill is right, Preston Denard is left, Cullen Bryant. And Cullen Bryant out to the 30-yard line, a bruising runner. Doug Plank finally brought him down.
Ben, I'm going to say something right now. Unless the Bears adjust their defense at halftime, the Rams are going to run that football and control the football. They're eating up the defense with their running game.
Well, they picked up a first down on that effort by Bryant. 1st and 10 from the 30. Rutledge to Bryant, and he spins across the 35 to the 37. So he picks up another 7 yards with 34 seconds left.
They don't have to worry about Rutledge throwing the ball too much today. They have to stop the run first and the draws second and passes third.
Rams calling a timeout. They're leading 16-7 with 31 seconds to go at the half. And because of Cullen Bryant and Wendell Tyler, they've moved the ball out to the 37. That tandem team, Tyler has carried for 63 yards, averaging just about 6 yards a carry, and Bryant has carried for 64 yards. And the 1-2 punch for the Bears has been missing. Payton for only 11 yards, Williams for 18.
Well, Payton's still the type of guy you can stop him for a half. He can come back and have 2 70-yard runs. Another big plus for the Bears today is that they hurt the Detroit score. Detroit's leading Tampa Bay.
And, of course, the Rams get a nudge. They find out that New Orleans is leading San Francisco, so the Rams have to win to stay even. 2nd and 3 from the 37. Denard left. Smith right. Wendell Tyler Grabbed from behind by Hampton. He had Bryant and Hara out in front blocking for him. As far as timeouts are concerned, the Rams have just used up one. But we'll officially check it now as the clock is running down.
Yeah, they're letting the clock run.
So they're going to let it run out. The Rams getting out in front of a 16-0 lead. The Bears finally getting an offensive drive. They went 66 yards. And the key, the touchdown pass to Dave Williams. And at least they're on the boards now, trailing by 9. One of the things that could very well come back in the second half to be so important. Remember when Virgil Livers blocked a field goal attempt by Frank Corral of the Rams. And as George pointed out at the time, that could very well stand up. And now as we look at the game, if the Bears can come back with another touchdown, suddenly they are very much in it.
Clock starts on the snap. 8 yards of pop. Keep in mind, 49 yards on a draw play was called back. He'd be over 100 yards. Saints are in no hurry as they come up. Manning. Incomplete to Ike Harris. Harris having a tough day. That would have been a good catch, but those are the kind you have to make right in his hands. It'll be 3rd and 17 now at the 49ers 27-yard line. 46 seconds remaining to be played in the half. You come back a little dejected. Look at Ike Harris. He's got his head down as if he doesn't even want to look at his teammates. He knows he should have had that football. Chandler goes to the wide left. Harris to the wide right for Archie Manning. Manning. Childs. What a catch. He stopped at the 1-foot line. In heavy traffic, he just split the zone. Just a straight fly pattern for the tight end, Henry Childs, Lindsey. And he caught it in heavy traffic. He was hit just as soon as the ball reached his hands. Watch. Right here, whack. He gets hit from the offside by Dwight Hicks, the rookie. 26 yards. Another look from the end zone. Hicks is on the left of your screen. Manning puts it right on the money, and here comes Hicks trying to gather it in, and he holds on to the football. It's marked at the 1, inside the 1. Saints have taken another timeout. Stop the clock with 37 seconds left. NFL regional games next week on CBS. Dallas versus Washington, Green Bay versus Buffalo, and St. Louis versus Philadelphia. Other regional games, the Lions go against the Minnesota Vikings, New Orleans at Seattle, the Giants at Tampa Bay next Sunday. Consult your local listings for the game and time in your area. And don't forget, all the action begins with the NFL Today show with Brent Musburger, Jane Kennedy, Irv Cross, Jimmy the Greek Snyder, and Jack Whitaker. There he is, Dick Nolan. I wonder if my man Jimmy the Greek's listening back to the NFL Today. He's probably getting ready for halftime. I talked to John Meekum a couple of weeks ago. Jimmy came out with the rumor Nolan was in trouble. And Meekum said that he's full of crawfish. I'm telling you, he's well loved down here, and the fans love Dick Nolan. He said if he wasn't a coach here, I would want Dick Nolan to be in the organization somewhere with authority. Muncie stacks up. Ted Vincent's on the bottom of that stack, and New Orleans, or rather the official, McCarter, has stopped the clock till he can get him unstacked here. Let's take a look. Little handoff off the left side. Goal line shot. He's hit first by 75. Ted Vincent does the job. Second and goal. Archie Manning trying to sneak it in. Didn't make it. 25 seconds on the clock, which is stopped right now. Carter indicating the timeout. Charge to New Orleans, and that's their 3rd. Here he comes again. He's going to talk to Dick. Twice now they've been stopped inside the 1-yard line.
60 Minutes coming up tonight on CBS. If you're tired of television stories about ghetto kids, persuaded that they're hopeless, convinced that no way are they going to make it, 60 Minutes has a big surprise for you tonight on CBS.
Great show. There's Dick Nolan in the far right.
Board of Strategy is meeting. Play as resumed. We'll have 25 seconds on the clock. Third down. Inches to go for the New Orleans Saints, who lead in the game by a score of 17-3.
But if you're two big running backs and a quarterback comes back and he says quarterback sneak, you get a little hot. I know one thing. If Bart Starr called the quarterback sneak me, of course he called a big one against Dallas.
But he did.
But thank God I wasn't in the huddle when he did, because you got when your two running backs is this and the quarterback calls quarterback sneak, you want the football in this situation.
Muncie, touchdown.
Easy.
Manuel Sanders led the play, 67 yards in 11 plays, and the Saints.
Look at him. Look at him boogie.
Scored again.
Sanders does his little number with Chuck Muncie. Look at the smile. Here it is around the left side. Watch 34. He goes inside, trapped on the outside. He's Sanders 79. Gets a standoff block from Larry Hardy. Muncie goes in easy.
Conversion attempt coming now. Gerald Premian in there to kick it, and Ed Burns will hold.
Muncie's third touchdown, first half.
Premian's kick is good. And now it is the New Orleans Saints 24, the San Francisco 49ers 3.
Another look, Lindsey, off the left side. Galbraith cut back to the inside, got a block on the linebacker there. Sanders a block on the outside, and Muncie went in almost untouched.
Frank Lieber with John Madden. 1:57 left to play in the first half. Minnesota Vikings trying to tie this one up before intermission. We'll have a first down at the Green Bay Packer 31-yard line as the Green Bay Packer cheerleaders do their number.
Look at the officials huddle out there. It looks like an offensive or a defensive huddle.
It did look at him.
Well, you know what they're talking about? In the last 2 minutes, you can change your captains as to who can call timeout. So they go to both benches at the 2-minute warning, and they get the new captains. And what you like to do is you like to have on offense your quarterback and then one of your wide receivers. So if you complete one downfield, he can call timeout. On defense, you like a lineman and a defensive back.
I thought they could have looked a little more disciplined when they broke the huddle, didn't you?
Bad break.
First and 10 from the 31-yard line. Kramer under pressure, and down he goes again. Big Ezra Johnson, number 90 of the Green Bay Packers, crashing through from his right defensive end. We do have a flag down to the play.
Yeah, that's against the Minnesota Vikings. Sammy White got an early jump on it and left before the ball was snapped. So had they had a successful play, it wouldn't have counted anyway. And of course, Green Bay will turn down that and take the sack.
Loss of 10 yards on the play. I tell you, Johnson's made a difference today in that pass rush, hasn't he?
He sure has.
Motion, number 85, offense, decline, second down.
Even though he is a little bit gimpy. Watch this Packer pass rush. Johnson just flies through there.
I know, he really takes off. You know, those guys that have that quickness and the speed, once they get even with you as a pass rusher, then you don't have a chance. They're going to be beyond you, and you can't do anything about it.
Well, they mark it at the 43, so it's 2nd and 22. Kramer steps up into the pocket, fires a strike over the middle, and that's the first catch of the day for Ahmad Rashad, who takes it to the 28-yard line. You talked about him being a key today. Packers have done a pretty good job on him.
And I'll tell you how they've done a good job on him is with the pass rush, because Ahmad Rashad has been open and he has been running good patterns, and the pass rush hasn't really given Tommy Kramer the time that he's needed to get the ball to Rashad.
Packers, or rather the Vikings, have just used their second timeout, so they have one left after that 14-yard pickup. Tonight on CBS, 60 minutes. And if you're tired of television stories about ghetto kids, persuaded that they're hopeless, convinced that no way are they going to make it, we've got a big surprise for you tonight on CBS. 60 minutes, one of the most popular shows on television.
surprises.
I do too.
What that surprise will be.
It's amazing what they come up with on that show week after week. There's the Viking bench. Bud Grant. You don't know if Bud's 13-0 on the season or 2-11, do you? Looking at him.
So you don't, and I think, as I said, he's a fine coach. He's one of the top coaches in the National Football League, and I've always had respect for Bud Grant as a man and as a coach. He looks like he's demonstrating something to Tommy Kramer over there on the sideline, but Bud doesn't change. He really doesn't. And the one thing, he's won a lot of games.
Interesting historical note. You beat the Vikings and Bud Grant in the last game you coached for Oakland.
The last game I coached was against the Minnesota Vikings, and we won, and that's the last game I'll ever coach.
I'm going to write that down right here.
Write it down.
3rd down. 7 needed for the first down. Vikings are at the 28-yard line of the Green Bay Packers. 1:37 in the half. Kramer, sideline throw is almost intercepted by Anderson. Great effort by Anderson to bat it away from Ricky Young, the intended receiver. There's another of the Packer young guys. As we said, he's been bothered by that broken arm. But he gets them all healthy next year. He's going to have quite a football team.
They are going to, and we'll see here. The pass protection was pretty good. The Green Bay Packers were again in 5 defensive backs, and Tommy Kramer is trying to work his running back against the linebacker. That time it didn't work. It was great coverage.
Well, they're going to disdain the field goal. 4th down 7 from the 28-yard line of the Green Bay Packers. Going for the first down, and he has it. As he spears his pass receiver, Ricky Young, at the 20-yard line, and now Minnesota will have to go to the hurry-up offense. They have 1 timeout left, the clock moving with 1 minute and 15 seconds left in the half.
Quarterback's on his own in these situations.
Kramer fumbles the football, picked up by the Packers. It's a live ball. Mike Butler to the 30, to the 20. Mike Butler will score.
Look at them all get over. They're jumping on Butler so much. Some of them are going to jump in the stands.
They're not going to let him go.
No, he may be in the stands. That was a great rush again by Ezra Johnson here, and you see that's becoming a very concerning thing to the Minnesota Vikings now. They started out, Steve Riley was playing left tackle. There's Butler.
They're going to have to carry him back to the bench.
To the oxygen. They have to carry him to the oxygen. It's some of that. He has 3 there.
That's a long way to go for a guy that weighs 265 pounds.
James Lofton, who's used to it, is telling him, oh, it's not that bad. We do it all the time. You get to rest at halftime.
If he could live that long. Bernie to try the extra point. Beverly to hold. What a change of events here. This one's blocked. So again, the Packers with the new place kicker, 1 out of 2 in the extra point department. Tom Burney signed just this week to replace the injured Chester Markall. The Vikings blocked the extra point, but nevertheless, take a look at it again.
And we see here, you see Ezra Johnson come in. Just as Tommy Kramer was putting the ball up to throw it, he was hit from behind by Ezra Johnson. He was really the one that made that play. Barber gets the touchdown, and we see he keeps sneaking a peek back there to see if anyone's there, and the closest guy to him are all his friends. You see, but the person who made it happen right there is Ezra Johnson. Again, as we said, who's been making a great pass rush all day. Interesting, the Minnesota Vikings has changed their offensive left tackle. They started with Steve Riley, and now Frank Myers is playing left tackle, and he was the one that was beat on that play.
You notice also there was a near clip on that. Did you see that? Watch it again as Barber picks it up and then starts downfield. You will see a Packer player come very close to a clip.
Yeah, that was
not there. Right here. Watch this.
One thing that you don't want. That's Douglas, and that, well, that's about as close as you can get to a clip.
Edwards fumbling the ball back to the 3-yard line. Finally picks it up. Gets it out to the 10 to the 12-yard line. Take a look at the possible clip here.
That's a very good possible clip. Very good possible
now
clip.
you're laughing when you say that. You think that should have been a clip?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Yes, I do.
So the Packers get a break. And a touchdown, and they have a 13-0 lead with 50 seconds left to play in the first half.
Jerry Markbright was right there.
Yeah.
He was there, so.
Of course, he was also there in San Diego and Oakland.
Yeah, and he was right on that one, and I'm sure he was right on the last one, and I'm wrong.
Sure, John. Kramer handing off to Ricky Young out to the 15-yard line. I think Bud Grant is content here. Just let's regroup and get to the locker room and talk about it.
I think so, because you know that missed extra point can always come back to haunt you, and it usually does, and I'm sure that that's one of the things that Bud is thinking about right now. You know, 13, we have to come back, we can throw the football, and all we have to do is get 2 and we can win this game.
Chuck Foreman in the backfield along with Ricky Young. It is Young who gets the call, takes it up to the 18-yard line, and that should be the last play of the first half.
One thing Bud also has to think about, if he is going to be able to throw the ball this second half, is getting Ezra Johnson blocked.
That's it. Been a long year so far for the Packer fans, but they like what they've seen in the first half so far as the Green Bay Packers, who haven't beaten the Vikings since 1974. And keep in mind once again that Bart Starr has never beaten a Minnesota team. I should say a Bart Starr coach team has never beaten the Minnesota Vikings. They're trying to do that this afternoon.
And he has a good start on it in this first half, of course, 13-0.
So that's the situation here at halftime. Packers leading the Vikings 13-0. We'll be back in Milwaukee shortly.
Freeman's going to kick off. Linville Elliott's back there with James Owens to receive it. Clock starts and the ball is touched by a member of the receiving team in the field of play right now at the 20-yard line. It's being returned up to the 30, the 35, and to the 37-yard line. Penalty marker on the play. Bill Francis running it back. Holding against the 49ers on the run back. Marked off from the 36-yard line.
And those people you'll see at halftime: Brent, Phyllis, Irv, and the Greek.
Holding number 79 receivers during the return. First down.
Al Cowling guilty of holding, so it is now first down and 10 yards to go since it occurred on the run back at the 26. DeBerg. Incomplete out to Jackson. Second and 10. 11 seconds now remaining in the half. to 3. Clock starts on the snap. Second down play. DeBerg. And Hofer cannot hold on at the 29-yard line.
No, he won't drop any of those. He's got good hands.
Paul Hofer, who is starting these days in place of O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson has not played in the first half of this ball game here in New Orleans today. Last week against Oakland, O.J. carried the ball only 3 times, which is a new record as far as he was concerned. The least number of times he's carried the ball in a football game. Third down and 10 yards to go.
DeBerg. Bumped over the middle, complete. Taken there by Dwight Clark. And time has run out as Clark got to the 37-yard line. The gun has sounded, and the officials jump in to play the role of peacemaker. It's the end of the first half here at the Superdome in Louisiana. New Orleans 24, San Francisco 3.
The Steelers have extended their lead to 30-3 down the stretch, and here's Matt Barr's kickoff. This one will carry down close to the 5-yard line. Steve Gaunty starts up field, number 83. Gets toe on the sidelines. He's across the 30 and out of bounds at the 35-yard line. Coming up following this game on most of these NBC stations, you'll see the hard-charging Patriots take on the orange-crushed Denver Broncos in a battle between two top playoff contenders. Right now at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City, we have 2 minutes and 52 seconds left to play in the game. Kansas City going to 3 wide receivers now, looking to get some points. The best they could do is a 42-yard field goal by Jan Stenerud. Fuller drops the throw. He's looking long. He's not going to get it away as he is hit and dropped. The whistle blows, signaling a sack before he went down. And in there to get him was Steve Furness, number 64.
I think we saw a pretty good indication right there that Furness had Fuller and he was in possession of him. Whistle was blown pretty quickly and he couldn't throw it.
Now the clock starts up again. It was stopped briefly by the official with the quarterback down behind the line of scrimmage. Kansas City comes out of the huddle. Rudnay is down over the ball. Here is a 31-17 score on the board now at Houston. Tony Fritz just kicked the field goal for the Oilers. On second down and 18, Fuller swings it out. Mike Williams has the ball, runs ahead. Steelers crash him down at about the 30-yard line. They got back some of the lost yardage, but not all of it. It's going to be third down and about 13. Dwight White, number 78, made the hit on Mike Williams.
And this is another thing you look at when you're looking at a quarterback. That time Fuller hung in there, and hung in there until the 3 defensive linemen buried him. Still got the play off and allowed the screen to be effective.
We're going to take a break in the action here at Kansas City with the Steelers in the lead, 30-3. We'll be back in a moment.
Jack Pardee, I think, is the only one out on the field that doesn't have a hat on his head. Somebody was kidding about maybe he thinks it's going to make his hair grow. The rain continues to fall on it.
I'm going to tell Jack he said that.
From the 34, first down. Benny Malone gets little or nothing on that development to the 35-yard line. Chris Garlick, who's a rookie out of the University of Missouri, made the stop, and Seattle leading in the fourth quarter.
Al Hunter, 5-yard run there. Seattle goes back in front.
Still can't believe they were shut out last week.
We have a final. Buffalo beat the Jets 14-12.
Buffalo's had a lot of injuries this year. Second down, 9 yards. There comes a blitz by Kent Green. Theismann, far side to Buggs. Danny Buggs out of bounds. Kenny Green coming on that, and the line picked it up pretty well. Buggs having a pretty good day for the Redskins.
Either Theismann audible to the quick out that time, had a read on the blitz because he had the perfect play call. A little quick out, high percentage throws. And you see the blitz coming there. Allerman coming in, just a 2-step drop, delivers the ball right on the target.
Third catch of the day for Buggs for 32 yards from the 38-yard line. Third down, 7. Oh, offside the Cardinals. Fairfield is pointing. He says that he moved because Forte moved. We'll see. Everybody's pointing fingers at each other.
That's right.
They have 3 flags, so there's a lot of guilty people out there, it looks like.
If they let that play go, Fairfield was going to get there early.
Illegal procedure. Theismann asking who, why, what. So they'll step off 5 yards. Got a score?
Houston.
That's all offense. Quarterback bobbing his head.
Did you ever have that called on you?
Yes. We were allowed to do that.
Yeah.
we were allowed to do that. They've changed that rule because you can intentionally draw people offside with a staggered cadence.
And movement of your head.
Bad movement, yes.
3rd down 12 after the penalty. Heisman with Pollard putting pressure on. He gets away. Heisman, and is that complete or trapped? Coming up was Ike Forte. I believe they're going to rule he trapped the football.
I think he got it on one hop.
Yep. I tell you, Theismann has shown me all year long that he can really move. He gets out of there and runs extremely well. Watch it.
It looks like he's going to get sacked here. And again, his ability to escape the rush. You see Dawson got him dead to rights right there. He rolls out on him. Jankowski was back there also. Now Davis has to chase him, and that's a mismatch with the Heisman running. You see Green coming up there, but it ball got on the ground.
McBragg on 4th down kicks away to Willard Harrell. Harrell at the 35. 40-yard line, and Harrell brings it out to the 44. Neil Oakwood's made the stop, and we have another flag. Harrell coming into this game has been very effective as a punt returner. He's 3rd in the NFC. Has the longest punt return of the year in the NFC of 68 yards. 9-yard return, 32-yard kick, that time by Mike Bragg.
Got an update on that Houston-Oakland game. It's 28-17 now. Houston leading Oakland.
Gonna have a personal foul, I believe, against St. Louis. Ben Drite to tell it.
Unnecessary roughness on a receiving team, number 38.
That's Lee Nelson.
See if he can find Lee Nelson here. What happens? Nelson trying to throw a block here for Harrell. He hasn't done anything unnecessarily rough so far. Still hasn't done anything. There's a little push here. Oops, a little push back, and now you retaliate, and that's when you get caught.
That's Don Harris who's having a little altercation with him. We'll be back with 11:44 left to play.
Well, there's a man who I'm sure would like to forget about today, Tony Lenhart, missing both extra points, and as a result, the Jets are trailing 14-12.
The crucial miss was the first one. Now he's got a mental block. He's still got a chance to get back in it with a field goal, Marv, but the Jet defense is going to have to get him the football.
Buffalo 2nd and 9 at their 40. 2 minutes left, 4th quarter. Curtis Brown, short pickup. Mark Gastineau, number 99, a 2nd-round draft pick out of East Central Oklahoma, with that hard hit on Miller. And a timeout has been called by the Jets. So the Jets now with 2 timeouts remaining. They stop the clock with 1:53 remaining in the 4th quarter. And Buffalo up by the score of 14-12. Well, tonight here on NBC, Al Pacino starring in that unforgettable role, Dog Day Afternoon. Then tomorrow night, it'll be Gregory Peck and Lee Remick in the thriller The Omen. What a combination. Dog Day Afternoon tonight and The Omen tomorrow night. 2 thrilling television events, both here on NBC.
Wow, NBC's got some great movies this season. Richard Todd wants his shot. There he is on the sidelines. Get that ball back, defense. I want to get us in field goal range. Big play right here, Marv.
Well, for the New York Jets and their wild card playoff hopes, this could be the season. They have the Bears coming up next week in Chicago, followed by Seattle on a Monday night. Here it is. 3rd down and 7. And Ferguson will throw. It is Marcus Owens got a piece of it, a diving deflection. It was intended for Frank Lewis, and now the Jets will get their hands on the football again.
Burgess Owens has been the defensive star for the Jets today. He must have heard you, Marv. He said it's all on the line here. Owens sells out. Defensive backs are told not to leave your feet. You could get it. If you don't touch it, the guy goes all the way. But Owens made the perfect play. It's all right if you knock it down and leave your feet.
Rusty Jackson has averaged 32 yards, 5 punts, Back at his 28-yard line, a minute and 38 left, fourth quarter. 10-man rush for the Jets, and Jackson looks to angle it. Here's Harper at his 20, off the stutter step. Harper still going, and then hauled out by number 55, Jim Haslett, but Harper would not go.
You better get him! You better get him off my back! Way to go, fellas!
A minute and 36 left, fourth quarter, and the Jets now take over as we get another look at the gritty play of Harper.
Harper epitomizes the Jet football team. Youngsters never quit. And look at Harper. He was stopped by his own man. It was Ron Crosby, and yet he gave the second effort.
Back live, first down for the Jets at their 30-yard line, and here is Richard Todd to throw. And a diving catch made. However, a flag has been thrown. Bobby Jones with a spectacular effort. He was stopped by Lucius Sanford, but there's a penalty marker down, and it's against the Jets.
That nasty holding penalty, it hurts you every time. And if the Jets didn't want to get one in this game, it was right this minute. That really hurts.
All right, the call coming up now from the referee, Pat Haggerty.
Holding, number 79.
Marvin Powell, 79. Let go of that jersey. Got a yard of cloth in that left hand. You can't do that.
So it is a first down and 20 back at the Jet 20-yard line. This is Marv Albert with Mike Hafner. The Jets are trailing 14-12. Todd off the double pump. Intercepted, intended for Barkin. This is Mario Clark. Third interception of the day for the Bills. Second for Clark, who brings back to the 35-yard line.
And again, Richard Todd letting the ball hang in the air against the zone defense. Somebody standing back there will pick it off every time. Mario Clark right on the spot.
What a day for Mario Clark, the four-year man out of Oregon. His first two intercepts of the season.
This is not a good throw at all, Marv. Richard Todd knows they're in prevent defense. You can't hang up the long one. Clark playing the short side zone, sees the ball coming and hanging, and he just, let me at it, and he's got it. That's just about, party's over.
A minute 13 left, fourth quarter, first down 35, and the Bills look to run it out. Curtis Brown. Brown with the second effort again, able to break tackles and gets inside the 30-yard line. Pillars finally wrestled him down.
Can't believe the Jets haven't stopped the clock.
Now they do. So the Jets are down to one timeout left.
Gotta use them while you got them, because Buffalo sit there and let it run out.
Well, Richard Todd heard it here from the crowd, had that beautiful drive after the booing to bring the Jets home on the touchdown pass to Bobby Jones. The crowd again chanting for Matt Robinson, which is a bit unfair to turn that quickly, although Richard has heard it from time to time during the season. But as you see, only 58 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The Jets are now down to one timeout, and the Bills lead the Jets 14-12 by virtue of the two missed extra points by that guy, number 2, who would like to dig a hole, you can be sure, and disappear.
I'll tell you what, he ain't going out the regular exit at Shea Stadium. He's going to sneak out the back door. Tough day.
Tony has had more than his share, starting in Baltimore earlier this season. Pat Leahy, the regular Jet place kicker, injured, sitting it out with a sprained knee. Richie Zarro, one-time New Orleans Saint, was signed and had a rough day in his first effort. And Tony Linhart had actually done well. Terry Miller inside the 30. Burgess Owens making the stop. And the Jets have just utilized their final timeout.
Nothing else you can do. You hope for a fumble. The Jet defense will be tackling the football.
A reminder coming up later today on NBC, following the Jets and Buffalo, many areas of the country will see the New England Patriots take on the orange-crushed Denver Broncos in a battle between two top playoff contenders And those of you here in the New York City area, we're pleased to bring you the NFL Report with Brian Gumble and Mike Adamle. When we resume following this final Jet timeout, Buffalo with a 3rd down and 4 at the Jet 29-yard line and only 53 seconds remaining.
The important factor, though, the Jets are out of timeouts.
That was not a happy picture you saw just a moment ago over at the Jets sideline. Brown and Miller, the running backs. Ferguson, the quarterback. And here is Miller looking to pick up the 1st down, and he's got it. Pillars, the left defensive end, ran him out.
And he stayed inbounds, Marv. Clock still going. That was the perfect run. He got the 1st down. He stayed inbounds. Game's over.
So the Buffalo Bills now will just hang on with 30 seconds remaining.
They don't have to run a play. They can sit in that huddle because they get 30 seconds. And might have been 31, but who cares?
Well,
now?
they'll take the delay of game and then just fall on the football.
Joe's in no hurry.
Clock running down. They do run it off, and that will wrap it. For the New York Jets, a very disappointing afternoon, coming off the victory last week, coming off winning 4 of the last 6, coming off good play these past 6-7 weeks, and they have been swept in the season series by the Buffalo Bills, who do it today 14-12 with that man, number 2, Tony Linhart, missing both extra points.
He'll be the center of the press, unfortunately, as the bad guy, not the good guy.
So the final score, the Buffalo Bills over the New York Jets, 14-12. And the Buffalo Bills now 5-6 on the season. The Jets the same. This is Marv Albert with Mike Hafner saying goodbye from Shea Stadium in New York. The executive producer of NBC Football is Don Ohlmeyer. Coordinating producer Ted Nathanson. The telecast of today's game has been produced by David Stern. Directed by John Gonzalez. Technical director Horace Ruiz. Associate director Howard Baez. Next Saturday on Sports World, the Muhammad Ali Boxing Club will go up against the Mexico Boxing Club from Los Angeles. Semifinals of the Legends of Bowling and International Barrel Jumping. That's next Saturday on Sports World. And now stay tuned as some of you will see the second half of our doubleheader. That is New England and Denver. Those of you in New York City, stay tuned for the Budweiser NFL Report after these messages from your local stations.
Coming up later today on NBC, most of you will see the explosive New England Patriots meet the Orange Crush of Denver. Patriots have averaged 362 yards a game as Herrera kicks it off and rolls her downfield about the 30. It is covered by the Browns at about the 30-yard line. I don't think that was an onside kick.
Well, I don't think so, but sometimes Herrera will plan something like that. If you get it between that front wall and those deep receivers, your outside people have a chance to get down there and cover it. Regardless, it's a non-returnable ball, and you have a chance to get it again.
Well, the Browns are behind once more in this ball game, and we have an injury for the Cleveland Browns. Brian Sipe has hit 10 out of 21 for 129 yards and 2 touchdowns. And Jim Zorn is 11 out of 23 for 182 yards. There's Brian Sipe talking with Sam Ratigliano. Cleo Miller, number 30, is on the sideline and is the injured player.
Here's a chance. Cleo Miller trying to get the ball. His own man coming over trying to help him. But you see all these people going for it out of the left corner of the screen. One of his own men, one of the Cleveland Browns, running into Miller. As a result, he's injured on, hopefully not seriously on the play. But they've got him off on the side now, and they're going to be taking him to the bench for further examination.
Well, Dan Dornick of the Seahawks out with an injury today. And now Cleo Miller has gone to the sideline for the Cleveland Browns as Brian Sipe comes on. Dave Logan splits wide to the left. Reggie Rucker goes to the right as the Browns, who trail by 22-17, put it in play at the Brown 30. Fake to Pruitt. Beautiful fake to Pruitt. Now the pursuit is on sight as he goes up the sideline and out of bounds. Chased out by Keith Simpson, number 42. He is out of bounds at about the 34 and a gain of 3 by Brian Sipe.
No, he can't ask for much better protection than that. The Seattle secondary doing a good job on the wide receivers, the linebackers, and everyone else, picking up the burden a little bit and realizing they're not getting the pass rush that they would like. So as a result, the coverage is there. Although Sipe has the time, no open receivers.
The ball in the 33. Seattle ahead by a score of 22-17. The Seahawks showing a lot of poise this afternoon. Sipe intended for Logan. He's got it at midfield. The flag goes down on the 49-yard line. Autry Beeman, 27 on the tackle. Dave Logan managed to hold on to that football and pick up 17 yards. And let's see what the flag's about.
It's a face mask to boot as Logan is signaling to the sidelines. Anyway, the officials are conferring. Beeman a little upset. That's what it is.
So the Browns will pick up some more yards. This is a biggie. Yes, sir.
This is just great concentration on Logan's part.
On the tackle, 27 defense, face mask, first down.
Now that's just great concentration on Logan's part. He had the ball up there, tried to one-hand it. Beeman tried to get it. When he couldn't get the ball, he went for the face mask and just pulled Logan down with him.
Seattle has been hit with 9 penalties for 64 yards. The ball at the 34 of Seattle. Hardy moved. The chase is on, and it's incomplete on the 34. Intended for Dino Hall, and Keith Butler had the coverage on Dino, but a flag was dropped. And the penalty is against Seattle. Robert Hardy, 75, the defensive left tackle, made a move.
Defense, number 75, offside, first down.
So Hardy caught for being offside. It's first down and 5 on the Seattle 30. 14 minutes and 3 seconds to go in the ball game as Jack Patera, who was smiling a moment ago, now hopes his defense can stop Cleveland.
That's 20 yards in penalties in 2 plays for Seattle.
Rucker in motion for the Browns. Mike Pruitt flags down again as Pruitt goes for the first down. Terry Beeson, 58, the middle linebacker, made the stop. Holding against Cleveland, and the Buffalo Bills have beaten the New York Jets now 14-12 as Joe Ferguson came up with a touchdown pass today. He is the percentage pass leader.
54 holding.
All right, Cleveland, Tom DeLeon, the center, number 54, guilty of the holding call. So Buffalo has beaten the Jets 14-12 today. Buffalo now 5-6 for the year. The Jets are 5-6. The draw. Look at Pruitt go up the middle. Takes to the outside to the 15. He is down to the 11-yard line. And Autry Beeman makes the tackle on Mike Pruitt. Beautiful draw. Gain of 27 yards.
They took something out of the Seattle playbook. Pruitt right there as Sipe stepped back, gave him a little bit of a quick draw here. As we look at it again, you'll see Sipe stepping back, Pruitt moving over. Good hole at the point of attack. DeLeon trying to get out of number 58. Beeson gets enough of him to allow Pruitt to get by. As a result, Pruitt comes up with some great moves. Beeman coming over to get the tackle, getting a little help from number 55, Michael Jackson, in good pursuit. 14 rushes, over 100 yards. Mike Pruitt is having another outstanding day.
And Dino Hall is yanked down behind the line of scrimmage. by Dennis Boyd, number 68, the defensive left end, the 3-year veteran from Oregon State. But he lost 5 yards on the play. Dennis Boyd, injured earlier in the season, got a starting call today ahead of Carl Eller, big 6'6", 255-pounder. It'll be 2nd down, 15. The Browns trailing in the game 22-17 after going ahead 17-16.
Boyd is now playing left tackle beside Eller, so let's see if they're moving him back inside to get a little more run support from that position.
Sight in the pocket, incomplete. Intended for Dave Logan, number 85, and Don Dufek, 25, had the coverage. So Brian Sipe now comes up with a 3rd down and 15 for the Cleveland Browns. Mike Pruitt has rushed for 134 yards this afternoon for the Browns, including a 65-yard touchdown scamper on the 2nd play of the 2nd half. And that brought life to the Browns. They went on to score again with Pruitt going in from the 1-foot line. Cockcroft's extra point made it 17-16. That's the way it was at the end of the 3rd quarter. And then the Seahawks came roaring back to score and take the lead. 3rd and 15 for Cleveland. And down goes Sipe. Carl Eller making the tackle. Merle Harmon and George Coons welcoming you to Cleveland's Municipal Stadium, where Seattle leads Cleveland 22-17. Seattle led at one time 16-0, 16-3 at the half. Then in the 3rd quarter, Cleveland came to life on the 2nd play of the 3rd quarter. Mike Pruitt scored on a 65-yard touchdown run, came back, scored from 1 foot out, and then Cleveland moved ahead 17-16. Here's Don Cockcroft trying to get the Browns a little closer now from the 35. It'll be a 45-yard effort, and the distance looks good, and it is good.
No good.
It is not good. He missed it. So Don Cockcroft misses a 45-yard field goal attempt, and the score stays the same. Timeout in Cleveland, and it's Seattle 22, the Browns 17.
Cincinnati now leading San Diego 21-16 in the 4th, and Irv, it is Washington 27, St. Louis 7.
Well, I tell you, and Joe Theismann had a great first half. We'll see some of that first half action right now. Going to Ricky Thompson early in the ballgame, trying to get his offense started. The Redskins only average about 18 points a game coming into this ballgame. They scored 27 so far today. Here's Theismann going to Thompson, who takes the ball down to the 6-yard line. A nifty run there after breaking a couple of tackles. And of course, when you get down in the goal line territory, the man to give the ball to, as far as the Redskins are concerned, is number 44, John Riggins, who works off his left tackle. John just glides in there, and the Redskins take the lead early, 7-0. The Cardinals got a temporary break early in the ball game. A punt here. Harmon signaling for a fair catch for the Redskins. Looks like he's going to make the catch, but the ball hits Tony Peters' foot, and the Cardinals regain possession of the ball right there. A few plays later, Theodis Brown goes off his left tackle, and they tie the game 7-7. In the 2nd quarter, late in the 2nd quarter, within the 2-minute period, Joe Theismann really got things going to Danny Buggs, who makes a nifty catch down the 11-yard line, and Theismann going to Ricky Thompson again. It was pretty hot today, Brett. Thompson makes a catch here, touchdown, and Washington leads the game at this point 17-7. Lamar Parrish, I think, is having one of the greatest years of his career. The defensive back came in the game with 7 interceptions. He picked off 2 so far today. Now he has 9 on the day. Parrish setting up another scoring opportunity for the Redskins. And Joe Theismann cashing in a hurry as he goes to John Riggins, touchdown. And right now, late in the ball game, is Washington 27, St. Louis 7.
And of course, that would push the Redskins record to 7-4. We have our first final in. Buffalo 14, the New York Jets 12. That is the final score. Let's send you back to the stadiums now and the game that you've been watching.
Hi, I'm Steve DeBerg of the San Francisco 49ers. And this is our town, San Francisco. I'd like to show you a part of it that is very special to me.
Right down the street, they're saving lives and doing an incredible job of it. It's the San Francisco Senior Center, an agency supported by United Way.
Hi. Hi. This is my wife, Marcia. We like to come here because these older people are very special to us.
They do a lot of living here. The United Way volunteers help bring them together.
They teach them ceramics, writing, art classes. They help them stay healthy. Most of all, it's a place to come to and get away from lonely rooms and the isolation that haunts so many of our senior citizens.
Thanks to them, and thanks to you, it works for all of us. The United Way.
Preceding announcement was furnished as a public service for the National Football League.
We've got the first half highlights for you. Of course, it was all New Orleans as far as the points were concerned. 49ers moved the ball, but not enough. Here's the Saints' first touchdown. Watch the block by Tony Galbraith, who went in motion right there. Muncy jumps over the block and into the end zone for his first touchdown. He scores 3 in the first half. That ties the New Orleans Saints record for touchdown. Now watch his trap blocking. Center blocks left. Here comes the guard. 71 is J.T. Taylor to tackle on the trap. And Muncy does the rest from the 4-yard line. He drags the cornerback into the end zone for his second touchdown. 49ers got on the board. 3 points, field goal. Ray Wershing, 32 yards out. Splits the middle right down the center. Only points for the 49ers in the first half. Then late in the first half, here goes a little sweep the left side. Muncy goes in for his third touchdown. Manuel Zanders pulling from the guard spot, a key block.
So I'm Lindsey Nelson with Paul Horning, and the halftime score is 24-3. And Paul, the New Orleans Saints came out sort of dominated play in the first half.
Well, they sure did. They really moved the football well. Chuck Muncy would be over 100 yards rushing to go along with these 3 touchdowns, Lindsey, had not that 49-yard run been called back. So he's having just an excellent day. The offense is led by that young man, Archie Manning, and he's directing a flawless attack today.
And the ball is being teed up by Garo Premian on the 35-yard line to kick it off for the New Orleans Saints, with the 49ers to receive it. Starting play here in the second half at the Superdome in New Orleans, Louisiana. James Owens is dropped back there, along with Dwight Hicks. It's Hicks at the 12-yard line. He's at the 15, at the 20, across the 25, and he's at the 29-yard line. Stopped by Brooks Williams.
First half stats: Saints 15 first downs, 49ers 10 yards rushing, over 100 for New Orleans, 58 for the 49ers. 207 total yards for the Saints, 154 for the 49ers.
Steve DeBerg running the attack for the San Francisco 49ers, as they'll start from their own 29-yard line, first and 10. 8 completions short of John Brody's record of 242. That's Wilbur Jackson in motion, and the quick pitch comes to Hofer, and Hofer feeds upfield, and Hofer goes all the way to the 32-yard line before Ken Bordelon, a linebacker, cut him off.
Yeah, the Saints better not relax, because the San Francisco team can move the football. A good crack block by Dwight Clark, the flanker, and Hofer does the rest. Down the sideline, going to pick up 39 yards. That's his longest run of the year. Finally caught by Ken Bordelon. Another angle, just a pitch. Wilbur Jackson out in front gets a very good block on the outside, and Hofer cuts back. 39 big ones.
First down and 10 yards to go for the 49ers at the Saints 32-yard line. Wilbur Jackson, big hole opening up for him, and he goes to the 21. Tom Myers brought him down.
49ers coming back with vengeance here.
They picked up another first down.
Well, they don't waste any time.
James Owens is coming in the ball game now, number 20, reporting in, the rookie from UCLA. He was tried briefly at safety, but it was an experiment that he didn't like, and so Bill Walsh acceded to his wishes and put him back on the offensive unit for the most part. First and 10 at the 21-yard line. That's Owens in motion across from a wide receiver. That's Jackson carrying the ball. And he got inside the 20 as Joe Fettersfield brought him down. It'll be at the 19-yard line. Gain of 2 will make it second down and 8.
We've yet to see the juice, Lindsey. He only carried the ball, what, 3 times last week?
That's right. O.J. Simpson has not participated in the ball game here in New Orleans this afternoon. Dick Nolan. There is O.J., number 32.
Comes the reverse.
Owens is carrying for no gain. At most a yard. Don Reese made the tackle. It'll depend on where it's spotted, whether he gained anything.
Well, you can almost see the explosion starting to happen, Lindsey. He just couldn't get control of the football.
No gain. It is 3rd and 8 at the 19. '49ers have lost 15 straight on the road. The record is 16, held by the Chicago Bears. Last road game won by the 49ers was right here in New Orleans. November 13th, 1977, over the New Orleans Saints. Owens in motion. Got a world of speed. And it's completed. Taken by Dwight Clark. Lunges to the 13-yard line. Ray Brown made the tackle. He did not get the first down yardage. It's going to be 4th, but there's a penalty marker. Holding is indicated against the 49ers.
Wow. Well, they need 7 on this drive to really get back in it, Lindsey. And that, of course, they would have had an opportunity. There wasn't a penalty to bring up about a 4th and 2. Now they're going to be pushed back.
Ten-yard penalty.
Number 71, offense. Repeat, 3rd down.
Keith Farnhorst.
Second time, I think, this afternoon, Farnhorst was caught for holding.
3rd down and 18 at the 29. Right, Clark to a wide right. Steve DeBerg pitches it now. Shovel pass to Jackson. A shovel pass to Jackson, but Mike Fultz made the tackle.
Yeah, a little poor execution here. Roll out right is a little draw. Forward lateral here. That's ruled a completed pass.
4th and 18. Ray Wersching has come in.
Didn't fool Mike Fultz at all for the Saints. And the Bears have come back from a 16-0 deficit. Scored 2 touchdowns. 16-14.
Joe Montana is in the hole now, and this will be a 47-yard attempt for Wersching.
Maybe.
Wersching's 47-yarder.
Good.
Good. So for the second time this afternoon, the 49ers put a field goal on the boards, and with 11 minutes, 42 seconds left in the 3rd quarter, 24-6, New Orleans.
Frank Lieber along with John Madden, both teams back on the field prior to the start of the second half. Here's a look at our halftime statistics. Really pretty close. You just look at this.
If we see, they're very close. We see the first downs are the same. The offensive plays are very close. The rushing yards, the passing yards. But there's one more stat that isn't up there that I think really tells a story.
And that's the job that Ezra Johnson, number 90, did on the Minnesota Vikings offense in the first half.
There it is right there, number 90. Ezra Johnson. He had 4 quarterback sacks for 26 yards lost, and then really 1 touchdown.
Now, he had one sack coming into this ball game today, and he's missed, well, ever since the first Viking game. He's been out because of that ankle injury. But you put this statistic, 4 sacks by Johnson himself today, up against the fact that in 10 games this year, the Packers have only had 18 sacks.
I know it, and of course, that's one of the reasons is that they've missed Ezra Johnson, and now that he's back, we can see the difference in this Packer defense. He played last week some, but he only played on special situations, and this is really his first game back playing full time.
A couple of other statistical notes as you look at Bart Starr. Butler was given credit for a 70-yard return on the fumble. 70 yards on the fumble return for the touchdown. And Matt Blair, who blocked the extra point by Bernie, that's his 4th extra point block this year. Bernie kicking off over the head of Jimmy Edwards, and Edwards downs it in the end zone for the touchback. I think
think Edwards, caught unaware because of a short kickoff earlier, was moved up considerably, and he surprised him there.
He was. He lined up on the 10-yard line. That first kickoff of Bernie's was short, and Edwards was anticipating another short kick. He lined up on the 10-yard line, and Bernie really got a good kick. As we look at a final here, Buffalo 14 and the New York Jets 12.
That's our first final of the day. The Packers play at Buffalo. Now, Green Bay this time of year, I guess that's the only place in pro football they can go next week where the weather would probably be worse than it would be at home.
A lot windier.
Probably. 1st and 10. Vikings at their 20. Stu Boyd in motion. Kramer comes out throwing the pass short of the intended receiver, Sammy White. Kramer in the first half was 8 out of 12 for 67 yards, but was trapped 4 times.
All by Ezra Johnson, and Tommy Kramer's looking there. He really threw that one a little sooner than he wanted to. He had pressure from Butler that time, and he had to get rid of the ball.
Kramer completed 19 out of 26 for 245 against the Packers back in September. It's his only previous appearance against Green Bay. 2nd and 10. There's Ezra, number 90. We'll keep a close watch on him because the Vikings have been using different tackles to try to slow him down. So far, they haven't done it very effectively. Little side armor to Ricky Young, who slips and falls and doesn't really have a chance to get going. Loss of 6 on the play. John Anderson, number 59, was through there quickly.
When things start to go bad, sometimes those types of things come in bunches. But as you said, the Vikings started with Steve Riley at the left tackle. Ezra Johnson was giving him some problems, so they went to Frank Myers. And now we see at the start of the second half, they're back to Steve Riley again.
Packers go with an extra defensive back in Wiley Turner, number 20, as Wingo. The middle linebacker comes out on this 3rd and 16. Minnesota from its 14-yard line. Kramer going to have to call time, or he would have lost another 5 yards to delay of game because the 30-second clock was about to run out. So Tommy's got to be a little disgusted as he walks over to the sideline. Had to waste a timeout.
Yeah, he does, and you never like to do that because he knows that sometimes there in that 4th quarter, in those last couple of minutes, that timeout is very important. You only get 3 of them in each half, and you hate to use one of them this early in the half. You like to save them for the last couple of seconds, and that's what he's thinking right now.
The Rams are leading 16-7. Lonnie Perrin out of the University of Illinois will be kicking off for the Bears. Deep is Eddie Brown, flanked by Eddie Hill and Elvis Peacock. The kickoff will be handled by Drew Hill at the 10-yard line. Drew to the 15, to the 20, and out of bounds at about the 22-yard line. And the Rams put it in play. 1st and 10 on their own 22. George, the last time the Rams had the ball, it turned out to be a key because the Bear defense stiffened and then went on to get themselves a touchdown.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting to see how the Bears defense stops the Rams running game. The Rams made 150 yards running the first half. The Bears 30.
1st and 10 on the Ram 22-yard line. It's Bryant and Tyler with Drew Hill and Preston Denard. Wendell Tyler inside a block by Colin Bryant, but he's dragged down from behind just about at the line of scrimmage.
Then they did a good thing there. 45 Fensick was right up there. Even though he didn't make the play, he forced the runner to cut inside, turned him in.
None of that in the first half.
Very little.
So 2nd and 9 on the 23 for the Rams, leading 16-7. Terry Nelson, the tight end, goes on the left side. Hand off to Bryant, and they've got him. And the man who got him is Jim Osborne.
Well, we think he's very underrated. He's a good all-around football player. This first series on defense, you've heard me say this 100 times. When you're behind, the first series on defense is so vital. You got to stop them. You got to make them punt. And then the first series on offense, you got to take the ball down and put some points on the board.
Well, a big play for Jeff Rutledge now. 3rd and 10 from the Ram 22, and Rutledge going to put it up. And it's to Wendell Tyler. Ellis has him after he leaped over Livers, and he did not get a first down by any means.
I'll tell you one more thing. When they don't dog, Rutledge has good protection. He has time to throw. They're going to have to dog, put a little more pressure on him.
Well, the Rams
situation
are stymied on the sidelines as they talk things over with Ray Malavasi. And Ken Clark will be punting to Steve Schubert, who, by the way, has 3 touchdown returns in the last 5 years. He returned 177 yards for a touchdown last week. He's number 85. Clark is punting, and it's to Schubert's right. It's going to hit on the 35-yard line and die on about the 32. So the Bears will put it in play on their own 32. When they went for their touchdown, they started on their 34.
Terry Bradshaw now has 3 touchdown passes for the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are romping over Kansas City. Houston way out in front of Oakland in the 4th period. Ooh. That hurt, huh? Ooh. 3rd down, 16. Minnesota Vikings. Pitch out going to Ted Brown. And Brown is caught at the 20-yard line after a pickup of close to 5. So the Vikings will be punting from deep in their own territory.
That wasn't the type of start that they wanted to come out with this second half. I'm sure that they would like to have had a prolonged drive and get some points on the board. You want to get that first one on there to build with.
Coleman back to punt, and the deep man is Johnny Gray, number 24 of the Green Bay Packers. He's standing on his 40. Green Bay should come out in pretty good field position. Nice kick. Backing Gray up to his own 37-yard line. Has to make the fair catch at that point. Fine punt by Coleman to get Minnesota out of the hole. I tell you, he can do a job. We saw him a couple of weeks ago against Tampa when he put 2 out of bounds in the same quarter inside the 5-yard line.
11:44 left to go as we have a first down from the 29-yard line for the Cardinals. Jim Hart, there's his effort for the day. On a first down. Gets it off, complete to Theodis Brown. And Brown across the 40 has a first down to the 45-yard line. Olkowitz making the tackle. And so the Cardinals pick up some yardage in a hurry.
Just a little outlet pass. The Cardinals used to do a lot of this. Just a little secondary receiver out in the flat, checks it off, just got the ball off. And boy, you got a big load to get down when you got somebody that big out there running with the football behind some blocking. You see what a job it is to get him down.
Theodis Brown is an excellent receiver. He can catch the ball as well as anybody on this football team. He had 12 catches coming into the game. There's a little misdirection play, give to Theodis Brown, and Brown to the 49-yard line. Again, it's Neil Olkowitz making the tackle. Olkowitz, his 4th straight start today. We have a lot of booing going on. We have a man on the far side who's over there trying to act like a cheerleader. And I mean act. He wasn't even closely approaching that style. Second down now, 8, pickup of 2. They're escorting him away. I don't believe he feels a thing. Mel Gray.
It's cold out here.
Mel Gray, Pat Tilley is flanked out on a 2nd and 8. Roy Bacon. And the catch is made by Mel Gray. And with that catch, Gray keeps his streak alive. He now has caught at least 1 pass in 84 straight.
Oh, what a job Jim Hart does this time. Look at the pressure. Redskins just teeing off now, coming on the rush. They know that the only way the Cardinals can get back in this game, Bacon takes the swipe at him. He just frees himself there and takes the punishment after he delivers the ball. And as you said, Mr. Gray makes a nice reception.
That was a heck of a play, and now we have another penalty and yardage being tacked onto that game. We'll see what it is.
Okay, Ben, if you're in good voice.
Personal foul, roughing the quarterback defense, number 65. First down.
That's Dave Butts, his former teammate.
Oh, come on, Dave. Don't pick on quarterbacks like that. And Jim's had a long day. Here he comes in right here, delivers the ball. I don't know. I don't know if, you know, it's a questionable call. It was a right call for Jim Hart. He's had a long afternoon.
First down from the 16. Otis Anderson dancing outside to the 10, and he goes inside the 5-yard line. Monty Coleman knocks him out. First carry he's had in a long time.
Good run that time. Pittsburgh. Terry Bradshaw threw a 1-yard pass to Larry Brown, their right tackle, for a touchdown. Can you believe that? Houston leading now 31-17. Really doing it.
That surprises me.
That does. And Cincinnati leading San Diego 21-16.
First and goal for the Cardinals at the 4-yard line. Anderson 92 yards now. He has 5 100-yard days. Record for a rookie in the NFL is 7. He has a very good chance of eclipsing that record before it's all over. At the 4, 10:05 left. The Cardinals trying to salve some wounds here with a touchdown. Brown, Anderson, the running backs. That's Gray in motion. Anderson, and there's a flag as he makes it to the 2. The ball is loose, and I believe Washington recovered, but was it blown dead? We're still waiting for the officials to indicate which way it's headed. Ball was loose. I believe it might have been blown dead. Let's see.
They're going to have a penalty regardless.
Offside against Washington.
Boy,
that's where our game started, with Anderson in that same area, fumbled the ball. Remember, went into the end zone on the first series of the game.
You will decline the fumble and take the penalty here, huh?
I think you're right. Ben Grice's been a busy man in this game.
Boy, the Bears have come back against Los Angeles, trailing 16-0 in the third quarter now. They trail 16-14 now.
Defense offside. First down.
So there was not a fumble. No indication of that whatsoever.
Well, the penalty would precede that the fumble.
From Anderson's standpoint, though, I'm sure he's glad to know that it was not another fumble.
That's right.
Brown and Anderson, the running backs. Also back there is Wayne Morris. First and goal to 2. Here is Wayne Morris. Touchdown. Wayne Morris going in for his 5th rushing touchdown of the year. And Neil Olkowitz made the tackle, but it's 27-13.
Let's take a look at this. Wayne Morris does this very well. We've seen him dive before. Over the top. I give him a 6. I think the Russian judge gave him a 2.
27-13. Steve Little with the point after attempt. Worley to hold.
Long time to go in this football game, isn't it?
That's right. And Little's kick is good. 27-14 now. 9:50. Well, wonder if the Cardinals will try an onside kick, but they're still with 9:50 left. Still an issue to be decided.
There's a happy Dick Duran, the man who just picked off Dan Fouts' 4th interception of the day. It has given Cincinnati the football at their own 32.
And in this second half, Cincinnati's put a little bit more heat on Fouts. What happened is John Jefferson fell down, and the ball went right into the hands of Dick Duran.
Now, Fouts has had his problems today, Paul McGuire. 4 interceptions. His 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th interceptions on the year. Here come the Bengals. They own the lead, 12-17 to play. The give is right up the middle. Pete Johnson to the 40-yard line, a pickup of about 8 yards. Now that is plain bull running. Bob Horn on the stop. 4th quarter score, Washington over the Cardinals, 27-17. Look at this one. Los Angeles beginning now to step it out over the Bears in Chicago, 16-7, second quarter. Also a second period score. New Orleans over San Francisco, 24-3. Second down, 2 yards to go. The Bengals with the lead have the ball at their own 40 out of the I formation. The give is right up the middle. Again, it is Pete Johnson. Cincinnati has a first down.
What's happening here at the defensive line? Look at Green Bay 13, Minnesota nothing in the second quarter. What's happening is the defensive line of San Diego, they're starting to catch the offensive line instead of delivering the blow, and they're beating San Diego's defense to the punch. The linemen have got to take them on one-on-one and block the holes so the linebackers can make the play.
Well, Kenny Anderson, you can be sure, would like to keep the football on the ground if he can afford to do so. And right now, he can. Cincinnati leads at 21-16, 11:04 to play. In motion, Isaac Curtis Anderson is going to pass it to Archie Griffin. He's got it. He's to the 45, the 48 before being stopped just shy of midfield. And the man delivering the blow is the left side linebacker, Ray Preston, the 4-year man out of Syracuse.
Boy, the man that makes this possible, though, is number 55, Bob Horn. He takes on the blockers, the front wall of the screen, and enables Preston to get out to the outside. You see they let the defensive line in, but watch 55. He just knocks off the whole wall and leaves Griffin out there all by himself for Preston to make the tackle. Good play.
Alexander and Pete Johnson in the backfield. The give is to Alexander. He tries sweeping the right side. The man that clogs it up initially is Bob Horn, but Alexander was not about to go down. What a continuous effort by Charles Alexander.
You can't arm tackle these people. You have to put the shoulder in and bring him down. Now Horn is in there. Preston's in there. It just doesn't wrap his arms around him. Charles Alexander, continuous effort, picks up the first down. Good running play.
Alexander averaging just about 3.5 yards per carry coming into today's game. Only has 1 touchdown. He has seen some duty this afternoon. 1st and 10, the ball at the Charger 45. The give is to the first man through. That is Pete Johnson, and they are starting to tear away yardage now, Paul. Bob Horn brings him down. And Horn is playing his heart out here this afternoon, but he's not getting much help on the run.
No, here he is now. He's moving in position. And watch this. He gets blocked right here, but he stops the play a little bit. Now he needs help from the other people, and they're not getting there in a hurry. Woody Lowe finally gets in on the play.
Now there's Bobby Horn. He's having a good afternoon here in Cincinnati. Unfortunately, his Chargers are not having such a great afternoon. Look here, the Oilers now over Oakland in the 4th period, 31-17. From the I formation, Kenny Anderson. The pitch is to Alexander. He's to the 40. Inside the 45-yard line. And he is knocked down again by the man we just talked about. A middle linebacker, number 55, is Bob Horn.
All right, let's take another look at him. This is what the guy does so well.
This is Phil Stone and Paul McGuire coming to you from Riverfront Stadium, where the Cincinnati Bengals are trying to pull off one heck of an upset. They lead the San Diego Chargers 21-16 here in the 4th period. And Cincinnati is moving the football from the 35. It is Alexander across the 35, near the 30. And he is still on his feet.
Super balance, Charles Alexander. There's the score, 21-16. The Bengals over San Diego, but they are really blowing San Diego right off the line of scrimmage. And watch what's happening. Again, we're talking about arm tackling. The blocking at the point of attack is sensational. Watch the balance of Charles Alexander. You've got to wrap your arms around him. You can't knock him off his feet like that. The man spins and it picks up another 4 yards. Good play.
Jerome Dove was the man who tried to put the hip into him. He just spun off of it. Here we go again. It is Archie Griffin inside the 25, near the 20. Archie Griffin, a great afternoon. Again, it is Bob Horn. Archie Griffin, the only man to ever win 2 Heisman trophies. And he's only 5 feet 8, 184 pounds, Paul.
But look at the blocking up front. Everybody gets a man. Everybody has somebody knocked down. Horn is way downfield, picks up 9 yards on the play. It's just a little bit too late.
Kenny Anderson, the Bengals shift out of the full house to the I, to Pete Johnson. He gets about a yard, maybe 2. Gary Big Hands Johnson closing it up quickly. And it is a first down at the 18-yard line. Pittsburgh way out in front of the Kansas City Chiefs, 30-3, 4th period action. Don Coryell starting to look a little worried, and rightly he should be.
He has to, because Cincinnati took this ball with 11 minutes and some odd seconds to go, and it's now 6.5 minutes to go, and they're running the football and the clock.
Split out wide to the right is Isaac Curtis. To the near side is Don Bass. The handoff again to Pete Johnson. A fumble. I believe the Bengals have covered it, and they have. The Bengals cover the football. It is Mark Donahue, the right guard, pouncing on the ball, the second-year man out of Michigan. Look at this line action, Paul.
All right, here's where now San Diego meets them right at the line of scrimmage, and they have a stalemate right here. The ball is popped loose, and again, Mr. Horn is the guy that hits him, number 55. But San Diego can't come up with a fumble.
There's Homer Rice on the near sideline. It is now 2nd down and 11. The ball on the 18-yard line. The clock ticking, 5:37 to play. Cincinnati has the lead. The pitch is to Archie Griffin. He tries to get out around the right side, cannot do it. The big man, Leroy Jones, the defensive end, wrestles Griffin down by his jersey. To show you the strength Jones has, Paul, he took him down by just his jersey and flung him to the ground.
Not only the strength, but the speed. That's a quick toss to the outside, and the defensive end gets out there and makes the play.
Leroy Jones in his 4th year out of Norfolk State. It is Cincinnati 21, the Chargers 16, with 5 minutes, 30 seconds to play in this ball game. From the 20, it is 3rd and 11, Bengals. The give this time, right up the middle, it is Pete Johnson. He's got running room inside the 15 to the 12. And the man on the stop is Glenn Edwards.
Stoney, Cincinnati's not doing anything fancy. All they're doing is running the football straight at San Diego, and they're running at the big people in the middle, Johnson and Wilbur Young. Glenn Edwards here saves a touchdown.
Pete Johnson, 19 rushes today, 53 yards. He already has 2 touchdowns. Cincinnati now faced with 4th and 2, just inside the 11-yard line.
This is an all-important field goal because this puts them out ahead by 8 points.
Chris Barr, the ball will be put down at the 18, a 28-yard attempt, an important one. The ball is up. It is good. And so the Bengals widen their lead right now to 7 points. 8 points, I should say. Cincinnati 24, San Diego 16.
Tampa Bay 84 yards away and trailing 14-6. Time remaining 9:53. He rifles that one. That's a 1st down. A good catch there by Isaac Higgins. Here's our first final. Buffalo, a mild upset, nips the New York Jets 14-12. The Jets drop below 500 again. Take a look at those standings now. First down. Tampa Bay on their 28. Williams. Giles at the 35. The whistle blows.
You know,
7-yard gain, Hank.
You know, that's the nice thing about the size of Doug Williams. He can look down the middle over the top of those linebackers and get the ball to the tight end quickly, which he has done several times here this afternoon. But he has a great knack of getting rid of the ball quickly to the tight end, and for that reason, it's very effective.
2nd and 3. Tampa Bay on their 35. The Jets have now won 5 and lost 6. Buffalo has won 5 and lost 6. Clock is moving. They run for it, bursting for the 1st down. Reaching the 40-yard line is Rick Burns and Al Baker. Got to him first. Burns picks up about 5. That gives him 65 yards. And a time call by the officials. Burns is shaken up. He's played a good game today, Hank.
Yes, he has played very well, and he's a good back. And I know, talking to John before the season, he was very optimistic about the ability of this young back from Nebraska, and he's justified that confidence by playing very well here this afternoon.
Doug Williams is a 2nd-year quarterback. Burns is a rookie, and Ricky Bell is a 3rd-year player. That's a very young backfield for the Buccaneers. Tampa Bay on their own 40. First down. Plenty of time. That's another completion to the tight end, Jimmy Giles. He's short of a first down, but they'll spot it on the Tampa Bay 48. Ken Fantetti, the linebacker, and Gary Cobb, another linebacker. Nice setup there. Look at him whip that ball. He's got the release.
Yes, he has, and he's got a great wrist. Terrific wrist. Good RPMs on the ball. Throws it nice and firm. Not too hard, but firm enough to get through the area and right on target to the tight end.
Giles is now caught 6 passes. There goes Eckwood. And Eckwood picks up a first down. Jerry Eckwood. He was hit in the secondary by Jimmy Allen. They'll spot it on the Lions 45.5.
You know, the other thing that would be very effective against the way Detroit's playing, especially on first down, is some kind of a bootleg, Kurt. They react so quickly to the first fake. Is something faking one way and coming back and throwing the other would be very effective.
Purifoy's in at left end, replacing Bill Gay. The Buccaneers with a first down. Time remaining, 6:52. Swings it out to Ricky Bell. Flag is down in the secondary. Could be something in the backfield. Harrell drove Ricky Bell out of bounds. Tampa Bay and clubs on long losing streaks have not mixed this year against Tampa Bay. Atlanta beat Tampa Bay last week to break a 3-game losing streak. Earlier in the year, the Giants broke a 4-game losing streak when they beat the Bucs in New York. Both cases, the Bucs were playing on the road. The Lions have a 6-game losing streak, and again, it's a road game for the Buccaneers.
Offensive pass interference, number 81.
Isaac Higgins commits offensive pass interference. Well, that hurt him. Moves it back to their own 45. Makes it 1st and 20, just when their drive was moving. They're set back on a penalty. 14-6, Lions leading. That is incomplete to Isaac Higgins. Pass was low. It'll be 2nd down, 20. Look at the difference in penalties.
Those are hard to overcome. 10 for 75 yards by Tampa, 5 for 40, Detroit.
2nd down, 20. Uphill battle here for young Doug Williams. Out of the pocket, 45, 50, 45. Skips away to the 40. Goes down on the 39-yard line of Detroit. And he got some of it back and more that time.
Well, they got short. They got a good chunk of it back that time, Kurt. And Doug Williams really exercised good judgment there. He went back in the pocket. The whole thing opened up in the middle like a big flower. He saw it quickly, was very decisive. Didn't waste any time once he saw the cavity up front. There you see him. He sees the running room, takes off, and he's got good running action. Pretty good agility and quickness for as tall as he is. Gets to the outside and really does a good job on the play.
They have a 3rd and 4, Hank. Big 3rd down play. The pass incomplete to Giles, the tight end, and they had him smothered. That was Ken Fantetti, the rookie, middle linebacker, who broke it up.
Yeah, that time the linebacker really did a good job of covering on the play. And he's been going to him on that situation some, and the linebacker was very quick to anticipate the play and knocked it down.
There it is. There's Fantetti all over him. 4th down. 4 to go. Tampa Bay behind 14-6, has to gamble. Time remaining, 5:47. They'll throw for it. He's going to run, and he's out of bounds. Where does he go out? I believe he made it.
It's going to be very close, but he might have made it.
They're going to mark him out, I believe, on the 34 of the Lions.
Yes, he does.
First down, Tampa Bay.
Boy, great play here by Doug Williams. Improvises, doesn't see anybody open, just takes off. Straight arm there. He was able to do that because he had the ball in the right arm. Had he had it in the left arm, he'd have been out of business.
I get a kick out of you. You love that left arm, right arm.
Well, it's important. There's a great illustration of using the straight arm.
You must have talked to those ball carriers in their sleep about that, huh?
Oh, yeah. That was one of my pet peeves, to see him run it right or left with the ball in the wrong arm.
First down. Williams will throw. Out it goes. What a catch. Great catch by Giles, the tight end. Another first down. And he's right at the 20-yard line of Detroit.
Boy, I tell you, you talked a little bit about the touch of Doug Williams earlier in the game. But this is a great illustration of the kind of touch he has. He put the ball right where it had to be. And Jimmy Giles really made a super catch.
14-yard play. I want to remind all you fans in Tampa Bay we'll be down here next Sunday for the Giant game. 4 o'clock game your time. Phil Simms will be there for the Giants, the rookie quarterback. A good young one, as is Doug Williams. Williams looks him over. Another grab by Giles. And the Buccaneers on the move. Giles' second catch in a row.
He's a piece of work, isn't he?
He's something.
And in conjunction with that, he's so strong. You know, once he catches the ball, it takes 2 or 3 guys to knock him down. Look, there's 2 of them. They find him corralling. But he is big and strong and really makes something happen.
They're on the 12-yard line of Detroit. Seemed like they started this drive an hour ago on their own 16-yard line. What a drive. The score here could mean something for them. Second down, 2. There he is. Touchdown. No! He's out. Morris Owens is out of the end zone. He was wide open.
Well, that's unbelievable. He was wide open, and Williams threw the ball as well as you could throw it. Sets up nicely, has a rush, throws it up on top. Oh, no, he threw it on the outside too far and forced him out of bounds. It didn't look like that initially, but that's what happened on the play.
They had him open. In fact, Owen, if he turned around, just stood there, could have nailed him in the end zone with it. All right, they need 2 yards for a first down. 3rd and 2, Tampa Bay on the Lion 12-yard line. This drive has gone 72 yards to Tampa Bay. 4 minutes, 5 seconds to play.
Something to the left side of center. There it is.
They stop him. Rick Burns. Burns is stopped. Fantetti hit him. I don't believe he. Well, he might have picked up a half yard. Time called by Tampa Bay. They have 2 left now.
Well, they had a big bubble, and by bubble I mean an area where the linebacker is off the line of scrimmage. It looked like he hit the perfect spot. Evidently, they didn't execute and block people on the play because that was exactly the place to run on that last play.
And there's your score.
A chilly day in Cleveland, but an exciting football game has kept things warmed up throughout the afternoon. The Seattle Seahawks take over at their own 27-yard line. Jim Zorn may go right upstairs. He's got Hunter and Moore in the backfield. He stays on the ground to Hunter. Quick opener. There he goes at midfield. 45, 40, 30, 25, 20, 10. He is down at about the 7-yard line. Ron Bolton, 28, caught Al Hunter from behind finally. And the former Notre Dame star takes Seattle right down deep into Cleveland territory with a 71-yard run.
Watch the right guard take on number 78, Mickey Sims, blows him out of the way. Hunter hits the hole right behind it on that quick opener, takes it up back, eludes a linebacker, eludes number 22, Clarence Scott. He's off to the races. Number 57, Clay Matthews, trying to catch him, but not making up any ground at all. Finally, Ron Bolton, 28, applies the first hit, brings him down, but not after the ball gets all the way down to the Cleveland 6-yard line. Seattle taking control on a big play by that man right there, Al Hunter.
And Hunter scored from 6 yards out the last time. goes nowhere. Lyle Alzado, 77, the defensive left end, stacks it up for the Browns.
One thing on that last play, let's give credit to the offensive line again. Bob Newton just blew Mickey Sims out. Number 78 Newton coming over from the Bears. A great block on that play, which sprung Al Hunter. Jack Patera's got to be a little happier as he works that gum further, trying to look nonchalant, but a little pleased with the way his ball club has come back.
Second and goal. Large in motion. This is Hunter. Al cuts and gets down to about the 1. As he made his cut, you saw his foot slip just ever so little, but he regained his balance and carried the ball down to about the 1. Tom Darden, 27, made the tackle.
Al Hunter again getting the ball going right, and as we mentioned earlier, the open end of the field sodded recently. The sod is not completely set. As he tries to make his cut, his right foot will slip, his left foot will slip, his right foot will slip again. He still gets upfield trying to maintain balance, but brought down short of the goal line.
Now Al Hunter and Seattle has the ball on the 1. Sherman Smith is in now. Sherman Smith, touchdown Seattle. And the Mariners come right back charging hard with Hunter's 71-yard gallop setting up this touchdown. And so Seattle goes up by a score of 28-17.
Again, running it right inside. Smith, 6'4", 225, taking the ball, running it right into the offensive line as you see him on the right side of your screen. The hole there, untouched, going into the end zone. Good blocking at the point of attack for Seattle as they get the ball in the end zone again to score now 28-17. Herrera the extra point.
And he's got it. 4 plays, 73 yards on that one, and a big run by Al Hunter. So here in Cleveland, the Browns will need a miracle finish now. We have a timeout with 9:29 to play. Seattle leads 29-17.
On the CBS Sports Spectacular, the Mr. Universe Bodybuilding Championship and other events next Saturday at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Worshing will kick off now. Rich Morty is center deep to receive it. Flanked by Jack Holmes and Wayne Wilson for the New Orleans Saints. Marty has it at the 2, to the 5, to the 10, to the 15. Marty to the 20, to the 25. And he stopped at the 27-yard line. Dan Bunch made the tackle. Well, Rich Marty is a man of many talents. He's in motion.
He sure is, Lindsay. I talked to Dick Nolan before the ball game. He said, well, he's a throwback to the old days. He'll play anywhere you ask him. Running back, quarterback. He'll play linebacker. He'll play any place on special teams. He's the captain of the special team for the New Orleans Saints. A real tough kid, as you could see. He runs these kickoffs back with authority. He doesn't mind hitting that wedge.
First and 10 at the 27-yard line for Archie Manning. Muncie and Galbraith the setback. Muncie to the 31-yard line. Archie Reese, second-year man from Clemson, made the tackle.
Well, we told you those 3 touchdowns in the first half for Chuck Muncie tied a New Orleans Saint record. Archie Manning scored 3 times in one game. Bramowitz has scored, and Walt Roberts scored 3 in a game.
Second and 6.
So I was going to say Muncie becomes the 4th guy to do it.
Ike Harris in motion back to the inside. Ike Harris gets the ball. Ike Harris stretching it out. Got across the 45. Archie Reese pulling him down.
To credit Archie Manning with a good handoff there. He was about ready to be tackled. Watch Manning here. Here comes the reverse. They fake the sweep around the right side, and Manning's almost down. His knee looked like it almost touched the ground here. He laterals it back to Ike Harris, picks up 16 yards in the first down on the reverse.
It's at the 47-yard line of the Saints. First and 10. Harrison Chandler double to the left side. Childs the tight end right. Muncie a wing back right. Galbraith the lone setback. Muncie in motion. Galbraith. His head down and drive to the San Francisco 47. Melvin Morgan made the tackle.
Second down, 6 yards to go.
3 touchdown passes by Terry Bradshaw, and Pittsburgh is just balling Kansas City.
Chandler to the left side, Ike Harris wide right, running back 12 split, Muncie left, Galbraith right, Archie Manning waits for the snap. Muncie out of traffic at the 46-yard line. Archie Reese and Dan Bunce, gain of a yard.
Sherman Smith has scored from 1 yard out in the fourth quarter now. Seattle extending their lead by 12. And the Redskins, Joe Theismann having a great day, 27-14 over the Cardinals.
Third down and 5 yards to go. 8 minutes 56 seconds remaining to be played. That's in the third quarter remaining. On the draw play, it's Muncie. He's got the first down. And he goes out of bounds at the 32-yard line, and there's a penalty marker out there. Muncie's down.
Muncie's still down. Oh, what a day he's had on the draw play. Could be hurt bad over there. We hope not. He was roughed up after he was knocked out of bounds. That's that same play Lindsey's been working all day long. Here's the draw to Muncie. The defensive end, Cedric Hardman, takes himself out of the play. Nobody had to block him. Now Muncie beats the cornerback out there, Cornelius, and goes down the sideline. And now watch. See the hand? That's number 50, Ron Schumann, the linebacker, slammed him down, and there goes the flag. 15-yard pickup.
Personal foul against the San Francisco 49ers. For the out-of-bounds action on Muncie, and McCarter will give us further information in a moment after the penalty's been stepped off. Muncie's all right.
There it is. Chuck having a great day. 13 carries, 88 yards, 3 touchdowns, and he had 1 run of 49 yards called back.
Personal foul, late tackling, at least 2 players on the defense. First down.
I think it was Dan Bunz and Ron Schumann, 2 players on the defense with a late hit, and that puts the ball first and 10 at the 17. Mike Strawn is in, Chuck Muncie's out. Saints are leading 24-6.
About the only way to stop that guy today is out of bounds.
Strawn drops the ball. Dribbles it, covers it.
Saints got it. Fumble here, and number 50, Ron Schumann's got the football.
Had the football, and now tempers are flaring.
Quick whistle. He was down, maybe.
There's a 49er injured, and we're getting an injury timeout now. The referee McCarter says my timeout. Willie Harper, that is, I think.
Now here's Strawn on the sweep right. Here come the guards, Dobler. Strawn just can't find the handle on it. The elusive football. It's down, and then a host of San Francisco 49ers go for the football. Ron Schumann has it.
And Kansas City takes over for one last time with 41 seconds left to play. Still unable to get in the end zone. Well, meanwhile, at Mile High Stadium, John, the Broncos and the Patriots are warming up. They're just about ready to tee it up.
Hey, Don, that's going to be a good one, because right now there are 5 or 6 teams at 7-3 in this league, and to get to 8-3 is a big step for them and a good move in the playoffs. 7-4 puts them right back in the hunt. It looks like it's going to be a long way up for Oakland from now on. Looks like Houston is going to, in the process of getting a big win today. That'll put him in a position, at least if Pittsburgh is to fall a little bit, to compete with them.
Fuller's completion to Marshall, and then there's the stopping of the clock as the Chiefs are allotted another timeout. 30 seconds left to go in the game. Second down and 6 will be coming up for Kansas City at the 40-yard line of Pittsburgh when the play is back in. Tough scheduling for both these teams next week. Kansas City moves out west to play an AFC Western Division opponent, the Raiders at Oakland. Raiders won't be too happy about all this, and they're down 31-17 at the moment at Houston. And the Pittsburgh Steelers go against San Diego. Marv Levy, after last week's game, says he thinks that San Diego is the best team in the AFC West, better than Denver.
Well, he may be right. There are 3 or 4 excellent teams in the AFC West, but this team, in my opinion, stands above all teams in the game of football. Somebody said something to the effect that the Dallas Cowboys were claiming to be the team of America. Pittsburgh players reacted to saying all we want to be is the team from Pittsburgh. And in my opinion, there hasn't been a team come along like this group of guys since Green Bay in 1964, 5 and 6, and they may even surpass them.
I think if they met in the same field, they'd surpass by about 3 touchdowns. Marshall had his hands on the ball. Donnie Shell covering on the play. An incomplete pass stops the clock with 25 seconds left to play in the game. We'll be updating all the scores and highlights from around the NFL with a report from NFL 79, time permitting, following the conclusion of this game. And then our NBC cameras move on out to Denver, Colorado. The Patriots and the Broncos ready to tee it up there in the NBC doubleheader game. Marshall goes out wide to the left. Fuller calling good control at quarterback. Maintaining himself well against an offensive, awesome defense of the Steelers. Fumble football, spoke too soon. Fuller lost the ball, and Robin Cole took it on the one hop. So the Steelers have it back with 17 seconds left. They'll come out and run the ball up the gut and run the game out. Got their 9th win of the season. Hard to believe they've lost any, but they've lost 2. 17-14 they were beaten, as you'll remember, by Philadelphia. At 37-14 they lost to Cincinnati. Bengals beneficiaries of 9 turnovers. That's a season full for Pittsburgh.
Well, I think when you know, that's a statistic, as you mentioned. They lead the league in turnovers. I think that will disprove that old theory that the more you turn the ball over, the less effective your team can be. And I think it just indicates these guys come out from pillar to post, firing the ball at you, making things happen. When you do that, you create a few turnovers. But so what? You win a lot of ball games.
Another interesting aspect of that, John, is invariably the most penalized team in the NFL every year is one of the best teams. A lot of years it's Oakland. Aggressive. Well, that's going to do it. The clock is ticking out. The Kansas City Chiefs fall to the powerful Pittsburgh Steelers 30-3. The best place to have Pittsburgh is right off your schedule. Kansas City doesn't have to play them again anyway. That's where you want the Steelers. You got them where you want them when you have them off the schedule, I think. So for John Brody, this is Don Criqui. Glad you could be with us at Kansas City doubleheader football coming up on NBC.
Seconds remaining. Mike Reinfeldt, who leads the National Football League in interceptions, has added 2 more to his total on this day's work. He has 11 for the year. And he has just preserved this win for the Oilers. Houston 31, Oakland 17, fourth period. Seattle has scored again on Cleveland. It is Seattle 29, Cleveland 17 playing in the fourth period. And if that holds up, it'll be Pittsburgh 9-2, Houston 8-3, Cleveland 7-4, and Cincinnati losing. They'll be 2-9. And Cincinnati comes in here next week. And I am a perpetual worrier, admittedly, but I will continue to worry about Cincinnati once again because they are something else. They can be tough. Now the Oilers will kill a minute and 36 seconds if they can. Raiders have all 3 timeouts left. We'll see if they'll call one immediately here to stop the clock or if they'll wait until third down. And Earl Campbell gets the handoff hit in the backfield by Charles Filioff and is knocked down immediately. And with that, Oakland calls the timeout. We'll take it with them. Our score, Houston 31, the Raiders 17. Houston Oilers football continues after this word from your local station.
Efren Herrera will kick it off for Seattle. Seattle leading 29-17. Dino Hall is back deep for the Cleveland Browns. Again, he kicks it on the ground. The Browns have a little trouble covering the ball, but they do at the 30. Now I'm beginning to think it is intentional, George. The last 2 kicks. Matt Miller, 71, covered it.
When you've got a guy like Hall back there, number 2 in the NFL in punt returns, you've got to realize they're very cautious of that and maybe practicing.
So Sam Rutigliano, knowing now that his Browns have to pull off another miracle finish, as they did last week against the Philadelphia Eagles. They did it in a little more than 4 minutes to come up with a big win, their 7th of the year, and they have been able to stay tied with Houston for 2nd place in the AFC Central. Next week, the Browns will play Miami right here. At the 30, Brian Sipe. Swings it. That ball intended for Pruitt. I don't know if his arm was hit or not, but the ball went sailing anyway. And Brian Sipe has an incompleted pass. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Sipe looked like he tried to throw it away intentionally. He saw the linebackers going over to Pruitt's side, and as a result decided the best thing to do would be to get rid of it.
Coming up next on NBC, most of you will see the Patriots against the Broncos in a battle between 2 top playoff contenders, and that should be some battle. Craig Morton's coming off a big game for Denver, going 17 out of 26 last week for 233 yards. And, of course, Rogan hit for 350 last week. Now let's see if Sipe can hit on 2nd and 10. Up the middle, and it's underthrown to Ozzie Newsome, and Newsome was out there.
Newsome was flat open. The ball was just underthrown. Seattle had 5 defensive backs in there, knowing that Cleveland's got to start throwing the ball. Even with 5 backs in there, Newsome found the seam, got open, but Sipe just flat underthrew him.
So now it is 3rd down for Cleveland. And checking into the backfield is Cleo Miller. Going out is Mike Pruitt.
Passing situations, Miller comes in. It should indicate what Cleveland's going to try to do.
By the way, Robert Hardy, number 75, the defensive left tackle who was injured, just left the field on crutches. We'll go for x-ray. Sipe has some time, and incomplete on the 42, flag down. Against Cornell Webster, he had the coverage on Reggie Rucker, the intended receiver. So the Browns will pick up a 1st down. Cornell Webster, the 3rd-year man from Tulsa. Guilty.
Defensive pass interference. Defensive pass interference, number 38. 1st down.
Here's a wide shot of the defensive backs. Webster at the top part of your screen. You see the 2 receivers running down. Rucker, number 33, right there. You won't be able to see it. It wasn't his right hand. It was his left hand that was on Rucker's back. That's what the official called. The official being right there, saw the whole play. Good call.
Willis Adams now in, a rookie, as Sipe goes all the way, but incomplete down to the 10-yard line. And that was Willis Adams, who just came in, the rookie from Houston. He replaced Rucker, and Sipe was going for the home run ball.
Adams at 4.4 speed, 1st-round draft choice this year. Definitely a man that can fly, and Sipe knows that he'd wish he could fly just a little faster to get in under that ball he threw up there for him.
Now it is 2nd and 10 for the Browns, and the Brown 44, and the clock is stopped with 8 minutes, 58 seconds left to play. Seattle leading 29-17. Seattle led 16-0, 16-3 at the half. Cleveland led 17-16 at the end of 3. Now it's been Seattle in the 4th quarter with a pair of touchdowns. 2nd and 10. This time it is complete. And it's completed to Mike Pruitt coming out of the backfield near the midfield stripe. Keith Simpson, 42, the strong safety, made the tackle. A gain of 6, and it's 3rd down 4 coming up for the Browns.
You know, Sipe really doesn't have to go that long. He's still got 8.5 minutes to go before the end of the game. He can take those short passes to the backs and move the ball downfield, rely on his defense to get it back, which they're paid to do, and try to get it in again. That time he hit Pruitt. He was open, no problem at all. Now let's see what he does out of a passing type formation again.
And Ricky Feature, 83, has come in as a wide receiver, replacing Reggie Rucker. He's set right and in motion back to the left side. 3rd and 4. Sipe incomplete on the 45-yard line, and it was Calvin Hill. Again, the pass not well thrown. Michael Jackson, the linebacker, 55, had the coverage, and Cleveland has a 4th down and 3 at midfield.
And it doesn't look as if they're going to punt, Merle.
No, sir. Brian Sipe is staying on the field. 8 minutes, 8 seconds left to play in the game. The Browns are down 29-17. Sam Rutigliano has made the decision. Go. And here it is. This could be the turning point. And now Sipe wants a timeout. They want to think about this one a little bit. Brian Sipe, faced with a 4th down and almost 4, about 3.5, is coming to the sideline to talk to Sam Rutigliano, and he said, now wait a minute, Coach, let's run this one by again and see what we can do about this thing.
Well, it is a big play, one of the biggest in the game to date, and I'm sure he wants to confer with Rutigliano to make sure they're on the same page before he goes out and executes.
All right, we've got a timeout. Seattle leading 29-17.
1st and 10 on the Bear 32. Peyton on a wing. Phipps going deep, intended for Watts. He's got it. Cromwell fell down, and Watts a touchdown. Nolan Cromwell fell down, and the rookie went all the way.
Here's the replay, a good 1st down call. The reason Watts is in there is because of his speed to go deep. A nice long pass. Cromwell fell down. Nobody's going to catch him. Good catch. What a great play for a rookie. His 1st start. That makes up for the one that he was in motion on and was called back.
68-yard touchdown pass. And now the Bears very much back in the spot. The hold, the kick is good. And we're just warming up to this one now. The Rams 16, the Bears 14, 12:38 to go in the 3rd quarter. And it's 2 different ball games. It was all Los Angeles, and now Chicago's coming on.
Packer cheerleaders will be participating on the CBS Sports Spectacular in the NFL Battle of Cheerleaders. Bears are coming back in Los Angeles. Look at this. Chicago within 2 of L.A. Mike Phipps has thrown 2 touchdown passes. Back to live action. 1st and 10 for the Green Bay Packers. Short yardage up the middle for Turdell Middleton. Gets it out to the 41-yard line. Turdell in the 1st half, leading rusher in the game, actually tied Ricky Young for honors, each with 12 carries for 48 yards. We're glad to have him back.
They sure are, and this is what Minnesota likes to get. They'd like to get him in these long yardage situations. They're bringing in 6 defensive backs.
2nd down, 6. Andre Thompson, the wide receiver, in motion. Whitehurst, quick pitch. Middleton slips, crawls about 3 or 4 yards. Turdell Middleton was the number 4 rusher in the NFC last year. In fact, last year against the Vikings, he rushed for 39 carries, set a club record.
That's not a bad way to answer that 6 defensive back alignment, is to run against it, because they're really taking out 2 of their linebackers, so they really are a little more vulnerable to the run. And that's not a bad call, but now he still has a passing situation here.
3rd down, 4 needed for the 1st down. Packers at their 44. Whitehurst blitzes on, gets the pass away, and it's picked off. Bryant at the 45, down to the 40 to the 35-yard line. And the turnovers are even at 2 apiece.
2 apiece, and that's one that Whitehurst would like to have back. Now, again, there was a blitz on, man-to-man coverage. He had to get rid of that a little sooner than he wanted to. And as we're going to see it here again, he does get the pressure. We see the linebacker coming. He gets pushed a little. He has to throw over the pressure. Bobby Bryant has excellent position, just steps in and makes the interception. On the play before that, James Lofton went off the field. I don't know if he was injured or not.
1st and 10, Minnesota at the 35 of Green Bay, out of the hands of Ted Brown, the intended receiver, at the 32-yard line. I don't know, maybe he heard footsteps because he had Mr. Wingo coming up alongside of him, but that pass was thrown pretty hard.
Well, that Rich Wingo hangs right around that middle pretty well, and if you're going to go in there, you're going to meet him. As we see, he also gets the signals from the defense. We see him standing behind the huddle. The defensive signals are sent into Rich Wingo. Then he makes the call in the huddle to the defense.
Sammy White to the left side, Ahmad Rashad to the right. Rashad has been held to just one reception. It's the tight end Bob Tucker in motion. Kramer under pressure again by the Packers. Let's see if it's ruled a fumble on an incompleted forward pass. Kramer said he was trying to throw it.
Kramer showing that his hand was going forward and it was down. They finally did a job on blocking Ezra Johnson on this play, as we're going to say, but it was a stunt in the middle, and we see Earl Edwards come around, and he's the one that puts the pressure on this play as Tommy is going forward. And that's the rule, as long as the hand is going forward, although
the Vikings recovered
ruled a fumble. Yes,
I think it was ruled a fumble, but the Vikings did recover the fumble, so they'll have a third down and 18 upcoming from the 43-yard line of the Green Bay Packers. Both wide receivers to the right side at the bottom of your screen. Rashad, Sammy White in the slot, and the 30-second clock is run out. Delay of game against the Vikings, moves it back to the 48.
Delay of game, number 9, offense, third down.
Tommy Kramer looks frustrated now. He started to walk over to the sideline after that, and of course you can't do that. You can't go over to the sideline or talk to a coach unless it's a timeout. But I think maybe he spent a little too much time arguing that it wasn't a fumble, that his arm was going forward and didn't get the play called in the huddle.
So it's now 3rd and 23 for the Vikings from their own 49-yard line. Pass is completed in the flat to Brown, and he's dangerous. He's to the 35, down to the 33, still about 7 or 8 yards short of the yardage needed for the first down.
And I'm sure that this is a position where Bud Grant is going to go for this. They're really in a position, they're too far away for a field goal. If they punt, they wouldn't gain that much. So we can see that Bud's telling them to go for it and sending in a pass play with Chuck Foreman.
16 yards on that last play. A field goal attempt here. It'll have to be a 50-yarder. So here it comes. 4th down, 7 needed for the first down. The Vikings at the 33-yard line of the Green Bay Packers, trailing 13-0. We're in the 3rd period. It is Foreman who couldn't hold it at the 24-yard line. Let's look at it. I thought it was catchable.
Chuck Foreman, he ran a nice pattern on that, and it was catchable, but the ball looked like it hung a little on him, like it just sat there for a second. We're going to look here. See, he had to hold back and just reach back for it just a little bit. That was a good pass. Chuck Foreman should have caught that, and he knows it.
On the sidelines, the Oiler mascot has a rope that he normally uses to hold on to, has him hold on to the rope. But he is waving it around on the ground like it's a snake. And then with that huge wrench that he carries, he is feeding the snake into submission. And the crowd loves it. Minute and 19 seconds remaining in our ball game. And a lot of the crowd has left the Astrodome. A bunch of folks have gone. But those who are here are savoring this victory over the Oakland Raiders. The rivalry goes back. Yes, this rivalry goes back over a number of years. 3rd down and 7 for Houston. Line of scrimmage is to 26. Mastermany again with a nice head in the backfield. Everybody comes up tight for the Raiders. They know that Houston will not put the ball up. Earl Campbell sweeps the left side, brings it out over the 30 to the 35. 1st and 10, Houston order. That is over 100 yards in the ball game run. Time this year that he has gone over 100 yards. And you got to consider that he carried only 11 times against the Jets and only 3 times against Seattle. But he's had a very busy day. 31 times he carried the ball. 31 carries for 105 is the total that we have on Earl Campbell's. The clock runs at 40 seconds. Now 39. Houston 31, the Oakland Raiders 17. Really watching that 30-second clock. Pitch back goes to Campbell. Turns it upfield at the 35. Going to be knocked down at the 37-yard line. Stays inbound. And that should do it. They will not have to run another play. For the stations down the way, I know we have one more commercial break to run. We will do that at the conclusion of the ball game. Come back for the billboard and then close it out. Might as well do it right now, my friend. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7,
continues in a moment.
There's the story, the time and the score. The Redskins anticipating an onside kick here by Steve Little. He's going to cross him up and kick it deep. Only one man is back as Forte, and it'll make it into the end zone. So the Cardinals figure there's still some time. And you made a very good point a while ago, Sonny. Even though it's been a long afternoon, you got to give Jim Hart credit on that last drive. He stuck it in there. He stayed with it.
He's demonstrating a lot of courage because he's had a tough afternoon. But, you know, 9:40 still left in the football game. A lot of things can happen. Make a big play, make a turnover, get a fumble or anything where they're back in the football game in a hurry. And give Jim Hart a lot of credit.
Malone and Riggins, the running backs from the 20-yard line. Malone comes out across the 20 to the 25-yard line. Eric Williams over there. And that's a 5-yard pickup for Malone. Malone's going to have his best day before it's all over. He had 65 yards as a high for the season. And now has 67 on 16 carries. So his best performance of the year. If you're tired of television stories about ghetto kids, persuaded that they're hopeless, convinced that no way are they going to make it, 60 Minutes has a big surprise for you. Sunday, tonight, at 7 o'clock. There's Theismann to Riggins. And Riggins to the 39, and it's going to be a 3rd down and a yard to go. Bob Pollard, 82, made the tackle.
This is what Washington would like to keep the ball on the ground and keep that clock moving. And the Cardinals really have to get a turnover here and force him to put it up, force a fumble. Look at Warren. Where's he been? Have to send his uniform home to the laundry, huh?
Change defensively for the Cardinals. Garlick is coming out of the game. Ron Jankowski checks in. 3rd down, a yard. Riggins, Malone, and Harmon, all three of them in that backfield. Cardinals would like to hold here, and that play is going to backfire. What a play by Ken Stone, and I'm surprised they went wide on a 3rd and 1.
On a reverse, I'm surprised at the call myself. Unusual call for 3rd down. You fake to the deep back, and then you've got Harmon coming back the other way. No one was fooled on the play. Good play this time. Kenny Stone.
A 6-yard loss, and Sonny, right now the Cardinals have a chance to make a game out of this one. 27-14 the score. Here's Bragg kicking a beautiful kick. They're going to get away from it, though, or are they? That's Roy Green catching the ball with a man on top of him. That man being Monty Coleman. Well, he got away with it. The Cardinals have excellent field position at their own 45-yard line. 1-yard return after a 34-yard kick that time. The Cardinals have the football.
In Los Angeles, and Lonnie Perrin will really thump it. Drew Hill in the end zone, and he's going to run it out to the 10, 15, 20, to about the 23-yard line. And boy, they fired up.
He really kicked that ball 2 yards deep in the end zone.
The Rams, of course, got out in front to a 16-0 lead, and they also were aware of the fact that New Orleans, the last we checked, had a comfortable 17-3 lead, and they've added to that. It is 24-3 in the 3rd, and of course they're battling for first place in the NFC West. So 1st and 10 on the Ram 23, and they go slot right. And this crowd is fired up. Bryant with Hara in front of him, and he gets out to the 25, and he is punished by Campbell and Page.
The Bears are much more aggressive this half, much more physical. They're getting across. They got good pursuit. They did what we said. They stopped them, and their offense scored. That first series is just what you want to get your ball club going the second half. Now the Rams are still going to run that football, and the Bears are still going to have to defense the run.
2nd and 7 on the 26. Ron Smith wide right, Preston Denard wide left. Rutledge play action fake to Tyler, and he's a juggle catch by Denard at the 35. Preston Denard with a hot potato, and he picks up the 1st down.
That ball was up in the air for a while. Anybody's football. Here it is, a play action fake to Tyler. Good call in a running situation. behind the linebacker, Hicks in front of the defender. Rutledge showed a lot of poise there.
Lloyd picks up the 1st and 10 at his own 36-yard line. Drew Hill is in there with Denard. The running backs are Bryant and Tyler. Wendell Tyler on a block by Bryant, and that springs him. There he goes to the 30-yard line. Chasing him is Terry Schmidt, and Schmidt will tackle him in the end zone. Touchdown, an explosive run by Wendell Tyler.
Just what he did last week.
63-yard run by Wendell Tyler.
High formation, toss, designed to go wide. He cuts back against the grain. Uses his great running ability and speed. No chance. Not many people are going to catch him.
Livers and Schmidt tried to. When they got him, he was in the end zone. So it is 22-14 Los Angeles. Frank Corral with Nolan Cromwell holding. Try to make it 23-14. The kick is good. That run by Wendell Tyler, a 63-yard scamper for the touchdown. That is the longest run from scrimmage by a Ram back this year. We have 10:57 left in the third, 23-14.
Let's check some scores, Sonny, throughout the NFL. Seattle and Cleveland.
29-17. I have a little different score. I have 22-17. We'll have to check that again.
Los Angeles, Chicago.
They got another score. Wendell Tyler with a 65-yard run.
He's been hurt.
And Green Bay doing it to Minnesota again. 24-6. That's in the third period.
It's surprising. Minnesota won that first game in overtime. Wait a minute. Flags everywhere.
Keith Wortman kind of set back on his haunches a little bit. And Ford Bacon.
False start on the offense, number 62.
You know, many people have probably wondered why Bud was staying with Jim Hart, but he hadn't given up on this football game, and his perseverance may really be, you know, reinforced here. They're still in this football game with 7:44 left.
All he needs a big play.
But they have a 1st and 15 now after that penalty. Hart back, Bacon putting pressure on. Hart throws the ball to Pat Tilley. Tilley is to the 40, and that's a first down, and Hart threw that ball as Coy Bacon had made contact with him. A 19-yard pickup. And that might be the play you were talking about.
It's amazing he got as much on the football as he did when he goes back. Watch the rushes on it. It looks like he may not get the thing off. He's not going to be able to get anything on the ball because Bacon has a big left arm on the back of him. And look, you see the ball doesn't have everything on it, but he makes a good throw, a very accurate one.
And this crowd now anticipating that this isn't over yet. Jim Otis Anderson. Anderson at 35. Lowers his head, and he's close to the 30-yard line and close to another first down. Neil Olkowitz over there, and there's still 7:02 left. And I would imagine at this moment Jack Pardee is getting a little bit nervous.
You can imagine if they score, especially and get the extra point, because that would cut it to 6.
Well, that point's a big point, isn't it? There's Detroit still leading Tampa Bay.
Isn't that something? 14-9. That's in the fourth.
Neil O'Donoghue, I see, got a field goal. And this is some game, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Cincinnati 24-16.
By the way, that last run moved Anderson over 100 yards for the day, his 6th 100-yard day. Theodis Brown carries to the 26-yard line. Olkowitz made the stop. So Otis Anderson's 6th 100-yard day.
Went over 100. I bet you this is the longest, toughest 100 this year.
But that shows me something about him. He is a real battler. There he is, rookie out of Miami of Florida, the 8th pick in the first round. Hard back to throw, and he's in trouble. And, well, Bobby Coleman, Ken Houston putting the pressure on. I don't know what the booing's all about.
Very close to being a fumble.
Did you think it was?
No, I didn't think it was a fumble. I thought it was the correct call. His arm is going forward. He ducks the blitz here. They come with the safety blitz. You see right here, watch Jim duck. Kenny Houston goes over the top of him, comes up, and his arm will be going forward. He's still trying to throw the football. You see, he actually made a motion.
No question about it.
It wasn't his best motion, but he saved the loss.
2nd down, 10. Kelly, Gray, the wide receivers. Hart He gets it off to Theodis Brown, and Theodis Brown doesn't get a lot on that. He's inside the 25 to the 24. Brad Music, last 2 years, has led the Redskins in tackles over there to make that stop. Joe Jones will come in now, along with Tony Peters, on an apparent passing situation, 3rd and 8.
Interesting call here. You know you're going to go for it on 4th down. Sometimes you can cross them up and go for a quick trap up the middle.
Good point. We have a final now. Miami shutting out Baltimore.
19-7.
3rd down and 8. 5:55 left in the game. Hunt delivers the ball, and it's caught. A fine catch that time by Osborne, Richard Osborne. That's a 1st down to the 15-yard line.
Boy, does he ever make a great catch here, and a clutch catch, because Kenny Houston is right with him. Good throw by Jim Hart. Just getting sacked, coming right back, stepping up in the pocket, delivering the pass, very accurate. Look at this. He could make a mistake with that one because Houston was in a direction where he could have made an interception.
First catch of the year for Osborne. Back to throw again, Hart on 1st down. Delivers to Pat Tilley to the 5. Tilley is to the 1. Pat Tilley to the 1-yard line. And with 5:10, the Cardinals are right back in this one.
Boy, what a good throw. You just have to admire this way he struggled throughout the afternoon. Had some passes shot, but hanging tough right to the end again. Good, accurate throw. That's why I think he's like 9th on the all-time list, or he will be, as far as pass completions.
He needed 20 today.
20 today, and he could be getting close.
Cardinals now trying to take it in. Theodis Brown diving, and he's in for the touchdown.
There's a flag down.
Cardinals have been plagued with those penalties. Who's it against? It's against the Redskins. They'll review that.
27.
And all of a sudden now, it's a 27-20 game.
Just over the top. They have no trouble when they get close. Having people that can leap like this. Big man leaps in for the touchdown. Oh, it's going to go down to the wire, isn't it?
I tell you, you said earlier, I trailed in a game 21 points in a situation like this and came back.
21 in the 3rd we were down and came back, but not so much in the 4th. And boy, they've got everything going their way right now.
Little for the point after, a big point after. He gets it. It's 27-21 with 4 minutes, 38 seconds left in this game. At the 14:54 mark of this game, the Redskins led it 27-7.
We don't think it's cold here in Cincinnati. The temperature 35 degrees and it's falling. This is Phil Stone along with Paul McGuire, and we've got a dandy for you from Riverfront, where the Bengals lead the heavily favored Chargers 24-16. Chris Barr puts his foot into the football, and it'll be Artie Owens at the 6. He's at the 10. They're going to reverse it to Don Woods. He's up to the 15, the 20, and he's wrestled down. It didn't fool anybody. He makes it to the 23-yard line, and it is the rookie, Jim Browner, tackling him. And so San Diego will start now from their own 23-yard line. Look at it again, Paul.
All right, this is number 50. Is that 52 Dinkle?
Yes, it is. Dinkle.
They sent Dinkle the other way. That a super smash. They had to reverse, and Browner, number 21, stays to the outside, does his job as a safety, and brings him down.
And now the crowd comes alive as they sense a possible upset. 4:20 to play. San Diego trails by 8. Bounce goes to the air to Clarence Williams. He's got the football at the 33-yard line. A pickup of 9 is stopped by Tom Rudd, the 5-year man out of Nebraska, and Jim LeClaire. And they're calling it a 1st down. Seattle has now gone out in front of Cleveland 29-17 in a game that was a seesaw affair. That one now in the 4th period. Dinkle is now out of the game after that shot. Tom Rudd is in. Bounce to the air on 1st down. He's got a man. It is Mike Thomas. He goes out of bounds. Another San Diego 1st down. Reggie Williams is behind Mike Thomas and chases him out.
We saw Faust last week take this team and move him down against Kansas City when it looked like Kansas City was going to close in on him, and he's a drive just like this one. 2 good pass plays. The ball's on target. He gets his man Thomas out of bounds. 1st down, and he's doing what he has to do, save the clock.
The Bengals, Paul, are doing it the same way they did it against Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, taking advantage of turnovers and miscues. First down, the ball on the 45. Fouts drops the pass. Look at this, all the time he needs. Unloads over the middle, and nobody's there. Either Fouts misread the pattern or Bob Klein ran the wrong pattern. It's the only receiver he had to go to. Everybody else was covered.
All right, Cobb is on Jefferson short. He's going to have, I think, some help deep. And he threw the ball over the head of Klein. What happened is Klein went down about 17 yards and turned up. And I think Fouts thought he was going to go forward with it, and he didn't.
Third period score from Soldier Field. Los Angeles over Chicago, 23-14. Second and 10. The ball now at the 46. Fouts drops. All the time he needs. Charlie Joyner is wide open, and he juggles it out of bounds. The referee says it's complete. And now they're overruling him. It is not complete. Wait just a minute, Paul.
If they give them this ball, this is a bad call. Because Charlie Joyner did not have the ball when he went out of bounds. And the Bengals and the fans have a right to be upset. All right, here's the protection again. Now he's starting to get some protection. But watch right here at the end of the play. Joyner does not have possession of the football. He's bobbling the ball as he runs out of bounds. You can see it right there. It is not a first down, but they give it to him anyway.
The official on the near side was watching his feet, and he did not see his hands juggling the football. It is a first down for San Diego. Fouts, look at this time. He lofts it. And Thomas almost had the ball. He did not get to it. Jim LeClaire, tremendous defense. Mike Thomas is trying to claim LeClaire obstructed him. The referee did not see it that way. It was a good call, but there was no call.
Tony, that was super coverage by the middle linebacker. LeClaire on the back coming out of the backfield. He had him one-on-one, tough coverage, and stayed with him and knocked the ball away.
That sets the Chargers now with a 2nd and 10 at the 31.
All right, here's the one to Joyner again. Watch the ball. The official right there is looking at his feet and not at the ball.
2nd and 10 at the 31. The Chargers with 3 wide receivers. Dan back to pass. Unloads on a crossing pattern. Joyner cannot hold it. What a play by Dick Geron, Paul. Joyner had the football. Geron stripped them of it. And instead of 6 points and the Chargers trailing by 2, it is now 3rd and 10 at the 32.
I'll tell you, that was a super pass play, a good route. The ball was thrown the only place it could be caught, but the defender made an excellent play on Joyner.
Look at this one. Miami buried the Baltimore Colts today, 19-0. There you see Don Coryell on the near sideline. The Bengals now on 3rd and 10 have employed the nickel defense, 5 defensive backs. The Chargers counter with 3 wide receivers. Fouts all the time he needs. Throws over the middle to Artie Owens. Touchdown, San Diego. And the man he got behind was the right side linebacker, Reggie Williams.
You know, this is really extremely tough coverage for a linebacker. We've been saying it all day. LeClaire covered Thomas a little while ago, but look at number 57. He's got to cover Artie Owens. There's just no match as far as the speed is concerned. The ball was perfectly thrown over the shoulders of the linebacker into Artie Owens' hands. Touchdown. Look at this play. Fouts couldn't have thrown the ball any better. Perfect pass. Picked out the right man, had him one-on-one on the linebacker. Touchdown.
And for Artie Owens, that's his first TD of 1979. And don't you know, he loved that one. The Chargers now 3:13 to play in the game. They trail by 2. Mike Wood will try to cut the margin to 1. The snap. The ball is down. It is up. Perfect.
You know what the flag is for? Number 63 comes into the football game from the bench and did not report.
That's Doug Wilkerson, and right you are, Paul. The officials calling Doug for illegal procedure.
Well, see, he has to report because he's the end man on the line of scrimmage.
Just before the snap, Mike Wood sensed something was wrong. He wanted to call a timeout just before the ball went down, but he could not get the officials' attention or any of his teammates' attention. Hence, there is an illegal procedure call, and they'll place it down again, this time from about the 19 or 20.
What happened was Doug Wilkerson made a heads-up play by going in the football game. They did not have enough men on the field. We'll hear it.
Illegal formation. Number 63 did not report into the game.
See, Stoney, what happens is he saw that there were only 10 men on the field. He did a heads-up thing from the bench, but he has to report he's normally not in the field goal or extra point team at the end of the line.
Here's the snap. It's down, it is up, and it is right on. And so the Chargers have come back with 3 minutes, 13 seconds to play in this ball game. It is the Bengals 24, the San Diego Chargers 23. And we'll be right back with more football from Riverfront.
NBC, most of you will see the battle between New England and Denver. Teams have identical records, 7-3. The Pats lead the AFC East. Denver is tied in the West with San Diego. Here's that Pittsburgh-Kansas City score, and Terry Bradshaw's hit for 3 touchdowns today. And that is a final. Steelers win it 30-3. Miami shelling Baltimore 19-0. Steelers now are 9-2. Rucker in motion, 4th down. Sipes got to go for it. He's got to get it. He is out of bounds in the 39-yard line of Seattle. Chased out by Autry Beeman. But Sipe knew where he was going. He got 10 yards on the play. And I kind of think that was run.
Well, you know, every time you see all this congestion in the middle and everybody dropping off as fast as they were, it leaves that void in there between the defensive line and the secondary. And Sipe, knowledgeable as he is, took advantage of it. Also knowledgeable as he is, when he saw the traffic coming back, he got out of bounds, but not before a first down was had.
So Brian Sipe, 6 rushes, 31 yards. Ricky Feature, 83, is down as a wide receiver. He has replaced Reggie Rucker. Logan will go to the right. Ozzie Newsome will split to the left, and Feature will go in the slot right. The draw. Pruitt banging hard for yardage. Terry Beeson, 58. Keith Butler, 53. The linebackers make the tackle. The flag on the play as Pruitt goes for about 8 yards.
It's against Seattle, another 5-yard penalty.
Defense, number 58 on the tackle. First down.
And Terry Beeson, the middle linebacker from Kansas, gets the face mask call.
Again, Sipe taking the snap. The same draw that worked so well previously. Pruitt gets the ball heading upfield. You'll see Beeson coming into the picture momentarily right there, making the tackle, grabbing the face mask as he goes down. The official ruling it wasn't intentional, but the grab was made. 5 yards, first down.
From the 26, Sipe will go to the air, and he's going for Newsome. Ozzie's got it out of bounds inside the 5. On the 3, Dave Brown, 22, the quarterback had the coverage. You're looking at a wide receiver tight end who just caught a pass for 23 yards. Bear Bryant called him the Wizard of Oz at Alabama, one of the greatest athletes he said he ever had at Alabama. Boy, this guy, wide receiver or tight end, either one, he can do it.
Well, you were looking at a close play, too. Some chalk was kicked up as Newsome went out of bounds. The official right there ruling he was in bounds. For today, 3 receptions, 61 yards. Sipe puts that ball up to all his receivers. Newsome coming up with a big catch, as he's done in other games this year.
First and goal on the 3 of Seattle. Seattle leading 29-17. Sipe, bootleg. Touchdown. Took a hit from Beeson in the end zone, but Sipe, behind good blocking, he had 2 pulling blockers in front of him, and Sipe goes in to score. Robert E. Jackson, 68, led the blocking, and Sipe is in.
A well-designed play from an offensive standpoint. He's got the option of running and passing as he steps out. You'll see number 68, Robert Jackson, out there with him. He decides to run, tells Jackson he's going. A good block there, number 38, Webster, by Jackson. Allows Sipe to get in, greeted inside to the goal line by Beeson, number 58, but too little too late. Browns are back on the scoreboard, 29-23 with Cockcroft for the extra point.
Logan to hold. And Cockcroft kicks it through. So with 7 minutes, 41 seconds left in the game. Plenty of time for a lot of wild action. 29-24, Seattle.
An NFL doubleheader upcoming next Sunday on CBS. First game of the twin bill, depending on where you happen to be, you Packer fans. We'll see the Packers against Buffalo. Dallas, Washington should be a good one. And the key Eastern Division battle between St. Louis and Philadelphia. And the second game, one of these 3 contests. Viking fans will see the Vikings against the Detroit Lions. First and 10. Green Bay from the 32-yard line. Give is to Torkelson. We got word from down below that James Lofton bruised his ribs, but I notice he's right back in there.
Yeah, he is. On that third down play, he had gone off the field, and then we got the word that he had bruised ribs and wouldn't be back, and he's back in on this next series.
Pick up a 5 by Torkelson. It'll be 2nd down 5 for the Packers at their 38. 9 minutes 35 seconds left in the third period. Lofton far to the right side. Turdell Middleton out to the 39-yard line. Still not enough for the first down. It's a very young Green Bay football team. They have 29 players on their 45-player roster who have 3 years experience and less. 8 rookies and 12 second-year men. There's a final score. I don't know who's going to stop those Steelers here.
Pittsburgh 30, Kansas City 3. That's something. They're really a fine football team. I don't know who's going to stop them or who's going to stop Terry Bradshaw.
3rd down and 4. Green Bay from its 39-yard line, leading 13-0. Middleton on the sweep right has the first down and more. Nate Wright finally knocks him out of bounds at the Minnesota 47-yard line.
There was a tackle missed right there on the line of scrimmage, and Tommy Hannon was up there. As we see, and he was in pretty good shape, and then they just didn't get the tackling done at the line of scrimmage. Then after he got by that first wave, Nate Wright was the only one there. If Nate Wright doesn't make this play, it could have been a real long game.
14-yard pickup and a first down for the Pack at the Viking 46-yard line.
Look at this, Detroit 14, Tampa Bay 9. Boom.
It's not inconceivable that this still could be a race in the Central. Far-fetched though it may sound, Whitehurst has Lofton wide open at the 25. And the great second-year receiver from Stanford has the first down at the 22-yard line. Boy, everybody liked this guy coming out of college, and you can see why.
I know it. He was super. He has great speed, you know, and he has fine moves. We see here it's a double zone. They're zoning him with a short and a deep man. He gets away from the short man and takes it into the middle of the field where really there was no one. It was a double zone where they zoned both sides of the field and had no one zoning in the middle of the field. That's where Lofton made the play.
Kurt Knopf made the touchdown saving tackle. 1st and 10 from the 22. Blitz on Whitehurst. And down he goes at the 32-yard line. Never saw what hit him. And what hit him in this case, roaring through there like a runaway locomotive, was Tommy Hannon, number 45, the safety man.
Tommy Hannon, he was a strong safety. The Minnesota Vikings figured that they had to make something happen, that they just couldn't sit there in their regular defense. They had to bring someone, so they decided to bring their strong safety, Tommy Hannon. He was up on the line of scrimmage game. Whitehurst really never did see him.
2nd down and 20.
I don't think anyone else saw him either.
No. Packers are at the Viking 32-yard line. Andre Thompson in motion. Standard rush this time. Middleton on the screen to the 30. Down to the 24-yard line goes Turdell Middleton. Bryant making the stop, number 20.
This is something he got in that 2nd and long, and he would like to get some of it back and get back in that 3rd and 10 situation, which he's in now. So he just throws a screen out here to Turdell Middleton, who's able to get the ball up the field. I like that call on a 2nd down. I've never really liked a screen or a draw on 3rd down.
He picked up 7. It is now 3rd and 13 for the Packers at the Viking 24. Being chased, looking for somewhere to go. Finally throws it away. No receiver in the area. And the flag goes down. And this time they may get him on intentionally grounding.
There was no receiver on that one. The closest player to it was number 54, their center, Larry McCarron. And of course, you can't throw him to centers.
So that, of course, involves loss of down and the penalty as well, which will put the Packers out of field goal range.
That's the 2nd time that he's done. I've always liked to try and...
Intentional grounding, number 17,
the center doesn't count, as we're going to see the play again. But I always like to have the quarterback, if he had to throw the ball away, is to throw it out of bounds, you know, and not get it in the field of play, because sometimes things can happen that someone else ends up with that ball. We see the closest player there was McCarron, number 54.
Beverly will try to put it out of bounds inside the 10 and put the Vikings in poor field position. 4th and 23. Angles it for the near sideline and on into the end zone for the touchback. So a net on the play of just 14 yards.
It wasn't close, and I think for that very reason, that's why that last situation, Minnesota had the ball. They went for it on 4th down because they figured even if they punted, they're only going to gain 10 yards or so.
Field goal attempt by Neil O'Donohue. This will be a 28-yard attempt. Tom Blanchard is holding. They have to get up a field goal and a touchdown to pull this one out. It's up, and it is good. And that makes it now 14-9. It's a tough decision whether to go ahead and try and get the first down. It was 4th and a long one, or pick up what looked like a cheap field goal at this time. They needed a combination of touchdown field goal somewhere in this last 4 minutes. They got the field goal now.
Yeah, he had to do what he did. It was a very wise decision on John's part. He had to get the 3 points now. You got to get a touchdown and a field goal one way or the other. You got to get one of the two. The way it turned out, he had to go for the field goal.
You know, this is our 3rd game, Hank Stram, with Tampa Bay, and on that drive, which went 34 yards upfield, 39 downfield, 73 yards, is the best I've seen Doug Williams played. He was a master on that drive, running, throwing the ball, short, long, everything. He really took them down the field.
Well, it's you know, it's very unusual that you can win as big as Tampa has won so far this season with a young quarterback. And really, Doug Williams, this is kind of the rookie year for him, because last year he was hurt and didn't play that much. But he is really a great looking prospect.
They'll kick off. And of course, their strategy, hold that line in both ways. Donahue will kick it off. Arnold Calicutter back. And the kick bounding around. Arnold picks it up on the 5. He's back, and he is belted out of bounds, short of the 20-yard line by Tony Davis. Excellent man on the kickoff team for the Buccaneers. 73-yard drive, 14 plays. They used a lot of time in the drive, which you'd like to do it a lot faster. They used 5 minutes and 57 seconds in the drive.
You know, one thing is going to be a factor in this remaining 347 is the kicking game. They've been forcing the punter to kick poorly, and if they do it again, they could wind up with good field position if they can hold them defensively.
Remember, Tampa Bay has 2 timeouts left. Detroit has 3. Play's not going for much. Yard or 2. Rick Kane. Leroy Selman came from right to left, number 63, to make the hit on him.
This is one of the toughest things to do against Tampa. Look at all those linebackers pursue with the flight of the ball. They're all waiting for him. They over pursued on the play, and that was the reason why he was able to cut back and get a little bit more than he should have gotten. It looked like it could have been a loss, but he wound up making 2 yards on the play. But it was tough to run sideways against Tampa.
Now they've taken another timeout. 3:37. Why so early?
Well, they want to make sure they have plenty of time when they get the football back. I'm sure that's the reason.
They stopped the clock, 3:37, and it'll be 2nd down. 9 to go for the Lions on their 20-yard line. Monty Clark talking to his quarterback. Pittsburgh rolls along. They've now won 9 and lost 2, and they thumped Kansas City 30-3. They'll wrap him up. Loose ball. Loose ball. Tampa Bay has it. Lawrence Gaines fumbles it. Who's got it? Neisiger recovers it.
Nafziger recover the fumble, number 51. They ran a trap inside with the left guard pulling. Homer Elias fumble the ball, and Tampa has a great opportunity with the ball on the 24-yard line.
Tampa Bay now on the Detroit 23-yard line. First down, second turnover by the Lions. Tampa Bay's had one. Well, it's all set up for the Buccaneers. Let's see if they can take advantage of it. They just scored a field goal, hoping to come back and get a touchdown, force a break, and they have that break right now.
They're in a bump and run defense.
They're going to throw, and it is way over the head of the receiver. Morris Owens, number 85.
Boy, they blew the pattern that time, Kurt. That time they were in a bump and run, and all they had to do was straight down the field and try to get the ball long, but the receiver, for some reason or other, broke inside instead of going outside, and there was too much traffic on the play. They couldn't make the connection at all. A very bad route by Morris Owens.
Tomlo's throwing for over 200 yards, 160-some. Doug Williams, second down, 10 on the 23-yard line of the line. There it is, and it is a touchdown! A touchdown to Larry Mucker. Tampa Bay takes the lead.
That was a play.
That was a bump and run.
That was
right with him at the line of scrimmage. All you need is a step when they're that tight to you.
You have to give John McKay a lot of credit. He evidently saw it on the preceding play, but he was open. That's the kind of a route that you want to run against bump and run. The ball was underthrown a little bit. He made the catch. A beautiful executed play by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Watch him take the ball away for Williams now. Mucker. There it is right there. He just got in front of him and overpowered him. Tampa Bay leads. They scored a field goal with 3:56 to go, and they scored a touchdown with 3:26 to go. 3:20 to go. All right, we're ready for the point. It is up, and it is good by O'Donohue. 16-14, Tampa Bay in the lead. They were behind 14-6. They had the ball on their own 16-yard line. They went 73 yards, stopped, kicked the field goal. They come back, second play from scrimmage after the kickoff, force the fumble, and on their second down play, they score and take the lead. Next week's games on CBS. Early games, Dallas versus Washington, Green Bay at Buffalo, St. Louis versus Philadelphia. Late games, Detroit, Minnesota, New Orleans versus Seattle, and Hank Stram and I will be in Tampa Bay when the New York Giants are there in a 4 o'clock game at Tampa Stadium.
There's a lot of...
I spend a week fishing at Lake Okeechobee.
We'll have some good stories to tell after that week there, Kurt.
I hope I did. It's fly rod popping for those big largemouth bass over there. Arnold and Calicut are deep. Neil O'Donohue will kick it off.
This game's got a lot of time left at 3:20. A lot of things could still happen.
Tampa Bay had just scored 10 points in 36 seconds. Good kick. Arnold on the goal line. Out to the 10. And he's down on the 22-yard line. And he is hit down there by Danny Reese. This could be a big win for Tampa Bay. This would give them 8 wins and 3 losses. The Rams are beating the Bears, and they might, I say might, you never know. You know, look what's just happened to the Lions. They might come out with a 3-game lead in their division with the season over half over. All right, first down, Detroit on their own 22. Red Scott's back in the game. He's had a great day as a wide receiver. There he goes in motion. They have not been able to cover him. And they get it to him again. Oh, that's the David Hill. I'm sorry, 81. Hill, the tight end, caught that one. And he caught the ball, and he's 35 for a first down. Now it's the Lions. And there's the final. Houston knocked off Oakland 31-17. Oakland goes 6-5 for the year. Miami beat Baltimore to bounce back. And they now have won 7 and lost 4. Robinson running it out. short of his 45. He may be close to the first down. Washington hitting.
You know, the important thing about this thing, as you know, Kurt, is the fact that they have to get just close enough to kick a field goal. They get 3 points. They're back in business.
The score, 16-14, Tampa Bay. Time remaining, 2:20. The Lions have their full complement, 3 timeouts remaining. Tampa Bay has 1. Rumble looks, throws, sideline. Complete. 49-yard line of Tampa Bay. They're working it right down the field. Gene Washington caught that one. And Mike Washington covered.
That's only the second pass that Gene Washington has caught all year long. Came into the game with 1 reception. That's number 2.
And a 2-minute warning given. The score, 2 minutes to play, 16-14 Tampa Bay.
Both teams have 3 timeouts remaining on the scoreboard, and that could be very, very critical. The Bengals lead the Chargers 24-23 as Mike Wood is set to kick the ball off to the Cincinnati Bengals. Back deep, Vaughn Lusby and Jim Browner. What a ball game we've brought you from Riverfront Stadium along our network lines. It has had it all. Receiving it on the near side, it is Vaughn Lusby at the 10, the 15. He comes to the sideline. He'll go out of bounds. What a hit at the 25-yard line by number 44, Jerome Dove. And I guarantee if Dove would have missed him, Hank Bauer would have been right on him. Check it. That was 44, Pete Shaw. And so the Bengals will now have the football at their own 26-yard line. They have the lead 24-23. Don't forget, NBC brings 2 spectacular suspense movies to television for the first time tonight. Al Pacino stars in an unforgettable role in Dog Day Afternoon. And tomorrow night, Gregory Peck and Lee Remick star in the thriller The Omen. Dog Day Afternoon tonight, The Omen tomorrow, both on NBC. From the 25, Ken Anderson out of the eye. The pitch goes to Archie Griffin. Uh-oh, he's in trouble. He tries to cut back inside now. He finds a little running room before finally being swarmed under. Jerome Dove is the man who stopped him. A gain of about 3 yards, and it looked like for a moment as if Archie Griffin would never find daylight again.
Well, that was just a case of over pursuit by the defense. Watch what happens here. The whole defense, they're playing this sweep extremely well. Leroy Jones is already out there. He slips down on that wet surface, but everybody over pursuit. Archie Griffin cuts back against the grain and picks up 3 yards. A good play by him.
Out of the I formation, it is now 2nd and 8 for the Cincinnati Bengals. The give is to Johnson. He makes the ball right across the 30-yard line. Don't forget, coming up right after we leave you, from Mile High Stadium, the New England Patriots, 7-3, take on the Denver Broncos, also 7-3. And that one is going to be one heck of a football game.
Stoney, this is an excellent timeout by the San Diego Chargers. Reason being, there's 2 minutes and 11 seconds. They take the timeout here. It's 3rd down and 5. If they hold Cincinnati, they'll go to the 2-minute warning. They'll get a free timeout, which saves them there. Then they get the ball back with 2 timeouts in the game.
We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
KNBC, Los Angeles.
But the key to the whole thing is they have to hold them on 3rd down.
No question about it. And the Chargers, who really have capitalized on other people's mistakes today, have not been able to do so. The score right there, the Bengals 24, San Diego 23, and there you see Don Coryell talking to middle linebacker Bob Horn, who has had a sensational day.
He's had a busy afternoon, I'll tell you that.
And I also want to thank Peter Rolfe. He is producing his first game for NBC today. Peter, you have done a sensational job here at Riverfront Stadium. Paul and I thank you. 3rd down, 5 yards to go. The ball resting at the 31-yard line. 2:11 to play. Cincinnati owns the football and the lead. Kenny Anderson with the full house backfield. Split wide to the near side is Don Bass. The give right up the middle. It is Pete Johnson. And Freddie Dean grabs a hold of his jersey and wants to rip his clothes off of him. And again, the Chargers want a timeout with 2:02 to play. Johnson actually lost a couple of yards, Paul.
Yeah, I don't understand this timeout. I really don't, because they're going to go to 2 minutes and get another one anyway. There's only 2 seconds left to go. The guy that makes the play is number 51, Woody Lowe. He comes in, just buries the blocker, and takes Pete Johnson, which no one's been able to do all day, and hold him to no gain at all.
I don't think that timeout was designed by the bench. Don Coryell, I watched him. He did not look like a happy man when he saw his team call the timeout. However, it does go in the books as one. The Chargers will have only one left.
They had no reason to call a timeout. They were excited. I can understand that, but they only have 2 more seconds to go before the 2-minute warning, and they wasted it. But they're going to get the football back, and that's all they really care about.
I want to thank our spotters today on the booth, Mike Leonard and Bill Swarsburg, our statistician, Dr. John Dowd. Thank you, gentlemen. Don't forget, next Sunday, NBC has a great day of football. First, join NFL 79 as they examine the knee injury, followed by the Jets versus Walter Payton and the explosive Chicago Bears, or see the Miami Dolphins defense challenge Brian Sipe and the Cleveland Browns. Then it's the long-awaited Steelers-Chargers clash. Check your local listings for the game in your area. San Diego will get the ball one last time. It is 4th and 6. Back to punt is Pat McInally. To receive at his own 30-yard line is Mike Fuller. 2:02 to play, and McInally puts his foot into the ball. A bad kick. He shanked it. The ball bounces clear, and it's picked up. It is picked up by San Diego, and he is knocked down immediately. The man with the ball is Don Good. A terrible punt at the most inopportune time for Cincinnati.
He's had such a bad day.
Pat McInally, it has not been a good Sunday for him here in Cincinnati. With 1:50 to play, the Bengals lead the Chargers, who have the football, 24-23.
We haven't had a chance to see Peyton cut back today, but it's really beautiful to see this guy run and cut back. Here it is, a quick screen. Notice how he carries that ball in one hand, but he's got big hands, tremendous hands, and he very seldom fumbles.
Knocked out of bounds by Jim Youngblood. And they're measuring for the first down. So Walter Payton had 11 yards at the half, and finally makes a little bit of a move. The play started on the 35.
But this was on a pass.
Yeah, right. So on a little swing pass to Payton. And they're going to spot the ball right on the 45. Looked like inches. So it'll be 2nd down for the Bears, trying to generate a drive. Remember, they started on their own 25-yard line. So 2nd down, about a foot. Play action fake to Payton, and heat supplied by the Rams, and it is Larry Brooks flying over the top of Mike Phipps.
Well,
down he goes.
This is an example then of maybe being a little too smart. You have 1 yard to go. He makes the play action fake. It doesn't bother Brooks at all. He comes in. Now you're in a true passing situation. 3rd and 9.
Interesting, just a moment ago, 2nd and short this time. When he had 3rd and short, it was Phipps on a sneak, and he had the same play, but instead went for the play action fake and suffered the sack.
I like to see him get the first down.
3rd and 9 from the 36. Bashnagel in a slot right, inside Watt. Delay of game charged to Mike Phipps.
Now
taking too much time.
The momentum has now changed.
Meanwhile, Neil Armstrong, a little hot under the collar. Remember, they had it 2nd and inches.
Still 3rd down.
On the 44, and now they've gone back to their own 30-yard line.
See, 2nd and 1, you can stop the run and still rush the passer, and that's what Larry Brooks was doing.
So 3rd and 14. Schubert, the wide receiver on the left side. In motion is Watts. Phipps has Watts, and Watts gets to the 45, and he might have picked up the first down.
It looks like he might have fought his way in there to get a first down.
Watts, who just scored the touchdown, looks like the one man, and they're saying no. He's got inches.
See, that all depends depends on where they spot the ball. Now watch him go in motion, then come in underneath. A good lead pass. Now watch him keep fighting for the yardage.
Boy, is that close.
From there, it looks like they're going for it.
It is 4th and a couple of inches. We'll see if Phipps goes straight ahead. Well, Phipps butting heads against the Rams, and had he made that call 2nd and short, he wouldn't have this sweat job now.
I think he made it. Looks like he made it. Oh, they're going to measure.
Oh, yes.
Boy. Everything is where they spot that football.
Yeah, that's the one weakness really in the game. You see a huge pile up. Who's to know where to spot it? Yeah, I don't think so. Well, maybe now when they straighten it. Yes, first ball. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Malavasi can't believe it. The Rams were gesturing that the Bears did not make it, but by the time they pulled that chain straight, they made it by the fraction of an inch.
Boy.
1st and 10 on the Bear 45, and the Bears trying to move. Watts on the left side, Baschnagel right. Mike Fanning has him and drops him at the 35.
You know, again, I'm going to repeat, you aren't going to make a living throwing the ball against the best defense in the league. You're going to have to run first and pass second. Now, Mike Fanning is also an underrated football player. He's a tremendous pass rusher. He's much better rushing a passer than he is stopping a run. He's got good pass rushing techniques. He comes off of the ball in a hurry, and you saw it on that play. If they're going to rush like that, the Bears got to counter with a screen or a draw to Walter Payton.
It's 2nd and 20 from the 35. Jim Youngblood picked up Payton so they couldn't set up a screen. The pass is to Williams, and he can't hold on to it. The play was designed, I believe, to set up a screen for Payton, but Jim Youngblood was all over him.
He knocked him off, couldn't throw. He had the right call. He had all day to throw.
Final score, Miami defeating Baltimore 19-0. Apparently a little angry after losing that tough one to Houston. Pittsburgh rolling along, knocked off Kansas City 30-3. And Houston defeating Oakland 31-17. At one time that game was tied at 14. So 3rd and 20 for Mike Phipps. Over the middle, juggled and dropped by Baschnagel. Even had he caught the ball, he had another 10 yards anyway, and he couldn't have made it.
Wouldn't have had the first down.
Nolan Cromwell right on top of him.
They dogged Phipps on that. He was fortunate to get the ball off. That's why the ball was thrown a little bit low.
So Mike Phipps started on his 25, got to the 44, went backwards and forwards, and finally ran out of downs. Bob Parsons will be punting from the Bear 25. Eddie Brown standing on the Ram 30. Brown at the 26 is buried by Len Walterscheid, number 23.
You know, a guy that deserves credit today is Parsons. He's playing and walking with a limp there, and he's done a good job of punting.
Boy, that Len Walterscheid isn't limping. He was flying down on the tackle.
Willie Harper was injured on the last play, but you see he's left the field under his own power and is all right. The defensive unit off the field because Schumann recovered the fumble, and the 49ers have it 1st and 10 at their own 17. Owens is in there with Dwight Clark at a wide receiver.
And Dwight Clark's in there because Freddie Sotoman, we get the official report, will not return. He's got a mild shoulder sprain, but they're not going to play him in the second half.
The Berg still quarterbacking. And it is completed to Hofer. He speeds across the 30 and up to the 34-yard line. Federspiel and Myers made the stop.
Here comes the replay. Play action as usual on first and second down. DeBerg goes to his back. Right over the middle. Paul Hofer picks up 18 yards in the first down. Tackled by Fetterspill.
Bob Brewer has come in. Dwight Clark has gone off. First and 10 at the 34-yard line for the San Francisco 49ers, who have Owens in motion across. Hofer stacked up as he got to the 40-yard line by Elois Grooms.
There's a final. Miami shut out Baltimore today, 19-0. Pittsburgh kills Kansas City. 3 touchdown passes by Terry Bradshaw.
Second down, 4 yards to go for the 49ers at their 40. 7 minutes, 14 seconds left in the third quarter. James Owens going to a wide right. O.J. Simpson has not played in today's ballgame for the 49ers. Jackson in motion outside right.
Blitz.
Completed at the 50-yard line. Coughed up. Ken McAfee now recovers. Owens had it for a moment. Then McAfee got on it.
You wonder why there weren't any black jerseys down there around the football. The Saints had a blitz on, Lindsey, so they had man-to-man back there. And they picked up the blitz well. The offensive line for the 49ers blocked well. The little turn-in was wide open. Here comes the blitz. You see the linebacker, good block by Hofer in there. There's the turn-in. He's going to cough up the football. And Ken McAfee is right there. If he could have picked it up, could have got some more yards.
They finally sat on it. So it is first and 10 at the 37-yard line. 49ers in Saints territory. Owens in motion across. Hofer. For a yard and a yard only because Mike Fultz was there.
And the Oilers 14 over the Oakland Raiders. A final.
31-17. 5 minutes, 50 seconds left to play in the third quarter here, with the New Orleans Saints leading 24-6. Owens going out to a wide right. Dwight Clark in a wide left. Steve DeBerg, the quarterback for San Francisco. Wilbur Jackson in motion outside and left. DeBerg gets rid of it in a hurry, and it's incomplete. Trying to get it to Hofer.
Well, they throw some patterns offensively. Wow, beautiful pattern that time. Hofer made a good move. Had 2 or 3 men open. Just threw it a little bit low.
I thought at first he was throwing to Dwight Clark on the crossing pattern.
Underneath, he was open too. Don't count the Tampa Bay Buccaneers out. They trailed this ball game all day long. They now have a 2-point lead with 3:20 to go.
Third down. 9 yards to go. 49ers at the Saints 36-yard line. DeBerg. And Owens gathered it in at the 21-yard line. First and 10. Chapman made the tackle.
Good catch by Owens. If Steve DeBerg would have kept his eye on Dwight Clark going down the left sideline, Lindsey, nobody picked him up. There was a mix-up in coverage. Watch, Berg goes back, drops, sets up, gets hit just as he releases the football. It's a good pitch. Now watch number 20 here, right there. Now down to the left sideline was Dwight Clark all alone. Good catch by Owens.
First and 10. 16-yard pickup on the pass play. Hofer speeds through the hole and drives to a spot just outside the 5-yard line.
This kid could play.
Pat Hughes made the stop with Ray Brown.
Good pass receiver, good blocker, just a good all-around football player. And Wendell Tyler scored on a 63-yard run now. The Rams by 9. There's still a lot of time in that ball game. Hofer now has gained 90 yards and 10 carries.
First and goal at the 6. Hofer indicating he was out of breath, and he's getting someone in for him now. Linville Elliott has come on. Linville Elliott, the 7-year man from Northeast Missouri State. McAfee and Boer double tight end. First and goal at the 6. Jackson struggles to the 3-yard line. Tom Myers there. Second down and goal to go at the 3. 49ers trying to get it in there as Jackson gets up slowly.
Well, they've got over 200 yards in offense and have yet to put it in for a touchdown. But now, right now, Lindsay, they've got to go in for 7 here. They can't be settling for a field goal now unless it's maybe 4th and 8 or something. I'm sure Bill Walsh, he's got to get 7.
Second and goal. Touchdown to Berg to McAfee.
Second touchdown of the year. Just a little play action. Nobody covered McAfee. Was he open or not? Watch this. They're playing against the run here. They fake it to Jackson. Good fake by DeBerg. And Ken McAfee slipped into the end zone. There he is on the left side. A good camera shot here. Good play action by DeBerg. Little pitch and catch there. Safety man out of position.
Wersching is in to attempt the conversion. Joe Montana waits for the snap. Montana puts it down. Wersching boots it up, and it's good. So now, it is the New Orleans Saints 24, the San Francisco 49ers 13, and we have 3 minutes, 18 seconds left in the third quarter.
Watch McAnally's reaction on this play. He knows he has a bad kick as soon as he hits it. Watch his head. Look at here. Give me that back.
Well, he has every reason to hang his head. It was a 19-yard punt. Pat McAnally in the top 5 in the NFL in punting average, better than 43 yards. And the Cincinnati Bengals did not need that to happen at this juncture. For the San Diego Chargers, a tremendous opportunity. A minute 50 to play. The ball just shy of the midfield stripe. Cincinnati has a 1-point lead. What a football game. Fouts on first down, drops. He throws it up for grabs. Charlie, I should say, John Jefferson tried to get to it. Marvin Cobb was fronting him, and he could not get back to the football. It was Jim Browner and Marvin Cobb in the area.
Stoney, when they're doubling up the 2 wide receivers like they're doing right now, the backs coming out of the backfield, that's how he got his last touchdown. Give it to him. They're going to give you that. They're covering him with linebackers.
John Jefferson, the intended receiver, and Paul, you have to wonder, he's out of Arizona State. You've got to wonder how Arizona State and Frank Kush ever got Jefferson out of Dallas, Texas. Stolen. It is John Floyd and Jefferson, the wide receivers. Fouts drops on 2nd and 10. He unloads a post pattern to Joyner. No, incomplete. Jim Browner back to defend on it, along with Scott Burke and Dick Geron. Charlie Joyner just running straight downfield. The old fly pattern down the center of the field. Couldn't quite get to it. That brings up a 3rd and 10 opportunity. And right now, Paul, San Diego has to be concerned with just getting the first down and getting the ball perhaps into field goal range.
And I just watched again, both backs coming out of the backfield were both covered by linebackers. Mike Thomas and Clarence Williams are being covered by backers.
And this crowd comes alive. 3rd and 10. The ball at the 49. This is a must play. Fouts is going to be buried. I'll tell you what. You won't find a more inspired defense than we've found here as Don Coryell with a very strained look on his face. It is now 4th and 10. Gary Burley and Eddie Edwards were all over Dan Fouts.
Stoney, it's 4th and 20, and they're going to go for it.
Well, you can bet the Cincinnati Bengals will employ the umbrella defense here. A minute, 11 to play. The clock is running. This is do or die for the Chargers. 4th and 20, the ball at the 40. Fouts throws to the near side. It is Joyner. He's got a first down. Inside the 30-yard line, Charlie Joyner. There are no flags down. San Diego. Oh, the big play when they needed it. Jim Browner forces them out of bounds. What a call.
Look at the poise of this man. Now watch Fouts. He's got excellent protection. They clean out in the middle. Charlie Joyner goes back to the outside. Not only does he catch the football, He picks up the first down inside the 30-yard line, but he gets out of bounds and stops the clock with 56 seconds left to go. They still have one timeout, and now they're in field goal range.
Oh, what a football game. Fouts 20 of 38, 282 yards. To the near side is John Floyd. To the far side, Joyner and Jefferson. 1st and 10, 56 seconds to play. Fouts wants to throw again. He'll do so. He's got Joyner, and he's down by Dick Geron at the 15. The clock continues to roll. 45, 44, 43.
All they have to do is take their time. They have 40 seconds to go. They have one timeout. Just don't rush it and throw it away. You're in field goal range right now for the win.
1st and 10, the ball at the 15. Dan wants to throw. He throws to the sideline. He's got a receiver who is out of bounds. They say no catch. It was a good call. John Jefferson was out of bounds.
Tempers are flaring. Temper.
Now the Chargers sensing on the far sideline that they may have a victory within sight now as Fouts will look at it again.
All right, take a look at Fouts right here. He waits. He really is going to throw the ball away. John Jefferson catches the football, but he doesn't get his right foot in bounds. It's a good call by the official. All right, look at it right here. You see Jefferson? Now watch his right leg. It does not come down in bounds. Good call by the official.
When you've got the ball in field goal range, and the fact that Fouts has been intercepted 4 times already today, I'm a little bit surprised they're being so wide open with their offense, Bob, but they're doing it anyway. It is now 2nd and 10. The ball on the 15, 29 seconds to play. Fouts on the draw to Clarence Williams. No place to go. Maybe a pickup of a yard. Gary Burley on the stop, and Reggie Williams. What a ball game from Riverfront Stadium. 24 seconds to play. Cincinnati 24, the Chargers 23, and they're threatening.
We're going to see Beverly's kick here as he kicks the ball. We don't even have to watch the ball. He's trying to kick it out of bounds, but we see the reaction there. We know that that ball didn't go out of bounds. It went in the end zone, and that's not what he wanted on that.
Don't forget, tonight on CBS, 60 Minutes, Archie Bunker's Place, one day at a time, Alice, the Jeffersons, and Trapper John, MD. 1st and 10 for the Vikings at their 20-yard line. They need to get something going. Kramer handing off to Teddy Brown. Big hole for Brown, who's out across the 30 to the 35-yard line. Pick up the 15 yards for the outstanding rookie.
That's what they wanted to get going. It was I formation. They started off with the tight end on the right side, which makes that the strong side. The tight end went in motion to the left, and then they ran to the area that he vacated as Green Bay made an adjustment with their defense. That was a good call, and it did have an effect on the Packer defense.
Sorry about that final.
About that one?
Sorry about that final score, John. 31-17. Tony Fritsch rubbed it in at the end with a 51-yard field goal. Sammy White, the intended receiver, hit him in the chest. Hey, Kramer's had a few drops this afternoon.
He has, and he's still under pretty heavy pressure. He was trying to throw something quick out there, and he still had pressure. And we see Tampa Bay 14, Detroit, Tampa Bay 16, Detroit 14.
Doug Williams has just thrown a 28-yard touchdown pass to Larry Mucker. 2nd and 10. Minnesota at its 35-yard line. Rashad wide to the left. Sammy White starts in motion. Loose football as Foreman fumbled the ball, and the Packers have recovered at the 37.
Of course, that was the last thing that the Vikings wanted. That no one ever wants to fumble, but that is something that, of course, really hurts are the turnovers as we see Foreman start in here with the ball, and just as he makes that just before he's hit, the ball seems to bounce out.
Mike Douglas, number 53, wrapped up Foreman and caused the fumble.
Looked like the ball was going out before Douglas made contact with him.
3rd turnover against the Vikings. 1st down, Green Bay at the Minnesota 37. Middleton wrapped up behind the line of scrimmage. Good defense on the part of the Minnesota Vikings. Dave Roller, number 76, who at one time was a very big name here in Green Bay. He was one of the Packers' most popular players. Picked up on waivers this year early by Minnesota.
Right, and he's getting his first start today with the Minnesota Vikings. He's been used as a spot player, and today he's starting in the place of Doug Sutherland.
Second down, 14. Loss of 4 in the play. Packers at the 40-yard line of Minnesota. Under 5 minutes in the third period. Andre Thompson, the man in motion. A blitz on Whitehurst. Gets it away. It has Lofton. At the 26-yard line, he loses the ball, but I believe it had been whistled dead. That'll be very close to a first down. A 14-yard pickup on the play as the Vikings came with the blitz again, and that time the Packers picked it up.
Right, and that time the Vikings were in their 5 defensive back defense. Looked like they had 2 men inside out on James Lofton, and he just hooked or stopped right in front and in between both of them.
That's a Green Bay first down at the 27-yard line.
You see, that could be a big first down. The Packers hadn't been as successful this half, and they needed this one, as we see Lofton just run a stop or a hook pattern between the 2 defenders.
9 out of 13 for Whitehurst for 103 yards. He's been intercepted twice and thrown for 1 touchdown. Middleton. Little bit of running room up the middle to the 22-yard line for a pickup of 5 on the play. Curtin off. Number 25 on the stop.
That was a play that they wanted to hit him. The defensive front 4 of the Vikings were in a line stunt. They had a cross charge, and here's some scores. Washington 27, St. Louis 21 in the 4th period. But the 2 tackles were crossing, and they trapped him and hit him right between the cross.
Boy, look at a lot of tight games today. Seattle leading Cleveland by 5. 2nd and 5. Middleton stopped at the line of scrimmage for no gain on that one. Middleton gained 90 yards, his high this season when these 2 teams met in September. He is the Packers' leading rusher with 315 coming into this game. That's not very much.
Well, it wasn't, not compared to what he did last year. Last year he was really something. I know when we played him up in Green Bay, that was one of our biggest concerns. New Orleans still in there, 24-13. Interesting division, the Western Division. 2 teams 5 and 5 are tied for first place.
3rd down 6. Packers at the 22-yard line of the Minnesota Vikings. Again the blitz. Whitehurst gets the pass away, but it's picked off rather easily at the goal line. He couldn't get anything on it at all, and Nate Wright was there to intercept it. Lofton was the intended receiver, but credit the Viking rush in the blitz that time.
A very concerned Jack Pardee, his team, when the first play of the 4th quarter led 27-7. They now lead 27-21 as they receive this kickoff with 4:38 left in the game. Back there's Ike Forte. He'll go into the end zone, and the Redskins will have it at the 20-yard line. And the defense now figuring they've got to shut this off in a hurry. They got to hold them early in this series.
And a little pressure on the Redskin offense also now, because they haven't turned the thing over but one time today. On that, it wasn't actually the offense. That was on a punt return team, and they can't afford to make a mistake. A mistake right here would hurt them.
And so from the 20-yard line, the Skins aren't out of it yet. They have to do something here, or they're going to put their defense in a real bad situation. Joe Theismann gives off to Malone, and look at that reaction. The man over there to make the stop. That Bob Pollard, it sure is, number 82, Bob Pollard. Good reaction by the defensive end.
Amazing thing in professional football, even in college football, any level of it, how momentum changes around. You get inspired a little bit because your offensive team does something. The defense comes in and arises to the occasion.
A loss of 3, 2nd and 13. The clock with 4 minutes. Both of these teams, by the way, have all 3 of their timeouts remaining. Ron Warren is flanked out along with 2 wide receivers. A give to Riggins. Riggins across the 20 to the 22. It's a long 3rd down coming up. Eric Williams made the stop for St. Louis. And with 3:39, here is a big play in this football game. Harmon and Forte come in on a parent passing play. Riggins and Malone check out. The Cardinals make a lot of changes. Ron Yankowski, Roy Green is checking in.
This is where they like to go. That favorite pattern of theirs, hooking Warren in the middle and getting the ball to either one of the backs, whoever comes open. Let's take a look.
3rd and 9. Theismann on the 3rd and 9. Good pressure put on. He's trying to get rid of the ball. He does, but it stops the clock with 3:06. It's 4th down, and the Cardinals now are going to come away with excellent field position. Dawson and Pollard were really coming in after Theismann. Let's look at it again.
Theismann had a lot of time to throw the football this time, but apparently nobody came open because watch him. He steps up through the pocket, good protection, and he gets away, but he throws the ball away right here. He just downs the ball, grounds it.
Not intentionally though, huh?
Yes, he did.
Willard Harrell is back. The kick by Mike Bragg. Bragg with a beautiful kick. Harrell at the 39-yard line, trying to go wide, and he breaks 2 tackles to the 43-yard line. Monty Coleman made the stop, and now with 2:53 left, the Cardinals have the ball. A 5-yard return after a 41-yard kick by Mike Bragg, and a game that just completely pivoted around in this 4th quarter.
Seattle leading the Cleveland Browns 29-24. What a game they're having, huh?
There's Bud Wilkinson. He has to be pleased with the way his team has stuck it in there, stayed with it. Brown, Anderson, the running backs from the 44, hard back to throw, has time. He completes it to the 45-yard line to Osborne, the tight end, and he won't give up, and he's being roughed up a little bit over there by Ken Houston. That's a wrong place for Houston to try anything. In the middle of that Cardinal bench. Gain of about 2 yards, and that's all. 2nd and 8.
He was just wrestling with him, trying to get him down, and he had a big, strong man. He couldn't get him off his feet.
I'll tell you, that Houston is something, isn't he? 11 straight years in the Pro Bowl. He's had 1 interception, and that 1 interception was the game against St. Louis where he picked off a pass in the end zone.
It's his 180th consecutive game that he's played.
Look at this. Hart has completed 7 of his last 8 passes. 7 of his last 8. 2nd and 8 from the 45.5-yard line. 2:44 left in the game. Complete over the middle. Osborne again to the 50-yard line. Mark Murphy made the stop. It's 3rd down, but you know they'll go to a 4th down.
Jim picked up Kenny Houston coming on a blitz that time. He read it, he audible, and just threw the little looky pattern to the tight end.
There's a lot of time left in this game for a lot of scoring. 29-24, Seattle leading. If I said 17, wrong. Houston and Oakland, and that's the final. Houston winning 31-17. So Houston now with 8-3. Cleveland still trailing in the game. Will have to come from behind to go 8-3. Pittsburgh has won. Steelers are now 9-2, still leading the FC Central. Now, will Cockcroft kick it away, or will it be an onside kick?
Well, Seattle definitely feels like it's going to be an onside kick. They've got their onside kick receiving team in with 9 men up by the 45-yard marker of Cleveland, expecting Cockcroft to go with that onside kick.
29-24 Seattle. He pops it. That's Green. Moore, rather. Jeff Moore is brought down at about the 17 by Clinton Burrell. A return of 11 yards. And now the Brown defense will be called upon to stop Jim Zorn and the Seahawks.
It's a formidable task as we have a Brown player down out in the field. Good coverage. Cockcroft baiting him into the special teams type onside kick team, leaving no blocking back. As a result, Seattle starting from their own 17-yard line. The Browns defense right now, big series as Zorn comes in the huddle to tell his cohorts what he plans to do to get him out of this hole. If Cleveland could stop him and force a punt, they will have good field and plenty of time to get back in the ball game.
Jeff Moore, 32, Al Hunter, 24 are the running backs for Seattle. Largent comes in motion. Zorn will go to Moore, going back the other way, and he is knocked off his feet by number 57, Clay Matthews, the linebacker. The gain about 1. Second down, 9. Jeff Moore, a rookie from Jackson State. Clock showing 7 minutes, 7 seconds remaining in the game. The crowd with a chant, defense, defense, defense.
Well, this crowd has seen their team do this many, many times. They call them the Cardiac Kids for a very good reason. This is a typical Cleveland game of this year. Zorn again having to get his ball club out of a hole, at least far enough downfield to get good field position for their defense.
This crowd on its feet, 72,000 plus. McCollum split to the right. 2nd and 9 for the Seahawks. Zorn comes back to Jeff Moore out of the backfield. He's at the 29. Jeff Moore has the first down, brought down by Ron Bolton, 28, the left cornerback, and left linebacker Charlie Hall, number 59. So Jim Zorn goes upstairs, the thing he can do very, very well. He got 13 on that one.
Coach Patera probably breathing a little easier. Every yard he gets is a yard farther that Cleveland has to go if they should get the ball back.
6 minutes, 8 seconds left in the game. Merle Herman and George Coons with you in Cleveland. Al Hunter, and Hunter gets a couple. 92, Rich Dimmler. 52, Dick Ambrose in there on the tackle for the Cleveland Browns. Ball is placed right on the 30-yard line.
Now, these are situations, too, in Seattle would much rather keep the ball on the ground, running it, keeping the clock moving so that that clock can work in their favor. Now with 5:39 to go, Cleveland's got to stop the offensive advance of Seattle, get the ball back, and then score. That's a big task, especially if you can move the ball on the ground.
2nd, about 10. Largent split to the left. Rush is on. Zorn runs out of it. He's at the 40. First down. Goes near the 44-yard line. Jim Zorn takes Seattle to the 44. Brought down by Tom Gardner, number 27. The strong safety, but Zorn gets 14 yards on the play and another first down. We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
This is KING TV, Seattle.
For those of you who have tuned in to watch the New England-Denver game, we'll be going there right after this one is over. And right now, this one is a barn burner with 4:43 to go. Seattle leading 29-24. This is Jeff Moore of the Seahawks out of bounds on the 48-yard line in Seahawk territory. Seattle has really put on quite a show today, and so have the Cleveland Browns for that matter. Seattle led at one time 16-0, 16-3 at the half. Cleveland led at the end of the third quarter 17-16. Here in the fourth quarter, Seattle has scored twice to go ahead 29-17. Moments ago, Brian Sipe scored on a 3-yard touchdown run to cut the margin 29-24. It is 2nd down 6 as Jim Zorn goes to the sideline to talk to the coaching staff.
1st and 10. The Rams have it on their own 26-yard line. The Rams are leading 23-14, and you can see Tampa Bay now on top of Detroit 16-14 in the fourth quarter. Bryant and McCutcheon, and it's McCutcheon carrying, dragged down by Hampton, who just pushed off the attempted block by Colin Bryant and made the tackle.
Well, Tyler, a step faster. You don't have to hold the blocks quite so long. We mentioned earlier Parsons' injury had to be carried off the field, and I'd like to bring that up again. He's done an excellent job of punting and has helped this ball club stay in here.
2nd and 11 from the 25. Elvis Peacock will follow McCutcheon now, the left side. Big play for the Bears. Mike Hartenstein, number 73, was able to stop McCutcheon's block and jam up the play. Checking our scoreboard, and New Orleans still leading San Francisco in double figures, however, 24-13 Saints in the third quarter.
Now the Bears come in with their nickel passing situation. Let's see if they dog Rutledge. He has time to throw with a 4-man rush.
3rd and 9 on the 27 for the Rams. And he's going to take off to the 35. and across the 40 as he picks up his first down to the 41-yard line. Big play for the rookie quarterback.
Yeah, they came in with 4 men, and his running ability twice has picked up big yardage. I always like to dog those young quarterbacks, then go after them, give them a tough dog, and put the pressure on them, and take a gamble. Don't give them time to throw.
1st and 10 on the Ram 41-yard line. We have 4 minutes and 5 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Peacock and McCutcheon. It's Peacock, but he slipped, and then Hartenstein just fell on him. But it was a draw, and Elvis' feet came out from under him. They'll spot it at the Ram 40, a loss of 1. That makes it 2nd and 11.
Here comes Ron Smith in 84 with a play.
You can see Rutledge 5 for 8, 54 yards, and 1 touchdown to Terry Nelson. The first touchdown of his young career. 2nd and 11. Denard in a slot right inside Smith. And they're going down that side to Ron Smith. He got away from Terry Schmidt, and he gets across the 45. A loose ball. And let's see who came up with it. And Fensick are down there at the bottom with several Rams. Dennis Hara, playing referee, indicates the Ram has recovered. No, the Bears. So Hara is wrong.
Well, that was a big play. Rutledge is doing a good job here.
Smith got by Schmidt and Walterscheid, and when Hicks hit him, that's when the ball came loose. And diving in among others is Livers, and the Bears have recovered the ball.
Merle Harmon and George Coons with you in Cleveland.
They're going to get all those cleats cleaned out so they don't have any problems slipping. As you can see, the turf is being torn up in the middle of the field, and that dirt gets clogged on their cleats. They start losing their footing. They don't get their blocks. Backs don't run. That is one thing that Seattle cannot afford at this time.
All right, at the 48-yard line with 4 minutes, 36 seconds left. It is 2nd down, 6 for the Mariners. John Yarno is up over the ball. This is what Jim Zorn has done today. 219 yards. Here come the Browns on the blitz. Zorn gets it away to Moore out of the backfield at midfield, down into Brown territory. And he is knocked out of bounds on the 45-yard line. And if they mark that ball on the 45, and they may not now, it might be a little bit shy of the 45, then it'll be questionable that it is a first down. It will be marked on the 47. So it is shy of a first down by maybe the length of 2 footballs.
You know, when they blitz those linebackers, as they did on that play, those little flat passes to the backs are deadly because the deep backs are the ones that have to stop them. As a result, good yardage on that play. We'll see what Zorn wants to do now. 3rd and short.
Al Hunter, he got hit before he got to the line of scrimmage. Al Hunter, who had a big 71-yard run setting up a touchdown and then scored prior to that on a 6-yard touchdown run, did not make it this time. He is filling in for Dan Dornick, who's out with an injury. But he has done a super job, but this time the Brown defense was equal to the task. Well, I said he didn't make it. We might have been premature. Here come the sticks. Any part of the ball will do it.
This will be a big measurement as far as Cleveland's concerned with 4:22 to go in the game. Each second ticking off is a vital second that Cleveland loses.
The Mariners do have, or rather the Seahawks do have the first down.
Here you'll see Hunter taking the ball up in there. Watch the hit by Ambrose, 52, as he gets in there by the line of scrimmage. Just buries him down into the pile. Dick Ambrose having a stellar year this year. That's one of the reasons why. But Seattle did get the first down, maintains control of the ball.
4 minutes to go in the game. Seattle, as we said earlier, has played with a lot of poise today. Slips back to the 50, covered immediately by 27 Tom Darden as he lost 4 yards on the play. Our statistician today, Don Drabus. Our spotters have been Pete Halbin, John Betchko. They've done an outstanding job for us. 2nd down, 14. Al Hunter has seen a lot of playing time today because of the injury to Dan Dornick.
Steve Rabel, number 83, just stepped into the ball game, usually coming in sure passing situations, the 3rd wide receiver. Let's see what Seattle has in mind as they go split wide left and wide right with Rabel.
2nd and 14. Jeff Moore hit by Mickey Sims, number 78, and he got maybe 2. The Denver Broncos have moved ahead of the New England Patriots by a score of 7-0. We'll be switching to that game just as soon as this one comes to an end. New England and Denver each with 7-3 records. Denver tied with San Diego for the lead in the AFC West. New England leads the East, and that will be an explosive ball game. It'll be coming to you. Most of you will see that game just as soon as this one is over. 3rd down coming up for Seattle, and the clock showing 2 minutes and 55 seconds left. Each team has 2 timeouts remaining, or times out if you will. Jack Patera talking to his quarterback Jim Zorn. Patera saw a 16-0 lead vanish as Cleveland went ahead 17-16 at the end of the 3rd quarter, and then he saw his team explode on 2 quick drives to put 2 touchdowns on the board, only to be answered by Brian Sipes guiding Cleveland 70 yards on 10 plays and a touchdown with 7:41 remaining. That made it 29-24, and that's the way it is right now.
You know, Sam Ratigliano, we just saw him looking on. This is a very important game from his standpoint. He'll be playing Pittsburgh, Houston, and Oakland in the future. He realizes, and Miami next week to boot, so he realizes that this game is an important win against the 4-6 ball club coming in. He cannot afford to stumble now and then expect to keep pace with Pittsburgh for the Central Division Championship. Zorn, hard to hear, shouting to his receivers.
3rd down, 13. Largent in motion. Largent back over the middle at the 40, 35, down to the 30, and Largent at the 25, and finally brought down to the 23. Ron Bolden, number 28, made the stop. Largent was chucked, but he broke away, and he picks up 26 yards on the play.
Well, you saw Largent smile as he slapped his teammate's hand. Zorn looking over the middle as Largent went in motion, provoking single coverage right there, running right by his man, but breaking 2 or 3 tackles as he gains additional yardage. He's breaking another one there, and finally number 27, Darden, comes up, tries to make the tackle, brought down finally inside the 25-yard line of Cleveland, and it looks as if Seattle is a little more confident.
2 minutes, 11 seconds remaining in the game. They might go down to the 2-minute mark. Jim Zorn is going to the sideline as the clock shows 2:07, and I believe we have reached the 2-minute mark. The clock is not operating properly today. Apparently we are at the 2-minute mark, as Zorn did go to the sideline, and now we have a double check that we are not at the 2-minute mark, that Seattle did call, or Cleveland called a timeout. Cleveland did call a timeout. We had a little problem with the clock in the first half, but now it is correct at 2:07 remaining in the ball game. Well, the Seattle Seahawks, who beat Oakland, San Francisco, Houston, and Atlanta, are coming back after a very bad ball game, a disaster last week against Los Angeles, being shut out by the Rams, and also going for a -7 total yards in the game, have come back with a tremendous show this afternoon. They lost the lead, they held in there, they're back in front, and right now they are controlling the game at this point at least. We have a final now. Tampa Bay beat Detroit by a score of 16-14. So Tampa Bay leads the NFC Central now with a record of 8-3. There are 4 NFC teams that have better than 500 records. There are 8 AFC teams that have better than 500 records. And the interleague play competition, AFC leads 28-10. Right now, Seattle, first down, 23-yard line of the Browns. Al Hunter met at the line of scrimmage. You saw 57 in there, Clay Matthews, the linebacker. He got about a yard. It'll be 2nd and 9. Now we've reached the 2-minute mark. So there's a timeout with 2 minutes remaining. And Seattle leads Cleveland in a big upset bid, 29-24. We'll be right back.
Kurt Gowdy and Hank Stram the last 2 minutes of this game in the Silverdome. Look at that one. 24-23. Cincinnati over the Chargers. Washington 27, Cardinals 21 late in the 4th quarter. First down, or 2nd down and 5.
Watch for the tight end.
Coming around, they hit him, they knock him down. That's Bo Robinson, and Curtis Jordan, the strong safety, came up to nail him there. Right on a 49 again, Hank. It is 3rd down.
That time they tried to trap Chambers. They trapped Selman on the other side for a nice gain. On the preceding play, they tried to do the same thing on Chambers, and they cut it off in good shape.
They're down to a minute and a half to play. 3 timeouts left for the Lions. 3rd down, 4. Plenty of time. Now he gets away. He's going to try and run it. They come up. They bring him down short of a 1st down. They spot him on the 40. Well, he may have it. He's on the 45-yard line where Dewey Selman hit him.
It all depends on where they mark it. It was very close. He tried to reach out and make the 1st down, but the official brought it back just a fraction, so it's going to be very close. Inches short, I think, of the 1st down.
Here's the measurement. 16-14. Tampa Bay scored 10 points in 36 seconds to take the lead, and that's an inch short. 1 inch short. 4th down and an inch to go. On the 45-yard line of Tampa Bay. The Lions need a field goal to win it. They're trying to maneuver themselves into that position. Ulysses Norris comes in to make it a double tight end situation. Fred Scott is out. They'll run this play. The clock's not moving. And then they'll call their first of their 3 timeouts remaining.
I would call it quarterback sneak here, Kurt, just to make sure there's no fumble, no bad exchange. If you can't make an inch with a good surge, you're in trouble.
They're down to a minute 4. The clock is moving. Crowd roaring. Long signal count, and there's a quarterback sneak, and he appears to have the 1st down. We're down to 51 seconds. Fred Scott's back on the field. They'll take out Ulysses Norris. 1st down on the 45-yard line of Tampa Bay. 45 seconds. They still haven't called a timeout. Look at the clock move.
I don't understand. What they're thinking is Lions have got 3 timeouts and have blown a lot of time here by not calling it.
All right, the fade. They get to him. He throws, and it's incomplete. His arm had started forward. Leroy Selman hit him as he let it go. Now the clock stopped. 30 seconds to play. Watch Selman get in here, Hank.
Yes, he did. Sets up nicely. Crowder's making an effort, and there's Selman on the outside. Boy, he's so quick and fast that he's hard to contain, especially when he knows it's going to be a pass.
All right, they have a 2nd down 10 on the Tampa Bay 45. Time remaining 30 seconds. Tampa Bay leading 16-14. Tampa Bay scored 10 points in 36 seconds with under 4 minutes to play. He's got the pass up in the air. It's a fumble. Is it a completed pass? And Tampa Bay may recover. It's a completed pass and a fumble. Tampa Bay's ball. Curtis Jordan's on it. They had Hill in field goal range after the completion, and he lost it. Watch.
You see, he makes the catch. In the process, the tackler knocked the ball right out of his arm. It bounced up in the air. A Detroit player had a chance to fall on it. Several of them did. Finally, it bounces out of the pile and is recovered by a
Curtis
Tampa
Jordan
Bay.
recovered it.
Curtis Jordan, and it's Tampa Bay ball, 1st and 10.
And that should be the ball game. 19 seconds to go. Detroit still has 3 timeouts remaining. They didn't take a timeout. They were down there after the reception by Hill with a possible field goal. Well, John McKay, he's been through everything over the years. This is a wild one for him, though. It's just a simple handoff. Ricky Bell falls forward. Only one idea in mind, don't lose that ball. Timeout now by Detroit. They have 2 left, and there are 13 seconds to play. What a finish this one has been. It hasn't been a wild offensive game. Tampa Bay had the ball with about 7 or 8 minutes to go on their own 16-yard line. Then Doug Williams took them on a magnificent drive. The kid really looked great. They got down and decided to kick a field goal to the 11-yard line with 4th and 1. They needed 10 points to go ahead. So Donahue booted a 28-yard field goal with 3:56 to go. They kicked off to the Lions, who with the ball on their own 22nd and 9 fumbled it. Tampa Bay recovered with 2nd down and 10. Doug Williams hit Larry Mucker in the end zone. So what Williams will probably do is just take this ball and fall on it. And he does. He's down. Now it's 10 seconds to go. And another timeout taken by the Lions. Now they got to use up some time here, or they're going to be in a 4th down punting situation. The Lions may go to block it or something like that, run one back.
We've seen a lot of crazy things happen this year. You have to give Tampa a lot of credit for coming back and maintaining their poise for a young football team like they are. They really hung in there tough, did a good job defensively, made something happen by recovering the fumbles, and that's the reason they were able to turn this game around with good field position and taking advantage of the field position when it came.
If the Lions do not rally, that man with the earphones on, Monty Clark's going to say, what else could happen to me this year? Looked like they had this game locked up. With Tampa Bay back on their 16-yard line late in the 4th quarter. Lions leading 14-6.
You know, one thing you have to
get away.
You have to feel good about the way they play. They play with a high intensity level, a lot of enthusiasm. And that's really important when you're lost 6 consecutive games in a row.
To Ricky Bell, what they're trying to do is use the time, and the Lions come in and call time with 3 seconds to go. It is 4th down. Now what they could do now is run backwards with the ball and circle around, couldn't they, Hank, and use the time up?
They could use some time up. They certainly could.
3 seconds. Is that a better bet than trying to punt the ball?
Yes, I wouldn't punt the ball. I would just go back there, snap it back. The clock doesn't start until it touches the hand of the kicker or whoever is going to be back there. And by the time it gets back there, it takes about 9/10 of a second to get the ball back there. But I think that would be a wise move on their part, not to try to punt it.
Of course, they don't want to run in the end zone.
No, they won't do that.
They have a tie ball game. But they ought to be able to. Williams can move around, take that ball, and scramble around back there, deep behind the line of scrimmage. For 3 seconds.
But the one thing they don't want to do is punt the ball. That's for sure.
Going to be interesting to see what they do. There's the 3 seconds. They're not going to punt it.
No, there's no way they should punt it.
They're ahead 16-14 on 4th down. Tampa Bay. There's Williams going back. 2 seconds, 1 second, and the game is over. He did it. He used up the 3 seconds. Tampa Bay wins it by a score of 16-14. And there's Doug Williams. Great comeback by the young expansion team to win, solidifying their position even more. Doug Williams being congratulated by other members of the Lions. And I got to give Williams credit, boy. He took him back 80-40 long yards away.
We haven't seen him. We haven't seen him for several weeks. I saw him in preseason games, and of course he was off to a great start. But he really was super out here this afternoon, and I think it's an indication of the kind of projected skill and ability that he's going to have as he goes along in his career. He's going to be one of the great quarterbacks, I think, in the National Football League.
A field goal and a touchdown in the last 4 minutes. In fact, within 36 seconds, as Tampa Bay rallies and beats the Lions 16-14 to run their seasonal record now to 8 wins and 3 losses. So, thanks, Hank. We'll be down in Tampa Bay next Sunday, and the NFL on CBS will be back after this word from your local station.
CBS Sports Spectacular coming up next Saturday at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time right here on CBS. Ray Wershing has teed the ball up on the 35. Rich Moody is center deep on the 1-yard line to receive it for the Saints.
Get a report now that Mike Schumann has a bruised leg and will not return, so the 49ers have lost both their flankers.
Wayne Wilson. And he is wrapped up by Ron Schumann. So the New Orleans Saints now start 1st and 10 at their own 23-yard line. Kickoff return of 10 yards. Wilson coming off, number 30. Archie Manning at the controls for the New Orleans Saints, as he has been all afternoon long. He's got Muncie and Galbraith as his setbacks. Archie Manning. Out to Galbraith. 25. Side slip Stackless, goes to the 30, 32. Jimmy Webb made the tackle.
Lindsay, that's about the 3rd or 4th time this afternoon that they've thrown a little flat.
CBS Sports Spectacular coming up next Saturday at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on CBS. Ray Wershing has teed the ball up on the 35. Rich Moody is center deep on the 1-yard line to receive it for the Saints.
Get a report now that Mike Schumann has a bruised leg and will not return, so the 49ers have lost both their flankers.
Wayne Wilson. And he is wrapped up by Ron Schumann. So the New Orleans Saints now start 1st and 10 at their own 23-yard line. Kickoff return of 10 yards. Wilson coming off, number 30. Archie Manning at the controls for the New Orleans Saints, as he has been all afternoon long. He's got Muncie and Galbraith as his setbacks. Archie Manning. Out to Galbraith. 25. Side slip Stackless, goes to the 30, 32. Jimmy Webb made the tackle.
Lindsay, that's about the 3rd or 4th time this afternoon that they've thrown a little flat pass to Tony Galbraith, and he put on some great moves. Watch the move on number 30, Tim Gray, the safety, right here. Comes back to the inside. Could have been a 3-yard loss, and Galbraith turns it into a 9-yard gain. In there, he puts a move on a lineman who was really coming out from the outside. That's Archie Reese. Good move by Tony Galbraith.
2nd down and a yard to go at the 32. Muncie stretched his body out for the 1st down. Ted Benson and Dan Bunce on the...
Fourth quarter, St. Louis coming back. They trail the Redskins by 6 now.
Archie Manning. Ike Harris at the 45, at the 40, 35, and out of bounds at the 32-yard line.
What a beautifully executed play. Great faking by Archie Manning. Another flag down over there. Ike Harris was so wide open in the middle.
Personal foul against San Francisco. Melvin Morgan was the man over there on the hit.
He shoved him out of bounds roughly. But Lindsay, what great pass protection by the Saints offensive line. And Manning just after the fake. Of course, the fake fooled a lot of people, I think, too. But Ike Harris, he had plenty of time. Everybody was running a deep pattern. They brought Ike Harris back underneath.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 46 defense, 1st down.
It was
Melvin Morgan.
Melvin Morgan was called. Nice little fake by Manning. He just stands back there. Look how open Ike Harris is. Now watch Morgan, number 46. See that right arm? He's still got a hold of him.
1st and 10 at the 17-yard line. This is Galbraith. Back to the inside, and he gets to the 13. Dan Bunce made the tackle for the 49ers. Picked up 4. It'll be 2nd and 6. Clock is running. 1 minute 15 seconds left in the third quarter. Saints are leading 24-13 and driving.
Not a bad day for Archie, Lynn.
Not bad at all. He's got Chandler to the left side, Harris to the right side. Chandler.
Well, they had a right play call at the right time.
Cornelius, number 28.
They were in a man-to-man, Lindsey, even blitz, but Archie Manning had a quick play call, a quick move by Wes Chandler. Picked up 9 on the square out.
It's going to be first and goal at the 4, and they're going to have a triple tight end alignment with Larry Hardy coming in with Brooks Williams to join Henry Childs. Wide receivers come off.
Number 1 draft choice last year, Chandler.
Galbraith ahead of Muncie in the I formation. Archie Manning. Galbraith to the touchdown. He got in with that last effort. Bunsen Harper hit him, but Galbraith drove in.
Boy, these backs run hard. Robert Woods there congratulating Tony Galbraith. 7th PD rushing this year. 15 touchdown rushing out of these backs. Galbraith and Muncie. Watch Galbraith's second effort here. He's hit by 57 bunts. Struggles over, and it was a good call because his knees were not on the turf.
Ed Burns is holding Figueroa Premium. Premium's kick is good. They move 76 yards in 6 plays. And so as you watch Tony Galbraith, the score is 31-13.
All right, let's go back and look at this remarkable catch by Pat Tilley.
What a big catch. I don't know if he's made a bigger one, Gary, but an effort here. You see him right here. And again, look who's on the coverage. Number 24. Jim Hart says you may have gotten a couple, but I've gotten a couple on you too.
Tilley, 4 catches, 66 yards. Hart has now hit 9 of his last 10 passes. He gets to Otis Anderson. Anderson's got a block and gets out of bounds, stops the clock with 1:55. Brad Dusick made the tackle. Tilley took himself out of the game. As you mentioned, he may have shaken himself up trying to catch the ball, but he's back in there now.
Thought Anderson was going to go inside this time. You see Dusick just stringing the play out. He really plays it well. Collins goes in on the block, but Dusick rolls off and knocks Anderson out of bounds.
Not to take anything away from Collins, but that is a patented play for Bob Young. He is an excellent pulling guard who hasn't been able to play today at all. Anderson 105 yards for the day. You see the timeouts remaining. Hart. Otis Anderson, touchdown. Otis Anderson took it in. The Cardinals are going crazy. The whole bench is emptied. They've come out of the playing field. Neil Olkowitz was trying to defend on the play, and Anderson, who caught his first touchdown catch last week, has added his second.
He had him single coverage this time. Boy, what a great throw Jimmy Hart makes here. Right over the top. Look at the coverage. That's how close it was for the touchdown.
And now what a big, big point after this is. Look at Anderson spiking. He's got to get this one or it won't be all tied up. Little to kick. Worley to hold. The kick by Little is on, and it's good. And the Cardinals have taken a 1-point lead. 28-27 our score. Still 1:48 left in this football game.
Vikings trying to get it out from inside their 10-yard line. Foreman takes it to near the 10. Pickup of 3 or so of that play.
The Vikings really haven't had very good field position this second half.
Officials mark it at the 10. A pickup of 3. It'll be 2nd down 7. Have done a little better job containing Ezra Johnson in this second half so far. Ezra had 4 traps in the first half. Kramer hitting Foreman at the 17-yard line. Make that Young number 34 instead of Foreman number 44. It'll be close for the first down. Looks a little bit short.
I I think that Kramer would like to get the ball out in better field position where he can use his wide receivers. Being down 13-0 in the third quarter, you like to make something happen. You want to get a big play somewhere, but you don't want to go for something that's dangerous when you're backed up against your own goal line. And I think he'd like to get it out here to this 30 or 40 and start working his wide receivers.
Timeout, stop of the measurement.
You got the first down there, so now they're ready to go to work.
Vikings with a little breathing room as Stu Voigt disappears into the huddle with the play from Bud Grant. 1st and 10. Minnesota with the ball at its 17-yard line. Clock moving with 1:35 left to play in the third period. Vikings trail 13-0. We've not had any scoring in the second half. They start Voigt in motion. Kramer goes to Brown. Heavy traffic. Anderson there to make the stop. Now they set the tight end in motion there. Talk about that a little, John.
They set the tight end in motion, and it's a very interesting thing because it changes the strength of the formation. All defenses are based and predicated on the strength of the offensive formation. So when the tight end lines up in the left side, it's strong left, the right side, it's strong right. When he goes in motion, then that changes the strength from right to left and also changes the defense from right to left.
2nd down 9. So Tampa Bay, as you saw, dodged the bullet and beat Detroit. Bob Tucker makes the catch at the 33-yard line and goes out of bounds, and that's good for a Minnesota first down. And that is a historic moment for Bob Tucker. It is his 400th career catch. Only one other active player in the NFL has caught 400 passes, and that's Harold Jackson of the Patriots. So he can be proud of that one.
That's great. We're going to see it again, and this is when he had to back short and he had Tucker in behind him, and it was a little deeper, and again getting the ball up the field a little longer, and Tucker's able to make the catch and get the ball out to the 34-yard line.
Well, the Vikings a nickel and diamond, but moving themselves upfield now, back from inside their 10. They've now reached their 34 on this particular drive, and Ted Brown finds a nice hole up the middle and carries beyond the 45 for another Minnesota first down.
That's right, and now I think they're in a position where they can maybe get out of the nickel and dime and get into the quarter and 50 cents and start working those wide receivers and maybe get a play that's going to get them a score. I think that was very intelligent down there to work the run, to hit the back short. Then he finally hit the one to the tight end, Tucker. And now I would expect that he will open up in this area and try and get the ball to Sammy White or Ahmad Rashad.
Quarter is running out here. There's the gun, signifying the end of the third period of play. Green Bay 13, Minnesota nothing. We now pause for a word from your local station.
The Chargers trail in this ball game 24-23. 24 seconds to play. It is 3rd and 9 at the 14, and they're going to try for the field goal right now. Mike Wood 3 for 3 on the day of the snap. The ball is down. The kick is up. It is good. San Diego has taken a 26-24 lead, and look at this Charger team.
That was a beautiful drive. That really was a super drive. That 4th down and 20 play by Fouts to Joyner was just sensational. It was a work of art. What happened is John Jefferson went across the middle, took out 2 defenders. Charlie Joyner broke to the outside, was wide open. Fouts hit him. They picked up the first down. They got in field goal range, and then Wood did his job. Look at this. This is beautiful.
Mike Wood 4 out of 4 today as he hooks it right in over the upright. A beautiful kick, and as you can see in the background, they are ecstatic. It is 26-24 San Diego. And this, Paul, really coming in, the Chargers figured this was a must-win because they have the Steelers next Sunday in San Diego.
And the big thing, too, with Houston beating Oakland so badly today, I don't know if that game, we haven't got word that game's over with yet. But this is really going to push them out, and Denver has a job ahead of them this afternoon against New England.
What a game that's going to be. The Patriots and the Broncos from Mile High Stadium in Denver, and you'll see that game coming up as soon as we leave you from Riverfront Stadium. There are 19 seconds to play. The Chargers have just gone in front of the Cincinnati Bengals. What a ball game. 26-24. Cincinnati still has their 3 timeouts. Mike Wood will be kicking the ball with the wind at his back, and the wind has kicked up a bit here in Cincinnati. The clouds have broken a bit. It is cold. When we began the game, it was 33 degrees. At halftime, it had climbed to 35, and I've got to tell you, it is chillier than 35 degrees right now. Mike Wood awaits the referee's whistle. He has it, and we are underway. 19 seconds to play. A long end-over-end kick. It is David Deacon Turner at the 4. To the 15, he cuts to the outside. He just wants to get out of bounds. And he's chased out by Glenn Edwards. And that's where Cincinnati will take possession at their own 17-yard line. And Kenny Anderson really has his job cut out for him now.
With 3 timeouts, how many plays do you think you can run in 14 seconds?
5.
If he uses it right, he can.
Well, we'll wait and see. You can bet the Cincinnati Bengals will employ 3 wide receivers for the final 14 seconds.
And here's where the 4 front men, those big guys, can just tee off and go because they know there's not going to be any gadgets or tricks. He's got to go back and throw the football.
The only setback in the Cincinnati backfield is Pete Johnson. There's the snap. Kenny Anderson looking, can't find anybody. He's going to have to run it, and this will take precious time. He is finally swarmed under by Wilbur Young. 3 seconds, and the clock is stopped, and Kenny is on the ground. He is hurt.
He picks up the first down, a very costly one because of the time factor. Fred Dean was offside, number 71 for San Diego. They'll refuse the penalty, but the big problem here is that they only have 3 seconds, and Kenny Anderson's on the ground.
Well, as we talked at the top of the show, Paul, as Kenny Anderson goes, so go the Cincinnati Bengals for the most part. They have not had to use Jack Thompson much, but we may get a look at him now.
All right, Kenny Anderson goes back in the pocket. The blocking is not bad. He's got everybody to the outside. He steps up. Here is when he should have stopped and thrown the football, but he continues to run with it. And big Wilbur Young fell on him.
Mike Williams almost leveled the blow. However, Kenny got in under Mike Williams. Here's the throw in Samoan out of Washington State. Jack Thompson, he's a rookie, 6'3", 217. He's only completed 22 of 50 attempts. He has not thrown a touchdown yet. With 3 seconds to go, don't you know he'd love to throw the first one here?
Right now, this is the last play, barring any penalties.
There's Kenny Anderson at the 30-yard line. As they're looking him over, and at least he's on his feet. And I got to believe in this situation, he wants to play the football game. Homer Rice. I had a chance to talk to Homer Rice yesterday. The Bengals were out for their team picture here in the stadium, and one of the nicest guys in the coaching ranks in the NFL. Well, Jack Thompson trots back off of the field. He'll not get that opportunity. It'll be Kenny Anderson for the final play of the game. Three seconds to play. San Diego 26, Cincinnati 24.
And if I were Pete Shaw, number 44, the defensive back for San Diego, I'd go right back on about the 20-yard line and wait.
The Chargers have about 70 defensive backs back there. Everybody's about 20 yards off the line. They don't want to give up the long one. Anderson drops the pass. No time left on the clock. It is dropped by number 84, Don Bass. And this ball game is over. And once again, Cincinnati comes so close and simply cannot pull it off. That's the end of the game. The final score from Riverfront Stadium, San Diego 26, Cincinnati 24. And now stay tuned for the exciting second half of our NFL doubleheader as the New England Patriots meet the Denver Broncos right after this.
Next Sunday, see the sparks fly when the Jets face Walter Payton and the explosive Chicago Bears. Or see the Miami Dolphins take on Brian Sipe and the heavy-hitting Browns. Then it's the long-awaited Steelers-Chargers clash, all next Sunday on NBC.
Coming up next on NBC, most of you will see that New England-Denver game. Denver is leading 7-0 in the first quarter. Steve Grogan coming off a 350-yard game against Craig Morton's 233-yard game. So that'll be an explosion. Plenty of action left in that one. Just started. Jeff Moore at the 20. Moore at the 15. Moore's got a first down inside the 15-yard line. I believe Jack Gregory, 81, made the tackle. Let's see where they spot the ball. He might be a little bit short as they move the ball at the 14. He didn't quite make it.
Regardless, Cleveland cannot stop the clock. They are out of timeouts. Third down and short for Seattle. It looks as if Seattle has maintained control in the fourth quarter. It looks as if Seattle right now, Moreau, will probably win the game as Coach Patera looks on a little happier than he was at the beginning of the second half.
And in 3 meetings now between the two teams, Seattle has won the first 2. Cleveland coming off a 3-game winning streak in deep, deep trouble now. Al Hunter bangs to about the 12.
That should do it.
So that gives Seattle the first down. And it's first down from the 12. And the clock showing but 55 seconds left of the game. Seattle took the opening kickoff and marched 66 yards for a touchdown. Then moved on to a 16-3 halftime lead. Fell behind 17-16 at the end of 3 quarters as Mike Pruitt scored 2 touchdowns for Cleveland, one on a 65-yard run. Then in the fourth quarter, Hunter scored from 6 yards out, and then he ran 71 yards to set up another touchdown, which Smith scored on. Then Sipe scored from 3 yards out, 29-24, and you see Jim Zorn now just sitting this one out. Well, the Seattle Seahawks should have a very pleasant ride going back to Seattle after last week's loss to the Los Angeles Rams as the clock runs out. And Cleveland's record will now go to 7-4, while Seattle moves to 5-6. So it's a tough loss for the Jack Patera and his Seattle Seahawks as they bounce back from that shellacking to the Los Angeles Rams, and they have beaten the Cleveland Browns this afternoon by a score of 29-24. So this was one of the days, George Coons, that the Browns just couldn't quite come back in the fourth quarter.
Well, they often speak of the cardiac kids, as they call the Cleveland Browns in town, winning the ball games in the last 90 seconds or less. Today, Coach Rutigliano didn't have a chance to have that happen. His defense could not stop the Seattle offense in crucial situations in the fourth quarter. But Seattle played a fine ball game. They deserved to win. They scored 29 points on a fair Cleveland defense. As a result, Seattle will go back happy as you see them going in the locker room now. Cleveland will stay home, perhaps drown their sorrows a little bit tonight, watch a little television, come back in Monday, check the films, and go from there against Miami next week.
In the yardage department, Seattle 226 yards with a pass, 178 with a run. The Browns 179 in the air and 216 on the ground. And so most of you now will see New England and Denver, which will be coming up very shortly over most of these stations. Here in Cleveland, it was the Seattle Seahawks 29, the Cleveland Browns 24. This is Merle Herman along with George Coons, hoping you've enjoyed the action. Now stay tuned for the second half for exciting NFL doubleheader. The New England Patriots take on the Denver Broncos following these messages from your local station.
This has been a presentation of NBC Sports, network of the 1980 Olympics. We're proud to bring you the best in sports television.
Back live in New York, I'm Brent Musburger, and everything is turning upside down, not just in Detroit, but look at this score. Suddenly, the St. Louis Cardinals have taken a lead on Washington. Washington led 27-7 coming into the fourth.
Well, there's the story. 1:48 left. You can see how excited they are. Jim Hart given a bear hug there by Terry Steve. But the way Mark Mosley can kick a field goal, and the way the Redskins ran their 2-minute offense earlier in this first half of play, they still have a lot yet to be decided.
A long time to go. They used 10 plays in that first half in just about 2 minutes. So game's far from being over. big plays have to be made.
Also should mention the Redskins have 3 timeouts left. Little, the kickoff with 1:48. A great come from behind here by the Cardinals. Back deep, Mike Forte. And picked up instead by Don Harris. And Harris returns it out to the 20-yard line. Our producer for this game has been Bob Rowe. Our director, Jim Silman.
Thank you for the pictures.
Yes, sir. Our associate producer from this Washington area, Ernie Bowers, Dan Mitchell. I want to thank our spotter, Jason Strinsky, our stats man, Marty Aronoff, and what a job these two men have done. It's been an interesting game that's completely pivoted around here in the fourth quarter. 27-7, the Cardinals trailed at 14:54 to go in the fourth quarter. First down at the 20. Theismann back. And he's going to be downed inside the 10-yard line. Excellent pressure put on that time by Mike Dawson. And you mentioned Dawson didn't have a sack prior to today. He has 2 today.
Boy, what a big play he makes right here. I tell you something, fighting over there, Terry Hermeling is not playing. Greg Dubonnet is in for him right now.
Theismann throwing. He completes it up to Clarence Harmon of the 20. They're back to the original line of scrimmage now, and they have a third down coming up, and a timeout has been called. Washington uses the first of 3 timeouts. You see the time remaining. That sack was a very big sack because it took a lot of time, and of course the Redskins are right back where they started that series. A third down, almost 11 yards to go. Sonny, this is the thing about football. Momentum, we always talk a lot about it, but never have I seen it switch any more than it has today.
I haven't either, and really, I know that you live in St. Louis and are going back there, and you're going to have to give that young man that played quarterback today, please give him my regards, because he had a heck of an afternoon to come back the way he did, because he was struggling at first.
Well, Hart is 15 of 32 for 170 yards. He had, what, 10 yards in the first half?
10 yards, and he comes back in the second half and does a job when they're 21 down.
Completed his last 7 passes. And of course, that last one, the touchdown catch to Otis Anderson. 2 timeouts remaining. From the 20-yard line, Ken Stone now comes in. They may have 5 defensive backs in. A 21-yard touchdown pass. And the difference in this game thus far. As Little Lynn gave him the advantage on the point after. Theismann back to throw. Steps up, broken up, but it's still caught by Don Warren for a first down. Mark Arneson batted it out, but then Warren, who's played so well, came away with it. First down for Washington. What a big catch that is.
What a big catch is right. Ball straight up in the air, and he comes down with it, used his height.
They have another play called, and with 1:05 now, we have a flag. Mike Dawson, what's this all about?
Dawson getting back on sides. I don't know who the play is going to be called on. It's going to be called on Dawson for not getting back, trying to use that game.
Stay there. It's on that timeout, right? Penalty?
Well, yeah.
It's penalty. All right. Can you draw that ball off?
Yeah.
Joseph, would you draw that ball off?
Encroachment on the defense, number 73.
Let's go back to that previous catch by Don Warren.
Oh, what a catch he makes here. The same pattern, hooking right in the middle of the field. The ball is thrown high. Look here, the ball goes straight up. Oh, you're talking about that thing could have come off and gone any place for an interception or anything.
Mark Arneson played it as well as you can play it. 1st and 5 after the encroachment penalty. Number 39, Theismann being chased again. He got the pass off. It's complete to Harmon. Harmon to the 30. He's knocked out of bounds at the 25, and that is a remarkable play.
What a great catch he makes. We've had some great plays, but right now, that was the biggest play of the ball game. I tell you, you know where they are right now. They're in field goal range of Mark Mosley. Under pressure, Theismann throws a perfectly. Couldn't throw the ball any better. He keeps his balance on a low catch and goes down the sideline.
Boy, what a catch by Harmon. We have a man shaken up for the Cardinals. That's Roger Worley. Worley is out of bounds at the 25-yard line. Well, I have said a lot about Harmon, but I don't think I've ever seen a more pressure-packed catch than he just made there. He has done very well for this Washington team. And Theismann, as you mentioned, he had everybody chasing him back there.
He did. That was the last guy he wanted to go to, and he threw the ball off balance and made a perfect throw.
Timeout called by St. Louis. It is Worley, though, that is down. That's Ken Stone with him.
Well, there's a nice greeting for us, John.
Hi, CBS with an I. I don't know, is that a 9 or a 6 of hearts?
I don't know. I tell you, it's nice for me to come back home because I was born and grew up in this town of Milwaukee. Always nice to come back, see some friends, and get home and get some home cooking. Yeah. Final period of play. Packers leading by a score of 13-0. And look at this. The St. Louis Cardinals have moved out in front of Washington, and that could be a big loss for the Redskins if they don't pull that out, because they need that to stay within shooting range of the Dallas Cowboys. That'll move them 3 games behind the Cowboys.
St. Louis is capable of winning.
1st and 10. Vikings mounting a drive here from their 45-yard line. They running out of time to get things going. Kramer with a bullet. That hits Rashad at the 35. And Ahmad Rashad is out of bounds at the 27-yard line. 1st down, Minnesota.
That was a fine pass by Tommy Kramer and a great reception by Ahmad Rashad. He was trying to go deep on the right side to Sammy White. And then Ahmad Rashad again was running and in on one side of the pattern. He just kept coming across the field, as we see here. See, he's looking downfield right there for Sammy White. Now he comes back. He comes off to his secondary receiver, Ahmad Rashad, who continues to work his pattern and then gets a big gain for him. And that's what I thought they would have to do, is start working those wide receivers.
That's 2 catches for Ahmad on the afternoon. Brown fumbles the football, and the Packers have recovered. Johnny Gray, number 24, covers the fumble at the 16-yard line. Oh, my.
Boy, that's a tough break for Minnesota, and it's a great break for the Packer defense, because Minnesota was just starting to move. And we see here there's a fine hole, and it's a good run. As he gets hit, the ball just pops right out, and that's something that the Minnesota Vikings didn't want at this time.
That's 4 turnovers. 4 times the Vikings have given it up in this drive. Keep in mind, started back at their own 7.
Boy, that is, again, just showing you the kind of football we've had in this 4th quarter. Warren makes a great catch. Harmon makes a great catch. Tilley made a great catch. Otis catches a touchdown pass. They're just trying to top each other. But now they're in field goal range at this moment, regardless of what happens, with 55 seconds, if they can hang on to the football. Now, with 2 timeouts left, the question you have is, do you play it conservatively now and just try to set up the field goal?
With that type of kicker, you can do anything. You've got plenty of time. I knew after the kickoff, after the touchdown, the Cardinals scored, and I told you during the break that 1:48 is a long time, the way they executed their 2-minute offense. And they've come right back down the field now with the big plays, and they're in good scoring range right now.
Did you see those stats on Theismann? Boy, what a day he has had. 16 of 26. 1st down at the 26, 55 seconds left. McDaniel and Buggs, the wide receivers. Theismann, he's going to throw it. They're throwing caution to the wind. Throws it up the field, broken up. And that is Worley, who was shaken up earlier. Now, do you think they just went after him because they thought he might have been a little bit shaken and wouldn't react well?
May have been, but I tell you, that's a dangerous throw, to throw the ball running to your left as a right-handed quarterback and throw the ball up softly. One thing they want to avoid right here is an interception.
I am surprised, Sonny, because when you have a man like Mosley, I wouldn't think you'd come out like that very often. But they tried it. 2nd and 10 from the 26. Thompson and Buggs, the wide receivers. That took only 5 seconds. What a game. 28-27, the Cardinals are the lead after they trailed 27-7 after the first play of the 4th quarter. Theismann back again. Throwing again, intended for Ricky Thompson, and boy, was Theismann hit. Theismann was bumped clear outside the 40-yard line by Mike Dawson.
Like he caught the same play that time, didn't he?
Say one thing, they have a lot of confidence in their passing game. Now they come to a 3rd and 10. 45 seconds left in the game. John McDaniel comes in, Ricky Thompson leaves. Well, they went at Parrish, now they're going at Worley. They're going right at the strengths of these 2 secondaries.
Standing on the field before the game with Gary Parrish, he said, there's one man that scares me on the Washington Redskins that can beat us.
Mark Mosley.
Mark Mosley.
It may come to that, and it will come to that. if they don't get it here. 3rd and 10. And they're not going to get much. Good effort, though, by Forte to the 21. And here they come. The issue to be decided by number 3. Mark Mosley, who's hit 2 today, of 27 and 46 yards. He's 17 of 22 for the year. His longest, 53 yards, and Washington is going to take a timeout. They have 1 timeout remaining, and Mosley is going to have to wait. I'm surprised Washington called a timeout. You'd think maybe the Cardinals would to put some pressure on the Skins. Mosley didn't like it, I don't think.
I'm surprised, too, because after this field goal, a short amount of time, they will have quite a bit of time left on the clock.
Okay, well, with 40 seconds left, the Cardinals are going to put on all the pressure they can.
If you were going to call a timeout, Gary, I would have thought you'd have used up your 30-second clock and run it down to about 5 seconds and then call the timeout, taking more time off the clock.
This crowd on its feet. This will be a 39-yard field goal attempt. Theismann to hold. Mosley's 5 of 8 between the 40 and 50-yard line, but this is closer. Bad snap, and the kick is good. That ball had to be placed in a hurry by Theismann, but he got it done, and Mosley, who's as good as anybody that's ever kicked in this game, drilled it. And with 36 seconds left, a 39-yard field goal has given the Redskins a 30-28 lead. Boy, Theismann really did a job on that snap.
Great pressure kick, great pressure kick. You can say it all the time. He's the best in football. Everybody says it, everybody believes it. Just as accurate as anybody I've ever seen kick the football.
You know, you look at the Cardinals this year, Sonny. They lost by 1 point to Dallas. They lost by 2 points to Pittsburgh. They've lost by 4 points to Philadelphia, and here now they're down by 2. And you think about how their season could have been.
Stranger things have happened with 36 seconds left.
Well, all right, we'll see. As Harrell and Green go back. Mosley, there's Bud Wilkinson. But I have to take my hat off to this Cardinal team for the way they came back in this 4th quarter.
2 great 2-minute drives by the Redskins also. You know, they got one before the half, and they come right back here with 1:48 and go down and get the field goal.
You know, it's interesting to me. Mosley last week had his field goal streak broken. Had 11 straight games with at least 1 field goal. He comes back here today, 3 for 3. 46-27 and a big one, 39 yards out.
And what a play by Clarence Harmon, huh? The big catch that he made.
So many big plays in this 4th quarter by both sides. Hart will come in, and he has hit his last 7 in a row, but he's going to have his work cut out for him. And Mosley doesn't kick all that deep, so they may have good field position. Oh, he's going to squib one. Johnny Bearfield. Bearfield's going to carry it. Bearfield's, no, wait a minute, that's Fabron. He laterals to Harrell. Willard Harrell's got some running room, and he gets out of bounds, and they have good field position at the 47. That was Fabron. I stand corrected, not Bearfield. He got it off to Harrell. A very alert play by Fabron.
Boy, I don't know if you like those linebackers coming up with footballs and then lateraling the thing.
But it worked.
It did work.
Now that's a different story. You have the ball at the 48-yard line with 27 seconds.
What is the range of Steve Little?
51 is the longest he's kicked. Hart. Boy, I've never seen so much football packed into 15 minutes as we've had here today. Gray, Tilley, split out. 27 seconds left in the game. Hart back. Protection is there. He throws complete to Otis Anderson. He gets out of bounds at the 45. 21 seconds. They don't have enough time to throw those kind of patterns, though, do they? Monty Coleman over there.
If you can throw 2 more of them, just like that one, you may have a few seconds left on the clock for a long field goal attempt.
Cardinals have 2 timeouts left. And so from the 45, 2nd down now, and still 2 yards to go. Almost 3. Joe Jones comes out of there. Carl Lortz replaces him. Hart's hit 8 in a row. Hart throwing again, broken up. Head to receiver Anderson, and he thought he might have been interfered with. Monty Coleman defending on the play. 3rd down coming up. That stops the clock with 16 seconds.
Yeah, that wouldn't hurt.
Yep. Now the What can they do? Can they go one more sideline, or do they have to go deep and just go for it all here pretty quick?
No, they can throw the ball, intermediate tight pass, Gary, with some type of crossing pattern, or you'd like to find Mel Gray coming across there in some form. Get the ball to him down around the 20-yard line, and you got a shot.
Lavender picks up Gray at the bottom of the screen. Hard back. 3rd and 3. And he's trying to hit Osborne. Trying to come up with the interception was Tony Peters. So it's 4th down, and 9 seconds remain. You see the time remaining. Hart is 16 of 35 for 178 yards.
Well, we're down to one play, huh?
I think you're right.
One play.
The old, what do they call it? The Big Ben play? That's what Atlanta calls it, where they throw it up, somebody tips it to someone else. New Orleans can tell you about that one.
The thing is, you need a pass interference call, some type of defensive penalty to stop the clock.
This may be the last play of this game. Broken up. Big Buck 65 broke it up. And with that play, the Cardinals' hopes have come to an end. As the Washington Redskins are alive and well in this NFC Eastern Division chase. A big, big win for Washington, who thought they had it, then had it almost get away from them. And then Mark Mosley with the field goal. That's a real character test for a team, isn't it?
Well, I tell you, to come back the way they did there in the last minute, you have to admire the effort. Both teams. Tough game for either team to lose.
Let me take my hat off, though, to number 17, Jim Hart. I'm sure a lot of people watching this telecast, sitting at home in the comfort of their living room, couldn't figure out why Bud Wilkinson didn't get him out of there. He knew why. They weren't out of the game. And Jim almost pulled this one out. Theismann drops on it. The Cardinals will let it tick away, and this game is over. As Theismann goes away with the football, the Washington Redskins are now 7-4 for the year. They still are in the chase for that NFC Eastern Division title.
A premium will kick off now. James Owens and Dwight Hicks are deep to receive it for the 49ers. Owens at the 9-yard line. Wants to turn that speed on. Penalty marker goes down as he gets across the 35. Brooks Williams made the tackle.
Well, on those kickoffs, it's tough to pull off and not block below the waist. Just an unnatural thing. You tell these guys, you teach them all year long to go out and hit people. And then you say, well, on the kickoffs, you can't block below the low waist. It's just tough to pull off at an instant like that.
Moves the ball back to the 17.
Personal foul, flipping number 82 receivers during the return. First down.
Bob Brewer.
Here's Rich Maudy, the guy we were telling about the New Orleans Saints. He just gets double teamed. He still won't go down. He's fighting. Two guys have hit him twice now. Comes over. The third guy hits him. He's still on his feet. And he gets in on the tackle. Boy, that's hustle on the special teams.
First and 10 for the 49ers. They have the ball at their own 17. We have 36 seconds left in the third quarter. DeBerg guns it, and it is taken out of bounds at the 25. Dwight Clark, the receiver. Terrence Chapman made the tackle. There's the final.
And that's a big one for Tampa Bay. They all but have wrapped up the NFC Central Division. Their record now goes to 8-3. And if the Bears get beat today, they'll be 5-6. 3-game lead, probably.
Second down, 2 yards to go for the 49ers at their 29, 25, 29 seconds left in the quarter. Owens is in the wide left. Over to the 30-yard line. Fettersfield and Hughes on the tackle. Across the 30-yard line. First and 10 at the 30.
Here's the score to San Francisco. I mean, the New Orleans Saints is very interested.
As the gun sounding the end of the period. So that's the end of the third quarter with the score. New Orleans Saints 31, San Francisco 49ers 13. We now pause for a word from your local station.
Defense again this year, but Gary Glanville said with a bad turf, AstroTurf, blitzing is very dangerous. I think they'll try to play straight against the Giants. I think the Giants will be very much in the game if they can rush that football on the ground.
Let's get down and check out that philosophy and see what's going on. The Giants won the toss. They will receive. Steve Odom, newly acquired last week. Back deep. Game officials, the referee, Cal Lepore. And you look at the rest of it, too, is Mazzetti. To Odom at the 5. And Steve Odom is really wrapped head over heels by Joel Williams. What a shot.
Odom might have been hurt on his first play for the Giants. Used to be with Green Bay and suddenly lost his desire after an injury a year ago.
The offense of the Giants, who played so very well last week against Dallas.
Benson, Van Horn, Clack, Turner, Neville, and of course Gary Shirk, the tight end. He's having a good year for the Giants.
The rookie at quarterback, Phil Simms, Billy Taylor, and Doug Coder, the runners. Wide receivers, Johnny Perkins and Ernest Gray.
And the Giants have only lost 5 fumbles all year, and that is a fantastic thing for an offensive team to brag about.
Doug Coder is one of the running backs, and the other is Billy Taylor. No, it's not. It's Johnson. Ken Johnson. Simms on first down, airs it out. Knocked away. Johnny Perkins, the intended receiver. And Frank Reed, the strong safety man back there with him.
Pretty good play by young Simms. What he's telling the Giants, the Atlanta secondary is, we can throw on your corners. They're both very short, so we're going to show you what we're going to do on the very first play. Here's that defensive line. Yates, Pomowino, the big Samoan, Edgar Fields, and Don Smith, the rookie from Florida.
The Atlanta linebackers are excellent. We'll run them down for you in just a minute as you see a penalty flag on the first play. Kuykendall, Pennywell, and Brazina.
Antagonistic is the best way to describe them.
Holding, number 6-3, offense, first down.
Doug Van Horn, the defensive backs for Atlanta.
Lawrence, Bias, Reed, and Ray Easterling. Lawrence and Bias are the quarterbacks, and they're 5'9" and 5'10", respectively.
It'll be first and 20 for young Phil Simms. He's only lost once since he started to start. Nate Atlee. He hits Johnny Perkins, and Perkins breaks a couple of tacklers. Robert Pennywell finally knocked him down, but good yardage for the Giants. Simms started to scramble, didn't have to, and finally found Johnny Perkins.
That's the 15th catch for Perkins out of Abilene Christian, where Wilbert Montgomery and Lance Barrow and all the great players came from, on the run, and Simms waited for a lot of things to happen. You might recall that Atlanta had trouble with Oakland on delaying tight crossing patterns, and that's just about what we saw there by Perkins.
18-yard pickup on that semi-scramble by Phil Simms. So it'll be second and a little bit more than 1. Flags are down all over the place, and it looks like the rain has certainly slacked off, not as hard as it was, but it's still coming down just a bit. Lord McCreary, I believe, the reserve tight end for the Giants, is the one who moved, and Lepore has been busy in this first series.
Start. Moving before the snap. 6-0 offense. Second down.
60 is Brad Benson.
Wow, that's 87 penalties, as you can see by this visual, and that will really keep an offense on third down and long a lot of the afternoon, that kind of play.
Second and 6 right now as Phil Simms looks over that Atlanta defense. This time they do blitz. Intended for Perkins, but the blitz hurried him just a bit.
Looks like Lawrence even blitzed from the corner. They call that a dog down in Atlanta. But whether you hear red dog or blitz, it's the same thing. You put pressure on the rookie quarterback. Everybody says he's still a rookie. I'll tell you, Simms handles himself pretty well for a young man that's only been out of Morehead State for a few months.
The Grits blitz through Atlanta.
He's a bachelor, isn't he?
Yes. Don't know how long it's going to last.
In New York City, that's hard to believe. How do you last, I mean?
Third and 6. Perkins across the middle. The ball was deflected by one of the Atlanta linemen, but another flag goes down.
I think Frank Reed may have interfered with Shirk. Gary Shirk, was it?
Yes.
Pretty good pass rush that time. I think it was Don Smith. Let's see the top left of your screen if number 65 is the one that puts the pressure on. 255-pound rookie gets away. No, it was somebody up the middle. Edgar Fields might have touched it.
It was the hand of Edgar Fields that deflected it. That's an automatic first down.
Number 28, defense, first down.
Frank Reed on defense. And it'll be a first down Giants. Line of scrimmage, their own 35. No score. Opening minutes, a rainy afternoon.
How could it be illegal contact if the ball never got there?
Well, now, we'll have to ask, I guess. Sims gives to Doug Coder. And Coder stands into the Atlanta secondary for about 6 or 7 before Greg Brazina was the first man to make contact.
Coder averaging 3.7 for the year, but only about 2.2 over the last couple of weeks. Gets a good block inside. Actually a sealed off block by, couldn't tell who the other running back was there at that time.
Johnson.
I believe it was Johnston, Ken Johnson in there. Coder does protect the ball, and as all the Giants do, he does not fumble.
It'll be 2nd and 3 for Phil Sims as he sends Coder in motion. Double tight end setup. And the throw is behind Johnny Perkins. Sims was decked just as he let it go. Ray Easterling on the Atlanta coverage.
A little bit of pressure that time. You won't get a sack, but the Atlanta defense is getting quite a few hurry-ups. Watch the right part of your screen. Yates gets awfully close, coming right through Neville, the tackle, and really hurried the throw. Smith also had a pretty good rush from the right side.
So it'll be 3rd down in the rain at the Meadowlands. No score, 13:45 left first quarter. Ball's at the 42. Coder and Johnson behind Sims, and he gives to Doug Coder, who's tripped up in the backfield by Greg Brazina. A veteran who has really, lately at least, been playing extremely well.
Especially against Tampa Bay a week ago. Watch number 50 out of the University of Houston. One of the oldest players on this Atlanta roster and one of the most active right now on the entire team.
Loss of 7. Dave Jennings. We had a marvelous day last week against Dallas punting.
He's the #1 punter in the NFC now. He's in front of Danny White.
He dropped it. Did well to get it away. A flag is dropped. Wet ball got away from Jennings, and he did well to get rid of it.
Because of the fumbled snap, one of the men may have released too early to go downfield, you suppose?
I thought once you dropped it, all that was off.
That's supposed to be. Ooh. It's going to be illegal procedure against
the Giants.
Falcons will take that hog bladder and get their offense underway.
It's a slippery one today as Jennings had it get away. Here he is.
Illegal motion, number 28, an offense, penalties and fines, first down.
Looks like he's playing with the Cosmos.
Because of all those penalties, although the Giants had the ball a long time, they played actually less than 2 minutes on that game clock. No score. Atlanta ball of their own 36.
The fumble after the pass to Ron Smith. Bears have it in play 1st and 10 on their own 43-yard line. Payton is on a wing. Watson, Bashnagel wide. And Phipps going down the left side, broken up. It should have been intercepted. Osteen had both hands on it. It was intended for Brian Bashnagel.
Very, very fortunate that was intercepted.
And remember, Phipps still has that string going. He has avoided the interception, but Osteen had it in both hands. 21 and 40 gives Phipps 61 without an interception.
Great position. He played the ball very well. He could have been looking into the sun.
So it is 2nd and 10 on the Bear 43. 23 to 14 Rams.
Screens and draws.
Phipps with time, and he's got his man Williams wide open. Jim Youngblood had fallen down, flags on the play, and he's dropped at the Ram 35. Jim Youngblood was supposed to pick him up, and he fell down.
That's right. Jim Youngblood slipped and fell, and there's a flag on the play. It could be he tried to hold him.
Holding 53.
That's
defense.
Exactly, George. When Jim Youngblood fell down, you can take a look. He took a grab at Williams.
Here's the replay. Going to his back on an angle pattern. We couldn't see it, but he tried to hold him prior to that. Eddie Brown brings him down.
1st and 10 on the Ram 34-yard line. Williams, and Williams head down, gets to the 31-yard line.
Again,
pick up a 3.
Then again, one of these plays I'd like to see Peyton run. He's such a great runner.
You know, George, I don't know which is the greater surprise. The fact that Peyton has rushed for only 12 yards or the fact that he has carried only 9 times.
I know, it's unbelievable. They have to use him on a draw or a screen or one of his 4 good running plays. There it is.
So it is 2nd and 8 from the 31-yard line. Phipps under a little heat, sets a screen for Williams to the 30, and he is knocked out of bounds at the 27-yard line.
The Rams defense recovered very well. Looked like that screen might break for some big yardage.
Williams caught one of the 2 touchdown passes from Mike Phipps. Watts handled the other. So it'll be 3rd and 3 and a big drive for the Bears, trying to get back in the game, trying to recoup some of the momentum that they appeared to have and let get away.
They're probably thinking 2 downs here also. 2 downs to pick up 3 yards.
Jeff Rutledge on the sideline has done his job. Now let's see about Mike Phipps. It'll be Walter Payton, and Payton inside the 25, and he has the 1st down. So Walter Payton drives for the 1st down, and the Bears are under a full head of steam.
Did you see that power after he was hit? From the eye, just M-hunch, M-blocking. Look at him drive for the extra yardage.
Dave Elmendorf of the Rams is hurt on the play, and Elmendorf is down on the Ram 20-yard line. The Rams secondary that has already been shattered. Remember, they lost Pat Thomas and Rod Perry. Bill Simpson went away. Nolan Cromwell playing a corner, and now the strong safety Elmendorf banged up.
That last run reminded me of something on Monday Night Football. Campbell surged for 2 yards, and the comment was made that there weren't many people in football that could carry a tackler 2 extra yards like Campbell did. Then the other comment was made, Franco Harris was the only other back. I'd like to add this guy right out here.
You can take another look at that play you're talking about.
Walter Payton, watch this.
You think of Payton as a little back because he's 5'10½". He has tremendous legs, and it's Elmendorf, the man he hit. That's why Elmendorf was hurting. We can give you one little note on Payton. He leg presses 600 pounds.
He's got strong arms, forearms. They got Latta's in here now, number 88. In this area of the field, they like to hit him on a corner pattern.
And Elmendorf goes out. Ivory Sully is in there. We haven't seen much of him, but he's filling in now for Elmendorf. Walter Payton, and he takes a lick from Larry Brooks, and he is dropped in his tracks. Big number 90.
Both of those tackles are taking an inside charge.
By the way, Dr. Bob Curlin examining Dave Elmendorf on the sidelines. Bob, orthopedic surgeon for the Rams.
It's pretty hard to run that fast trap when your your defensive tackles are both closing down to the inside.
2nd and 10 on the Ram 22. 1:15 left in the 3rd quarter. Phipps, no good. He had Watts cutting one way and Bashnagel the other, and Watts the intended receiver, but he wasn't close to the ball.
Well, here's Phipps going back to pass. He doesn't sit up real quickly, backpedaling all the way, watching his receivers, has enough protection. Delivery sack. the ball was just a little bit behind Watts. Watts still should have had it.
Steve Schubert comes in, and Ricky Watts, the rookie, starts to come out. They say, no, take the tight end out. So it's Cobb finally coming out. Tampa Bay has beaten Detroit 16-14, but because of the mix-up between Ricky Watts and Mike Cobb when they sent in Steve Schubert, they've had to waste an important timeout.
That's happened twice today. You want to save your timeouts for that 2-minute drill at the end. They're so vital. It doesn't seem important right now, but when you get down the last 2 minutes, if you don't have your timeouts, you're at a disadvantage.
When they sent Steve Schubert in, that caused all kinds of confusion. Ricky Watts, the rookie, started out. They said, no, not you. Then Mike Cobb started out, said, me. They said, yes, you. And there was so much confusion, they had to waste a timeout.
Well, Phipps did the right thing. You can't risk another penalty or another loss in here.
It's 3rd and 10 on the 22. Meanwhile, the Rams, of course, wondering about New Orleans, and the Saints are marching along nicely, leading San Francisco now 31-13 in the 3rd. Next week, New Orleans will be playing Seattle, and the Rams will be at home with Atlanta.
You know, Vin, while we got the time, I've been in Chicago since Thursday, and they're having a reunion of the '63 World Championship team next weekend, and a lot of the Bears from that team are watching today's game.
Oh, I'm sure of that. The Bears next week will be playing the Jets. Buffalo beat the Jets today. All right, 3rd and 10 on the Ram 22. Slot right, Bashnagel inside Watts. Phipps looking down the middle, no good. A flag. It's raining flags.
Hey, if you want to see something funny, the official couldn't get the flag out of his pocket. I don't know whether we can see it again, but the Rams are dogging. Now watch that official. No question it's a penalty, but the official couldn't get his hand in his pocket to get the flag out.
And then flags came from every direction.
Yeah, he was all over him. I tell you, Phipps is doing a good job against those tough dogs.
Remember, with Elmendorf banged up in the Rams secondary right now, that was Sid Justin. Ivory Sully is in there, so it's a patchwork secondary, and Phipps is working on it. 1st and goal from the 7. Phipps to Williams, trying to get outside with flags flying all over the place. And Payton trying to throw the block, but it didn't do any good. Preliminary signal against the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, it's against the Bears. Motion. This is a vital series for the Bears to get back in here. It's a vital. Okay, let's watch the movement on the guard. It's pretty hard to see.
Illegal motion number 65.
65.
Offense, still 1st down.
That's Noah Jackson, the guard, who was trying to pull. So it is 1st and goal on the Ram 14. We get a report that Dave Elmendorf has a pinched nerve in the neck, and we're not sure about his future in this game. Over the middle to Williams, who was immediately wrapped up by Jack Reynolds at the 11-yard line. Remember, it was 1st and goal at the 9.
Yeah. You know, Ben, what Phipps is doing here, he's throwing quick passes, getting rid of the ball with a short setup. Very difficult to sack.
Cobb comes in for Latta at tight end now. It is 2nd down and goal from the 11 with 25 seconds and counting left in the 3rd quarter. 23-14 Rams. Phipps falls down, gets up, and is swallowed up. I think he got his foot caught.
He did.
In the legs of Noah Jackson.
He tripped over Noah Jackson's ankle.
Noah Jackson, number 65.
Now watch him trip. Watch Jackson's foot come back. Right there. Jackson's left foot knocks Phipps down. Tough break.
So from first and goal on the 9, Phipps, of course, not having been knocked down by the Rams, tried to get up, but he had nowhere to go. And that's the end of the third quarter with the score. The Rams 23, the Bears 14. We now pause for a word from your local station.
The first time on artificial turf for Atlanta in more than a month. And we'll see if it has any effect. Steve Bartkowski. That is Bubba Bean getting a start. And we have lost his job to Lynn Kane. Ray Oldham made the tackle.
Bubba came out last week with a 60-yard run that actually salted Tampa Bay away, so it's a good time for him to come on. Here is a very expensive drafted offensive line. Big Mike Kinn, Scott from Kansas, Van Note's been there a long time from Kentucky, Thielemann from Arkansas, and Big Warren Bryant from Kentucky, and Jim Mitchell might be slowing down to the point where they have to replace him at tight end.
The rest of it, but Bubba Bean lost his shoe on that last play, and Ray Strong has taken his place. 2nd and 5, Bartkowski rolls and throws. Picked off by Terry Jackson. The Giants have it right back. Andrews, the intended receiver. But Jackson with a fine interception.
This has been a big part. This is interception number 3 for Jackson, who really plays receivers close, likes to bang them. This time he came into the short zone, and the Giants won on their defensive rotation.
The Bears need a touchdown and a field goal, but not necessarily in that order. So it is 3rd and goal on the Ram 21 at the start of the 4th quarter. We'll see now as Bob Thomas was getting ready on the sidelines on a big 3rd down call for Mike Phipps. And Phipps going in the end zone to Watts. No good. Broken up by Sid Justin, number 29. So they went for a bomb. It was not forthcoming, and now they will go for that field goal.
Well, he did the right thing. He threw for a touchdown, tried to throw for a touchdown, put the ball in the end zone, and now you got to go for 3 points. You need 3 somewhere along the line to get back in. The Rams dogged him on that last play.
Bob Thomas has kicked 10 out of 16, his longest 42 yards. It'll be a 38-yard attempt with Bashnagel holding. It's spot, the kick is up, and the kick is good. And so the Bears got the best of it. It is 23-17 Rams, but of course now the Bears know a touchdown, and remember that point hanging in the air.
1st and 10 Giants from their own 47 after the interception by Jackson. No score, 12-17 left 1st quarter. Sends to Johnson. Broke a couple of tackles and got a 1st down. Jeff Yates finally made the tackle, but Johnson with a very effective run.
Remember, on a wet day like this, when the uniforms get slippery, those thigh guards and all just become like a snake's body. And if you hit a glancing shot, you can slide off. It gets slippery. And Johnson we haven't seen for 2 or 3 weeks. It looks like he's running very well today.
He's had foot problems, among others. 2nd, about a foot they need for a 1st down. They're in Falcon territory for the first time. Phil Simms gives again to Johnson. Fumble. The Falcons pick it up. Brezina again. And Atlanta gets the ball right back. Edgar Fields knocked it loose from Johnson, and Brezina.
And the top team on not giving the ball up by fumbles, the Giants gave up their 6th one of the year. Boy, I tell you, it left early, too.
There will be a lot of them today before it's over. That's the final. Tampa Bay came back to beat Detroit 16-14. Straight ahead is Andrews, pounding away for about 5.
Remember, this entire Atlanta team averages over 4 yards a carry. So there's Miami beating Baltimore and shutting them out.
That is a final.
But watch how big the splits are in the offensive line that the Falcons have, and their backs are good, hard runners, not fancy, and they'll stay inside. They'll kick the ball a long time against them.
14-12, the Jets over Buffalo. Jets missed 2 extra points. Buffalo beat it for the second time this year. Bubba Bean swings to the outside. About a yard shy of a first down. The ball comes loose, but out of bounds. Jackson picked it up.
That offensive line for Atlanta, by the way, Pat, they really drafted for it. They've got 2 number 1s at tackle. That's Bryant and Ken. Scott is the number 3 choice from Kansas, the left guard. Thielman, the big kid from Arkansas, is the number 2 choice. And young Howell is the number 1 choice from SC, waiting to perhaps move in at center or guard next year. They have quality up front.
That's the final score. Cincinnati was leading big early. San Diego came back to win it. 3rd and 2 here. Andrews, they get figured. Andrews does not get the first down. He just barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. He's hit by Gary Jeter and Phil Tabor.
Tabor, of course, number 80, is the big rookie from Oklahoma. He's got great hand and upper body strength. They say he can throw people and make tackles. Let's see where 80 comes in. Jeter makes a good play, too. And Oldham comes over the top and helps out. Yeah, there he is back there. Tabor got in on it, didn't he?
John James. Got to be a very vital part of this contest today. The kicking between Jennings and James, 2 of the best. Steve Odom. High snap. James gets up to it and gets off a fine kick. Steve Odom lets it bounce, and it doesn't go into the end zone.
A Giant kicked it into the end zone. Let's see if it's called a touchback or not.
Tom Pridemore was hustling down and knocked it backwards. And here's the discussion.
Kicking team has to get control of it, do they? Here's the spike backwards. We're still okay here for Atlanta, but the ball's hit by a Giant, which downs it immediately and goes into the end zone. It'll come out to the 20-yard.
Otis McKinney, I believe, knocked it back into the end zone and saved the Giants about 19 very valuable yards. No score.
As we start the 4th quarter, this is Lindsey Nelson with Paul Horning at the Louisiana Superdome. 1st and 10 for the 49ers at their 30. Steve DeBerg with the ball. Going long. James Owens incomplete. Picking him up, Clarence Chapman on that corner.
The reason that wasn't 6, if Steve DeBerg would have had a little bit more time. He was blitzed from Bordelon, number 50. He would have had a little bit more time. He could have laid the football up for Owens, and he had his man beaten man-to-man down the sideline.
You saw Bob Brewer, 82, reporting him in the next play. 2nd down, 10 yards to go.
49ers have 290 yards in offense.
Owens across. Berg batted down at the line, incomplete. It was Don Reese right there. Don Reese who got the hand up.
Another product, Jackson State.
And they've had a lot of them.
Look at this one. San Diego back in front of the Bengals now in the 4th quarter, 26-24. Field goal by Mike Wood at 32 yards out now, the difference.
3rd down play coming for the 49ers. Clarkson a wide right for DeBerg.
They're 3 out of 9 in 3rd down conversions.
Hofer.
4 out of 10 now. Beautiful call.
Ralph McGill made the tackle.
Saints playing the pass. Good sweep. Tell you, this offensive team, the 49ers, impresses me. I've seen some teams with 5 or 6 wins are not half as good offensively as the 49ers.
Well, we're having a little delay here because the officials are getting together. The clock shows 16 minutes and 51 seconds left to play in the quarter, and there are only 15 minutes in a quarter.
The clock has gone askew for the time being until it's repaired. The official time for the game will be kept by the line judge on the field.
Has gone askew.
I like his word, askew. It certainly has. Line judge is going to keep the time on the field.
Hofer now is over 100 yards rushing for the second consecutive week. Hofer now 110 yards and 12 carries. Green Bay, fourth quarter, 13, Minnesota nothing.
First down and 10 yards to go for the 49ers. Ball is at their 45-yard line. Gibbert.
There goes
Owens. And it's incomplete. Chapman covering.
Chapman's going to say, well, he's beaten me now twice in this series deep. That may be an indication of things to come for you 49er fans. Look at the speed. Young James Owens. They better not cover him man-to-man, and especially if you do, you better back up in a hurry. He just goes right on by him. Chapman had no chance. He hasn't seen anybody that quick on the outside in a long time. Been a tough catch.
Bill Walsh, head coach of the 49ers. Second and 10 at the 45-yard line.
Now Seattle bounced back. They beat Cleveland today 29-24.
Motion across. That's on. Holford.
Block.
Holford. What a day Holford's having. Had a great day against Oakland last week. He's having another. Chapman and Myers made the tackle.
Well, you got to credit some fine blocking. Wilbur Jackson got 2 men that time. Great block by Wilbur Jackson and enabling Holford to get outside. I'll tell you, they run hard. They just move the football up and down. 16 yards on that sweep.
Linville Elliott comes in now to give Hofer a breather. I like the way Hofer drives when he sees the hole. He's not afraid to go up in there.
Not at all. He loves to go north-south. He doesn't fiddle around trying to get away from people. He picks up those extra yards. Look at that. A couple years ago, they said, oh, I don't know if this kid can play.
Elliott, Linville Elliott, to the 38-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 8 there. Reese made the tackle.
The final, San Diego by 2 over Cincinnati. Cincinnati now 2-9. San Diego ups their record to 8-3. They're tied in the Western Division of the AFC with Denver. If Denver could win today, they'll stay tied.
New Orleans and Denver played an interesting game last week as Denver won it by a score of 10-3. Jackson was in motion. DeBerg trying to get it over the middle, but it's incomplete.
Sterling Moore had his big hand up. Blocked it. I think it was Sterling Moore.
I think you're right. I think it was Sterling Moore.
Now Washington back on top 2. There's 6 seconds left in that ball game. I guess that's a field goal. Washington was trailing by 1, 28-27. I think with a minute and a half left the last time I recall.
Hofer's back in the ball game now. 3rd and 8. There he goes to the 28-yard line. Hofer carrying, and Bordelon made the tackle. 1st and 10.
Oh, this kid runs hard. Hofer's all over the place. Picked up 10 there.
Brewers brought in the next play. 1st and 10 at the 28-yard line. We're in the 4th quarter. Clock is inoperative.
Picked up 40 yards the last 3 times he's ran the football. There's DeBerg on the day. 18 out of 30, 152, 1 interception, 1 touchdown.
Double wing. Jackson's the lone setback. Incomplete, and Bordelon almost intercepted.
He won't have an easier one. Had an interception in the first half. Set up a touchdown. Bordelon had it.
Derlin Moore is injured on the play. That's Derlin Moore being helped up. Front four is now Reese, Fultz, Bennett, and Grooms for the New Orleans Saints.
23-17. Bears are within striking distance. Bob Thomas a field goal. Still have a quarter to go in that one.
2nd and 10. Ball is at the New Orleans 28. Hofer and Jackson will set back. Steve DeBerg. Incomplete, trying to gun it to Owens.
Could have been a mix-up in the pattern there. He was wide open on the hook. DeBerg threw it to the outside. Owens cutting to the inside.
3rd down, 10 yards to go. The Orleans Saints are leading by a score of 31-13. McAfee's back in. Brewers come off as you watch the 49ers sideline. Bill Walsh. Hofer and Jackson for DeBerg. And it's completed at the 15-yard line to Dwight Clark.
Had a little zip on that pass, Lindsey. Clark didn't come back for the football. It was just a bullet thrown by DeBerg for the first down. 5 out of 11 conversions on 3rd down now for the 49ers.
Hughes and Myers on the tackle for New Orleans. 1st and 10 at the 15-yard line. Brewers come in. McAfee's come out. They've been shuttling in, bringing in plays.
I'll tell you, you get 405 yards. You see that last stat? You should win a football game.
Jackson got just to the 13 as Don Reese made the tackle. Picked up 2 to make it 2nd down and 8. Wilbur Jackson from the University of Alabama.
Both the starting flankers are out for the 49ers. Mike Schumann's got a bruised leg, and Freddie Solomon, he's out. Haven't played here in the 2nd half.
Dwight Clark's in the wide right. Owens in the slot right. Hofer in motion right. DeBerg to Hofer and incomplete. Pat Hughes covering.
The 15th play of this drive. He can control the football. Hofer usually catches those kind. Just made him reach back a little bit, Lindsey. In a tough spot. And Denver shutting out New England in the first quarter, 17-0.
49ers have called a timeout. So with the score, New Orleans 31, San Francisco 13. We're in the 4th quarter, and there's a timeout.
So the Packers get another break on the fumble recovery by Gray, and Packers have the first down at their 17-yard line. 14:46 left to play in the game. Lofton wide to the left side. Thompson set in the slot inside of it. Torkelson and Middleton have gone all the way at the running back slots. Middleton skips out beyond the 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, and finally run out of bounds at the 45. Not bad.
No, that was a great one. Run. I know that what the Packers were going to try and do is eat up some time here, keep the ball on the clock on the ground, take some time off the clock, and that happens quite often when you're trying to run out the clock and just get a few first downs. Trudell Middleton breaks one. It was a weak side lead. It was from the I formation. We see Torkelson lead through for Middleton. They get a good block, a couple missed tackles there, and then he knows what to do with it when he sees an opening.
Back to live action as you see that Middleton is about to go over 100 yards rushing. First down at the 45. Torkelson stretches out to the 47 for a pickup of 2. That last pickup by Middleton, good for 28 yards. It was amazing the game I had last week in Atlanta. The Falcons had a 3-point lead on Tampa, and they were trying to run out the clock with 4 minutes left to play, and they accidentally break a 60-yarder.
It happened to us one time. We were at the end of a half, and we had a few seconds, and we were in punt formation, and we didn't want to punt it, so we had a fake punt, snapped it to Van Egan, and he ran it 80 yards.
Great coaching, that's what it is. Middleton nearly had his head taken off, and maybe got back to the line of scrimmage, but that's about it. Could be a loss of a yard in the play. Let's see where they spot it.
Well, the Vikings are going to start to press now. They were playing without a lot of blitzing, but now they're going to start bringing their linebackers on running situations. Not on this situation. This is the situation where they go to the 6 defensive backs to defend against the pass. But on first down and second down, I think we're going to see them bringing the linebackers and maybe the safeties more.
3rd and 10. Packers from their 45. Whitehurst hits Torkelson, and Torkelson fights for a first down at the 43-yard line of the Minnesota Vikings. Oh, he goes for that extra yard, doesn't he?
I'll tell you, he did, and he needed that one for the first down, too. That was not only a fine catch, he had to stretch out to catch that ball, as we will see here again. He's coming, he's running an in pattern. Whitehurst waits. He has good protection. There's no one in the middle, but watch Torkelson stretch out, catch that ball right at his fingertips, and then just nudge forward to get the first down. You know, that's what good hands are. People talk about good hands. Really what good hands are the two hands working together.
1st and 10. Packers at the Minnesota 44. 11-yard pickup on that last play. A blitz, and Whitehurst is blindsided by the safety, Hannon, who got him before, number 45. That's always a frightening thing when you see that guy coming from the blind side and you know the quarterback can't see him.
That's just what we thought would happen. You know, I said that Minnesota was going to start pressing or bringing their linebackers and safeties on 1st and 2nd down. Minnesota did bring their strong safety, and Hannon came in was a pass, so he just kept coming. A final here, San Diego 26 over Cincinnati 24.
They had to come from behind to do it. And another final score, Seattle beat Cleveland 29-24. 13-0 our score. Packers lead it. 2nd down, 19. Whitehurst hitting the tight end, or trying to hit the tight end, Paul Kaufman, who is covered by Hannon over on the far side at the Minnesota 45. I tell you, this guy Kaufman has been quite a story, kind of a walk-on for Green Bay, and he's caught just about as many passes this year as any Packer tight end has caught ever.
I know it. He's really something. I've been impressed with him. You know, he's one of those tough guys, and I've always liked those type of players at tight end. You know, when he catches that ball, it takes 4 or 5 guys to bring him down.
It's from Kansas, free agent last year, 2nd-year man. They thought enough of him to let Rich McGeorge, the longtime incumbent, go. 3rd down, 19. Here's that final score we told you about a moment ago. Seattle beating Cleveland by 5. So the Seattle offense is back in gear. Whitehurst needs a big play to keep the drive going here. Good protection. Lofton with a great catch at the 35-yard line. He's a yard or 2 shy of the first down. But what a grab he made as he looked like he was slipping.
He was not only slipping and going down, but he had to reach back for the ball. Minnesota let him off the hook there. Really, the Packers had good pass protection. You look at the time that Whitehurst has there. There's no one in front of him. See, and he's getting that direct throw. As we see Lofton starting to not only slip, but then he had to reach back. That was a great catch. 4th down, and the Packers are going for it. Mark Starr says, let's go get it.
4th and 2 needed for the first down. The Packers at the Minnesota Viking 35. Whitehurst rolling out. He's keeping it. He has the first down at the 33-yard line, diving for the last yard and a half.
I'll tell you, I think that 3rd down pass gave David Whitehurst a lot of confidence, and he decided that we need a first down here. I'll keep it myself, and I'm going to get it. You don't see quarterbacks diving through the air like that for first down anymore.
You know, they're going to bring in the change, so let's see if we were accurate. I thought he made the first down, but could be that left foot, right foot thing again.
I'm sure he made it. It's good. They just want to get a little shot in there. Take a look at him.
First down, Green Bay. Not by much.
First down here as Sims drops straight back, throws outside to Doug Copeland, who will have 7 or 8. Frank Reed came up to make the tackle.
Offensive pattern pretty decent. That time Gary Shirk, the tight end, he goes downfield but quickly looks for somebody to block to the right side of your screen. Here's the dump off. This is a play call. You can see Shirk blocking. And Coder is really covering up the ball right now. He's not a great pass receiver, but he does have good hands, not great speed.
7 yards on that pass reception from Sims. Lehman Bennett, the Atlanta coach, paid Phil Sims quite a compliment during the week, saying he was the best athlete in the NFL. If he couldn't play quarterback, he could be a defensive back, a running back, or a flanker, wide receiver, whatever. Gary Shirk, the intended receiver. Ray Easterling, the Atlanta defender.
The big feeling about the young Sims, and he was listed about 7th as far as the quarterbacks that should be drafted before the draft. But they said that Sims might not know enough to get out of the way, and he's such a tough kid, he might take such a beating that he wouldn't be the quarterback that he might if he was allowed to sort of come along slowly. And he had to be pressed into service very quickly this year.
Seattle beat Cleveland, coming from behind, 29-24. After a horrible day last week against those Rams, who lead Chicago 23-17 with Jeff Rutledge, their quarterback. 3rd and 3. Won't get it. Coder covering up the ball, trying to guard against the fumble. Sort of hit in there a little bit soft.
Pat, this is a perfect example of the way the linebackers for Atlanta attack. They stand off the ball about 4 yards, and they actually, Kuykendall and company, Pennywell, they make moves from the linebacking core that look like an offensive back running to the line of scrimmage. Good defensive play.
Dave Jennings. Back to kick.
They're going.
That was from Keith Atkins. Jennings really hits this one. Fair catch signal put up by Dennis Pearson, the deep man for Atlanta. A rocket off the foot of Dave Jennings.
He fumbled the first snap, got a 25-yarder, but nobody will forget his 72-yarder he had last week against the Dallas Cowboys.
That one was 46.
He's had 5 blocks in 5 seasons, but none this year, and he really rooted this one out of there.
And went into his little dance step to no avail.
Flag down as Middleton carries inside the 30, 25, 20, 15-yard line. But a marker is down back at the line of scrimmage. Normally where you see the holding call. Let's see. No, they're pointing toward Minnesota.
I bet that Minnesota lined up offside.
Penalty declined, of course, by the Packers. They'll take the 19-yard gain by Turdell Middleton, and that will put him up over the 100-yard rushing mark on the afternoon. He's now at 110 and counting.
This I formation has really been a good running formation today for the Packers. They've been able to take it inside and outside, as we see Middleton making that run right now, and the Minnesota Vikings aren't really tackling like they used to.
Packers from the 15 of Minnesota. Torkelson looking for a hole, not much there, but he gets a couple to the 13-yard line.
The Packers are doing what they want to now. They're not only keeping the ball on the ground, they're being successful when they're doing it. And when you have that lead 13-0, the best thing you can do is just don't let them have the ball. Just keep it, then they can't do anything with it.
2nd down, 6. Packers at the Minnesota 12. Under 10 minutes left to play in the game. Green Bay leading 13-0. Middleton inside the 10 to the 7-yard line. Looks to be about a yard short of the first down. They have to net the 5 for the first.
Right. We might not see another forward pass today by the Green Bay Packers. I would anticipate that they're just going to keep the ball on the ground the rest of the game because they have time on their side now. Time and score.
John Thompson, number 83, a second tight end, has come in for the Packers, and Green Bay wants timeout as Whitehurst trots over to the huddle to talk things over with head coach Bart Starr.
Thomas, just the start of the final quarter. And Lonnie Perrin will kick off for Chicago. Drew Hill is deep, flanked by Elvis Peacock and Eddie Hill, and it's fielded by Peacock on the 12. To the 25, hit there by Spivey, and Spivey is hurt. Spivey hit him and took it on the shoulder. Mike Spivey out of Colorado made the tackle, but he certainly paid the price for it. And timeout. Neil Armstrong saw his Bears down 16-0, but they have fought back to make a game out of it. 23-17 Rams. San Diego in a wild one with Cincinnati, outlasting them 26-24. And yet another, Seattle, whom we'll see next week against New Orleans, bouncing back to beat Cleveland in double figures, 29-24. Spivey is up and evidently okay. So it'll be 1st and 10. The Rams will have it on their own 27-yard line. The running backs are Peacock and Tyler. And it'll be Tyler with Peacock blocking on Campbell, but it wasn't any block, and Campbell made the tackle.
Now Gary Campbell made a nice play. He played that like you want your weak side linebacker to play. He got across, stayed on his feet, and used his hands, played the blocker, made the runner hesitate, made the play himself.
Cullen Bryant on the sideline. So far today, he's carried for 66 yards, and he's taking a breather. 2nd and 8 from the 29. Elvis Peacock. Tom Hicks got him and dragged him down right at the 30-yard line, and the linebackers very evident now, and Bryant is getting ready to come back in, and so is Ken Clark to punt.
Then you said linebackers. We used to have a rule that linebackers, as a general rule, stop runs. They may not make the tackle, but they set it up for someone else to make the tackle. These last two plays are splendid examples of where the linebackers stop the wide play.
This was Campbell and Hicks. 3rd and 6 for the Rams on their 31. A draw to Peacock, and they try to stack him up, and they did, just short of the 1st down. Here's Danny Rysick, who is the snapper and means so much to the Ram kicking game.
The Rams did not make it.
Called in for sure.
Yeah. That was a good call by the Rams. 3rd down, they ran a draw, almost made it.
Well, they missed by a good yard. It is 4th and 1. 13:20 left in the game. Rams 23, Bears 17.
A lot of pressure on this center snap and kick and return. This is a big
Everybody
big play.
Looking for Steve Schubert, the exciting punt returner. He's standing on his own 17-yard line for Chicago. Clark gets the deep snap, a low line drive, and Schubert will field it on a couple of bounces at the 20. To the 25 and about the 28. Jim Jodat, who scored a touchdown on a blocked punt earlier, just reactivated, and Jodat made the tackle, and Elvis Peacock has hurt his right ankle.
You mentioned we were talking to Bart last night, and he told us he thought the Packers are going to play a good game today. And I was needling him a little bit. I said, you sure you don't want to get back into broadcasting business? Because Bart and I worked several games together the year or two that he was out, and he said, no, sir, I like very much what I've been doing, this despite the problems he's had this year.
Well, he sure does, and he's done a fine job here in Green Bay. They had a real fine team last year, and of course we talked about the injuries that they had, and there's not much you can do about that. And the biggest thing you have to guard is that your team doesn't lose confidence in themselves. You know, when things are going bad, when you lose a few games, when you have a lot of players hurt, the tendency is for people, maybe coaches and players, to lose confidence. And that's one thing that Bart Starr has never done.
And what do you know about losing games? You never lost that many. You had to worry about it. Tonight on CBS, 60 Minutes. Of course, Archie Bunker's place, where the laughs around the house. A lot of comedy tonight. One day at a time. Alice and the Jeffersons, and then Pernell Roberts stars as Trapper John M.D. All upcoming on CBS tonight. You never had a big problem in that area. I mean, you should have the problems these guys got. And you quit while you're ahead. Maybe you were smart that way, right?
Yeah. 10 years, that was plenty. I was head coach for 10 years, and I said, that's it. You get 10 years and no more.
How many guys in 10 years with 100 victories, however? Third down, and the Packers need 1.5 yards for the first down. They give it to Torkelson. He goes airborne. And I'm not going to call this one, but it's very close.
That's going to be one of those foot jobs.
Left foot, right foot.
Left foot. See, if he puts his left foot down, it's short. His right foot, it's a first down. You see, he just took off. See, the Minnesota Viking defense is in a short yardage defense. All the defensive linemen are going down. Then Jeff Seaman, the middle linebacker, has to make the play, which he did. Fourth down, they're going for it.
He put the right foot down. First and goal.
Oh, it was the other foot.
The other, you got the wrong foot.
Yeah.
First and goal for the Packers at the 5-yard line. Middleton, he'll walk into the end zone. Touchdown, Green Bay.
That happens. I said that we may not see another forward pass by the Green Bay Packers. I really think the Minnesota Viking defense was thinking the same thing. They were all packed in there, and they felt that they had to get the ball outside. And the best way is just to come back, and instead of running the sweep, just throw it outside.
Pretty smart call here. Minimum interception risk.
Yeah, I think that was a great call. And we're going to see it here again. You see it's a fake run. Again, Torkelson went in the line and dove to hold the Minnesota defense in, and it also held a linebacker that was supposed to cover Middleton.
Bernie to try the extra point, and it's blocked. So he's had 2 out of 3 blocked up the middle. And I think, again, it was Matt Blair, number 59. He along with Tim Baylor. So the Packers still got some problems.
Mark Mosley kicked a field goal with 39 seconds to go. I think it was about 39 yards out to win it for Washington.
Time remaining is now presumed to be 9 minutes 57 seconds as the clock is operative, and I presume that is the correct time that's been posted. Third down with the ball at the 13-yard line of the New Orleans Saints. Steve DeBerg for the 49ers. And it's complete. Taken by Dwight Clark.
Inside the 1.
Just at the flag, he went out of bounds, and it'll be
first down.
First and goal.
12-yard pickup. Paul Hofer was in motion there. He got away with it. Started a little bit before the snap. DeBerg got it off on a little corner pattern out there to Dwight Clark. Good pitch by DeBerg under heavy pressure, and he gets inside the 1.
So the 49ers trying to take it in again now with the Saints leading 31-13. First down, goal to go at the 1-yard line. Hofer and Jackson. Hofer. Touchdown.
And the 49ers refuse to quit. They come right back. Offensively, they just go up and down the field. Hofer having a great day.
Conversion attempt coming. Look at it again.
There it is. They double team the man on the right tackle and put the middle linebacker against Hofer. He just dives in. 4th TD rushing this year for Paul.
Worshing his end to attempt the conversion with Joe Montana holding for him. And it's good. They drove 83 yards in 17 plays for the score. Hofer going in from the 1. It is now 31-20, the Saints leading.
For Harry Carson. Comes over to shut him off. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League. It's intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the New York Giants and the National Football League is prohibited.
Barkowski is a very effective quarterback, Patrick, when he can keep the ground control, time possession. It gets Atlanta to here for over 40 minutes, and the defense plays better, too.
Last week against Tampa.
Tampa, yeah.
Right. 2nd and 4. As Bean again gets the call, he's being chased by some giant linebackers. A flag comes flying down as Beasley Reese comes flying up to make the stop.
The Atlanta offense is one of the least penalized offensive lines, but this time they caught him holding. Remember, young Bryant used to have an awful problem at right tackle, but the big giant has learned how to block without grabbing all the time. See if it was the right tackle.
And you call him a giant, he really is just that, 6'6", 270.
He's like a tree. He's just starting to.
Looking at a menacing way at referee Cal Lepore.
Holding, number 86, offense, 2nd down.
Was Jim Mitchell.
One of the best blocking tight ends in the NFC. Look at this score.
Rob Lytle just scored for Denver, and they lead 17-0 in the first quarter over New England. 2nd 14 here. Summerall to Tom Brookshire at Giant Stadium in the Meadowlands of New Jersey. On 2nd down, Andrews. And he is a good-looking runner.
Boy, the rookie out of Auburn that nobody else wanted to take. The Falcons took him because he, one, is much stronger than 205 pounds would tell you. And he's a great coachable athlete. That time he took it in against that 34 defense and waited for Mendenhall to slip over and then just ran to the open area. Maybe we can show you that. Here's the nose man on the 34. Van Note trying to work around him. Mendenhall following the pressure, so this time Andrews runs where Mendenhall just deserted.
Andrews had some sort of a problem. I don't think it was physical. I think it was an equipment problem, and Haskell's standback has replaced him. Bartkowski. Pass complete to Wallace Francis. Should be enough for an Atlanta first.
Bartkowski's first pass. Trying to hold the ball control with the ground game, but this is a good throw. And I'll tell you, some Giant people get close enough to make him worry about it. He gets knocked down after the release.
9 yards and a Falcon first down. 19-0. Green Bay over Minnesota, and those Vikings are having problems.
Green Bay has been having the problems until today. It looks like Bart Starr has threatened everybody.
Curdell Middleton has just scored for the Pack. Handoff this time is to Standback. And Harry Carson again, the middle linebacker, number 53.
Haskell hasn't done a lot this year. You recall, the playoff game against Dallas last year in Dallas. Standback gave a great performance that day. Of course, the whole Atlanta team.
The whole team did. I was about to say. They played Dallas to a standstill.
There's Carson. He's the captain of the defense. 81 solo tackles coming in.
2-yard pickup by Standback, make it 2nd and 8. Atlanta with the ball at their own 39, and Bubba Bean gets the call. And Bubba near first down yardage, but again, that yellow penalty flag drops to the field as Brad Van Pelt made the stop.
At the point of attack, it's offensive holding again. See Lloyd helping the official make that decision.
Steve Bartkowski, the hero of Peachtree Street. A lot of things go on there.
It's a good football.
Holding, number 6-6, offense, 2nd down.
Warren Bryant, of course, number 66. 2nd down, they need 18 for a first. And the rain continues to pelt down. Very steady way. Bartkowski. All the way down the field, intended for Dennis Pearson. He let that one go with a wet ball about 55 yards.
Terry Jackson claims that he was interfered with. It looks to me like Bartkowski just throws it. I really don't think there was much of a chance on this. Now watch the great position Jackson has. And I think he has a legitimate complaint. I believe he was run onto by the receiver.
Didn't take him long to complain. New Orleans Saints fighting to remain in first place tie with the Rams, leading San Francisco 31-20. Another big day for Archie Manning. 3rd and 18 here, sir.
When cornerbacks get a chance to complain, but they drop the yellow flag a lot on those cornerbacks.
Andrews back into the game now for the Falcons. Bubba Bean is the other running back. 3 wide receivers. Intended for Dennis Pearson, and it bounces in front of him. John James will come back. There's that Rams score, 23-17. And again, Jeff Rutledge is the Los Angeles quarterback today, the rookie from Alabama, who was drafted way down the list. But he's got all the tools, they tell me.
Talk about a great punter, though. Watch James kick it. He's had only 2 punts blocked his entire career, which is like 8 seasons.
And he was a walk-on at the University of Florida.
I think he was a walk-on at Atlanta.
I think he was. Their catch signal should be put up by Odom. It isn't. At the 30, Steve Odom did well to hang on. Next week, as we mentioned, the Cowboys will be at Washington, Green Bay against Buffalo, and St. Louis visits Philadelphia.
Dallas at Washington. You and I will be there, right?
Yes.
Detroit, Minnesota, New Orleans, and Seattle. And the Giants against Tampa Bay.
Unusual quirk in scheduling is the reason that the Giants play Tampa Bay twice. They're both last-place teams in a 5-team division, and that's why that happens. Here's Doug Coder. Breaking tackles. And Coder will have a Giant first down. Out near midfield. Robert Pennywell finally wrestled him to the ground.
Notice how many Falcons get in on this tackle. If it's a good piece of running by Coder. There, he's already hit. You can see by, I think Kuykendall got in. Oh, look how many white and red shirts come and get in on this now. There's Brazina. Kuykendall on top. Even Van Horn got in on top, the offensive guard.
Doug Coder over on the sideline for a little breather. Probably Billy Taylor has replaced him.
17-yard run. A good rumble, huh?
Phil Simms, after some confusion, all the plays are called by signal from the sideline for the rookie. And he wasn't quite sure, and he goes over to talk to Ray Perkins.
In college at Morehead State, he ran a 4.940. I think he's a good athlete. I don't think he can be a running back in this league unless he's sponsored by an insurance company.
This Peacock going off on a twisted right ankle, going down underneath that punt from Ken Clark. And, of course, that's all the Rams need and more damage to a talented back like Peacock. But the Bears have the ball. 1st and 10 on their own 29. Williams and Payton behind Phipps. Bashnagel right and Watts left. Pitch back to Payton. He got around Dreyer. He stiff-armed Cromwell, and he fought off the tackle by Brzezinski. You talk about a one-man run.
Yeah, he had to fight 2 men to get to the line of scrimmage. He has a powerful straight arm.
He picked up 4.
Most backs would have been hit for a loss on that.
A final score coming in, and look at that one.
Mark Mosley kicked a 36-yard field goal with 36 seconds to play. St. Louis had come from behind and was leading 28-27.
2nd and 6 on the Bear 33. Play action fake to Williams, and they set up a screen to Williams, but Jack Reynolds read it and dragged him down. Reynolds, as if he had been reading the Bear playbook.
Right, that's his key. He's keying the fullback. See, watch him. Beautiful play. He's right with him, man for man. No chance. That's the experience and the know-how of Jack Reynolds.
Well, they lose 3. That makes it 3rd and 9.
No matter what that back does, you stay on him. You don't care where he goes.
3rd and 9 on the Bear 30. 23-17 Rams. 11 and a half minutes left in the game. And Phipps down the middle to Watts. He's got it at the 49-yard line. Big play and a big first down. Watts is having a big day catching passes. The rookie, who figured to have pressure, has caught a half a dozen now.
Pretty good protection. Now watch him look that ball in. He could have missed that. He had to see that through hands. Showed good concentration on Watts' part. That was a big play for the Bears.
Well, 1st and 10 on the Bear 49-yard line. 10:52 left in the game. 23-17 Rams. Walter Payton. And gets into Ram territory, maybe 2 yards of it. So a pickup of 3, it should be 2nd and 7.
Every time Payton gets the ball, it's exciting. You never know when he's going to bust one.
So 2nd and 7 on the Ram 48. It's turned out to be a dandy.
Yes, it is. Heck of a ball game, both ways. Both teams are playing well.
Bashnagel goes right. Watts goes left. Latta, the tight end, is on the right side. And Phipson's got his Bashnagel, and Bashnagel is pushed out of bounds by Dwayne Osteen at the Ram 31.
Watch Bashnagel. Phipps has good protection. Now watch Bashnagel wide open, and watch him fight for an extra 2 yards here right now. Lower the shoulder before he goes out of bounds.
A rejuvenated Bear team and a rejuvenated Bear crowd. A sellout crowd here at Soldier Field. Hello, America. 1st and 10 on the Ram 31. Slot left. Bashnagel inside Watt. Cobb, the tight end, on the right side. Phipps setting up. And just did get it away. Intended for Bashnagel.
Well, that pattern took a little while to develop. They were covered, and Phipps did the right thing. He got rid of the ball, or he'd have been sacked.
Phipps now has passed 17 completions out of 30 attempts for 239 yards. He has been sacked, however, 4 times.
I've mentioned this before. Here's Peacock getting treatment. When Latta comes in, we always used to think of him as a pretty good pass receiver, and to go deep and run a corner. Now he's in there.
2nd and 10 on the Ram 31. That's a busted play. Neal actually, I believe, handed the ball off too soon, so the count confused the center.
They missed the count on that one.
Elvis Peacock, who twisted his right ankle going down onto the punt of Ken Clark, is heading for the dressing room and a quick x-ray to find out the extent of the damage.
You know, you just can't make mistakes when you get in this area of the field.
So 3rd and 10 on the Ram 31.
Well, they got to throw the ball.
Steve Schubert is the wide receiver on the left side, and they go slot right. Bashnagel and Watts, so they go trips. 3 receivers. And it is Jack Youngblood. He throws in the grass, and no good. Intended for Dave Williams. Yeah. I was wondering about them blowing the play dead. It appeared as if he was in the grasp of the tackler, and they might do that right now.
That's the new rule.
Right.
And wouldn't that have been something if that had been completed for a touchdown now?
Yeah, Youngblood had both hands on him. See that? That's the grasp, and you can see the official blowing the whistle.
See, that takes them out of possibility of a field goal.
Yeah, they had it 1st and 10 on the Ram 31, and now they have to punt. The ball winding back on the Ram 43. Eddie Brown standing on the 10. We'll see now if Parsons can kick it out of bounds. It's going to hit inside the 15, and the fair catch is made right there by Brown at the 15-yard line. So the Bears have to be frustrated. They had a golden opportunity on that big pass to Bashnagel, but it's still Rams 23, Bears 17.
NFL Regionals on CBS next week in your area. Wishing is kicking off. Only Chandler to see if they're protecting against the possible onside kick. Chandler's got it. He's at the 5. He's at the 10. And he's out of bounds at the 15-yard line.
Poor decision. He should have got away from the football, Lindsey, and could have bounced out of bounds.
Tom Severin made the tackle.
Anytime a ball is going close to the sidelines, he's got time here to make a decision. Now, that ball probably would have gone out of bounds. You can guess there, but Chandler decides to pick it up.
So the Saints have an 11-point lead, and they have the ball at their own 15-yard line. Manning has completed 14 passes and 20 attempts for 155 yards. Ike Harrison motion across. Muncy is carrying. Across the 20-yard line to the 22. Jimmy Webb and Dwight Hicks made the tackle.
2 touchdown passes by David Whitehurst. The Packers, 19, Minnesota, nothing. They'll be playing for pride the rest of the way. Tampa Bay's a cinch.
Second down, about 3 yards to go. Ike Harris far to the left side. Word on Derlin Moore, bruised leg, probably will not be back. Muncy carrying and stopped up there at the 25-yard line.
I thought he coughed up the football. Maybe the whistle had blown. Scramble.
Carter says official timeout.
A little bit short.
It is a little short.
Here come the 2 tight ends. Hardy and Williams.
Wide receivers coming off. Third down, less than a yard to go at the 25.
I'll tell you one thing, the cornerbacks and the safety men better be a little bit alert here. Manning likes to throw play action here.
Muncy got the first down, broke a tackle, and is forced out of bounds at the 35 by Melvin Morgan. First and 10 now, and there's another injury timeout. It's Dan Bunce, the middle linebacker of the 49ers, who is now up on his feet, getting attention.
We haven't seen too many punts today, Lindsey. I think the Saints have punted once that I can recollect. That was Rick Partridge's punt. There's Dick Nolan on the sideline.
Gordy Saraceno has come in at middle linebacker now for the 49ers. Ball is spotted at the 34-yard line. Wes Chandler is coming to a wide left. Ike Harrison motion across. Archie Manning with the ball. Steps up. Gonna run it. 40, 45, 50, and out of bounds at the 49-yard line of the 49ers. First and 10. Penalty marker on the play, though.
Way over here on the left sideline, Manning picked up 17 yards. Against San Francisco.
Referee Gordon McCarter. Will enforce the penalty, and then he'll tell us more about it.
Illegal contact, number 28 defense, first down.
Charles Cornelius on what is sometimes called illegal contact, sometimes called an illegal chuck. At the 44-yard line, first and 10. Clock will start on the snap. It shows 7 minutes, 59 seconds left in the game. Saints are leading 31-20, and they have the ball. Galbraith to the 38-yard line. Ted Vincent made the tackle.
Well, you're seeing a good offensive display on both teams and very poor defense by both teams.
2nd and 4. Well, thinking of good things, Paul, on,
Yeah.
on the Sunday after Thanksgiving, we'll be working in San Francisco, the Rams and the 49ers. Hope you'll come out a few days early.
You know I'm going to be there. 2 or 3 days early and stay over 2 or 3 days and get a shot to get to San Francisco.
Everybody wants a long stay in San Francisco. 2nd and 4.
Went to Alcatraz last time.
And got back. It's out to Muncy. Manning faked it to Galbraith and got it out to Muncy, the right flat, but he was hit by Melvin Morgan immediately at the 40-yard line. So it's a completed pass for the loss on the play. 3rd and 6.
At least they're eating up some time off of that clock. They better keep the football. San Francisco will move it.
New Orleans crowd trying to get a little action going here. They sound off. Their team is leading 31-20, but they want to see them keep it going.
Now see if that center were alert, he would have snapped the football and caught San Francisco offsides. Blitz.
Manning. Harris. Incomplete. Gerald Williams.
I think he deflected it.
Gerard Williams. Partridge has come in now. On 4th down, Rick Partridge, the rookie from Utah, who has averaged 41.1.
I'll tell you, the kicking game, the New Orleans Saints kicking game with your premium and Partridge has just been great, especially when you lose a guy like Ertzlaven early.
Hickson Dungy let it go, and it's out of bounds at the 7-yard line.
He's a very confident youngster. He was cut by Green Bay. A lot of people up around Wisconsin couldn't understand that when they kept Dave Beverly, who is not that good a punter.
We're seeing Tom Burney's kick blocked here, and one of the problems that we have here is David Beverly holding. He's always held for a right-footed kicker. Now he's had a few days to work with a left-footed kicker. He has to be on the other side, and he has to use his other hand. It looked like he had both hands on the ball the time that it was kicked, and that could have caused the low kick.
Here's Burney's advance in his boot. Jimmy Edwards fields this one at the 11-yard line for the Minnesota Vikings. Back to the 20 and down at the 27. Packers took the turnover, the fumble by Ted Brown, which was covered by Johnny Gray. They traveled 83 yards in 13 plays, 5 minutes and 53 seconds on the clock. That's a very big touchdown.
I think that's the big thing, too, is that 5 minutes and 53 seconds on the clock, because the Vikings had to stand over there and watch that. Now their offense is going to get a shot here, but time is of the essence. Here's a final.
Yeah, Redskins came back and won it.
30, St. Louis 28.
So
they did.
They stay within 2 of Dallas. That sets up a Dallas-Washington showdown next week. One of our doubleheader games on CBS. To come out throwing, no question about that. Ted Brown run out of bounds by Wingo at the 35-yard line. 8 minutes and 39 seconds left on the clock.
That's right. He has to make something happen now. He has to get one quick one somehow. And, you know, he can't be working the backs and the tight end short now. He has to make something happen.
Kramer is 15 out of 23, 135 yards. 1 interception. Sammy White pulls this one down at the 47-yard line. Now it's quite obvious that the Packer defense seems to have loosened up a bit, and it's invariable. You know, you change from your normal defense, and all of a sudden the offensive team, which has done nothing the entire ball game, starts to move.
That's right, but it really doesn't make too much difference as long as they don't give them a quick one or an easy one, because, again, they not only have the score, the 19 points, but they also have the clock that they're fighting against.
Packer defense is really spread out. 1st and 10, Minnesota from its 47. Kramer, sideline throw to Stu Voigt, the tight end, hit by Mike McCoy. Tried to stay in bounds and fight his way forward for a couple of more yards. He's finally dropped at the Packer 42-yard line.
I tell you, this is probably the best that the Packer defense has rushed the passer today. Although Tommy Kramer did get that pass off, did get a completion and a first down, he's still being pressured quite heavily.
Got to be one of the Packers' best defensive efforts of the year. Of course, they played that great Monday night game against New England. Rashad wide to the right side. Sammy White flank to the left. First down at the Packer 42. Kramer back into the pocket. Rashad makes the catch and paid the price at the 25-yard line. First down.
I'll tell you, that's a real veteran and a pro. He saw that. He knew he was going to pay the price, but he still did it. You know, that's what toughness is. When someone does something that they don't enjoy doing, but they have to do it to be successful.
First and 10 from the 25. Ricky Young got a yard on that play at the 24-yard line before he was caught by John Anderson.
Well, the Minnesota Vikings are going here again on the second play in a row without a huddle. Tommy Kramer, we see, is calling the play on the line of scrimmage.
2nd and 9. Kramer flushed out of the pocket, completes the pass for the first down at the 13-yard line to Sammy White.
This is impressive here. Tommy Kramer's not getting any plays, of course, from the sideline now. They don't have time to alternate their tight ends and send in plays, so he's calling the plays and doing a good job.
First down from the 13. Flags down. Young with the reception. Dropped at the 8-yard line, but we had a penalty marker at the line of scrimmage.
I would say that's against the Minnesota Vikings. One of the things that you worry about is that when you're going to hurry up, that they didn't get set. You know, that they have to be set a second before the ball snapped.
Offside against the Packers.
Maybe the Packers thought that they were going to get set, and they didn't get set.
Hey, the Vikings. What was that, John? Would you repeat that?
Maybe the Packers were thinking that the Vikings were going quick and wouldn't get set, so the Packers got set.
That's a very clever way to weasel out of here. Yes. It's going to be 5 yards walked off against Green Bay, which will move the Vikings inside the 10-yard line for the first time this afternoon.
Right, which also stops the clock, which does allow the coaching staff to get a play in with the other tight end. It would be Steve Voigt in this case. Steve Voigt.
Offside, number 77, defense, first down.
Mike Butler, the defensive end. 7 minutes, 10 seconds left to play. Packers lead the Vikings 19-0 in the final period here at Milwaukee County Stadium. Kramer. A lot of time, and Wingo almost picks this one off. Intended for Stu Voigt.
Tell you, if Wingo would have picked that one off, he would have had one of those Barber things. He would have had to run 95 yards with it because there wasn't anyone in position who was going to tackle him. As we see Wingo here coming across, getting in front, you look, there's no one up that sideline. He would have run that one. He would have run that one all the way, but there was a penalty marker on the play anyway against the Packers.
See what this one is, half the distance.
Holding, number 29, defense, automatic first down.
Mike McCoy, the defensive back of the Green Bay Packers, called on holding. It is a first down at the 4-yard line. First and goal. San Francisco has gotten on the scoreboard against New Orleans, but it may be too little too late as the Saints lead it 31-20 in the final period.
The Minnesota Vikings were going to pass it in. Now they're down there on the 3-yard line, and now they've decided to run it in. They're going with their short yardage offense.
Ted Brown and Ricky Young are the setbacks. Kramer to Bob Tucker for the touchdown. Well, they made it look pretty easy on that drive, didn't they?
Well, they did. As I said, they went to their 3 tight end offense, and of course that made Green Bay think that they were going to run, and then they went with the play fake and the roll, and down on the goal line, that's usually an option play where Tommy Kramer will roll out and have the option of either throwing it or running it in. There goes Green Bay's shutout.
Rick Danmeyer to try the extra point. It's good. 7 minutes and 2 seconds left to play in the football game as the Minnesota Vikings finally get on the scoreboard against the Green Bay Packers. It's the Packers 19 and the Vikings 7.
First down 10 at their own 49 for the Giants. And nothing doing for Willie Taylor this time. Wilson Famuina, who goes about 275.
What did Lehman Bennett tell us, though? That it's a fine, that he's supposed to be at 265?
267, he said.
So he's got an 8 or 9 pound fine margin there all the time. But he could play the big Samoan from San Jose.
And that's not cheap either. Those pounds that he is fined for being over that 267 go for
Look at that.
A substantial amount.
He looks like one of those catamarans that they come out over the reef with.
Hey, what? Second and 16. Sims drops. Trying to set up a screen, it looks like. And he is dropped. From behind by Jeff Yates. A sack on Sims.
The Atlanta philosophy regarding Sims is the reason he is so good right now is he doesn't know all the problems you can have back there. So what they've been trying to do is get a good rush without over-blitzing and perhaps making a crucial mistake. This time they kept him contained, put the rookie down, but he did not get hit very bad or very hard.
Third and 19. Ray Rhodes is number 22. Being worked on right now. Looks like they might have taped up one of his fingers. Third down. Ball back at the Giants 40 now as Taylor comes in motion. And Sims goes straight back. This time the protection does not break down. It's good. Sims is going to take off. Not nearly enough for a first down, but back up close to midfield. And Dave Jennings will enter.
He came in with a 6.6 yard average on rushing, but I would imagine as the team becomes more successful on offense with, a good rushing game, that he will cut that down.
He's won 4 out of 5 since he became the starter. Dennis Pearson back deep for Atlanta, standing at his own 15.
He's leading the conference, by the way, in punt returns. Pearson is.
Good snap. Good kick. Great kick. Pearson will let it go over his head, and it does go into the end zone. So operate from the 20. 51-yard kick by Dave Jennings, and although that'll help his punting average, he's not too happy that he wasn't able to get it down inside the 20.
Pat, all the football that you saw, that you've seen and you played in, do you remember a high-scoring game on an off track on a wet day, even when we played back then? I can't remember.
I can't really.
Huh?
Minnesota's gotten on the board, by the way. A touchdown pass by Tommy Kramer. Green Bay leads 19-7. I really can't. I remember playing at the Polo Grounds, if you remember that.
That's yard. Right. And it's supposed to give the offense a great advantage, and I wonder if it really does.
We had a guy that day that had to have artificial respiration. Bartkowski with good protection, fires complete. Wallace Francis got in between the Giant defenders and Bartkowski. That time he had to sort of arch it over Giant defenders, and he threw it perfectly.
Pretty good throw, though. The leading receiver for Atlanta, Francis, running the deep sideline pattern. Not an easy throw. The deep sideline is probably as hard a pass to throw as you can possibly have, because it travels a long way for a short distance.
Francis really been playing well this year and last. 41 catches going in. There's Andrews pulling his way outside the 40.
Patrick, again, the way to run against the 34 is to run straight at the nose man, make him decide where to go, and then slide off and try to hit that pocket or the bubble that's there. Speaking of bubbles, what's this?
There's a clipboard underneath there.
Maybe a sandwich, too, huh?
That's a tough way to do homework.
That's Scorpan, of course, the former Penn Stater, the linebacker.
It'll be second and about 2 for Atlanta. Andrews ought to have a good day on a day like today. This is Bubba Bean breaking tackles in Giant territory. And that is exactly what they're doing, just what you said. Van Note takes Mendenhall whichever way he wants to go, and the backs read it.
But your two inside linebackers must fill. Now, we're talking about Lloyd and Carson, and they are big and very strong and good tacklers, and they just simply got to attack the line of scrimmage. You can see that Carson gets sort of turned around and hit from Thielman from the offside. That's a darn good offensive play.
And that's the end of quarter number 1 at Giants Stadium with no score on the board so far. Atlanta has the ball.
We have 9 minutes and 25 seconds left to go in the game. The Rams leading 23-17. The Rams have it 1st and 10 on their own 15. And once again, the crowd imploring the Bear defense. Cullen Bryant and Wendell Tyler, and it's Tyler behind Bryant. Dan Hampton grabbed him from behind and brought him down out at the 17-yard line.
The Bear defense played that well. That's the play that has been most successful for Tyler today, the toss from the I formation.
They spotted on the 18 a game of 3, though it is 2nd and 7. The Rams send Smith right and Denard left. Rutledge has only thrown the ball 9 times, and he is 6 for 9. And he's going to throw it a 10th. Intercepted by Tom Hicks at the 25-yard line. Well, Tom Hicks, the middle linebacker, was all alone, and he's out of Illinois, and it was right in his hand.
Well, Ben, when you said he hadn't thrown the ball, he would have been better off to keep running. He threw it right in there. No chance to get it in. It's a good play by Hicks. You want your middle linebacker to get depth like that.
Look at that look. That tells a lot. Tom Hicks.
Now, here's where the Bears' running game should come to life. They've got a good offensive line, a good running game.
A few moments ago, George, they had it 1st and 10 on the 31. Now 1st and 10 on the 21. And it's Williams across the 20, squirting down to about the 18-yard line.
Well, they're using Peyton as a decoy.
Ray Malavasi squinting into the Chicago sunlight. After a big one-sided win last week, it looked like the Rams were going to have another this Sunday, leading 16-0. But the Bears have come back with a vengeance, and now on the interception by Hicks, they're even threatening to go ahead. 2nd and 7 from the 18. Phipps, time to throw, and it is incomplete. Intended for Williams, broken up by Reynolds, and Reynolds broke up Williams a little bit, I think.
Well, they're trying to go underneath, short passes. Good play by Reynolds. Reynolds hit him just as he had the ball.
Well, Williams shaken up. We have a 3rd and 7 on the 18, 7:57 left in the game. The Rams 23, Bears 17.
Dan Meyer ready to kick off for the Minnesota Vikings. Yeah, look at this
shift. That's the onside the onside kickoff shift.
Fielded by Andre Thompson of the Packers. We had a penalty marker down. I think it may go against the Vikings. You think that's a little early to try the onside?
I was surprised that they did it at that time because they really needed 2 scores, and you would think that what they would be doing was trying to keep the Packers deep in the hole, stop them, and get the punt.
Offside, kicking team declined, 1st down.
The other reason is the Green Bay Packers were in their onside prevent. And what that means is they had 9 men up on the line of their hands team, the people that are used to receiving the ball and catching the ball up in a prevent.
So the Packers come up with excellent field position at the Viking 45 after declining the offside penalty against Minnesota. Here's Middleton. The Packers now want to work on that clock a little bit, which shows 6 minutes and 50 seconds left to play in the contest. Middleton well over the 100-yard mark.
They want to keep the ball on the ground, take as much of the 30-second clock as they can, and not let Minnesota get the ball back, and when and if they do, get it back in poor field position.
2nd down, 7. Ball is at the Viking 42-yard line. Again, Middleton to the 37. It'll be 3rd and 2.
This is a trap play, and they've been having success. We see the off-guard pull, the back lead, so they get a trap where they let the defensive lineman come across, the off-guard pulls and blocks him out of the play, and the back runs inside. Just look at this one. Denver 24, New England nothing. San Diego won today. Denver needs that win to stay in a tie.
Denver game is still in the first quarter. Torkelson driving for the first down. I think he's a little short. They're running Jim Marshall's way. Marshall had a hand in the stop. You know, he's an amazing guy. 42 years old. That's about old as you are, isn't it? He's still playing.
That is amazing. You know, I'm 43 years old, and I know that I left my playing days years and years ago. That's amazing when you think of how many years that he's played.
Packer fans don't like the call. They want Green Bay to go for it on 4th down and 1. They've got Beverly in there to do the punting. Clock moving with just over 5 minutes.
See, David Beverly's average today is 37 yards. I think he was telling me last night that usually in the first half of the season he averages over 40 and then about 37 in the second half when it starts to get colder. Windy, rain.
Big rush by the Vikings. He gets the kick away. It bounces at the 10 and is going to be down inside the 10-yard line. They'll mark it at the 9. And that's where the Vikings will put it in play with 4 minutes and 42 seconds left to play in the football game, and the Packers leading the Vikings by a score of 19-7. Back in 1 minute.
Dave Williams shaken up, and Big Robin Earl, they call him Big Bird. He's 240 pounds. Number 39 will be in there as you get a good look at him. 3 years out of Washington. 3rd and 7.
Here's the biggest play of the ball game right now.
The backs both go out, and Payton bumps into his man, Brodzinski, and he couldn't come back to hold on to it. When Payton made his cut, he was jammed by Brodzinski, and that busted up the play.
There it is. Drop back pass. The Rams are dogging. He had the ball out in front, had no chance to put it away, and Brodzinski knocked it loose.
Well, that is the second golden opportunity that the Bears have been unable to cash in as far as a touchdown is concerned. They gave up the ball the last time. This time, Bob Thomas is going to try a field goal. Bashnagel will hold at the 25. It's a 35-yard field goal attempt. The spot, the kick, it is good. And with 7 minutes and 49 seconds left in the game, the Rams 23 and the Bears 20. The Bears losing a golden opportunity to go ahead.
Rams defense did a heck of a job there. That was a critical series for the Rams. Couldn't let them get ahead, get a score. They held them to 3 points.
Dick Nolan pacing the sidelines. His New Orleans Saints are leading 31-20. 6 minutes, 14 seconds left to play in this game. The turnstile count here today is 65,551. A sellout was announced before the start of the ball game, so that would be tickets distributed 71,330. Fourth quarter, the Green Bay Packers leading Minnesota 19-7.
Minnesota's finally on the board. A 4-yard touchdown pass, Kramer to Bob Tucker.
First and 10 for the 49ers at their own 7-yard line. DeBerg, the quarterback. DeBerg from the end zone. Completes it out over the middle, taken at the 15 by Ken McAfee, the tight end. Tad Hughes made the tackle. Picked up 8 on the play. It'll be 2nd and 2. If the New Orleans Saints win this ball game, and they're leading 31-20, they would have a record of 6 wins and 5 losses, and that would be the best record they have ever had at this stage of the campaign.
At least assure them of a tie still in this division. The Rams are leading the Bears.
Hofer. Stopped by Ray Brown and Ken Bordelon. looking for the possible first down. McCarter looks and says 1st and 10.
Both of these quarterbacks, DeBerg and Manning, have not been sacked today.
They don't get sacked much, as a matter of fact. Manning hasn't been sacked in the last 3 games. No, DeBerg hasn't been sacked in the last 3.
Yep.
Manning's been sacked once in 4.
Denver, that's only a first quarter score, 24-0. I didn't think Denver could score 24 points in 1 quarter.
James Owens is in the wide right, and now he's going in motion across. Hofer. Out of bounds as he crossed the 25. Clarence Chapman made the tackle.
Good effort. He just won't quit. He hustles every play.
Hofer has been in that running back spot for most of the day. He's been spelled occasionally by Linville Elliott, but O.J. Simpson has seen no action. O.J. has been winding down his career this year. He's now started the season would be his final season. And earlier in the year, he was not used on passing plays as a pass blocker. He was not used on short yardage. Then Hofer started ahead of him. Today, O.J. has not played. Deflected to Hofer. I beg your pardon, to Elliott, to Linville Elliott. Linville Elliott, 35 in that, a spell Hofer, and so he speeds up across the 45-yard line. 1st and 10. Spotted across the 46 to the 47. And with the Saints holding an 11-point lead, some of the crowd's getting a little concerned here now with the 49ers moving.
Well, they go in for 7. You'll see an onside kick. There's O.J.
Second only to Jim Brown, his NFL rushing career. He is 1,153 yards short of Brown's record. Jackson to the 49-yard line for 2. Ken Bordelon made the tackle.
Well, they can't afford too many of those kind of plays, Lindsey, running the football. That's 30 seconds off the clock. Now, this is what I don't understand. I say it every week. Look at him walking back to the huddle again, and the clock is running. They should be trying to get into the huddle very quickly, out, get up to the line of scrimmage, and do it very, very quickly. And this wastes about 10 or 15 seconds. They get in and out. That'll give them a couple of extra plays at the end.
3 minutes, 30 seconds left to play in this game. DeBerg with someone holding on the jersey, incomplete. Don Reese gathered up a piece of that jersey and then flung it to the turf.
Well, almost a sack here. There's Reese right there, number 60. His big right arm with the jersey. Incomplete.
DeBerg calling the next play. 3rd and 8 at the 49-yard line of the 49ers.
They've converted their last 5 third-down plays.
Owens incomplete. Deflected out of the hands of James Owens. It'll make it 4th and 8 at the 49.
They'll go for it.
DeBerg looking across.
Steve DeBerg, 22 completions, 39 attempts today for 208 yards, 1 TD.
The 4th down play has been brought in now. 3 minutes, 21 seconds left to play, and the 49ers are trailing by 11 points. So on 4th down, they'll go for it. It's 4th and 8 at their 49-yard line. The crowd has become aware now that the 49ers will try to keep the drive alive on 4th down.
And they're up on their feet here at the Superdome.
They figure if they stop this, it's all over. DeBerg, Don Reese got to him. The ball goes over at the 40-yard line.
From Jackson State, 2 superlative plays by Don Reese in this series.
First sack of the ball game.
Well, 4th down, they knew they were going to throw it. All Reese is doing is trying to beat the left tackle over there, Gene Barrett, and he beats Barrett, and he gets to DeBerg before he can get it off. Saints football when we come back.
At Soldier Field in Chicago, the Bears are coming back against the Rams, which sends us good news to Atlanta fans. Bob Thomas just kicked the field goal. 7 minutes left in that game. Here's Andrews. Boy, he is a good runner.
Same philosophy. Run right at the bubble and just cut off whatever that nose man does. Denver, surprisingly, running against one of the best defenses in football this time. Huh?
They did that with Craig Morton throwing a touchdown pass. Steve Grogan, we have been told, has been shaken up and is out of the game for New England.
New England was leading in. I wonder how Craig got the time.
Here is Bubba Bean again, and another Atlanta first down again. Straight ahead, George Martin on the tackle. First time we've given him a call today.
34 defense. It'll give you some running room if you can handle those linebackers. You're right behind the offense. Let's see what happens. You see Scott, the giant from Kansas, working on Carson, and Lloyd had to get rid of Thielman to make his tackle and pick up yardage at the same time. That's close, isn't it?
Very close enough to bring out the sticks. Atlanta 1 game behind. First down, Falcons 1 game behind New Orleans and Los Angeles. Saints are winning.
Martin had a great game against Dallas, number 75, the Giants. Let's see how he does with Bryant. He got back into the play. Pretty good play.
Like Bryant faked Martin a little bit as he straightened up as if to pass block, and he started to go to the outside. Bean slips down underneath Van Pelt.
Remember, this Giant team now, over the last 5 weeks, has given up less than 17 points in all of those games. Of course, that's the way they won 4 of 5. But they do not give up touchdowns as easily as they give up yards, sometimes at midfield.
When you hold Dallas to 1 touchdown and 3 field goals, you've done a good day's work. 2nd and 9. Lone setback is Bean. Kowski in a passing situation. Pitches back to Bean on a sweep to the right. And Bean just does get back to the line of scrimmage. Again, Brad Van Pelt tore it down.
Evidently, the Giants are stacking the inside so that now they've tried to run outside. The wingback, that's Andrews, 31. Pretty good block on Van Pelt. But Van Pelt holds his ground and stuffs the play.
And so now it really is a passing situation. I thought that was. I was wrong.
Murkowski is 2 for 5 for 24 yards. And, of course, he's had the 1 interception.
3rd and 9. They are not in field goal range for Mazzetti. Line of scrimmage to 38. 12:45 left, second quarter. And Murkowski does come back. The Giants blitz him and get him. Brian Kelly was the first man there.
I think Ray Oldham, number 25, was the blitzee that time, or the dogger. Let's see who makes the big pressure move. Oh, it's Brian Kelly that does it. That'll sure stop a passing attack, won't it?
Loss of 9, and it'll cause some frustration for Bartkowski and send John James back into action again. Steve Odom deep for the Giants.
That's Bartkowski's 25th sack.
Unlike most kickers, James stands with his feet even.
He's got different shoes, too.
I was just looking at that.
There's a Pittsburgh shoe on his right foot and an Atlanta shoe on the left, it looks like.
Got some powder in that one on his right. Oh, blocked. And Lloyd right up the middle. Jackson will score.
Wow. Came right up the middle. And as we said earlier, that's only the 3rd punt that James has had blocked in 8.5 seasons. Watch this. Wow, he got it cleanly, too, and didn't even touch James.
And there is no way you can blame that on James. Nobody touched Lloyd.
Takes a lot of nerve to throw yourself right on the foot.
Jackson's return 45 yards. The Giants lead it 6-0. We've talked about the Atlanta playoff possibilities. The Giants have those thoughts too. Joe Danello with Randy Dean holding makes it 7-0. Here's the touchdown again.
There it is. No matter what kind of shoes you wear. Big move by by number 54, and the Giants have scored their 3rd return touchdown of the year.
Steve DeBerg has just broken the 49ers season completions record held by John Brody, 242. Steve DeBerg for the season now has 244. First down, 10 yards to go for the Saints. They have the ball at the 49ers 40. 3 minutes, 17 seconds left to play. Saints have an 11-point lead. Muncie. Up and over to the 33-yard line. Gordy Saraceno made the tackle.
He got kicked in the head after he was down. Let's take another look. I think it was 76, Dwayne Bullard. Hits him in the head again. There's Tony Galbraith blocking the linebacker out. Now watch Muncie. Jumps over. Oh, he went down hard. And let it run a little bit further, and you'll see somebody. Yep.
Muncie being assisted off the field, and Mike Strawn has replaced him. Second down, 3 yards to go. Got a cut under the right eye, as you see. Muncie has.
Well, when you're having a day like he's having, doesn't bother you too much.
Strawn's the tailback now. Strawn gets the ball. Gets the first down, and it's at the 26-yard line. Ron Schumann made the hit. New Orleans Saints are leading here by a score of 31-20 and driving. We have 2 minutes, 26 seconds left to play in the game as we approach the 2-minute warning. Bill Walsh, his team appears just about ready to tie the all-time NFL record for consecutive losses on the road. 16, held by the Chicago Bears. 49ers came in having lost 15 consecutive games on the road, and there's the 2-minute warning. So we have 2 minutes remaining to be played in this game at the Louisiana Superdome. 31-20, New Orleans leading.
When Jimmy Edwards decided not to return this punt, he let it go. The Green Bay Packer down there was able to catch the ball on the fly, and that's legal. He can't interfere with the reception of the ball, but he can catch the ball. The cover man can catch the ball, and they did it. That's one of the few times I've seen that.
That was Howard Sampson of the Packers who downed that ball, in effect, on the 9-yard line. First and 10, Minnesota. Let's see if Kramer is as effective this time around. A little pass over the middle, but not much there for the Minnesota Vikings as he hits Ted Brown, number 23. Minnesota with the hurry-up offense. What about the Packer defense now? Is this a prevent that they're going into?
No, not yet. We can see the corners are right up there on the line of scrimmage. They're playing a tight man-to-man coverage.
Sammy White on the reception for the first down at the 29-yard line. The way they've been moving the ball in these last 2 drives, you would think that the Packers are in a prevent of sorts.
No, I think they're doing a better job of pass protection, because as we look, we can see those cornerbacks right up on the line on the wide receivers.
That's 3 for 3. Ricky Young breaking a tackle at the 35, gets across the 40. Fumbled the ball, I believe, but got it back. First down at the 42-yard line. Whatever this offense of the Vikings is, I think they should have started the game in it.
That's right. Well, they're just passing every down, and I think one thing that they've worn the Packer defense down a little, and they aren't getting that same pressure that they got earlier. That's a big part.
Brown gets away from Luke and runs out of bounds at the 50-yard line, stopping the clock with 3 minutes and 33 seconds to go. They score now here. We got an interesting last 2 minutes.
Well, they have plenty of time, and what they would have to do, of course, is score one and then go for the onside kick and get the other one.
This crowd has quieted down a little bit.
I don't know if it's quieted down from the cold or what the Minnesota Vikings are doing right now.
It's 33 degrees at game time with a 20% chance of snow, probably a little colder than that right now. Second down 4. Vikings at their 49. Kramer blitz this time from the Packers. He gets the pass away, and it's completed And that's good for another first down at the Packer 41-yard line. Rashad on the catch. McCoy on the tackle. Here come the Vikings.
They are offense. They're probably sorry right now that they went for that onside kick.
3:10 left to play in the game. A lot of time. Kramer hit John Anderson right in the chest. The Packer linebacker didn't expect it. The intended receiver, Bob Tucker, fell down.
Maybe it's because he has that cast on his hand, but as we see this play again, it's interesting here is Tommy Kramer, he makes a motion with his left hand like he was directing someone where to go or get out of there, and I don't know if he saw Tucker fall down or if the ball was in the air, but that was one that he was happy to see knocked down.
2nd and 10. Minnesota at the Green Bay 40. Clock stopped at 3:07. Completed to Sammy White at the 20-yard line as Whitehurst, or rather Kramer, really took a shot that time, but he's back up quickly up to the line of scrimmage.
And he jumped right up and ran back, and he wanted to get that huddle started. The play can't start without him, of course, and he's calling it right from the line of scrimmage.
1st and 10 from the 20-yard line for Rashad, and this one's intercepted by McCoy. McCoy is back to the 15, 20, 25, 30, and out of bounds at the 40. Is totally disgusted with himself.
He was. That was a great play by McCoy. He was up. What they're doing is they were doubling the outside receivers, playing tight coverage with the corners. McCoy was right up on Rashad, and Kramer thought that he was playing a bump and run man-to-man, but he had the safety in behind him, so McCoy was able to play underneath a little, and maybe Tommy Kramer didn't see that, but he's not very happy right now. He had things started, but he couldn't keep them going.
Well, the Vikings have given it up 5 different times to the Green Bay Packers. You don't win many with that turnover ratio. Kramer 27 out of 37, 262 yards. Figures look pretty good. Take a look at the scoreboard. Middleton across the 40, showing great balance to the 47-yard line for a pickup of 8 yards on that play. Turdell Middleton now has carried the ball 26 times for 136 yards.
That's one of the things that the Packers missed when Turdell was out of there. And I think the biggest improvement that I've seen in the Green Bay team, and the biggest thing, is that they're having very good success on first down. Even here at the end of the game, they're still picking up yardage on first down, and they haven't been in those long yardage situations a lot today.
Vikings call time with 2 minutes and 4 seconds left to play in the game.
We're going to see the interception again. We see Tommy Kramer looks. He's trying to throw that quick up to Rashad, but we see McCoy is playing him tight coverage, running with him step for step. Now, because he had his weak safety, Johnny Gray, in behind him, which in essence was a double on Rashad, he was able to take a chance and go for the interception and play a little underneath, which he's doing right here. We see Johnny Gray come over. He gets a block there at the end. But McCoy was not only playing man for man, but he was underneath him also, and he ended up between McCoy. He ended up between Rashad and Tommy Kramer.
NFL doubleheader on CBS next Sunday. Dallas, Washington. That'll be a big game now with the Redskins coming from behind to beat the Cardinals today. There are 2 games behind the Cowboys in that Eastern Division race. The Packers will be on the road against Buffalo, and the Cardinals play at Philadelphia. Those will be the first games of the doubleheader, depending on where you happen to be. Meanwhile, Minnesota will be back home to take on the Lions. New Orleans against Seattle, and the Giants face Tampa Bay next Sunday. NFL on CBS. 2nd down, 2 needed for the first down. Packers at their 47-yard line, and this play will run it down to the 2-minute warning. Middleton, no gain. Really hit hard at the line of scrimmage. Jeff Seaman, the middle linebacker, in there along with old granddad Jim Marshall.
Jeff Seaman read that one, and he went right in, and he beat Middleton to the hole on that one.
Pretty good pop here.
Came right in here, and he, as we see, he gets in the hole before Middleton gets to the hole. They're starting to force again with their safeties. We saw not only was Seaman coming, but Tommy Hammond was also coming from the strong side.
Rams 23, Bears 20, 7:49 left in the game. Lonnie Perrin will be kicking off for the Bears. Drew Hill will be deep, and Wendell Tyler has suddenly come out on the field, and Tyler is going to come on a kick return. That's a surprise.
Yes, he could give him a big play there. You know, we've been talking a lot about the Bears' offensive line. One year, they criticized our offensive line, said they weren't blocking. The next year, we got Gale Serrers, and boy, did that offensive line look good.
Great backs make lines.
Same offensive line.
So Lonnie Perrin will be kicking. Drew Hill is standing on the 5. On his left is Wendell Tyler, and on his right is Eddie Hill. 7:49 left in the game. There you see Hill, a deep man. Standing on the 15-yard line is Wendell Tyler. And the kick is a shallow kick, and it'll be fielded by Drew Hill shy of the 20 to the 30, 35, out of bounds after, I think he stepped out before he got to the 40. They'll mark it at the 38. So the Rams have pretty good field position for the first time in a while. 1st and 10 on their own 38. That was a poor kick by Lonnie Perrin. That has not been, what would you say, a good experiment so far.
No, it hasn't. And poor coverage, poor containment on it. He broke it to the outside.
1st and 10 on the Ram 38. It's Wendell Tyler, and Hampton has him. Hampton and Page.
Hampton. Defensive end. A strong side defensive end gets across. That's the penetration.
I'll tell you something about this Dan Hampton. When he was a 6th grader, he fell out of a tree 45 feet. He broke his arm and both legs. He was in a wheelchair for 6 months. And here he is, a star on defense in the NFL. So it is 2nd and 16 on the Ram 32. There's Dan Hampton, double nines. Go out, and Rutledge, trying to throw over people, decides to run it to the 40, and grabbed by Campbell and brought down at the 40-yard line. Remember, you saw Elvis Peacock go into the clubhouse for x-rays. Now Dr. Bob Curlin, the orthopedic surgeon, looking at the plate. That looks like Jackie Slater taking a crash course in orthopedics, standing behind him on the right.
You know, that last play, when a quarterback runs, if you don't stay in your lanes on defense, you make openings so he can scramble and pick up yards.
3rd and 7 on the 41-yard line. Rutledge getting some heat and time, the whistle. A flag on the play.
Motion, quick count. When you go on sound, that happens. Legal motion.
So it was 3rd and 7 on the Ram 41. He'll tack on 5 to make it 3rd and 12.
You know, Ben, the Bears are a good dogging team.
False start, number 72, offense, still 3rd down.
And they haven't dogged very much today. Their safeties are very good doggers.
As far as sacks are concerned, Rutledge has been sacked once for 9 yards. Meanwhile, Phipps has been sacked 5 times for 49 yards. 3rd and 12 on a rush, but they pick it up. Hampton is chasing Rutledge. He throws, it is intercepted. Virgil Livers has it at the 35.
And they dogged him. They dogged him on that play. Forced him out of the cup. And the one thing he did that's very dangerous is when you're rolling out, you don't know where the coverage is coming from. He threw what we call a transcontinental pass, throwing backside. There's the dog.
That's Hampton chasing him again.
Right. Now watch him throw the transcontinental across the field.
Virgil Livers taking it away from Preston
Played
Denard.
the ball perfectly. Another big play for the Bears defense.
1st and 10 on the Ram 35 for Chicago. Robin Earl and Walter Payton behind Mike Phipps. Second man is Payton. Head down, still on his feet, and Larry Brooks brings him down.
Well, you know, they're running Peyton strictly inside today. He's only gone outside about once.
You know, an interesting note, Dr. Bob Woods passes along that Rutledge has actually gained more running than Walter Payton.
That is interesting.
So it is 2nd and 7 on the 32 of the Rams. 5 minutes and 39 seconds left in the game. 23-20 Los Angeles. Walter Payton with Earl blocking, and Payton getting outside and goes to the 24, to the 23, and picked up the first down.
That's what he does well. That looked like the Payton. High formation, starts up inside, bounces outside.
Got by Osteen.
No containment. First down.
Elmendorf had to come up and knock him out.
Then Rutledge showed his inexperience on that interception. We talked the whole ball game that they had to keep running the ball with Rutledge. Throw only when you have to throw.
1st and 10 on the Ram 23, 5:22 left in the game, and the Bears trying to come in with their second cash-in of an interception. Moving was Mike Fanning. We'll see now as Payton whether Fanning was drawn off sides or moved illegally, but it was Fanning, the man number 79, who was moving.
It was a little bit longer count. The snap was probably on a 4.
Against the Rams, offside.
That pulled him offside.
For Malavasi, he saw Rutledge intercepted by Hicks, and then Rutledge throwing somewhat in a panic, being intercepted by Virgil Livers, and now he sees the Bears getting uncomfortably close.
Well, before we said that if the Bears are going to use their running game, this is the area to test it.
Offside, number 79, defense, still first down.
Well, Mike Fanning is guilty of jumping off, and the Bear fans have really come alive now. 1st and 5 on the Ram 18-yard line. 5 minutes and 18 seconds left in the game. Rams 23, Bears 20. Williams is back in there now along with Walter Payton. And it's Williams. And he just runs into people and goes nowhere. So a 1st and 5, banged up the middle.
This is probably the ball game for both sides right in here.
2nd and 4 on the Rams 17. 5 minutes and 1 second left.
Position they've had, either you take advantage of it or you lose.
And New Orleans leading by 11, and the Rams are in trouble. There's 2 minutes left in the New Orleans game. 4:46 left in our game. 2nd and 4. Robin Earl is back in there, but it's Payton, and he's got it. He's got more than that, spinning to about the 11-yard line for a first down, and the anguished Ray Malavasi looking on.
Now, they're doing what they do best. The Rams are dogging them here. You can't see it, but the Rams dog, and they gave it to their best back. He's coming out now. Payton's coming out. He picked up the first down.
1st and 10 on the Ram 12-yard line. McClendon comes in. Latta comes in, and Watts comes out. It was a sellout crowd, and they love every minute of it, and they have 4 minutes left to love. 1st and 10 on the Ram 12. Robin Earl and McClendon, the running back. Robin Earl got by Fanning, but they bury him at about the 10-yard line. So you have Earl and McClendon instead of Williams and Payton.
I never like to change my backs in this area of the field, man. I like to keep the same guys in there with as much as possible because they're carrying the ball. They brought you down there. Now, Earl is a big, strong back, and he's pretty good on a couple of yardies. Now, they got 2 fullbacks in there.
Williams is back in there now. Out comes McClendon, so you have Williams and Earl behind Phipps. 2nd and 8 from the 10. Second man, Williams, on his feet to the 5-yard line. Big burst by Dave Williams. Remember, he scored a touchdown earlier in the game, was shaken up, but he is very much back in this one with 3:05 left in the game. It is 3rd and 2 on the 5-yard line. Bob Lee, the backup quarterback, who just joined the Rams, warming up on the sideline.
They're just running that M. Hunch play. Straight ahead.
3rd and 2 from the 5. second man, Williams, inside the 5 to about the 1, and that makes it a first down. It'll be first and goal from the 1.
They're doing what they do best, run the football.
Dave Williams, 3 years out of Colorado. He spent a year in the Canadian League. He spent 2 years backing up Delvin Williams and O.J. Simpson at San Francisco.
Man-for-man blocking. Sound. No matter what the defense does, it's sound. You can pick it all up.
We might have been premature because they're going to measure. Malavasi can only stand and die a little. But it appeared that he had the first down, and for good measure, they do. Okay.
The Rams just brought in their jumbo defense. Extra defensive linemen. They got Reggie Doss, 71 in there.
2 minutes and 32 seconds and counting. 23-10 Rams, but look at the Bears. First and goal on the Ram 2. Watts out and Cobb is in.
2 tight ends.
Cobb on the right side, Latta on the left, with Williams and Earl, the running back. Robin Earl. And he goes into a board meeting.
I don't think he made anything.
No. All of this started on the interception by Virgil Livers that gave the Bears a 1st and 10 on the Ram 35. Previously, Tom Hicks had intercepted, and that wound up a 35-yard field goal for Bob Thomas. So we come to the 2-minute warning in a whale of a ball game, 23-20 Los Angeles.
2 minutes left to play in this game, and it's New Orleans leading 31-20 over the San Francisco 49ers. I wish I could tell you the cause of that roar from the crowd, but really in New Orleans, we've discovered the last couple of days, you don't really need to have a reason for a roar.
Well, they love their football here, and Tulane has really brought the fever back collegiate-wise. They're 8-2 on the year, going to a bowl probably.
Strawn carries the ball down to the 21-yard line before Jimmy Webb makes the tackle. Picks up about 5 yards on the play.
I tell you, after today, the New Orleans Saints schedule really gets tough. They have to travel to Seattle. Then they have to play Atlanta at Atlanta. Then they get Oakland and San Diego back-to-back here at the Dome. And then they end up out in Los Angeles. So their schedule is tough the rest of the way.
Second down at 5 yards to go. Motion across. Ike Harris. Strawn. Oh-ho! Ron Schumann. Right there. Going to be marked at the 28-yard line for a loss of 7. So that'll make it 3rd and 12. Clock is running with 50 seconds left to play in the game. You see the time remaining in set. New Orleans Saints are leading 31-20. A victory will give them a record of 6 wins and 5 losses. A San Francisco loss will give them a record of 1 win and 10 losses.
That ties them with Detroit. Identical record. Detroit's 1 and 10.
Strawn up to the 22-yard line as Al Cowlings made the tackle. 4th down will be coming up, but the clock is running. Wound down to 15. No one seems inclined to stop it. It's down to 10.
So Muncie's 3 touchdowns in the first half. Had a great day, over 100 yards rushing, and the offense of the Saints moved it. 49ers offense moved it, but...
And so the final score here is the New Orleans Saints 31 and the San Francisco 49ers 20. Big win for the New Orleans Saints to keep them alive and get them ahead of 500 as Dick Nolan goes out toward the center of the field now. Doubtless looking for Bill Walsh. But the New Orleans Saints now have the best record they've ever had at this stage of the campaign. The NFL on CBS will be back after this word from your local station.
The Giants over the Falcons. 45 yards Returned by Terry Jackson after Dan Lloyd blocked the punt. An offside kick. Handled fairly. Fumble. All this may be called back. The Giants have the football, but there's a yellow flag back where the Falcons kicked from. Where the Giants kicked from. Hold everything. Giants are offside. Down in the bottom of that stack, I think the Giants have the football. But it'll all be brought back.
One of the Giants may have gone across the 40-yard line before the kicker, the 35, before the kicker approached it, right?
That often happens on an onside kick because he slows up. The kicker does, and they anticipate his regular speed.
Offside, kicking team, re-kick from the 30.
I think Frank Marion, number 51, did come up with it, but they were offsides. But what a great stroke of genius to call it. Why not, you know? Might as well try to win the game.
Plus, I guess they saw Seattle do it against Atlanta a couple of weeks ago successfully. But now they bring it back to the 30. 11:56 left in the first half. The Giants 7, Atlanta nothing. Canelo will operate from the 30 now. And Dennis Pearson back between the 5 and the 10 for Atlanta. Number 81 on the left side of your picture. Canelo approaches.
See the wedge for Atlanta, all holding hands so they stay together.
It's Jake.
Here they come.
Dennis Pearson breaks out of the pack and drops the football. And again the scramble. Giants indicating we have it. Falcons saying it's ours. And the offensive unit for Atlanta goes onto the field. That looks like the way it'll end up.
Giants are really hustling, though. They're making Atlanta think about each and every move they're making. Especially those fumbles. That scares a coaching staff to death.
Mayberry made the recovery. Take a look at Otis McKinney launch himself into there to try to come up with the recovery. Falcons football at their own 36. Giants lead 7-0. Bartkowski gets to Bean. Bean had some daylight for a moment, but it quickly went away as Mendenhall sealed it up.
And this time, the linebackers and the center of that defensive line, each of them battled their offensive counterparts to a standstill. You can see Mendenhall went to the left, right into it. Van Pelt gets in good position. Lloyd's already there. Very good defensive play, and the Giants are all on their feet. Still.
So it'll be 2nd and 8, a 2-yard pickup by Bean. Ian Andrews, the setbacks for the Falcons. Rain continues. Bean again. Mendenhall again. Another fumble.
64-54 make really great plays. Mendenhall goes through and hits him on the knee, and then Lloyd finishes off Bubba Bean. Watch this. Lloyd shot the gap, and now they're attacking now instead of just catching as the Giant defense was for a while.
So many times you see a play like that where Lloyd was not involved in the tackle, but he was really the key to the whole thing. He cut off the pulling guard. It'll be 3rd and 10. Bartkowski has 3 wide receivers. And goes straight back. The Texan held up for a while, and now George Martin makes the sack. Martin, number 75, takes Steve Bartkowski down, much to the delight of what is less than a sellout crowd at Giant Stadium. Bartkowski limping.
Good secondary coverage. And also watch Mendenhall 64. He actually chases Bartkowski out of the pocket when he tries to load it up. And now Martin gets his 6th sack of the year. He had 3 against Dallas last week.
So give Martin the sack, but Mendenhall a hurry. That's the final score. The New Orleans Saints over San Francisco, 31-20. John James had his last punt blocked as Dan Lloyd came right up the middle. This time they don't try. James hits a high one. Steve Odom back from his own 36-yard line. And hit down at about the 35 as Atlanta does a good job covering. Backup tight end Kessa made the tackle.
Packers will have a 3rd and 3 as we head back to play from their own 46-yard line with exactly 2 minutes left to play in the football game. And Green Bay enjoying a 19-7 lead. They've done well in Milwaukee here in years past, won 6 out of their last 7 at County Stadium, and on the verge here of beating the Minnesota Vikings for the first time since 1974. And again, it would be the first time that a Bart Starr coached Green Bay team has ever defeated the Vikings. But Grant has had outstanding success against the Packers. 3rd and 3, we get flags as Middleton is stopped short of the first down at the 47-yard line. Since Bud Grant came to Minnesota, he has been 24-1. 20 wins, 4 losses, 1 tie against the Packers.
That's a great record. And he sees his team jump off sides on that. Really, David Whitehurst did a good job. He's been changing up his snap count. He held it a little longer, and he gave a little more emphasis on his call.
Offside, number 76, defense, first down.
I tell you, the mental errors like this one have hurt Minnesota tremendously. They were offside on the onside kick. They've had the 30-second clock run down on them at least on 2 occasions that we can recall.
They've had the interceptions. They had the fumble when they got down there. Those are the things that really hurt.
Nate Simpson, number 48, has come in at running back, replacing Middleton, who is limping rather noticeably. Simpson carries to the 49-yard line. Of course, the offside penalty gave the Packers the first down. It'll be 2nd and 10. Minnesota will call time. Let's see, is that their last?
That's their last timeout, yes.
1 minute, 46 seconds left to play as the referee, Jerry Markbride, informs both benches of the timeout situation. Minnesota out of timeouts, and things looking pretty grim for the Vikings, who are on the verge here of losing their 5th in their last 6 outings. We'll be back at County Stadium right after this.
Back live in New York, I'm Brent Musburger, and Denver leads New England 24-0 right now. But the big story is in Soldier Field in Chicago. Let's take you there live right now.
Shakes of his teammates, so it's quite an emotional moment here at Soldier Field.
It has been very emotional, and in this situation, what Peyton likes to do is go over the top, follow the fullback, come up to the line as close as he can, jump, go over the top.
That's a big fullback to follow because Robin Earl, number 39, is 6'5". Okay, 2 minutes left in the game. Rams 23, Bears 20, but the Bears have it 2nd and goal on the 2-yard line. You can see it, of Los Angeles. All right, Peyton behind Earl. And it's Peyton, and he fumbled it. He bobbled the handoff and then went down, evidently recovering the ball.
He never really had
it.
Never really had the ball. Let's see. There it is. See, never had possession of it.
So it is 3rd and goal from the 3. Let me ask you, George, if we get to it, if we get the 4th and goal from the 1-yard line, would you send in Bob Thomas to tie it up, or would you gamble and go for a touchdown?
I think I'd go for the field goal because we got the momentum. Go to overtime.
We'll see. Right now it's 3rd and goal from the 3. Williams is back in there, and it's Peyton on a block by Williams. Touchdown!
There's a flag. Flag on the play.
Flags on the play. Hold everything. It's against Los Angeles. Offsides, L.A. That makes it 26-23 Bears.
The Rams defense was jammed up, expecting the same play that he fumbled on. They pitched it out wide. Here it is.
For Walter Payton, the 55th touchdown run of his brilliant career. He is only 3 back of Larry Zonka.
Here it is again. Rams defense inside charge. No chance to stop him out there.
Back to live. drive. The kick is good, and what a big one it is because it takes the field goal away from Los Angeles. We have 1 minute and 12 seconds left to go in the ball game. The Bears 27 and the Rams 23.
Winter has arrived in the Rockies, and in Denver, Colorado, it's been a cold first 15 minutes for the visiting New England Patriots. The Broncos with a 24-0 lead.
Broncos are just absolutely sizzling out there. You've got to believe that this is the most remarkable start for them offensively in a long time, but credit the defense. 14 of those points on the board directly attributable to big turnovers by their defensive team.
We open the second quarter, 24-0 Denver. The Broncos have it 3rd and 5 at their 22. Craig Morton sends Moses in motion. And hands off inside to Preston. Tony McGee drops him at the 22-yard line. McGee showing his speed of foot. Tony from Bishop at 250 pounds, and he matched Preston step for step to the sidelines. So for the first time, the Broncos are going to have to give up the football by a punt.
And something significant, we talked about the advantage of that wind, and the wind is blowing pretty heavily now. Luke Prestridge is going to be kicking right into the mouth of it.
10-man rush. Morgan deep for the Patriots at the 38-yard line. Good snap. Not a bad kick. Fair catch at the 37-yard line, and the Patriots will put it in play there as Morgan elected not to run it back.
Excellent kick by Prestridge into that wind. He really got his foot into that one, and good coverage. The kick was not high particularly. I thought there might be room for a run back, but Denver was down there to cover it nicely.
41-yard punt, no return. Quickly, we'll run down all the scores again for you. Houston beat Oakland 31-17. Pittsburgh rolls at Kansas City 30-3. Tampa Bay edged Detroit 16-14. Miami shut out Baltimore 19-0. Buffalo edged the Jets 14-12. Washington has defeated St. Louis 30-28, and Seattle beat Cleveland 29-24. Tom Owen for the injured Grogan. Good throw. Oh, that's going to be interference. Steve Foley, he knew it. He hit Morgan too soon. That'll be a first down at the Denver 48, the first time New England has the ball in Bronco territory. Other scores, San Diego down by 8 points with 3 minutes left, rallied to beat Cincinnati 26-24. You see that interference call again.
Interference by the defense.
Ball hangs a little bit, and Morgan waiting for it, used to the stronger arm, I think, of his quarterback Grogan. The ball hung a little bit too long. Of course, they're lucky they got off with the penalty. Going to be 1st and 10 on about the 48-yard line.
Owen with Ivory and Cunningham behind him, gives to Horace Ivory. Ivory ducks out of bounds at the Denver 42-yard line with a gain of 6 yards. Randy Gradishar, 53, made the tackle for Denver.
A lot of concern in New England because of the running game, which has not gone well for the New England Patriots. One of the reasons, injuries to Russ Francis. Watch him here, trying to block on Swenson. Swenson just pulls him aside. I don't think he could do that to a healthy Russ Francis. But he does get a piece of someone else. Tom Jackson in pursuit. He's a real fighter, real competitor.
2nd down and 4 at the 42 of Denver. Play action. And Owens going long for Stanley Morgan. Oh, a brilliant play by Steve Foley. Foley just committed interference 2 plays ago, but he saved a touchdown with that left hand. Morgan was open, and the pass was a little late arriving.
It looked like Owen wasn't quite sure when to deliver the ball. Watch him right here. He wants to throw it, hesitates, then he throws it. He gets it off with plenty of range, but the ball stays high. Foley has time to recover, covers about 4 or 5 steps, makes up the distance, makes a great play.
Fans here reacting to the replay up on the scoreboard. 3rd down and 4. Complete as Owen is decked hard as he delivered the football. Don Latimer, number 72, who forced one of the fumbles down inside the 5-yard line, is the man who made the hit. Listen to this crowd cheer the defense.
And Ron Earhart has to wonder, along with Tom Owen, just what in the world they're going to do. They can't get time to throw the football. Punter in. Let's see what he can do with. Maybe he can do something.
Upchurch, 4 yards from the record. Fair catch, fumble, recovered by Alan Clark, and you can't run that ball back. It's a muff at the 20-yard line. Clark, although he ran it to the 5, you cannot return a muff. As the impetus given by the offensive team, it'll be first down, New England at the 20-yard line.
Dick, I was being facetious when I said maybe the punter could do something, but this is exactly what New England needed, was a break, something that they could hang their hat on. Let's see if the offense can take advantage of it.
Just a minute and 21 seconds into the second quarter. New England with its deepest possession, trailing 24-0. Snow flurries as Tom Owen has both wide receivers left, Morgan and Jackson, and sends Ivory to the right side. 15 and ridden hard out of bounds at the 14 by Charlie West, who's playing for the injured Bernard Jackson at safety. West from University of Texas El Paso, former Detroit Lion. In fact, the Broncos acquired him from Detroit in a trade for tight end Bill Gay.
Louis Wright, fine cornerback for the Broncos, came all the way over to the right side to cover one of those wide receivers. The Patriots trying to take advantage of the fact they had a slower safety on that side. Here he comes again. Maybe they'll try the same play. Let's see.
Second down, 6. No, it's Calhoun the other way. 15 and out of bounds at the 11. Louis Wright, number 20, shepherding the play defensively for Denver. It will be short of the first down. Third down, and call it about 2.5.
Louis Wright, the fastest man on the Bronco roster, runs a 4.4, and absolutely an incredible specimen because he'll come up and hit just like a linebacker. He really is an amazing football player.
And Merlin, unlike the mold of the defensive backs today, he's not short and stocky. He's 6'2". Big play for New England as John Smith warms up on the sidelines. Owen complete to Russ Francis, a first down at the 7-yard line. Wright and Swenson collaborated on the tackle for Denver. Now New England first and goal, trailing 24-0 early in the second quarter. And Francis, with that injured vertebra, gets up slowly.
Francis was very concerned about his back. He said, I can run. He said, there's not much pain, but he said, if I take a shot in the back, and he did right on that play, I don't know whether I'll be able to handle that. But you know who they go to down there in the clutch. He's their money man, and they went right to him. He produced. They've got the first down. They still desperately need the touchdown.
Jackson right, Morgan left, as the crowd chants defense. Cunningham to the 5. There just wasn't a hole for the big fullback of the Patriots. Chavis, Carter, Grant, shoulder to shoulder to block the path, and Gradishar there to back them up.
Dick, there's some amazing statistics on this Denver defensive team. They give up a lot of yardage, but they don't give up many points. And the reason they do that is when they get down into that tough territory, down inside the 20, they are about as tough as any defense in all of football, and you're seeing it right here.
Second and goal at the 5. To the 2-yard line, and just inside the 2. A final score from New Orleans. The Saints will assure themselves at least a tie for first place in the NFC West. They have defeated San Francisco 31-20. New Orleans 31, San Francisco 20 a final. Red Miller, relaxed head coach along the near sidelines. His team leads 24-0. Third and goal at the 2. John Smith, number 1, the place kicker for New England, but Ron Earhart isn't looking for any 3-point chances. He won 7. Cunningham, touchdown. Cunningham is 6'3", and he needed all that height and arm length touchdown.
We've seen some fine second effort by the Bronco backs. You saw it right there, and you'll see Earhart over there to congratulate Big Sam Bam. He gets hit by West at about the 2-yard line and lays that ball right on the goal line. Touchdown. And you can see the emotion right there. That gets them back partway, but they've got a long ways to go if they're going to climb back into this game.
Matt Cavanaugh to hold for John Smith. And it is good. Just inside the left upright. So with 11 minutes and 46 seconds remaining in the first half, New England has posted its first score, but it's Denver with still a commanding lead, 24-7.
San Francisco, so if the Rams lose, New Orleans once again leading by a game in the NFC West. We understand Jeff Rutledge hurt his shoulder, and Bob Lee will be the quarterback for the last minute. Lonnie Perrin will kick off. He has not been kicking well. Deep for the Rams, Drew Hill, flanked by Eddie Hill and Wendell Tyler. Remember, Elvis Peacock is hurt. 1 minute and 12 seconds left. Line drive ground ball, fielded finally by Tyler at the 10, to the 20, 25, and upended by Doug Plank at the 25-yard line. The clock running out on the Rams, 1 minute and 8 seconds, and Bob Lee, the QB.
Well, I actually think with Bob Lee in there, even though he's come into the Rams system very late, his experience is more important in this 2-minute drill, this 1-minute drill, than Rutledge.
But remember, 4 points separate him, so the field goal is not enough. He's got to go 74 yards in 1 minute and 8 seconds. Cullen Bryant and Wendell Tyler behind Bob Lee at the 26. And Lee, who was selling insurance, throws to Cullen Bryant. He's at the 45. Bryant to midfield.
Lee showed something there. Everybody was covered. He decided to run, and then he found an open man.
Hold everything, George. A flag on the play on the far side of the field. So let's see. It'll be a personal foul. Yeah, roughing the passer. So Lee evidently hit after the pass.
This game's going down to the wire.
And so from midfield, they will pace it off. So that's going to be a monstrous pass. It went 24 yards to get it to midfield. And then the personal foul takes it to the bare 35, would you believe?
Personal foul, roughing the passer. 99, defense.
Bears are in trouble now.
That's one rookie, Dan Hampton. And it was his over-anxiousness causing the penalty. That's a 39-yard pass play because of the penalty.
Yeah, and the Rams have 3 timeouts left.
With 54 seconds left in the game, 27-23 Bears. Eddie Hill and Cullen Bryant behind Bob Lee. Lee throwing to Denard, no good. Defending was Gary Fensick.
There's so much noise, Ben, I don't know whether the fans could hear, but the Rams have all their timeouts left, which is very important right here now.
Bob Lee, back in 1977, he beat the Rams in a division playoff. Now suddenly, from selling real estate in San Francisco, he's trying to give the Rams new life. To repeat, Jeff Rutledge hurt his shoulder. It is not a case of Rutledge having had that bad a day. Lee has to play. 2nd and 10 from the 35. Whoa, Hartenstein. Mike Hartenstein was jumping. We'll see if they pulled him off or not.
False start, 77, offense.
And it's going to be Hartenstein pulled off by Doug France. So France came up out apparently. And 5 against the Rams, moving it back to the Bear 40.
False start, number 77, offense, still 2nd down.
2nd and 15 for the Rams with 49 seconds left in the game.
What you can do with all your timeouts, you can run the play. You can run a draw play here. You can take that time.
27-23, Chicago. Both backs go out. Hartenstein drops him on the 48-yard line.
Hartenstein beat France. Beat him outside.
So Mike Hartenstein,
Here it is.
Watch him explode across.
Beat him to the outside. Lee had no chance.
So the big sack by Mike Hartenstein with 45 seconds left.
And in the center of your screen there is Turdell Middleton, who has had an outstanding day running the football for the Green Bay Packers. There are his statistics, and that rest quite obviously is well deserved. He's been a big factor in this game defensively. Of course, Ezra Johnson, number 90, who's also sitting over there on the bench. Outstanding afternoon. 5 quarterback sacks for a total of 32 yards for Johnson personally against the Minnesota Vikings.
That's a good day's work.
2nd and 10. Packers at the 49-yard line. Just wrapping it up here. Minnesota out of timeouts. Simpson on the pitch. It's a little bit of a dangerous play when you're running out the clock, isn't it? Wide pitch like that?
I think what they were trying to do is Minnesota's really packing up the inside. They're blitzing, they're bringing their safety, and they want to try and get outside and get around it.
Matt Blair injured on the play. Outstanding linebacker for the Vikings.
He sure is a fine player. He's getting up and walking off the field on his own. We see the strong safety, Tommy Hannon, in the last 3 or 4 plays has been lining up right on the line of scrimmage and playing like a blitzing linebacker. He's been blitzing every play. The Minnesota Vikings aren't worried about any pass. They're just getting them all up there, and they're coming after it and trying to stop that run, and not only for no gain, but maybe cause a fumble.
Saints keep on rolling. They beat San Francisco today. That's a final score now, 31-20.
So now the Los Angeles Rams will have to beat Chicago to stay in a tie in first place in the Western Division.
See, last thing we had on that was the Rams were ahead 16-0, and then the Bears had pulled up to 16-14 at last report. Yeah, and that game is still going on. 3rd down. Packers need 13 for the first down. 1:19 left in the ball game. See what that's all about. 30-second clock hadn't run down. We get whistles from a couple of the officials.
They're all going to come in and have a huddle. I think there's something on the clock. Usually the clock on the scoreboard is the official clock. Then they keep time. They keep time on the field, and they usually check that clock that is official to make sure it has the same time that they do. And that timeout had something to do with the official clock.
Well, the clock is rolling now. The 30-second clock has been reset all the way. Whitehurst throwing the football. You believe in that?
Huh? Well, I don't know if I believe in it. I don't believe it because we see. I said that the strong safety was up on the line of scrimmage, and he was coming all the time, and he came on that play, and of course they didn't get him blocked, and now they lose. But that's not going to have any effect on the outcome of this game, I'm sure. But Bart looked like he was talking to someone in the sideline. He looked surprised. Well, there it is. Chicago 27, Los Angeles 23. The Rams have to win that game. It's only in the 4th quarter, but they have to win it to stay in a tie with the New Orleans Saints.
This will probably be the last play of the game. The Packers are going to take the penalty here for delay of game as the 30-second clock runs down. They want to utilize every second. That'll run the clock down to 16 seconds.
If Green Bay would have run the ball on that 3rd down play, it all would have been over.
Beverly back to do the punting. Vikings with 10 men on the line of scrimmage. I do believe they might be coming.
Sure they are.
Bit of a high snap. Very poor kick, very short, but as John mentioned, it means very little at this point because the clock has run down to 5 seconds, and we get a little altercation. Minnesota will have time for one play. They have the football at their 48-yard line. Stands emptying here at County Stadium as the Green Bay Packers have beaten Minnesota for the first time since 1974. They're now 4-7 on the year. And they'll tie Minnesota.
And the people in Milwaukee or in Green Bay or the Packer fans are very happy. They wanted to see this Packer team get a win to get back on the track towards winning, and I think they did that today, and I think that's going to help them. Here comes that last dodge. They have 3 players over on the right side. He's just going to throw it up to the right side, hope something happens.
It falls incomplete as the gun sounds. So the Packers beat the Vikings 19-7. Bart Starr's first victory ever over a Minnesota team since he has been at the reins of the Green Bay Packers.
Well, I'm sure Bart's very happy. You know, we talked about one of the great ingredients that Bart Starr has. He's a very confident person, and when something happens it's not real good to him, he's still able to handle it well.
Stay tuned as the NFL Today continues after this word from your local station.
What an evil-looking thing that is.
Looks like Mazzetti's got a bad arch.
That used to be a glove. Doug Coder and Ken Johnson, the running backs for the Giants, and Coder, who was shaken up a bit earlier, gets 3 or 4.
That time Edgar Fields, number 77, the big defensive tackle, guessed a little bit and shot across, and Coder and the Giants happened to be running away from him, and they picked up that yardage. And again, 3rd and 2 today will look like a dream for anybody, particularly the quarterback. Don't go 3rd and long with that wet, oily ball out there to have to throw around.
4-yard pickup, 2nd and 6 for the Giants, who lead 7-0. Clock running at 9:15 left before the half. Line of scrimmage, their own 40. Coder swings in motion. Johnson, the lone running back, and they're going to blitz. And they do. That's him. Just over the head of Johnny Perkins. Good coverage by Roland Lawrence, who's back there with him.
Pretty good blitz by Atlanta. Handled pretty well by the Giants. Watch the linebackers come on in. Pennywell to the right. Brazina really gets stuck. And the young man, Sims, from Morehead State, and he's, again, in his 5th game, really, his 5th start, makes a pretty good throw of it, but hurried just a little bit. He still has not been hit hard while he's passing the football. That's what teams are wanting to do.
There's one of the good people in this football business, Lehman Bennett. Sims back with time. Perkins, the intended receiver, had it bounce off his hands. The Bears came back, and that now is a final score.
Wow.
The Bears 27-23. The information I got was incorrect. It is not over yet. Walter Payton scored on a 3-yard run, and there still is just over a minute left in that game at Soldier Field.
And the Rams still have one of the best defenses in football, and the Bears are going wild anyway, huh?
Walter Payton will go wild against a lot of people. What a back. Dave Jennings with Dennis Pearson back deep for Atlanta. Flag is down and Pearson signals for a fair catch. Billy Rickman, I believe, ran into the punter, Dave Jennings. Giants will keep the football.
I think Moriarty was there too. 45 and 82, I believe, made the contact. Boy, each punter's having a heck of a tough day. Now, Jennings and James correspond during the off-season. They write notes to one another. Are all kickers that close to guys that are opponent kickers?
The kicker, number 82, defense, the first down.
Some of them can't read and a lot of them can't write, huh?
Kick a touchdown. England's gotten on the scoreboard. Sam Cunningham scored the touchdown, 24-7. Falcons blitz. And Sims is chased and Sims is down. Sims is angry about something. Those are not wise guys to be mad with.
A good sign that the offensive line jumps up and, if need be, protect the quarterback, especially the kid quarterback.
Frank Reed is back there in the middle.
Safety dog. Let's see where number 28 comes from. There's pretty well in the middle. They're all occupying people. Yates to the outside. Hallowina in there. That's Don Smith, the rookie that leads that team in sacks.
Frank Reed was picked up by Johnson, but he got into some kind of a verbal exchange with this man, Phil Sims. 2nd and 18. Sims from Moorhead State, crossway coder. And he has sort of sifted through the Atlanta defense before Greg Brazina could get him down.
Sims is 2 for 7 for 26 yards. And again, this is the third down situation that a young quarterback probably thinks about a lot on Saturday night.
Falcons put in an extra linebacker, Dewey McClain, and Fields comes out. And again, you always have to be thinking about that blitz against Atlanta on 3rd and 12. They'll go with 3 down linemen, but those linebackers are always lurking close by. They do not. Yes, they do. An outside blitz. And Brazina sees a flag go down. Wrestles the ball away from Sims, now gives it back. It did not look as if he did anything unnecessary, but the flag is against the Falcons. Be interested to hear this.
Well, they're protecting the quarterback, but I didn't think anybody did anything that was...
I didn't either, Tom.
That was too awful. If you can't rush the quarterback, I think the game's in a lot of trouble.
Penalty than I thought it was.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness. You guys. Personal foul. Number 52, defense. The penalty doesn't bring it up to the line of scrimmage, so we bring it up there. It's first down at the yard to be gained.
That is Dewey McClain, number 52. Brazina made the stop, so it was something that happened around the line of scrimmage and not on the kid quarterback.
McClain may have had a shot at him before Brazina got him. And they must have felt he did something unnecessary. First down, Giants.
Big play.
I'll say first down. Ball moves into Falcon territory. Giants already lead 7-0. They beat Minnesota 19-7. That's the final. This is Johnson rolling back to the right side and stumbling for about 5. Johnson, in the event you didn't know it, was the other running back with Otis Armstrong, a fine runner for St. Louis at the University of Miami. He did mostly blocking there. Well, he's a good runner.
He's a good fellow to have in against Atlanta because of the blitzes that come from all over, and we've already seen him block Brazina and a few of those linebackers very well already.
I said Armstrong. It's Otis Anderson, of course, St. Louis. So it's 2nd down, and this is Johnson straight ahead. Edgar Fields again on the bottom of the pile for the Falcons.
The new rule, of course, and I'm not so sure that's what happened on it, is that once the quarterback is helpless in the grasp of tacklers, get the whistle blown so that it's not happening after a play is over and it's an injury through futility. But I sure thought that time Brazina took the quarterback and carried him out of harm's way and sort of strangled him, but didn't throw him up.
3rd down and 4 for the Giants at the Atlanta 40. Johnson comes in motion. Sims goes straight back, and again the blitz is on. And a flag is down again up the field. It looks like it's going to be against Atlanta.
Well, Atlanta was doing some chucking in that 5-yard zone. That's a rule put in a year ago. And it looks like they may have held on too long to trying to hold those receivers up.
Let's watch.
This is the dog man. This is Reed, of course, the safety man making the play. But it was actually on the left side of the formation where Brazina came back in and banged a little bit.
Holding number 50, defense, first down.
Giants first down as a result of a penalty.
And that's his Brazina. He looked like he had a little bit of a moment of indecision, then came back inside and hit the receiver. He might have hung on.
A drive that's been kept alive by penalty. Atlanta has really been hurt. First and 10 at the Atlanta 35. And Sims fakes to Johnson and will throw on first down and does deep. Intended for Perkins. No foul is called this time. Ray Easterling was in good position.
Wow.
And Brazina's really hot about things.
I don't blame him. I'm surprised Lehman Bennett's not in the middle of the field. Perkins ran right through the safety man. Remember, when that ball's in the air, either team or either player has equal right to make the catch. Take a look at it now. You're behind the Atlanta defense. Pretty good pass blocking and a well-thrown football by Sims. Now watch Perkins run right up the back of the safety man. In fact, he's already got him on the deck.
Second and 10 at the 35 for the Giants, and Sims goes straight back and throws. Perkins. That's enough for a first. Inside the 25 to about the 23. Roland Lawrence made the hit.
Boy, Sims really cleaned off a pass and hit him on the break. It's about an 8-yard center pattern. The receivers, Perkins and, of course, Gray, are really beginning to catch the ball in traffic for the Giants. It's a good throw and catch against man-to-man coverage.
And with a wet ball and a couple of shots like he took, he did well to hang on. Right in the scrimmage, the 23, another first down Giants. Now they are in Joe Danillo's range for a field goal, if nothing else, and he's warming up on the other side of the field. About a half a minute left in that game between the Rams and the Bears as Sims takes the second Giant timeout of this half. So they only have one left. We have 5 minutes and 26 seconds left to play in the first half. 7-0.
With 45 seconds left in the game, the Bears lead the Rams 27-23. The Rams, with Bob Lee at the controls, have a 3rd and 25 following the sack by Mike Hartenstein. Denard left. Smith and Hill in a slot right. Bryant and Eddie Hill, the running back. And Lee winding up and going deep. He's got Denard, and it's broken up by Fensick.
Denard had the ball.
Gary Fensick.
Denard had him beat and had the ball and lost it going down. Watch this. A fine throw by Lee. Look at this now. Denard has this ball right in here and loses it going down.
When he hit the hard rug, take another look from another angle.
There
Look at that.
it is. Went right through his arms.
Magnificent pass for a guy who hasn't been playing football. Bob Lee threw a beauty
He
right on the
sure
money.
did. By the way, Doug France blocked Hartenstein all the way on that last play. Doug's playing with a bad elbow.
So it is 4th and 25. This might be the last hurrah for Los Angeles with 30 seconds left. Lee, he's got Drew Hill and he can't hold on to it. Gary Campbell knocking him down and Jerry Muckenstern picking it up. And on the sideline, a discouraged Jack Youngblood and a Ram defensive team. They have to go back out on the field, and it looks like time has run out on them. The Bears were down 16-0, and they're leading 27-23, and it looks like they'll win it.
A great comeback by the Bears. The 2 interceptions in the 4th quarter, what turned it around. They got 10 points.
Interceptions by Tom Hicks and Virgil Livers.
All they have to do here is fall on the football.
So 1st and 10, 30 seconds to go. Boy, how close can you cut it when you see that pass just getting out of the hands of Denard? And the clock continues to tick.
Denard had that ball, and Denard has made catches like that. We've seen him make great catches like that.
So the Rams now will also get the bad news that New Orleans won. The Rams will play Atlanta in Los Angeles. The Bears will entertain the Jets here in Chicago, and this one is history. A great come-from-behind victory for the Chicago Bears, and a particularly delightful win for Neil Armstrong, and a heartbreaking defeat for Ray Malavasi. He had run out of veterans. Walter Payton, who had been locked up all day, scored the go-ahead touchdown from 2 yards out. And the Rams, relying on a rookie, got away with it all day until the final quarter, when Jeff Rutledge threw an interception to Hicks and then appeared to panic when he threw the interception to Livers across the grain.
That's a very risky play because everybody is leaving their coverage. You don't know what defense you're thrown into when you roll out and throw the ball backwards, transcontinental across the grain. Very, very risky.
So the peaks and valleys of NFL football. Last week, the Rams shut out Seattle, and today they give up 27 points, and the Bears beat them 27-23. This is Vin Scully for George Allen from Soldier Field in Chicago.
A reminder, NBC brings 2 spectacular suspense movies to television for the first time tonight. Al Pacino stars in Dog Day Afternoon. That'll follow Disney's Wonderful World. And tomorrow night, Gregory Peck, Lee Remick star in the thriller The Omen. That's on NBC as the long kick by Smith. Dave Preston in his own end zone. At the 10, he's out to the 20 and down at the 23-yard line. And also tomorrow night, before you see The Omen on NBC, tune in 8 o'clock Eastern Time, Little House on the Prairie. And Merlin, you have a significant role tomorrow evening.
An exciting show for all of us on Little House as you look at an excited Sam Cunningham. A show called The King is Dead, about an old sideshow wrestler, some of the con that used to take place in the Frontier West. I think you'll enjoy it.
Well, you wind up wrestling him, don't you?
Well, yes, I do. As a matter of fact.
That's tomorrow night on NBC. Denver with a 24-7 lead. Ball at the 23 of the Broncos. Otis Armstrong greeted by Richard Bishop, 64. Boy, Bishop was there right with a handoff.
Interesting, I think, to look back, Dick, and remember that Denver's outstanding first half really started with a special team play. They pinned back the kickoff deep in the territory of the New England Patriots. New England now has made a big play on the kickoff, and they've made a big play on first down. They put Denver in a sure passing situation. They'd love to get a sack right here.
And as the snow continues to fall, one might expect that that ball will be tough to handle. Second down, 13. Moses in motion. Morton. Wide open, Riley Odoms. All the way to the 40-yard line and a first down. Some say Odoms, the top tight end in the NFL. So much talent at that position, but the folks in Denver wouldn't trade Odoms for anyone. He has the ability to leap. He is 6'9" high jumper in high school, and what great hands.
And watch again what Craig Morton can do when he has time to throw the football. An all-out rush, and there's Odoms wide open. Morton just puts it on the money. You can't deliver the ball any more perfectly if you would just take it out there and hand it to him.
Right out of the Bronco playbook. First down at the 40 for Denver. 10 minutes remaining in the first half. Upchurch. Complete anyway. Claiborne would have been penalized for an illegal chuck or interference, but since Upchurch caught the ball, it doesn't matter. Out at the 42-yard line of New England.
Claiborne is a very aggressive corner. He can be aggressive because of his great speed.
Illegal contact. Number 26 on the defense. Penalty is declared.
An illegal chuck by Claiborne. As Upchurch, with all that speed, was whistling around him. And again, despite the penalty, it's easy to overlook the fact, Merlin, again, Morton made a perfect rainbow throw. He just dropped that one right in his arms.
Well, certainly one of the things that you will see today, and you've seen it already, is a different variety of throws. He'll throw one, he'll zip one, he'll loft one, and there aren't many quarterbacks can make that throw, that particular toss, any better than Craig Morton.
Dave Preston, number 46, going to the Denver locker room, apparently with an injury. First down Broncos at the New England 42. Otis Armstrong tripped up as he crosses the 40-yard line. Down deep for the tackle, Doug Bedoin and Steve Nelson for the Patriots. New England is 7-3 coming in. Their losses, interestingly, 2 of them on the grass, as we indicated, at Green Bay and at Baltimore. And the other defeat on opening night against Pittsburgh in overtime. But no team has jumped ahead quite like Denver did with a 24-point first quarter today.
Well, no one has really handled New England's defense. And, of course, you've got to remember 14 of those points really came off defensive turnovers.
Morton to throw on 2nd and 7. Armstrong at the 40. He has a first down as he charges to the 28-yard line. Boy, he ran right through Rod Schultz, 56.
Dick, and looking down at the field, I have to say that the biggest improvement in these Broncos that we have seen is in the offensive line. Claudia Minor, number 71, watching right there on Mel Lunsford. Just uses the hands, keeps him away. Paul Howard inside, doing a good job on his man. And again, if you can give Morton time to throw the football, look out.
Morton at 36 can still throw with any quarterback in the NFL. Play action, and he's looking long. Open up, Church. Touchdown. Rick Upchurch, almost the impossible. And Morton provided with the time as he did a little scramble of his own.
Well, perhaps he heard us say that he was not a mobile quarterback. He has done everything right so far today. Back into the pocket. Has a long time to look at his receivers, and you can't give speedy receivers that much time either. As you watch Upchurch gather the ball in, again a perfect strike. He waltzes into the end zone behind a fine block by Haven Moses.
Jim Turner's point is good. Oh, with 9 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in the first half, the Denver Broncos lead the New England Patriots 31-7.
And now that is the final. Chicago 27, Los Angeles 23. The Bear record goes to 6-5.
Makes this game extremely important for the Atlanta Falcons.
And for the New Orleans Saints, who've already won. So right now, and no matter what happens to this contest, the Saints will be in first place in the NFC West.
And Atlanta plays Los Angeles twice, San Francisco once, and New Orleans once more. Eh?
That's correct. They also have San Diego along that line, too.
Oh.
So victory here would tie the Falcons with the Rams. They have lost to Chicago. Bill Sims operates from the Atlanta 23, and again they blitz. And again Sims throws. Ernest Gray dropped it. It's called incomplete. Rick Bias picked it up. Sims almost undressed.
Great defensive play by the cornerback because the blitz did come. The point that Brazina's trying to make is, did he catch it? Did we get the ball? But Sims did hold his ground and did throw a strike. This is a good play. See Pennywell coming. Palmer Winter to the right. Here's Yates coming inside. Ball is right on. Oh, that's good defensive play. That's Bias.
Bias.
Stick.
Denver another score. They lead New England 31-7. Perkins in motion. And again, the Falcons blitz. And this time, the Giants call a running play. Doug Coder, the carrier, but he ran right into one of the Grits blitzers.
They've already sacked Sims 3 times, hurried him up a couple, and they're coming with a lot of people. Remember, when the blitz comes or a red dog, your secondary people are a lonely lot. They're all by themselves. And once in a while, you can get burned.
That'll make it 3rd and 14. Sims quickly checking with Ray Perkins over on the sideline. 3rd and 14. 7-0 the score. The Giants. Harry Jackson, the touchdown for the Giants. 4:40 left to play first half. Line of scrimmage, the Atlanta 25. Sims drops. Blitz again. Sims almost caught by Dwight Scales on the rebound. Frank Reed deflected it at the last minute.
Sims was on the deck. Brezina came from the right side and hits him, but the young man stayed in there. You watch. He gets it up there and doesn't waggle it too much. Good strike. A great try by Scales. Atlanta dodged the bullet.
Just barely deflected. Randy Dean is the holder. Joe Danilo will try from 42 yards out. He's strong enough. And he's good enough. By a lot. And Randy Dean congratulating Joe Danilo, and the Giants now lead Atlanta 10-0.
Greg Morton has just thrown 28 yards to Rick Upchurch for another touchdown, and Denver leading 31-7 as Turner kicks off for the 6th time in this first half. Let's pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
This is KING-TV, Seattle.
Turner to Alan Clark at the 7. Clark 20 and down at the 23. Steve Watson 81, but the primary hit from number 50 Jim Ryan from William and Mary, and the veteran George Atkinson 47 also in on the play.
Looking down, I was hoping to catch a glimpse of Steve Grogan, and there I see him on the sideline. He's still walking, still bundled up, but I've got to look up that scoreboard and wonder that even if he was healthy now, maybe Earhart wouldn't want to put him in the game for fear of getting him banged up, because you know that Denver is just turning it loose at this point with that kind of comfortable lead.
Yeah, Tom Owen in an enviable position, knowing that the Broncos are going to tee off on any possible pass situation. Play action. Owen not even close to Stanley Morgan. He may have thrown that one away. Jackson and Louis Wright in the area on the coverage.
Little conversation going between Tom Jackson and the quarterback. Jackson, a very vocal player. He's over there. He had the best shot at that ball. Yeah, there you
just bring him up a little bit.
Come on, fire him up. I can handle it over here. Well, when you get that big a lead, you can afford to taunt a little bit, but I think Jackson's been on the long side of a few of those scores too.
2nd and 10 from the 23. Owen under a blitz, and a flag is down. Rob Swinson, 51, was in on the New England quarterback, as was the rookie Bruce Radford, number 78, and it's holding New England.
Dick, this game is so totally out of character for these two teams as to almost make it ridiculous. On the year, 43 sacks for New England, 12 for Denver, and yet Denver has been in New England's backfield all afternoon.
That's right. Let's just even underline that point, Merlin. New England leads the NFL. Denver is last in the NFL in pressuring the quarterback, and you just think they put on the wrong uniforms this first half.
Number 74 on the offense, still second half.
Shelby Jordan, the right tackle, guilty of holding, and the ball now rests at the 13-yard line, and New England trailing 31-7 now is on a 2nd and 20, and you know the Broncos will have something special for Owen as Steve Grogan still trying to clear his head on the sidelines. Draw to Calhoun, 15-20. And he's out to the 24-yard line. Calhoun, who played with Steve Grogan at Kansas State. Charlie West and Bob Swenson with a tackle. Final scores in the NFL today. The Redskins edge St. Louis 30-28. The Bears from behind defeat Los Angeles 27-23. That means New Orleans is now in sole possession of first place NFC West. Green Bay beats Minnesota 19-7. Some upsets in the National Football League today, and some teams fighting for playoff contention suffering very critical defeats. 3rd and 10 at the 23. Owen almost intercepted. A flag is down in the secondary. Louis Wright was the man going for the ball for Denver. We may have a penalty against the Broncos in the deep secondary. Russ Francis was down around the 40, and that's where the flag fell. Illegal contact against the Broncos will carry an automatic first down. The tight ends around the league have been complaining that the officials this year have not enforced that bump beyond 5 yards the way they did last year.
Number 58 on the defense.
You see the pass
First
right
down.
there.
That's automatic.
New England lucky that Louis Wright didn't pick that one off, as he had his hands on it in a clear field. But it is going to be a 1st and 10 for the New England team. Rob Nairn, you see him there coming in. Joe Rizzo due back in another week, but Nairn has done an excellent job in relief.
First down at the 28-yard line. New England trails 31-7. We're in the second quarter in Denver. Russ Francis hit hard at the 34 by Gradishar as New England gets 6 yards on the first down completion. Gradishar 6'3" and 231, and he just makes tackle after tackle after tackle. It'd be quite a debate. You know, a lot of Jack Lambert fans in the East. In the West, they love Gradishar.
Yeah, you couldn't go wrong with choosing either one of those. One of those studs.
2nd and 4, New England at the 34. Owen to Calhoun. What a play by Bill Thompson. The veteran safety from Maryland State invaded the backfield, turned the play in, and then made the tackle as well. All-Pro at 31 years of age. He was a well-kept secret for many years, and now being recognized as one of the top talents in the deep secondary in the NFL.
And a great leader, too. Defensive captain for these Denver Broncos.
Now, he's the only man in AFL history to lead the league in both punt and kickoff returns. He did it as a rookie. 3rd and 5. Blitz. And Owen gets it away. Incomplete, I believe, at the 47. Harold Jackson covered by Wright and West. And Tom Owen just did get that one off as he was buried by Reuben Carter. Carter, who has a touchdown, and that's how the game started on a 3rd down, first possession. Steve Grogan went back to pass, was hit by Tom Jackson, fumbled. Carter recovered at the 2 and rolled into the end zone for a touchdown. Grogan was hurt on the play. Denver got 7 points, and it's been all Broncos since. Hare kicking with the win this time. Blocked. Watson blocks it. Nairn at the 10. Nairn touchdown. Steve Grogan reflecting on the mood of the Patriots as this crowd stands and cheers. What else can go wrong for the Patriots? And what else more can that defense of the Broncos muster?
I don't think that anyone could have written this kind of script for the game unless they were just an avid Bronco fan. Both teams out of character, but you can believe it, these players in orange are ecstatic at the success of their team so far in this game.
Steve Watson was the man who blocked the punt. Rob Nairn with a touchdown, and with 6 minutes plus remaining in the first half, the Broncos need an adding machine. They lead 38-7.
Oh, by Joe Danilo made it 10-0. Dennis Pearson back deep for Atlanta as number 81. Danilo, a line driver that's going to be difficult to handle. And he does handle on one bounce. Pearson looking for some room and is hit down inside the 20 by Tabor and Eddie Hicks.
Great coverage by the Giants. Now, I sense on the Atlanta bench, they feel like they're being sort of jabbed by the weather and by the officiating. Sometimes a team can get very hot, and they'll start to scuffle a little bit. Let's see if the offense for Atlanta maintains its cool and comes out roaring this time.
Monday night on CBS starts with a dramatic episode of The White Shadows starring Ken Howard. In an hour, great comedy begins with MASH and continues with WKRP in Cincinnati. And Ed Asner stars with Lou Green. All on CBS on Monday night. That's Andrews breaking into the Giants secondary for good yardage out to about the 35 before Ray Rhodes can stop him.
talked to some Philadelphia Eagles after they had played Atlanta on a Monday night, and they said that number 31 doesn't avoid too many people, but he's got good speed and he's tremendously strong in the legs. And they were very much impressed with Andrews, the man from Auburn. He's a smart runner, too.
2 more good running backs at Auburn this year. And Brooks. First down after that 17-yard pickup. That was Mayberry, a young man from your school, Colorado.
They don't hit you like that up on the Continental Divide. Watch this. Watch Lloyd, number 54, shoot the gap. Van Pelt comes across. And, of course, if you've been following Giant football, Van Pelt, Kelly, and especially Carson and Lloyd are really fearsome in that 34 defense. They're playing super this year.
Mayberry is 5'11", 210. And he is out at the moment. Bean is back in on 2nd and 11. Giant split. And down goes Bartkowski. Dan Lloyd took him down, and watch it from behind Bartkowski.
Here comes the sack. Now notice how Steve this time is not fighting the pressure too much. He used to stand in there and throw the interception or get hurt. Now when he sees that the play is over, very wisely, the cool quarterback is saying, let's fold up the tent and wait for another play.
Loss of 12 on the sack by Dan Lloyd. It's been a good afternoon so far for Dan. He got his chance to play, really, when the Giants had their down lineman hurt and had to go to the 3-4. Right now, they've got 4 rushers. Van Pelt fakes the blitz. Bartkowski goes back. And throws complete. Alfred Jenkins made the reception, almost enough for a first down. A little room for John James. Ray Rhodes took the feet out from under him after that 17-yard pickup.
Good read by Bartkowski and a good defensive series, particularly a good play by Rhodes, the cornerback. Not enough for a first down. Let him catch it and then make him know that I was there. Good defensive play.
John James ever run with the ball from punt formation?
Gosh, I don't know. With that crazy shoe, he might run the wrong direction. I'm still puzzled by that.
At least they might not be able to tell which way he's going.
Looks like he's got bigger cleats on that right shoe than he does on the left. One looks like sort of a sneak, and one looks like a real football shoe.
That'll be the 2-minute notification to both. The Giants lead Atlanta 10-0.
On Sports World, the action's the greatest when the Muhammad Ali Boxing Club with heavyweight Tony Tubbs and 2-time Olympian Davey Armstrong scheduled to compete squares off against the Mexico Boxing Club in bone-jarring amateur bouts next Saturday on Sports World.
Checking that Eastern Division standings, Miami with a shutout win at Baltimore today. With New England being bombed in the first half here in Denver, it appears we're going to have a first-place tie in the East after the 11th game, as Turner drives one low down the middle to Clark at the 10. Alan Clark, the rookie, at the 20. 30, and a good return to match his number out to the 35-yard line. Larry Canada, also wearing number 35, made the tackle. As 3:35s, the 2 men involved in the yard stripe. Denver with San Diego coming from behind. The fans were cheering here prior to the game with the scores reflecting Cincinnati's lead against San Diego. But the Chargers scored 10 points in the last 3 minutes to win at Cincinnati. So Denver needs this victory to retain its share of first place with the Chargers. Boy, the AFC West appears to have all the makings of being a decision that will be determined in the last week of the season. In fact, doesn't Denver play in San Diego the last week? Yes, they do. Owen complete to Sam Cunningham at the 42-yard line. Officially, credit Rob Nairn with a 23-yard run for the touchdown after Watson's block of Hare's kick.
Dick, I can't help but reflect on some conversations in the locker room of the Broncos yesterday. Almost every Bronco I talked to made some reference to that 42-7 shellacking they took at the hands of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I could feel that it just stuck in their craw. Well, they're certainly making amends for embarrassing themselves on that day with this great performance today.
Cunningham on 2nd and 2, close to the first down. Bryson Manor from Arkansas, the defensive right end of the Broncos, made the tackle. He replaced Lyle Alzado. And some feel the 12 sacks, lowest in the NFL going into this game, recorded by Denver, reflects the loss of Alzado. But Manor has filled in admirably at that spot and is the best pass rusher for this Denver team. It is not a first down, 3rd and less than a yard. Francis and Don Hasselbeck played his college football in this area down at Boulder at the University of Colorado. Book in the line. Ivory and Cunningham behind Tom Owen. Ivory trapped, and down he goes. Bill Thompson made the tackle, but it was Don Latimer, 72, who forced the play wide.
I don't think you could see a better illustration of aggressive team defense that we have seen in this first half. Tremendous penetration by Don Latimer. There's no way to get around that corner when you take him that way.
Merlin on 3rd and less than a yard, and you're down 38-7. Why not gamble and go for a touchdown on that play?
Well, I think perhaps if Grogan had been in the game, they might have. But it changes everything when you've got a second-team quarterback in there, especially one that has not played much.
Upchurch could get the record on this one. He needs 4. He's got it. Upchurch is now the National Football League's all-time punt return champion. He has just surpassed the late Emlyn Tunnell, the great return artist for the New York Giants so many years. Upchurch now holds the NFL record, and that is now being acknowledged by this Denver crowd.
That Summerall with Tom Brookshire. Atlanta to punt. There's John James' footwear. One is a sneaker, you're right.
And one's got cleats on it. Whoa.
Odom this time goes up with the fair catch signal. Juggled it just a bit, but didn't find the handle.
Giants almost blocked another punt.
They're coming right up the middle. At the half, we'll have an update of everything that's happened around the NFL. Some outstanding games today. Brent and Jane and Irv back in our New York studio, and they'll bring you up to date on everything that's happened.
Wild games today.
It's been a wild game at Soldier Field. The Bears improved their record to 6-5, and the Rams dropped to 5-6. Here's Johnson. 3 or 4 on a very basic slant off tackle. Edgar Fields on the tackle.
I have a feeling the second half, this game will become very physical, and we'll lose all of the 80s look about a sophisticated offense or defense. I have a feeling it's going to be a real war in the second half. I think Atlanta's going to fight right to the last click.
Very important game for them and for the Giants. Clock still running, 1:20 left to play in the first half. Giants only have 1 timeout left. The Atlanta Falcons have all of theirs, and I think they use one after this play. It's not an incomplete pass. Out to about the 35 is Doug Coder. And yes, Atlanta finally calls the timeout. They have 2 left. Rain all day long, just about.
Some draft choice this was. Taking number 11, number 1. Everybody said, who? I'll tell you, young Sims. We saw him come in that first action he got against New Orleans, and from then on, he has grooved, as they say. He's a hot young quarterback.
Denver has scored again in the second quarter. They lead New England 38-7.
New England might have taken the wrong bus to the wrong stadium or something.
It's a mile high out there. You're not used to the thin air, I guess.
You know who Perkins' quarterback was at Alabama in that big Orange Bowl win? Was Sloan, one of those Alabama quarterbacks we forget about.
Head coach now in the Southeastern Conference at Mississippi. You think about the quarterbacks that he has caught passes from, Perkins, that is. Sloan, Namath, Unitas. Not bad.
And he's worked with Shula. Some pretty good people so far.
Next week, Dallas, Washington, and the rest of those games. Detroit, Minnesota, New Orleans at Seattle. Test for them. The Giants down in Tampa. The hands of Phil Simms under the center. Jim Flack. The give is Dakota. Not enough for a first down. Let's see if Atlanta, yes, calls another timeout.
You could feel the intensity generated by the Atlanta defense that time. You could hear the grunting and everything. Now, you obviously won't hear anything on the replay, but watch the attack position assumed by that Atlanta defense as they fill in. And there was a lot of grunting and groaning.
You mean they don't grunt and groan on the replay?
It just doesn't sound as emphatic, does it? I'll make up for it.
That's emphatic.
There.
Dennis Pearson will be back deep for Atlanta. Dave Jennings right out of punt, pass, and kick.
Boy, look at that high leg kick. He could go onto the Broadway stage.
Rudolph Jennings.
Also,
there you have.
Tried to be a TV commentator, which is really a rough way to make a buck.
He keeps hanging around. We keep chasing him away.
Are they coming?
Somebody left too soon. Pearson's going to let it bounce. Comes sideways. And Atlanta gets away from it. You can hear them screaming at each other. Get away.
McKinney really left the line of scrimmage pretty early, number 23.
Perhaps they'll bring it back, perhaps not. Let's see. They will bring it back. The Giants 10, Atlanta nothing. 44 seconds left to play in the first half. The Falcons have one timeout left.
Bartkowski, by the way, has been taken in and being x-rayed at
motion. 23.
A bruised hip.
Offense, 4th down.
June Jones, the backup Atlanta quarterback, has been loosening up on the sideline. And it will probably be Jones. He's got his warm-up jacket off and everything. Trying to keep his hands warm at the moment. It's not really that cold, but it's damp and clammy and
asking for the center's asking for either a towel or a new ball. Which is he going to get? Both. Got one that had a hotel towel. That's really embarrassing in this league, isn't it?
I don't think you get a ball and a towel at the same time. Jennings gets it away, and Pearson tried to handle it, but that is a muff that can't be advanced. The Giants have it, however. Beasley Reese looking right at Dennis Pearson. 39-yard kick.
What a great reaction by Pearson, though, even though it couldn't be advanced. It is a muff. Pearson never really gets control of it. Now, here's the NFC's best punt return man. Look at this reaction by 81. Danilo, though, is going to maybe get a shot with 42 seconds left to build on that lead.
Danilo near his range now. If he tried a field goal from there, it'd be from about 50 yards out, and he can get it there from that far. Giants have one timeout remaining. 42 seconds left to play. Bill Sims and his crew with a chance to go to work. Coder swings out in motion, and Sims comes straight back. Again, the Falcons blitz. They intended for Scales, and he was open. Roland Lawrence trying to recover, but if the ball had been there, Scales was open.
That time Sims threw the ball like it weighed a ton, and he jumped up because he knew he had an open receiver running the corner, but he had a little pressure from the blitz and sort of moved left in the pocket. Didn't quite get a chance to set himself.
All the scores will come your way at the half. Sims what?
Sims is 3 of 12 for 38 yards, and he's been sacked 3 times.
It'll be second down now and 10 to go. Ball at the 33 with 36 seconds left to play in the first half. Giants 10. Falcons nothing. Again, Atlanta fakes a blitz. Not a fake. They pick it up pretty well. Sims has Jimmy Robinson, and Robinson had a step. Robinson in his first game back since he suffered a dislocated elbow against New Orleans, and he'd like to excel in this game. Here comes the blitz.
Here comes the blitz. Robinson thought he had to dive for the ball, and he probably didn't have to. If he stays on his feet, I believe he runs right under it. Pretty close connection.
Rick Bias on the coverage. Robinson, of course, went to Georgia Tech. It's a very familiar name to Atlanta fans looking on. His first game back. 32 seconds left to play in the first pass. He drops again the blitz. And again they hurry him. Intended for Dwight Scales, but Sims had to get rid of it.
Danilo now has had some trouble over 39 yards this year. He was like 3 for, I believe, 12 over 39 yards. Now, he did try a 71-yarder against the Rams, but Perkins claimed that was a mistake because he just read the sideline markers wrong. There he is.
71 yards. I don't believe he can reach that. There are empty seats. Is certainly no surprise.
You know how kickers are. He went out and tried it.
Yeah. I don't think I would have tried it. That was embarrassing. From 50 with Randy Dean Hogan. And Dean is being chased and finally fires. Ball bounces loose. Flags down all over the place. I see 2 or 3 people downfield that shouldn't be down there.
I see 3 flags, and there could have been a dozen. I think about everything that happened on a football play happened on this one. Good defense, and nobody was really fooled as the fake did take place. Illegal forward.
And a lot of people downfield. Whatever. It is declined by the Giants. Oh, by the Falcons. Beg your pardon.
Did you ever try to throw a pass or on kick formation?
Yes.
Did you?
Ineligible downfield, offense, penalties declined, first down Atlanta.
Were you successful?
No, I hit Harlan Savari right in the hands, right in the numbers, and he dropped it.
Bad place, though, to hit him, right?
Well, he had his hands all taped up. No way he's going to catch it. But he wore 84, so.
And you threw a spiral and everything, the ball?
I didn't say that. June Jones, the quarterback, throws high. 16 seconds left to play first half. Wallace Francis was the intended receiver. Barkowski again has gone to the locker room or the x-ray room because of a problem with his hip.
That was June Jones' 10th throw of the year. He's completed 5. No interceptions, no touchdowns. Sacked once, and that time he looked like he was pumped up. He could have thrown it out of the stadium.
June Jones won the quarterback job at one time away from Barkowski. They're out of sync this time. And Jones has got something to say to the referee, Cal Lepore. And he'll have something to say to us. He did the illegal procedure.
Well, Atlanta's a little hostile because sometimes when you come up to play near Gotham City, near New York, you feel like you're being big-citied. And it can help you. You can actually use it, as the coaches can, to get them hot.
Illegal procedure on the center offense, second down.
Van Note. Jeff.
Means the old Kentuckian moved the football, probably trying to find a dry spot to snap it on, huh?
Must have. 2nd and 15. Giants now going with a 3-man rush, a 4-man rush, maybe. Quick count from Jones. And they do blitz, and Jones fires downfield. It is caught. And Atlanta will have a first down near midfield. Wallace Francis struggling with 3 seconds to go. And Atlanta uses their last timeout. Jones over to the sideline. Francis looks like he might be shaken just a bit. A 20-yard pickup and a Falcon first down.
Here's June Jones. He traveled a lot as a collegiate. Ended up in Hawaii, which shows you that he's a bright young fellow. And I'll tell you, as Pat said, he had Barkowski beaten out a year ago in preseason. And it looks like he had that one right on target.
Out of field goal range. No more timeouts. And remember that rebound pass that they used so effectively last year to beat New Orleans, I believe it was, when they batted the ball around in the air and wound up scoring the winning touchdown with no time left on the clock.
Twice.
They put
did twice to New Orleans a year ago. And of course the Falcons beat New Orleans on opening day when Erxleben threw a pass out of the end zone, remember, and Mayberry won in overtime. On it. They are opportune.
All those games they won last year, just the dying seconds, and got into the playoffs the first time. And played Dallas very well.
Giants, though, have prepared themselves for this game, I think, extremely well. Blocking a punt to get one touchdown and take care of your field goal for the other.
They got the 3 wide receivers over on the left side, and they'll play rebound. No, they don't. They throw to Mitchell. Mitchell makes the grab. One-hander. But that's the end of the first half. There's a penalty flag down again. But it must have been against somebody. Or maybe it was a mistake.
Hello again, everyone. Brian Dumblin, Mike Adam. We welcome you back to NFL 79. This is Sunday number 11. We're in the midst of it. Let's get you all caught up on just what is happening throughout the NFL. In Houston, 2 teams with playoff aspirations are going at it, Oakland and Houston.
Denherter got one. He really hung in there defensively. Baumhauer came up a little sore, one of his calf muscles, and so Denherter played pretty much the whole thing, and the other one went to Tim Foley, who didn't work all week long, and we didn't know up until pregame warm-up whether or not he'd be able to go, but he tried it in the pregame warm-up and said that he felt that he could go and gave it a great effort.
I don't necessarily agree with for us to win, I've got to be in the offense. I think, we've got to just be able to dictate situations to the defense and keep them from telling us what we can do. And I think that's what happened today. We're running the ball well on first and second down, and on third down we're coming up third and short. If we were throwing it on second down, we were still in a run-pass situation where, we can do what we want more so than them telling us what we can do. I think they blew a lot of coverages too. They had a rookie playing out there, and we didn't pick on him. It's just that's the way it turned out, and I just hope that when we play him again in 2 weeks, he's continue to blow him, because you know, I like to be a part of the offense, but one thing I've always got to remember, and I think we all got to remember, is that winning is the main thing, and that's what's going to get us there at the end of the year.
It was another fine defensive effort, and they certainly deserve the shutout that they got. I was happy for them for that. This time we had a few takeaways. That's something that we haven't been doing. Is we've been giving the football a lot more than we've been getting it, and today we changed that some. Offensively, we gave the defense a little breathing room with the 2 touchdown passes, Greasy to Nat Moore. And overall, it was a good win. It's hopefully the start of a string that we're going to have from here on in to get where we want to be at the end of the year.
I was in there on the quarterback too, but Ezra hit him and the ball came out, and I tried to scoop it up, and I fell and did like a roll. Got back up and just started taking off running, and I could see out of the corner of my eye one of the guards, I don't know if it was 61 or 51, coming up behind me. So in a way I thought that, well, he was going to catch me, so I just tried to make sure that I wouldn't fumble the ball when he hit me. But I just kept on running and running and running until I got to the end zone, and I know how it feels to make a long run now.
Vindication for the wide receivers, Andre Thompson and James Lofton. Lofton in particular, after his dropping of passes and the fans' reaction to it, and his reaction to the fans made the headlines last week.
Well, the past week and the football game today are 2 different things, and I just had to put one thing out of my mind so I could concentrate on another.
Were you able to do that? Were you able to forget about all the press and all the fan reaction and just concentrate on the Vikings today?
Yeah, it was easy.
James, on the other hand, there was a big play, looked like it was about 3rd and 20, and he caught the ball 1 yard short of first down. He had to go down. The ball was behind him. Made a great catch on it. Caught the ball well all day. I just wished I could have. A couple of times I had him open in the corner of the end zone. I just didn't have time to get the ball to him. Andre, you know, once you get him the ball, he's going to kill you with it. And the one crossing pattern that he caught, it's hard to bring him down.
I guess you and James both had good days, and it was kind of vindication for both of you, wasn't it?
Oh, sure. It was a great day for both of us. We wanted to set our mind out to do, just have a good game, and that's what we did. We went out and had a good game, just like we planned it.
Kind of restores your faith in the ball club and its ability to play well, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. You know, like last week, you know, I was kind of under the flu, and this week I was feeling a lot better, and I wanted to do a good job, and I went out and did that.
Vindication for the secondary. While they gave up a lot of yards, a lot of it was due to a prevent defense in the late going. And Mike C. McCoy and company did get the job done when they had to.
Well, he was, Ma was running a fade pattern where, you know, the quarterback usually just lobs the ball over the defender's head. But luckily, I just got my head around in time enough to see it. The ball was right there.
It looked like you might have been looking for 6 there when you were running it back.
Yes, I was looking for it. And like Mike Douglas threw a real good block for me downfield. And I think if I could have cut back inside, I think I would have had it. But it was a couple more linemen coming in from the inside. I think I'm forced him out of bounds.
There's something about playing against Minnesota that brings out the best in Terdell Middleton. Today was his first 100-yard-plus rushing day since a year ago November, also in the game against the Vikings.
Well, you know, we always have rushed pretty good when we played against the Vikings, you know, and like I can say, it's been a frustrating year for me, you know. Beginning of the year, I've been nicked up, banged up, and I feel pretty good, you know, to have 100 yards, you know. At this point in the season, you know, it's a big mental boost for me.
It's nice to win one, but you know, it pales by comparison with what they've done to us over the years, and we're just happy to have any victories right now, and we're not real choosy about who they come against. We're just pleased to have it. But I'm more pleased for our people because we needed the win for them and their confidence, and it was a big boost today.
Tom, it's a day when you wouldn't expect much offense, and there hasn't been much.
The big problem, of course, the Giants have used the 7 penalties that have been dropped on the Atlanta team and used them well. They used the block punt. They caused 2 fumbles, recovered 1. Those are football plays, too. And if you have to once in a while search for a way to steal a victory, the Falcons have done that themselves in the past, and they're blitzing a lot, and young Sims is going to be under a lot of pressure, and June Jones has pulled out some good games, and I think the second half will be really restful.
But, by the way, I noticed just now that Steve Bartkowski has come back. And that's encouraging news for Atlanta fans and for Steve. And the Falcons will receive the kickoff from Joe Danilo, and it should be Bartkowski back at quarterback.
So the hip is okay. He got hit on one of those sacks, but he is back, and the big guy's raring to go.
Pearson back deep. Ball bounces along the ground, is fielded by one of the up men. I think it's Mayberry. Mayberry breaks a couple of tacklers, still on his feet. Up to the 35 where the Giants converge. Knock him down. Pat Summerall with Tom Brookshire. At Giants Stadium, it's 10-0. Giants over Atlanta.
The Giants had 34 offensive plays, even though they didn't have much yardage, and Atlanta only got off 29. And the Falcon fans know that when you hold the ball 40 minutes against Tampa like they did a week ago, you've got to rush the football and keep it. And don't give it up.
1st and 10. Everything else is over in the NFL today except Denver and New England. And listen, we'll keep you up to date as to what's going on. Bubba Bean is going on right now. And maybe just a couple. Dan Lloyd leads the pursuit. Halftime statistics.
There it is, rushing 51 yards for New York, 70 by Atlanta. Again, though, the ball control went to the Giants with their offensive plays of 34-29, and I'll tell you, we don't have it up there, but the penalties, 7 against Atlanta and 4 against the Giants, had a lot to do with it.
2nd and 8. 2 of those penalties helped to set up Danelo's field goal. Giant touchdown came on a block kick as they flipped and Bartkowski threw. Alfred Jenkins, the intended receiver.
Terry Jackson came so close from the underside of that zone of intercepting that ball and going in for a touch. We mentioned that the long, deep sidelines, the ball travels a long way, and that time Bartkowski really flirted with danger.
There are those penalties you were talking about before. 1st down Atlanta at their own 49. They have not put points on the board as yet. Giants in that 3-man line defense and Andrews. And the penalty marker goes down again. Andrews got about 4 or 5. This is probably going to be holding against Atlanta.
Been 2 of those already. Of course, if you're on the Atlanta team, it's the uncalled penalties they thought they deserved in the first half. But if you begin to worry about those things, you lose your concentration.
And your effectiveness.
Right.
Al Lepore.
Illegal use of the hands, number 5-7. Offense first.
All right, Jeff Van Note. He's been in the league 14 years. Mendenhall trying to reverse out. Van Note's using his hands, but he must let him get outside the line of his body. Pretty tough call.
Marginal. Andrews finds some room. Oh, bangs away. Andrews out near midfield. He will deal out some punishment. Ray Oldham felt the jar, then 9 yards for number 31.
He averaged 6.5 yards in the first half, and this is a perfect field for him. A little bit wet. He's strong as a bull. He's only about just under 6 feet. Watch this move. They said he's not a breakaway runner, but he is strong and he can hit you when you least expect it.
He's one of those runners who seems to take very few blows to the body. Everything is taken by the arms and shoulders. Bartkowski had Francis. Had him open. Ray Oldham nearer than anybody else for the Giants. Bartkowski threw the ball well.
Looks to me like the Atlanta offense has sort of picked their tempo up. Good blocking that time. A lot of time for number 10 to set up. Here's Billy Rickman, who almost pulled the Monday night game out against Seattle with 2 great touchdown catches. He brought in the play from Lehman Bennett.
And Mitchell comes out. They'll operate on 3rd and 11 with 3 wide receivers. Rickman, Alfred Jenkins, Wallace Francis. Bartkowski. Protection good. Pass is juggled and incomplete. Referees into the officials in a discussion.
Tried to catch it with his legs. It actually, watch Wallace Francis. Let's see how the blocking works out first. See what number 10 is going to have to contend with. Ooh, they buried Martin. Jeter made a late rush. Now the ball gets working around on his legs, and he tried to sneak it up into his belly, but didn't get away with it. Beasley raced on the stop.
Deep, Steve Odom, number 84, just acquired this week from the Packers. And John James is number 6. Today's average with that wet ball about 10 yards less, and of course the block kick doesn't help any. High hanger. Up goes the fair catch. Single, fumble. And there's the scramble. Atlanta very quickly saying it belongs to us, and it does, it would appear.
Woo, what a break that is. Lehman Bennett didn't even react on the sideline. Did you see that quick shot we had? He didn't even react at all to it. Here's the play. A wet ball, heavy as heck maybe, even when they keep them working on it. And I think Mayberry, the rookie from Colorado, may have made the recovery.
He was the first man down, and he's down at the bottom of that pile.
McLean and he are both in there fighting for it.
It'll be a first down. Falcons at the Giant 19. The only touchdown came on a block punt. And that kicking game, as we said at the very beginning, very important part of this contest as Wallace Francis goes in motion and Bartkowski takes the beam. And we'll go. And wide open, Andrews, and he just threw it a little bit too far. Andrews covered by Lloyd. They got the coverage they wanted. He couldn't get it to him.
And he was on the injured list for a couple of weeks. He missed the Oakland game and maybe the San Francisco game. And on a wet turf like this, maybe they're about half a step slower. Each quarterback has sort of overthrown open receivers.
That heavy ball, heavy wet ball, takes off a little bit more, too.
Boy, he was open, though, huh?
2 strides away from Lloyd, 2nd and 10. At the 19, and the crowd, less than a sellout, or it was a sellout, but less than a full stadium, starts to come to life, encouraging the Giant defense. 12:27 left to go, third quarter, as Andrews struggles to get back to the line of scrimmage. Strange call.
Great play by Martin. He's only weighing about 245, and we've talked about his great athletic ability, but he took the inside on the 34 and gambled, and actually beat Bryant in there and made a heck of a play. Brad Van Pelt helping there.
3rd and 10. Looked like they might have had some kind of stunt going because Mendenhall took off to his right. And Martin covered for him on the inside. Or tried to and did. 3rd 11. Ball back at the 20. A loss of a yard. Bartkowski will throw. Off inside the 10. That should be just barely enough for a first down. That's going to be close. And they mark it so it won't be enough for a first down. Alfred Jenkins caught the pass.
It's going to be a big decision here. All right, you're behind the Giant defense. There's Kelly, number 55, faking the blitz. They were in the 34. There's Dieter being handled. The sideline, not extremely well thrown, but right on target. The wet ball, not bad. He was short of the line, all right.
I think they're going for it. Jim Mitchell up talking. Ray Rhodes made the tackle for the Giants. Mazzetti was loosening up. But Mazzetti does not appear.
The way he's been kicking, you may want to go for 7 and wait to worry about 3 later. Mazzetti has not been consistent.
It'll be 4th down, and the Falcons will attempt. Double tight end. McKeska on one side. Jim Mitchell on the other. And now they'll have to field goal because the left offensive tackle, number 78, jumped. They went on a long count.
Defense moved, but they're allowed to move if they didn't come over and make contact. You're right. Offensive line moved. Mike Ken, I believe.
Correct.
You're looking right down the line, and Ken just got out and could not get it back and hold it for a count.
False start, 7-8 offense, 4th down.
I would guess that's the direction in which they were going to run, and he was just trying to get a better start. Mazzetti with John James holding. 1 out of 5. This one from 34, and Mazzetti pops it good. Said he was 11 of 21, but there's a flag down on the field. And wait a minute.
They're going to call a field goal good. The penalty is on the Giants, evidently. It's like an unsportsmanlike. Let's see. May get a first down out of this. If Atlanta gets the choice and takes a first down, large indeed.
What if it's not a first down? It would make it 4th and 1 if it's only a 5-yard penalty. Do you leave the field goal up there, or do you try for the first?
Unsportsmanlike, catapulting by the defense. They're refusing the the field goal will be their ball, 1st and 10.
All right, unsportsmanlike kind of catapulting. I've heard of taunting and all kinds of other dirty tricks, but I never heard of catapulting being against the rules.
That's really serious.
Well, it's Lloyd. Lloyd tried to catapult up over the top.
Said he was good.
But you can jump on the other players. You can't jump on your own players. I did not know catapulting was against the law.
Like number 54, defense.
That's Lloyd.
1st down.
Maybe it's okay if somebody else catapults you, but you can't catapult yourself.
I can't believe this call.
Catapult. 1st down, Atlanta. 1st and goal, but the Giants 7. Field goal goes off the board. And it's still 10-0 as Bubba Bean swings down to the 5. Brad Van Pelt tripped him up. Bean carefully protecting the football. Off goes his shoe, and he'll come out.
Watch number 70, Scott, pull over in front. The big fella from Kansas. Carson was in on there, too, right in the wake of the pulling guard. One thing, when you get inside that 5-yard line, you better block number 53 because Carson is tough on short yardage.
Hey, that goal line stands in the last 3 games. Ray Strong is the deep back. Onkowski rolls to his left. Looks. Doesn't find anybody open. Ryan Kelly on the tackle. Onkowski had a bruised hip, and he's limping again.
He hurt the hip again. He was trying to hit Mitchell. The tight end seldom thrown to anymore, but he did have a TD pass of 4 yards last week. Pretty good rollout. 31 Andrews is in there, was covered, picked up by Oldham, and Onkowski did not run like he was really trying to make a lot of yardage.
Ball now back at the 6. 3rd and goal from the 6 with 10:09 left to play. Bubba Bean is back. And Jerry Jeter, so often he does, asking for the crowd to help encourage, but Bartkowski and the Falcons have taken a timeout, and you can see he's obviously walking with shorter steps and limping as he goes over to talk to Raymond Bennett. 10-0 Giants.
Next Sunday, see the sparks fly when the Jets face Walter Payton and the explosive Chicago Bears. Or see the Miami Dolphins take on Brian Sipe and the heavy-hitting Browns. Then it's the long-awaited Steelers-Chargers clash, all next Sunday on NBC.
3rd and goal from the 6 for Atlanta. Mazzetti hit a field goal. Giants were penalized. Atlanta had a 1st down. They got to the 5. And now they're back to the 6.
Atlanta hasn't scored many times on the ground, only 9 all year. He's going to throw it.
Juggled. Jackson from behind covering Wallace Francis. And Mazzetti will come back and try to do it again.
Boy, Jackson really put his hands up in a hurry. He looked like a pro wrestler. Here's the slant pattern. Ball is thrown, almost caught. Now watch Jackson make the play and then show you I didn't touch him. Honest.
Hard ball to catch on a day like today.
Jackson plays that pretty tough, too. He makes sure he goes through shoulder pads.
There are the 2 kickers, and look at Mazzetti. He's got on different shoes than he's supposed to. And I guess that's obvious, a different kind. And he hit it again. That'll do a little for his confidence. He had to do it twice. So now, with just over 10 minutes left to play 3rd quarter, it's the Giants 10, Atlanta 3. The defense did its job.
Next Sunday on CBS Sports, NFL action continues with regional games. A super Sunday of football. You'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
The Atlanta scoring drive, culminated by Mazzetti's field goal.
Good defense by the Giants.
Steve Odom back deep. Mazzetti's kick is high and long. Back to the 2. Odom. And the Falcons converge on him just outside the 20. This is Pacheska.
And, you know, the Giants, even with the catapulting call, the unusual penalty, only gave up 3 points. That is really a large margin for them. That may have been the ball game for them. Big thing for their psyche, right? Even the offense will be picked up after that one.
They lead 10-3, and you can see the first appearance by Phil Simms in the offensive unit. The second half is a very enthusiastic one. Rain continues. Billy Taylor and Johnson are the running backs. And this will be Billy Taylor. Hit hard by that swarming Atlanta defense. Jeff Yates led the charge. Good pursuit.
And they come from all the different angles. When Simms awakens tomorrow morning, he will have seen more crazy defenses in one Sunday than he's probably seen in the other 5 games that he's been involved in so far as a quarterback. Good play by Yates, who simply just would not be handled.
Here is Simms, and the blitz comes after him. Hands of light scale. Who couldn't find the handle. Simms was hurried. Denver 38. New England 7. Third quarter. That's the only game beside this one still in progress.
Looks like the rain has let up a little bit. Might be getting a little cooler and get that glazed feeling on your hands. A little stickum will fix that up.
Tell me there's so much snow on the field in Denver that you cannot distinguish the yard marker. Here's Phil Simms with scale starting back in motion, and Simms going straight back. This time there is no blitz. Simms. Here's Kirk opening. Had it. Dropped it. Couldn't find the handle. Frank Reed came over, but Simms had him in open and had the ball to it.
And of course, it's his former Morehead State alumnus, right? When Gary Shirk left Morehead State, that's when young Simms was just coming on the scene. This ball is delivered right on the money. Shirk just brought it into the ground. Reed was right on defense.
Dave Jennings blowing on his hands, trying to keep him warm and dry. Dennis Pearson back deep. Jennings with a knuckler, but good distance nevertheless. Pearson found a handle and now is looking for room. Fumble, and the Giants have it back.
Brian Kelly, I believe, under there. He and Lloyd.
There's number 55. And the Giants get the break right back. There's Kelly.
A pretty good kick. It wasn't a classic spiral, but it was drilled. Good foot into this. And here is the NFC's leading punt returner, offing the ball up.
Wow. And Kelly on the recovery, yes. On the right side of your picture, circled.
And he walked off under his own powers, but this is what happened to him. He got knocked into that gnarly pile of players. Pridemore's in there.
So Pridemore has taken his place, and Pridemore is playing with an injured knee. Simms going right to work. Has time. Throws. Here comes the flag.
On Rick Bias.
The official had a tough time getting out of the back of his pants, but he was right there looking at it.
Pretty wet handkerchief here. It's a deep post pattern. A late blitz fly. Atlanta did not get there. Again, you put such tough man-to-man coverage, and Bias just came through the back of Ernie Gray. A close call, but I think he made some contact.
He did make contact, no question about it. It'll be 1st and goal at the 1 for the Giants. 38-10. John Smith finally kicked the field goal for New England. Grogan was hurt, had to leave. Backup quarterback Owen also hurt, had to leave, and Grogan came back. Taylor, one of the running backs, and the other is Johnson, and that's Billy Taylor. Flag again.
Flag on the play. Now Coach Perkins wants to know what the yellow flag's all about. Like it might be on Atlanta. Let's see what happens. Somebody line up offsides, perhaps? No, it happened after the snap. This Atlanta. Itty-bitty steps down there.
Not many yards, but a very valuable down saved.
Offside, defensive line, 1st down.
line lined up offside.
Still first and goal. Inside to win the 23rd quarter. 10-3 Giants.
The 5th touchdown for number 38. Pretty unselfish ball club, the Giants, but in close, he is tough. Let's see who gets the lead block for him.
Johnson.
Johnson in front. Oh, I'll tell you, Atlanta didn't give him much room either. If he hadn't gone up, he wouldn't have scored.
He, you'll excuse the expression, catapulted himself into the end zone.
Right.
Randy Dean will hold. Joe Danilo will try to make it 17-3. Successful in doing so. Randy Dean congratulates, and now, with 8:40 left third quarter, the Giants move ahead by the score of 17-3. Not a time left, however.
However, had the football at the Denver 40-yard line with 7 minutes left in the third quarter. A reverse to Harold Jackson, and he's in trouble. And a tackle made by Tom Jackson, number 57. John Grant in on the play, and the Broncos were not fooled a bit by the reverse.
Just as a follow-up, Dick, to what we talked about earlier, the footing on this field is still pretty good. And you see Jackson able to get his cleats in without too much trouble, not much slipping and sliding. Although once you get that field wet enough, you will begin to lose footing. And when the field gets wet enough, the advantage passes in a strange way to the offensive receivers who know where they're going. The defenders having to react and dig those cleats into the ground will often find themselves spilling. So it's a strange guessing game. Who does have the advantage when it gets to be nasty like this?
Grogan on 2nd and 16. Plenty of time. Wide open and drop. Rob Nairn was the man wide open. And the ball thrown right to him. Nairn with a touchdown in the first half after his teammate Steve Watson blocked a New England punt. And Nairn carried it in 28 yards.
Well, it seems a little silly to say at this point. Grogan, on days when he is throwing the ball well, will occasionally throw this kind of a pass, seemingly right into the hands of an opponent. Although on that particular throw, I think the ball was just a little over the head of number 44, Don Calhoun, and Nairn was so shocked he dropped it.
New York Giants continuing to play well. Lead Atlanta in the third quarter, 17-3. Billy Taylor's just scored. Grogan, a deep drop. Fires to this side, incomplete to Calhoun. Well covered by Shaw. Now New England unable to move the football. A flag is down. Offside is the preliminary signal against New England. Now Grogan, recognizing that, heads for the sidelines, and Denver will decline and ask for the punt. Miami shut out Baltimore.
Offsides on the defense, number 81.
So New England, should they lose, will move back into a first-place tie with Miami in the East. And as you look ahead with 5 weeks to go at the wild card spots, it's going to be tougher and tougher for those Eastern teams to get a wild card. There are some clubs with better records elsewhere. Rick Upchurch, the all-time punt return leader. Oh, what a kick by Hare as he spirals it into the end zone. First down, Denver at the 20-yard line. Timeout, third quarter, Mile High Stadium. 5 minutes and 45 seconds remain. New England unable to capitalize on the fumble recovery.
The Giants scoring drive helped out by that pass interference penalty. Billy Taylor's touchdown. And we have a new return man in for Atlanta, Alfred Jackson. That's the 2. Looking for some place to go, number 51, Frank Marion. The tackler tonight on CBS. Start your evening with a brand new edition of 60 Minutes.
And then, of course, a lot of fun at Archie's place. The kind of place we should see on the road, I guess.
Well, I think probably we have. More great comedy on One Day at a Time, followed by Alice and the Jeffersons, and then Trapper John, MD, all on CBS tonight. has a pass completed to Bubba Bean and flung back after about a 6-yard pickup. Brad Van Pelt.
No apologies meant, but the penalties are. And, of course, sometimes a team that's being handled gets themselves into a penalty situation. Atlanta has had 11 penalties for 102 yards. The Giants 5 for 33 yards. You start fighting the system, sometime you lose sight of your objectives.
2nd and 3 situation for the Falcons. They trailed 17-3 in the third quarter. Giants take a blitz. Andrews runs right into Brian Kelly first. Couple.
Atlanta now is feeling some pressure because that Western Division has been sort of up for a jump ball the entire season. And the Giants, even though they haven't been talking or thinking about playoff, they almost beat the team that went to the Super Bowl. They've got a lot going for them.
And they've got a schedule left that includes Dallas again. They can make up some ground on their own. They're through with Philadelphia, but they play Washington still. Pass knocked down. Intended for Andrews. Brad Van Pelt on the coverage, and the rain continues to pelt down. Here's Bartkowski.
I didn't check Van Pelt's ribs out. I usually do that to most of the linebackers, but does he have the flak jacket on today? This is a good defensive play by the linebacker.
I think he's got a rain jacket on today.
Number 2 draft choice out of Michigan State, where he was a pretty good safety man. Good enough to be All-American.
Lehman Bennett, the Atlanta coach, watching his team in trouble. 17-3 behind. Penalized very heavily. Good snap to James. And James doesn't catch it. Steve Odom up with a fair catch. They don't juggle it at the 41, but put it away finally. 29 yards all on that kick from James.
Fumbling's like a rash. If you see other people doing it, everybody tightens up just a bit. I mean, coaches drop clipboards. The whole team can get caught up in it.
Trainers drop the Band-Aid, tape.
Not Sims, just seems to whistle his little lullaby, doesn't he? Look, here it is, big leagues.
Makes things happen. Down Giants at their own 41. Johnson and Taylor. 2 setbacks as Robinson comes in motion. Here is Johnson. Hit by Fulton Kuykendall first.
When the Giants early in the year didn't have number 63 as their left guard, they were really in trouble. Of course, Bill Austin has gotten this great old veteran 63 in there, and he's a great cut blocker, very strong. I think he played in the World Football League and was waived by a couple of teams. He's come a long way to be a great starting left guard for the Giants.
Giants up over the ball. It'll be 2nd and 6. 6:28 now left third quarter as Billy Taylor swings out in motion, and Sims fires out to Ken Johnson. It was a forward pass, not a lateral, but Johnson was taking no chances.
Atlanta defense now will gamble even more, looking for the fumble, looking for the INT, and of course the more you gamble, if you get caught, you can get burned.
Really haven't talked too much about the size of the Atlanta cornerbacks. Both of them are, as cornerbacks go, rather small.
5'9" and 5'10". Bias is 5'9", and Roland Lawrence, who's a great player, is only 5'10".
Right now, Robinson is one of the wide receivers, and he's Robinson, the intended receiver, and Roland Lawrence, the defender.
Roland Lawrence had him covered. Now, Lawrence, number 22, is one of 14 children. 10 boys and 4 daughters. So you've got to be quick around a house like that. When they throw the pork chops out, you got to go for it.
You've got to be able to run. Dave Jennings, Giants go on a quick count, but it's disallowed as Jennings tosses the ball to Ray Strong, who tosses it right back to him. He's 2 for 2, by the way, throwing.
What's he got on? Long underwear under that? It looks to me like that would get soggy.
I guess as much rain as there's been. Not much activity for the punter. Maybe that's his regular shirt. Leave. That kick failed to Billy Rickman this time, who signals for a fair catch at the 20. Dennis Pearson had trouble holding on to the football. That punt was 35 yards, and he's been replaced some of the times by Jackson, sometime this time by Rickman. Jennings over on the sideline. Next week, the Cowboys and the Redskins in their annual shootout in Washington. Green Bay, Buffalo, St. Louis, Philadelphia. Important games for everybody. Detroit, Minnesota, New Orleans, Seattle, and these Giants down in Tampa. Buccaneers pull one out late today. Bartkowski to Bean. About 8.
Keep in mind that the best Falcons scoring period, Patrick, all year long has been the fourth quarter. And if there's one thing that Lehman Bennett's team is, they're in excellent condition.
Brad Van Pelt is number 10. His ribs are better. He is not wearing the flak jacket today. Oh. 2nd and 3, and Andrews gets the call. A cut back inside. Andrews knocked down outside the 30. A Falcon first down by Van Pelt.
Ball carried by Andrews.
Brad Van Pelt takes the inside, being cut off there by Mitchell. Yeah, he's really thrown himself around today. You can tell the ribs are, looks like, well again.
They must be well if that didn't hurt him again. And Mitchell fell on top of him. It is an Atlanta first down. Clock running at just over 5 minutes left third quarter. Falcons at their own 31. Andrews into the secondary, and Andrews to midfield. Again, he just waited for Mendenhall to commit. They cut off Jeter, and he picked it.
And Martin takes the inside, number 75. Here's the cool, wait just a second attitude, a good stutter step. You know what I like about Andrews is once he gets hemmed in, he doesn't slow up or anything. He just keeps throwing those big legs up and down.
They got 19 that time. He's averaging over 7 yards a carry. Fired outside. This is Bean. Beasley Reese. The tackler on Bubba Bean, who was lined up way out there.
Sometime if your offensive playbook has something that might get a mismatch, you better use it. Falcons have had those 3-game losing streaks, 2 of them this year, and they're really sort of an in-and-out type team. When they're good, they can play with anybody, and when they're not, they can get blown out.
Their 2nd and 6 is Francis. Jenkins are the wide receivers. Handoff is to Bean, and Bean pushes down to about the 42, stopped by Jeter, number 70 for the Giants.
They lost Lynn Kane, the young rookie back from SC. Recall the day that John Madden was with us in the Oakland game and said that Kane looked like he'd arrived. He certainly had. Now he's got knee ligaments and he's been cut on.
Bubba Bean got the start because of that unfortunate happening to Lynn Kane. Ray Strong is the deep back of the eye now. Double tight ends and Strong will have the Atlanta first down. Harry Carson made the initial hit on Strong, but the Falcons have put together so far their best looking drive of the day.
Good strong run by Strong. Put his head down. All he wanted was the first down. Bartkowski is 8 of 16 for 83 yards. That early interception hasn't bothered him. Looks like he's able to put the ball on the money. They haven't caught a couple of them.
First down at the Giants 38. Falcons on the move, on the ground for the most part. Andrews hit by Kelly and Lloyd after a couple.
Blocking by Atlanta on Mendenhall has slowed down the nose man a little bit. Against Dallas, I thought number 64 played as good a football game as is possible to play.
He and Martin both.
Just great.
Of course, that's a good veteran center in front of him, in person of Jeff Van Note.
And 2 offensive guards in Thielman and, of course, Stockton, 260 apiece.
2nd and 8, Bartkowski drops. He has time. He throws. Intended for Alfred Jenkins. Jenkins dived to the sideline. Hit the ball, but he couldn't hang on. Ray Rhodes, the nearest Giant defender. Haven't seen Mazzetti warming up yet.
Bartkowski is called a floater as a quarterback in the pocket. He doesn't sprint around like a Starbuck or a Bradshaw or a Sims can, but he sort of floats, and he's become much better at moving around blockers than he used to be.
Jim Mitchell is out. Billy Rickman is in. On third down at the 36. Bartkowski doubtless will throw. Pocket holds up. The pass is deflected by Brad Van Pelt and incomplete. It'll be John James and not Mazzetti. Wallace Francis, the intended receiver.
Van Pelt, of course, is 6 foot 5 inches tall, number 10. Pretty good setup here. The twist didn't fool him. Good blocking. Steps up. Excellent play by the linebacker. Alertness. Good defensive play.
Deep is Steve Odom for the Giants, counting the players up in front of him. Ray Oldham was the defender on that last play. So it's a deflection by Van Pelt. John James back. It would appear they're going to try something unusual. I don't know exactly what. What is going on?
Going to try to kick it down inside the 5-yard line and get somebody to fall on it, I think.
Long count. Long count for Atlanta. Number 58, Joel Williams, lined up way on the left side and then finally wound up behind the punter, going in the other direction.
Looks like the Canadian League. But actually, the 5 yards, if they assess a penalty, did they penalize them? Or they just...
Well, they haven't yet.
Delay a game, offense, penalties decline, 4th down.
Penalty was declined. Like to cut down the angle for John James. 3 players over here on the left, and then Williams comes back behind John James. And James will angle this one high. Knuckler, Odom signaled for the fair catch and lost it. And the Falcons are claiming they got it. They do have it. Dewey McClain out of the pack with the football, number 52.
Pretty good hustling strategy, and the 5-yard penalty did not bother, especially since James floated it very high. He's fighting it as he goes to the ground. Well, the Falcons don't give him a chance to recover, do they? Once they see that ball belched up, everybody goes for it.
There it is loose, and Dewey McClain comes up with it. At the 13, the Falcons with a chance to do some business. Giants defense back on the field, and Bartkowski. It's to Bean. Bean, not much. Down to about the 10. Van Pelt again led the tackler.
Boy, number 75, Martin, has really played 3 or 4 games this year that are incredible. He forces the blocker back into the play, and watch to the left of your screen. Bubba Bean has to jump over the blocker and company to even get into the action. Point of attack was destroyed by Martin.
A minute, 20 seconds left to play third quarter. Atlanta with the Giant 11, trailing 17-3. Second down, 8 they need. Bartkowski looking. With all kinds of time throws. And the ball was intended for Wallace Francis. Harry Jackson yarded loose.
You really have to be a second-story man to play corner and play in the secondary in the end zone. Earlier, Jackson made a good play as contact was made with the ball. Watch this play. Just as Bartkowski thinks he might have a touch, Terry hits him, and simultaneously he knocks the ball away. That's a good defensive play. You've got to have a gambler's heart to get away with that.
And Jackson with another good defensive play. Third down. The Giants again stiffen near their own goal line. 3rd and 8 from the 11. Bartkowski trying to set up the screen. Goes down. The sack led by Martin and Jeter. Number 75, George Martin. Number 70, Jeter.
They're trying to drop the ball to number 31, Andrews. But I think Brian Kelly grabs the back and holds on to it. Or Mendenhall does. Mendenhall throws him down, and Bartkowski had to eat it. Watch the play now. Good play by number 64. He knew the 31 somehow was involved.
Here is Mazzetti with John James holding. It'll be a 35-yard effort. Kowski's now been sacked 5 times, and Mazzetti misses. Wide to the left. No good.
And a young former bartender from the University of Pennsylvania just hooks it to the left of the bar. Oh!
His reaction comes as no surprise. He's had a tough year.
West contenders have done today. On this touchdown, Earl Campbell goes over 1,000 yards for the year. The Oilers turn back the Oakland Raiders 31-17, so the Raiders drop to a 6-5 record. But meanwhile, the San Diego Chargers come back against the Cincinnati Bengals. The Chargers win 26-24. They remain 8-3. The Broncos will need a victory to stay tied in the West. Let's go back to Denver and Dick Enberg.
Denver ball at the Bronco 20-yard line. Third quarter, 5:45 remaining. Dick Enberg, Merlin Olsen at snowy Mile High Stadium, where Denver leads New England 38-10. First down carry by Keyworth for a couple 3 yards, and Steve Nelson says there's a fumble. No official signal as yet. Patriots say they have the ball. Has it been blown dead, or is it just a matter of digging through that pile to find out who has the pumpkin? Apparently it has been ruled a fumble because no marking of the ball, and the signal, New England football. Hey, if Merlin had the Patriots taken advantage of that last fumble and scored, and then they get the ball right back, maybe all the talk of defeat is premature. But they still trail 38-10 as Julius Adams came up with the ball.
The Giants take over at the 20. 44 seconds left in the third quarter. Doug Coder and Ken Johnson the setbacks. Scales swings in motion, and Coder gets the carry. And Doug struggles for 4 or 5.
2 great defensive series by the Giants, though, back-to-back.
58 on that last tackle.
Atlanta's been down there knocking, and all they've got is the 1 field goal on the board. That's some work.
The penalties, again, a part of the story of this game. Phil Simms trying to keep warm. 2nd and 6. Clock running with 14 seconds left, third quarter. It looks like they're just going to let it run out. Simms strolling toward the line of scrimmage and will also stroll toward the sideline. They let it go. That's the end of the third quarter with the score. Giants 17, Atlanta 3. We now pause for word from your local station. Surveying the situation. Pat Summerall here at Giant Stadium with Tom Brookshire.
Every team that comes into New York or wants to play this young man, they said, yeah, he's a great-looking one on film, but he's still a rookie. But he is fast becoming a very composed, veteran-looking quarterback. With days when his throwing's not going well, he's very content to go ahead and call the running plays or use whatever's available.
1 more quarter to go. 2nd and 6 at their own 24 for the Giants. Some sort of a holdup here for some reason. Lehman Bennett with the cap on, strolling around, watching his team down 17-3. Played the Giants last year when they came from behind to win it 23-20.
Atlanta's going to start tackling the football a lot. And don't think that's an accident anymore. Teams work on it all week. Tackle the ball. Come up with it. One guy hit the ball carrier, stand him up, and the other guys go and rip the arms and wrists.
Discussion going on here between the umpire, the referee Cal Lepore, and Lehman Bennett. About something. They look friendly enough, don't they?
I'd like to hear what they're really saying.
For the coaches, everything's in order. Thank you, Coach.
Everything's in order, he said. I'm glad to know that. But the Falcons don't think so. 2nd and 6. 17-3. Put wide to the left out of your picture, and Sims gives inside to Coder. And thought for a second the ball might have bounced loose, but it didn't. Kuykendall hit Coder, tripped him up.
That offensive line under Bill Austin for the Giants has, I don't know how they're doing it, but Jim Clack, of course, obtained for the Pittsburgh Steelers, is one of the few guys in the offensive line of scrimmage you feel probably is a draftable player. Look at him turn Famuina around, or Edgar Fields, that is. Good move by the offensive center.
It'll be 3rd and 4. Fields is right in front of Clack now. Motion Scales. The blitz on. The Giants complete it. That'll be enough for a first to Dwight Scales, and he hung on. Only the 4th completion of the day for Phil Sims.
You know when to hold him, when to fold him. Watch Sims read this blitz and know that now he has an open man. He sees the blitz coming from the right side of his offensive line. He just goes on the other leg and drops it in there very safely, but a good throw.
Roland Lawrence, the tackler.
There it is from another view from behind the secondary. Again, when the blitz is on, your safety men and cornerbacks are solo coverage.
Down to the 32, and Sims stops again. This time there is no blitz. Pass is incomplete. Intended for Scales. Number 88. Looks like he might have been stunned a little bit by the hit from Tom Pridemore.
I'll tell you, Monday, if Atlanta should lose this game, they're going to be mad. After 3 quarters, Atlanta has had the ball in the 3rd quarter. Of course, they did have it down there a lot more than New York did. New York only has 86 yards total offense after 3 quarters. Atlanta has 184. With 117 rushing, yet they trail 17-3.
By the way, that delay that we had just a few minutes earlier was because the Atlanta coach's phones were not functioning properly. We had that same problem. Another Giant first down on the draw play, stopped by Pridemore and Kuykendall.
Looks like J.T. Turner and Neville must have gotten a good block on the right side. What's the left part of your screen? Here's they set up the block. Gates gets caught inside, cut off by Neville. Coder's never going to go 100 yards against anybody, but it's a pretty safe, dependable running back, isn't he?
He's carried 12 times for 50 yards today. And another Giants first down and some breathing room as Coder shifts around in the backfield now, and Robinson goes in motion. The blitz. Sims gets away from it. Gary Schertz to the 35. And out of bounds on the far side of the field by Pridemore. Inside the 30 to the 25.
Young Sims that time really makes a move in the pocket against the blitz. I know number 11 wasn't supposed to be a number 1. And he's not supposed to have had all the sophistication of the Big 8 or the Big 10 as his prepping position, but he really handles the rush very well. He dumps it to his tight end. And again, when you blitz a lot, you do get into trouble on solo coverage.
Great thing about Sims is when you face a lot of blitzes, you're inclined to get a little rattled. But he's been very calm. Robinson again in motion. Sims going right to work again. Does to Robinson. He hung on. Roland Lawrence with the hit. And we'll just have to wait and see.
Simultaneous catch goes to the offense if the two have it together.
They don't want to give it up. Robinson made the catch.
The short slant pattern, when you're 165 or 70 pounds, you stick it in there, you're tough. He and Lawrence had it together, and the tie does go to the offensive player. When you play defense, that's not the way you'd like to see it either.
2nd and 1. 9-yard gain, 12:05 left to play. And the Giants on the move with their best offensive effort of the afternoon. Fumble! Atlanta. Jeff Yates on the recovery. A vicious hit knocked it loose.
Who makes the tackle? Let's see if we can pick it up. It's Brazina. Hit Johnson right where the ball was being held and separated him from it. And those Falcons will not quit, huh?
Still 17-3, but more to come. They'd only fumbled 5 times all year.
The whole season.
A wet day will do that to you. Going right to work, hopefully. He finds Andrews, and Andrews starts to run before he has it.
This game could be a long way from over.
Still 11:48 left to play. It's ball of down on the 16-yard line of Atlanta. They got a long way to go. They trail 17-3.
Markowski is only 8 of 20, but he has Francis and Jenkins and young Jackson. He has a lot of speed on the outside, and sometimes they don't get it going until the 4th period.
We've seen it happen so many times. The Atlanta Falcons have Andrews and Dean as their running backs. Markowski the quarterback. Like an audible, a change at the line of scrimmage is taking a long time and took too much time. They have to take a timeout. Atlanta will only have 1 timeout remaining now. They could well use that at the end of this contest if they come from behind. Billy Rickman into the lineup for Atlanta. Mitchell is out. 2nd down, 10 for the Falcons and Steve Bartkowski. They just used a timeout. They have only 1 left. Straight back. Francis. I beg your pardon. That's Jenkins, number 84. The receiver. Terry Jackson, the tackle.
Bringing in 4 good receivers now, and Andrews is the only remaining back. A quick slant. Notice the big split between tackles and guards. And here's the throw right on. Remember, this team averages 20 points a game average. That's the Atlanta average. And the Giants have held them to 3 here into this 4th period.
George Martin takes down Bubba Bean. Played off the blocker nicely. Bean got a couple.
Defense has really been something since the Giants went to the 34. And the thing that amazes me about Perkins' staff, they've gotten so much information to this team in such a short time.
Ralph Hawkins is the defensive coordinator, and actually he prefers the 4-3. They went to this 3-down lineman situation because they had to. The injuries decimated the front. Almost picked off by Ray Rhodes, intended for Wallace Francis, number 89.
Rhodes says the difference between offense, which he played, and defense, which he's now playing, is that you've got to be aggressive, but you've got to be loose at the same time. That's to play defense. Look at this try by number 22. And, of course, he knows all the moves that an offensive receiver could give as he used to do that.
It'll be 3rd and 8. Alfred Jackson now checks in for Atlanta. 10.5 minutes left to play. Giants 17. Atlanta 3. Bartkowski. In the hands of Alfred Jenkins, but he can't hold on.
Fastest receiver on the field, Alfred Jenkins, but it doesn't count much if you don't have the ball.
Ball, of course, no matter how dry they try to keep it, it's got to be wet. Robinson now goes back deep for the Giants. Steve Odom has had problems hanging on. And Jimmy Robinson, his first trip back, will handle this kick from James, which is a good one. Robinson stays down. 34-yard kick from John James. And the Giants continue to lead the Atlanta Falcons 17-3 in the fourth quarter. The Giants give the ball to Doug Coder, and Doug Coder struggles with a group of Atlanta linebackers led by Robert Pennywell.
It's going to be a crazy defensive series now. It's steal the ball time and try to steal the game, or the Falcons are done.
10 minutes now left to play, and the Giants content, particularly on a day like this, to just try to run it out. John James with the glove on the foot.
Where'd all the people come from? There weren't many people here, and then they went and got the rain gear on, and now there's a pretty good stadium full of people here.
2nd and 9, a 1-yard gain for Doug Coder. Don't imagine Sims will throw it too much now, although he's only got one setback, and he will. He does. Gary Shirt hit by Pride Moore. And number 22, Roland Lawrence on the defense.
That's when you know it's man-to-man coverage, when you see that safety man slip right through on the tight end and make the tackle.
The Eastern Division of the NFC has Dallas on top. They play Philadelphia tomorrow night. Washington won today. They're 7-4. Philadelphia 6-4. The Giants, if they can hang on to this, would be 5-6, and not at all out of the playoff picture. In the Central, Tampa Bay came back right at the end to win today, and their record is 7-4. Chicago is 6-5. Robinson down in the grasp of Lawrence. Sims really took a shot just as he let it go.
He looked that blitz. He looked that dog right in the eye and still completed his pass. Sims did a heck of a job on that.
And out west, the division that concerns Atlanta, of course. New Orleans with a victory today over San Francisco goes to 6-5. The Bears beat Los Angeles, so they're 5-6. Atlanta 4-6. And for San Francisco.
And in each conference, there will be 2 wild card teams and a division champion from each division.
We'll check on the AFC situation after this measurement, which leaves them short. New England 7-3, although they're having great difficulty today. Miami 7-4. The Jets 5-6, lost to Buffalo today. And Baltimore 4-7. Miami, by the way, shut out Baltimore. The Central, Pittsburgh, powerful Pittsburgh on top, 7-2. Houston 8-3, hanging in there. Cleveland lost today to Seattle. They're 7-4, and that's out west. Denver is beating New England right now with 12:08 left to play, 45-10. There's Dave Jennings. Billy Rickman back deep for Atlanta. The Giants taking a long time. Didn't try to block it. Jennings spirals. Rickman. And a flag goes down as Dewey McClain collided with Dave Jennings, and the Giants will have an automatic first down.
McClain did everything in the world except running into him, and that's what he did. The late rush to try to block it. Watch him now. He's right on the left, right center of your screen. Now Dewey goes up. He's not even close, and he can't keep from hitting Jennings' leg.
Can't touch him.
Especially a kicker.
Really nothing he can do about it.
Did they ever come after you when you were kicking any of the other teams?
Yes, the Eagles.
52, defense, the first down.
Obviously, we didn't do a very good job.
Well, I don't know about that either. Bill Sims back into the game with a Giant offensive unit.
The 12th penalty against Atlanta.
First down, Giants at their own 47. 8:11 left to play. In this contest, Coder struggles up the middle for not much. Miserable day. It is really amazing if you look around this stadium how many people did show up today.
It's a kicker back at work.
He didn't have those aids when we were playing, did they?
Didn't have anything.
Lucky to have shoes. You see that we look around the stadium, number of people still here. With 7.5 minutes left to play, the Giants leading 17-3. Blitz.
Oh.
But Robinson makes the reception from Sims.
Sims is shortening up those patterns so that he can anticipate the blitz, unload it safely, and sort of keep the ball. And the ball control is very important right now.
Rylan Lawrence on the tackle. Greg Brzezina again, and one of his many discussions he's had all afternoon with the officiating crew.
Robinson will come from the left part of your screen, just sliding under. Here's the late rush. You can see Brzezina getting the delay, and the dog was by the safety man. Lawrence still is hitting hard.
3rd and 3. The Falcons' 46-yard line as Toter swings out in motion, and again the blitz shows. Robinson made the catch, I believe. Looking around. Rylan Lawrence on the coverage. Robinson, yes, he did make the catch. A remarkable one in a situation like this.
The little man with those soft hands. He's not the fastest, but he runs a good pattern. And I'm telling you, he is fearless. Makes a sliding, spinning, wet catch and looks around to see if anybody's touched him down. They did right after this shot. It came moving again.
Number 50. The veteran Falcon linebacker, Greg Brzezina. Quite a man. Very, very religious. And a great leader. Sims for Gray. Tangled up with Rick Bias, who was back there with him. Sims threw that ball a long way.
And it was a very good spiral. That time the secondary man might have gotten the benefit of the doubt. He got tangled up a little bit with Gray, who made a heck of a catch at it. Watch this young man just throw the wet ball, or the recently dried off ball. Excellent throw.
Ernest Gray trying to get back inside, couldn't get around Bias. And it'll be 2nd down at 10. At the Atlanta 35. Rain continues. The book on Sims for today. Not a good day to throw. What's coming? A draw play? No, the pass. Shirt. Ball goes loose and out of bounds, but he was the last man with possession. Tom Pridemore hit him hard. It'll still be Giant ball.
One of the big problems with the Giants winning again is getting enough equipment. Eddie Croak, the PR man, was telling us that after the Tampa Bay victory that Kerry Carson stood up and they said the whole team should get a game ball, and even the coaching staff. So for a couple of weeks they were out of footballs. They gave 55 balls out.
Billy Taylor, who had 138 yards that day, I believe that's the correct figure,
right.
Got 2.
2 of them.
On the 35.
He apologized to Tampa Bay. We gave it a 7-4, but they did pull out the victory today over Detroit, and it's 8-3. And they remain 2 games ahead of Chicago. Here comes the blitz again. Here is Kirk again, and he'll go in. Phil Sims, 35-yard touchdown pass to his tight end, Jerry Shirk. And that's what happens when you live by the blitz.
The 9th touchdown pass, number 9 for young Sims. Morehead State to Morehead State. Well, I'll tell you, the Giants are a together team. Here comes Brzezina and the wild Falcon blitz. Sims doesn't see the touch, but he can tell by the crowd roar that it's good.
Yeah. Well, it's right there, isn't it? Randy Dean will hold, and Joe Danello will try to make it 24-3. And Danello kicks it all the way over the net behind the goalpost and into the stand. They might be out of footballs again if he keeps kicking like that. 24-3. Overhand celebrating what would appear to be a victory. Alfred Jackson is number 85, waiting for Joe Danello's kickoff. Raining harder, if anything, now. Ball bounces away into and out of the end zone. Picked up by Jackson.
You want to have some scary thoughts. Think about the last 4 seconds of last week's game, where they'd have been 6 out of the last 6, perhaps. The Giants had quite a streak going.
Monday night on CBS. Ken Howard stars in the White Shadow, followed by MASH, WKRP in Cincinnati, and Ed Asner's Lou Grant tomorrow.
WKRP, that's with Lonnie Anderson. Is that
Yes, as a matter of fact, you're right again.
Keep bringing that up every Sunday, don't I?
And I'm glad. Kicked off. Dan Lloyd. The interception by the Giant linebacker. Who's had a fumble recovery, a block kick, and now an interception.
His first interception of the year. Here's a guy from Washington that just made the team, special team, until they went to the 34 defense.
Most penalties in a game, the number is 22. Brooklyn against Green Bay in 1944. You'd figure that, wouldn't you?
Gosh, I forgot Brooklyn used to have a football team. What were they called? The Dodgers.
Yeah. And the most yardage penalized in a game is 209 against Cleveland, against the Bears in 1951. June Jones lofting down the middle. Can't quite reach Wallace Francis.
It's just loaded up for June Jones and try to catch a receiver running straight up the field now. Bartkowski was fairly effective today. 9 for 24 for 94 yards, but he had 2 intercepted and he was sacked 5 times.
Bob Stinner, the producer, the director, Sandy Grossman. And the rest of our group, as always, we say thank you. You too, Lou. Giants in a half-hearted blitz, and again, Jones has the ball for number 85, Alfred Jackson, and had the ball go right through his arm. That's a good throw.
That one went right through the hands. It looks like he has some golf gloves on.
No, I can't forget Tony.
Well, that ball was catchable, you know it? Again, it probably weighs a lot, but that quarterback is back there fighting a blitz. That time Van Pelt blitzed. Ball was thrown about 50 yards around the hands. You got to catch it.
Immediately following football, 60 minutes. The award-winning 60 minutes. Minute and a half just over left to play. Falcon record would be 4-7. And 5-6. As Jones, under pressure from Jeter, steps around and throws low. The ball slips out of his hand. Ray Perkins. That's Ralph Hawkins.
I was told that Perkins right there, the head coach, the best play he ever made when he was with Baltimore was a 70-yard touchdown catch after they'd broken his nose in the series before that. And Oakland played Baltimore about 7-8 years ago.
Playoff game?
Yeah, broke his nose. He came back the next series and stayed in the game and went 70-some-odd yards.
You know, they did a pretty good job of straightening it. Looks like it's usable now.
He doesn't smile much. I never get past trying to get him to smile.
Very serious about things.
Good coach.
Never panicked, but things were bad. On 4th down, they need 20. Jones fires to the outside, and they might get the 20. They do. Alfred Jenkins with a fine maneuver. Gets past the sticks before Beasley Reese.
Martin almost had a chance to make this sack. Watch the left part of your screen. 75 goes around behind and almost grabbed him by the right arm.
Certainly wasn't trying to hurt him, was he?
You tell me what these people are thinking about.
I don't know. It must be fans. I mean, real, dedicated fans. The other game that was in progress is over, and Denver has swarmed all over New England, 45-10. Rob Lytle.
False start. Moving before the snap, 73. Offense.
There's some people that are just sitting here enjoying the drizzle. Look like couples even. The people seem to know each other. They're under those parkas.
Well, that helps if you know each other.
I guess.
Here's June Jones now with 49 seconds to play. George Martin takes him down. And takes him down rather gently.
Jones came in a year ago and did a good job. Beat the Jets, almost beat the Jets in a game earlier this year when that lightning thing called the game off. Yeah. Came in, beating the Denver Broncos. He's having his problems right now with the Giants.
June Jones in the hands of Phil Tabor. Clock still running with just over 30 seconds left to play. The Giants 24, Atlanta 3. And the work is cut out for the Falcons. Giants visit Tampa next week. But the Falcons do have a schedule that sort of controls their own destiny. They play the people that they're trying to beat. Jackson has the interception. He scored one touchdown already after he picked up a blocked punt. Flag is down. Billy Rickman, the intended receiver.
Here's the throw. Jackson, of course, all of the Giants secondary now getting doubles up front, doubles deep. Came through the receiver. Rickman stole the ball, and the flag was dropped almost on the two of them.
That's a difficult call, too.
It is when you get the ball on the other side.
Pass interference, number 24. Defense, first down.
First down, Atlanta, with 11 seconds left to play.
Another popular decision here in the Meadowlands.
Only a field goal. That's all they had. And here comes George Martin again. Wrapping up June Jones, and that should just about do it. George Martin, who was the leading sacker for the Giants going in with 5.5.
Got 3 last week against Dallas and 2 today, huh?
George playing well. Atlanta quarterbacks have been sacked now 7 times. They have been Bartkowski and number 14, June Jones. Here we go, last play. It is over. And June Jones fires the ball to the referee. So that's the final score.
If you're tired of television stories about ghetto kids, persuaded that they're hopeless, convinced that no way are they going to make it, 60 Minutes has a big surprise for you tonight on CBS.
From Green Bay, the Bart Starr Show. Brought to you by Trans-American and your local Trans-America insurance agent. First-rate service at a fair price. And by Heileman's Old Style, pure brewed in God's country. Ladies and gentlemen, the head coach and general manager of the Green Bay Packers, Bart Starr.
So are they. Yeah, they smell that rabbit tonight. Gee, that's a bouncy audience tonight.
With good reason. I know that you thought that morale-wise, confidence-wise, a victory over the Vikings would have been a very good thing. Any victory would have been very good, but it must please you as a coach to at last have that first win over Minnesota.
Well, it certainly does, because we've been frustrated and agonizing over some of the close losses, Bob, that we've had over the last several years. And we've felt that we've had an opportunity to win a couple of times in the past. Several times, quite frankly, we weren't in the ball game. But 4 or 5 times during that period, we felt we were very much in them. And 2 or 3 of those, we felt we could have won. Somehow or another, we let them get away from us, and that's very frustrating.
What a difference a season could be, and you can't play the if game forever. But it looked like a much better Green Bay Packer team with people like Ezra Johnson, John Anderson healthy.
Well, there's no question that when you can get 2 of your former starting players back in the lineup that you're going to simply perform better as a total unit. I think aside from that, though, that our defensive team, since you mentioned 2 defensive players, our defensive team played the way last Sunday that they're capable of playing. You've heard me say that before, and I don't want to sound repetitious, but when we really react, when we are very aggressive, both physically and mentally, we make things happen. We forced them into fumbles. We intercepted passes. We were at the right place at the right time. We weren't a week ago against the Jets, and that's the difference.
3-0, a perfect record for the Packers in Milwaukee. We'll look at the highlights in a minute. think we got a little bit of an idea of the kind of afternoon it was going to be in the opening kickoff. We took it, marched 89 yards. That's a nice way to start a game.
It really is, Bob, and we have not been able to do that this year. And it looked like we were off to a slow start when we returned the ball, had a penalty, and then we're set back to our own 11-yard line. But gosh, we came out of there roaring, and as you say, we went 89 yards.
This is one of 5 grabs by James Lofton, this one for 20 of his 99 yards.
Play action pass and great protection, as you can see, for David Whitehurst here, and he throws the ball on the outside, and James comes back and makes a real fine catch of this ball.
On 2nd and 6, Eric Torkelson stretches it out for a gain of 8.
We had very crisp blocking at the point of attack, and Eric did a fine job of running our fullback design type plays. He really went up into that hole in a hurry.
The TD came on 3rd and 11 from 23 yards out. David Whitehurst to Andra Thompson.
Again, excellent protection, as you can see, and this ball is right on the money, and great running ability by Andra. Bounces off 2 tackles, and you don't get a real good shot of it, but on the ground, just as he goes into the end zone here, are 2 Viking players that are cut down by coming from the left of your screen right there, and we get a poor shot of it. I guess we had a problem. Is Tordell Middleton, who had gone up the left side and had peeled back in and blocked 2 guys, and it enabled Andra to go into the end zone. And the reason I point that out is that the Vikings are very, very tough to score on. And had they made that tackle somewhere outside their goal line, we possibly could have been looking at a tough situation to get in. And that made the difference, and we were able to score on that pass.
You know, that looked like an easy-looking drive. It looked also like a tough day, though, for the officials. There were 3 plays in a row, and what was going on?
Well, I don't know, but sometimes there's a miscommunication. One official may see a play a little differently than someone else, and one of the things that I think has been good for the league, Bob, is where an official has a better view of a play than someone else. He overrules the official who perhaps was blocked out. That's good, and maybe that was the situation where one guy back in the back said, oh no, this is the way it should read, or this is the way the call should go, and they made the call accordingly.
Your defense looked good. Let's take a look at it. The Vikes had moved to R22 on their first possession when Rich Wingo stopped them with the interception.
Big interception. He's keying the quarterback here in the right spot. John Meyer told him on Monday that he is going to have to work on his stiff arm there a little bit, but he made a great interception.
Ezra Johnson had 4 sacks on the day, all of them in the 2nd quarter.
Well, we don't care when they come, but you're going to get a great look at one here from ground level. And you can see big number 90 bearing down on him, and that's quite a collision, and the ball comes out just as he hits the ground. And again, it was a good call because the quarterback was in the grasp of the defender, and once he is, then they're blowing the ball dead, as you know, this year. So that was a good call. That was not a fumble.
On the same possession, minus 4 yards.
Well, again, you get a real good look at Ezra coming out around. He doesn't get a very good grasp on Kramer, but enough to sack him.
Then the play, Johnson strips the ball from Kramer. Mike Butler picks it up, returns 70 yards for the touchdown, 13-0.
One of the quickest rushes I've seen in a long time. He was back there by the time Kramer did. We get great hustle downfield. You can see our people streaking past theirs. And we're going to get another look at this from the end zone. And,
I thought he was going to get hurt here. Watch this.
I had not seen these shots, but you can see that. You can see the enthusiasm of our people, and that's fine. But here's how quick he got on him. Kramer really had no idea he was going to be that quick. Mike stumbles and falls. He's able to get up. You see Terry Jones about to peel back and make a big block right there. And we get another one. And from here on, it's a real race. And I'm not so sure that a couple of these Vikings here trailing were really running as hard as they should have been. And I know that has to be disappointing when you see that.
Tom Burney, in his first appearance, attempted 3 points after 2 of them were blocked. Now, he is a left-footed kicker.
Yes,
How much of a difference does that make on the hold?
Well, it makes a big difference if you've been accustomed to holding for a right-footed kicker, because the way we hold, Bob, is that we put our right hand out to give the center a target, and as we draw the ball in, we hold with our left hand. Now, if you flop that over, that means that you're doing the same thing. You're putting your left hand out, but you're still turning the ball with your right hand. And what we were doing, or what David was doing, was covering up a portion of that ball before we had a chance to see it. We had no time really to work on anything else during the week. In the coming weeks, we probably will have Steve Wagner working there, because Steve has worked from the left side, is left-handed, and can do a better job. But we hadn't had a chance to work it, and so we think we can clean that up a little bit.
Picking up action early in the fourth, Minnesota at our 28. John Anderson pops the ball out of Brown's grasp.
This is what happens in what we call a contact fumble. The right arm comes in there and jars the ball loose. And again, note the quickness and reaction of Johnny Gray. He picked up 2 on the game. And we have a big fumble, and this led to, I believe, an 83-yard drive.
Turdell Middleton with 28 of his 135 yards here.
Well, he has run well against the Vikings, and we were certainly happy to see him do so again on Sunday.
Why is it that Middleton would have a particularly good game against a team like the Vikings year in and year out?
Well, we have blocked well the last couple of outings against them, and when you get that up front, you can get these kind of holes, and then he has that elusiveness outside that he can turn a 7- and 8-yard gain into a 19, 20, 23-yard type game.
On 3rd and 10, Whitehurst finds Torkelson, who struggles for the first down.
Struggles is a pretty good word, I think, here, because he just barely got it. But again, it was a great effort on his part and good touch on the ball by David.
3rd and 19, David to James for 18 and a good catch.
Walt Landers, who had replaced James previously, came to the sidelines and mentioned that this pass would be open, and that's the kind of help we have to have. And so we came right back and repeated it, threw it to James, and we picked up a big first down. And if the ball had been in front of him a little bit more, he might still be running.
And here's the key 4th down play as Whitey calls his own number.
Well, we thought that would be a good play, but because the faking back inside would draw them there, and so we got a good response from him, and David was able to get outside. This is a quick pitch to Turdell, who cuts it back inside and picks up some big yardage, continuing to cut back across the grain, as we call it.
And 4 plays later, 1st and goal from the 5, Whitehurst to Middleton, all alone for the score, 19-0.
Very well conceived play here. They are salty down there on defense, as I said, near that goal line, and we see it from the end zone, and Torkelson does a great job of faking right here. Watch him hold the linebackers. You can see them being frozen, and now the ball is just lobbed over the strong safety's head to Turdell, who's out in the flat all alone.
19-0, but even when you're leading the Vikings by that many points in the 4th period, they can still put the fear of God into you.
They really can, because they have enough of a veteran core that they really don't panic. And they, as you saw, came back, went right down the field and got 7 points quickly on us.
Tommy Kramer completing a bunch of passes in a row, his 8th straight here on the drive, a 3-yarder to Tucker, 19-7.
Well, this is a rollout here. Brief roll. We really didn't cover it that well. It's well executed on the part of the Vikings, and we have to give them credit. But we also made a couple of errors and made it look very easy.
They try the onside kick. Andra Thompson gets it.
Andra did a great job of pouncing on this ball here, and you can see them. They were really going after that ball, and I'm just pleased that Andra was able to get on as quickly as he did, because they were very, very aggressive in their approach to go after it.
Their final threat dies when Mike McCoy picks off the pass intended for Rashad.
Beautiful interception here and blocked behind him by Johnny Gray on Rashad. And if we'd had one more block a little bit sooner, Mike possibly could have cut back across the field there, and you would have really seen some open field running if he'd been able to do so. Speaking of that, we have a very fine guest coming up that we just featured on that last shot, Mike McCoy. We hope you'll stick around. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big welcome for our right defensive corner, Mike McCoy. Mike, welcome to the show. Mike, I was thinking at the time during the commercial before you came on, having gone over these highlights with Bob, what a difference a year makes. A year ago in Green Bay, Rashad catches a ball in the end zone to tie the ball game and probably cost us a divisional championship. We come back the following year, the ball late in the game in a position to get them into a real dangerous position on us is thrown to the same guy, and you come up with a big interception. That had to have been a tremendous thrill for you on Sunday.
Yes, it was. It was quite a confidence booster for me. I think, as you had mentioned, the former years, they seem to be coming up with the big play over on my side. And this year I just, concentrated more on what I had to do and know who they was going to go to in that clutch situation. And we just happened to have the right defense on at the time. And the ball was there. And I was happy.
Well, I'll tell you what. That goes without saying. We could almost see that through that face bar when they zeroed in on the sideline. Mike is in his 4th year and is an outstanding corner, and I know that you have a great deal of respect for receivers like Rashad because he is truly a pro.
Yes, he truly is. I think probably right now I would think he would probably be the best overall receiver there is in the league, and he's a very clutch player. You know, every time the big players need it, they go to him because they have confidence in him and know that he'll catch the ball. And I would certainly say he ranks among the top of it.
Now, you have played against receivers who have had as much experience as Ahmad, but what do you think perhaps separates him from some of the other fine receivers in the league that perhaps are not quite in his class?
I would say one thing is he's very deceptive. He's not real fast, and he doesn't have a lot of fancy moves, but he just seems to have good awareness of the ball, and he makes, truly makes some outstanding catches over his head, down on the ground to his side, and I think that's one of the things that makes him stand out like that, because he can make any type of catch.
Let me turn the tables here just for a moment. Let's talk about Mike McCoy, private citizen in the off season. What are you doing with your life aside from football? It's been some time since we've had a chance to chat publicly like this. I think they'd like to know.
Well, right now, next year, well, this off season, I'm in the process of getting a home in Colorado, and I think I'm going to go back there and try to continue my education and try to get my degree in business.
In Boulder?
Yes.
That's one of the most beautiful cities in the country.
Yes, yeah, certainly.
I know you'll enjoy living there in the off season.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Speaking of that, what had you been doing prior to this in the off season? I know you reported in outstanding condition this past year when you came to camp. Where were you living in the off season prior to this?
This year, my home is California, and I went back there, and I kind of got into basketball probably about a couple of weeks after I got home. I really love basketball, and I would say probably the most of my conditioning, like I play basketball like almost every night, plus lift weights and all the other things. Oh yes.
I said that facetiously. You should see this guy jump. I think he could dunk it with his elbows. He can really get up in the air. You should stick around here. They have a basketball team here in the off season.
Yes, I heard about that. I'm thinking about it.
I'll tell you what, they could use you. Well, they may have to schedule a game out there in Colorado. Okay, now let's swing it back around to football. They know a little bit about your total life. One of the things that a cornerback has to do, of course, is to defend against the top offensive pass receivers in our game. But additionally, you're also called upon to defend against the run, and you've got to come up and you've got to be hard-nosed enough to do a good job of that. I know that Coach Dick LeBeau has worked hard and diligently with all of you corners to ensure the fact that you can force against a run as well as cover deep passes. And this takes a lot of concentration on your part, too, does it not?
Yes, it does, especially, as you were saying, forcing against the run. I think, Coach LeBeau stresses that very strongly, and which is, I think is a very important part of the game as being a complete cornerback.
Right.
And, some teams, they may run the ball a lot, and if you don't get a good force, they, may be able to get outside, because there's a breakdown in the defense, and that's one of the things that a cornerback has to do. He has to force and play the run, as well as the pass.
We think he's one of the finest corners around because that he's hard-nosed against the run and tough against the pass. And we're going to be tough in our next section if you'll come back and join us. All right, our first question this evening, and your name, please.
John Moore, and my question is for Mike. Mike, there certainly are some quarterbacks that do more passing in the deep zones. How do you prepare yourself for those kind of games?
For the deep pass you're talking about? Usually we try to play some zone coverage so we can keep a free safety in the middle to shut down some of the long passes, or someone may be running like deep routes, like deep ends, which a lot of teams like to run against zone. So I think the best defense that we have is a zone defense where we have a free safety that can kind of shut that down.
Certainly the safest. Good question. Your name, please.
My name's Pete Winkle from Green Bay. I have another question for Mike. Yesterday in those last two drives, the Vikings seemed to be moving the ball pretty much at will. Did the defense make any significant changes that accounted for that, or were they just moving much better?
Yes, I think we made a few changes. You know, they weren't hitting too many long passes, but they were hitting the short passes out in the flat. And they also with that, they were killing the clock because they were running out of bounds. I would say we made a few minor adjustments with our linebackers, and we kept switching the coverage on them. So basically, you know, the short passes didn't hurt us that much, but they still was, you know, marching down the field with the ball.
Your name and question.
Bill Wentland, and I'd like to ask Mike, as you prepare for a game each week, what types of things do you look in for the receivers you're going to cover? Like, what types of things do you look that they will do against you?
Well, probably the first thing would be to know, like, the team's tendencies. Like, do they like to throw on first down or second and long? And, you know, depends on the down, the distance. But as a receiver himself, I look, you know, for his speed and what type of moves and what type of patterns he likes to run and on different defenses.
They would find it very interesting sitting in with your meetings, wouldn't they?
Yes, they very would.
Okay.
Terry Severson from Two Rivers. I'm curious to know what your feelings are and what you think the problem is with the Packers this year.
Oh, are you directing it to me?
She's directing it to you, Mike.
Oh.
You're up first.
Well, for his problems with the team, you know, I really don't think that there is a big problem with the team itself. You know, it's just a matter of us just concentrating more and just playing better football, because we certainly have the capabilities to do so. So there, you know, it really isn't a big problem there. It's just the thing of just going out and playing football.
I think that's well answered, Mike. And this pretty little lady here with this gorgeous dress has a question for us.
Julie Severson. I would like to know why the Packers wear green and gold.
Are you directing that question to me? Well, when I first came to the Packers, and I'm not sure what the colors were before then, we actually wore dark blue jerseys and gold pants. And Coach Lombardi, in the 60s, after he had come here, changed our uniforms to the striping that you see today. And we've been wearing that striping ever since. And I think it has become so symbolic of the Packers that I really don't think you'll ever see it change. We're known worldwide from that striping. In fact, some teams have copied us. I'll step right over here and ask this gentleman.
I had one question, but your wife already answered it for me, so I'm going to ask you a second one.
I might ask you what that question was.
Do you foresee a time in David Whitehurst's career when he will be calling the plays for the Packers, or will our philosophy pretty much stay with the idea that the coaches will call them from the sidelines?
I wouldn't be surprised to see sometime down the road when David Whitehurst will call his own plays, or Lynn Dickey, or whoever our quarterback might be. Ideally, someday I'd like to see that happen, because I think when we work closely enough with them, long enough with them, they're almost going to know what we want. That's what we ideally would like to have someday, and I think you may see that sometime in the near future. Gosh, there's a guy back here going out of his mind, giving me a wrap-up signal. We've got to close already, and I didn't even get to this section over here. We've got one more portion to go. We hope you'll stay with us. We'll be right back.
You know, Coach, you mentioned in the last section about the fact that someday your quarterback here may call his plays. Joe Ferguson called the plays last Sunday when Buffalo beat the New York Jets for the first time in his career.
Well, it obviously is an indication that Chuck feels confident enough and comfortable enough with that situation to allow it to happen. Ferguson, by the way, is having an outstanding year. He has some tremendous pass receivers, both out on the flanks at tight end and in the backfield coming out for passes, as he does a running game. And he has done an outstanding job of leading Buffalo so far, and they are going to be tough.
You played the Bills in the preseason. Is that a help to you in knowing their personnel, or do too many things change between August and November?
Well, first of all, I think that the very atmosphere in which you're playing obviously has changed a great deal. The climate, the weather's going to have could be a big factor. It will help us somewhat to have played them, because we will know a little bit more about their personnel from physical encounters with them. But generally speaking, so much has transpired in the meantime that I don't know how much it'll help either team.
Come back with 2 in a row.
we are all for it. We want to win these next 5. That's what our goal is, and we're going to shoot for that. You've been a delightful audience. We really appreciate you coming. We appreciate you folks tuning us in. We hope you'll join us again next week. Mike, thanks very much for being on the show.
Thank you.
The Bart Starr Show has been brought to you by Heileman's Old Style, pure brewed in God's country, and by Transamerica and your local Transamerica insurance agent. First-rate service at a fair price. Guests receive gifts provided by Botany 500, Resilio ties, and Enro shirts, available at WA Close.
Friday, Robert Guillaume, Mary Lou Hennard, Tim Conway, and color commentator Burt Reynolds join 38 of your favorite stars for football like you've never seen it. The passes.
Well, I mean, she can be standing in the huddle and she's offside.
The injuries and all the action of the Celebrity Comedy Football Classic.
Friday.
The following is a presentation of ABC Sports. Join us this February when the world comes to America for the 1980 Winter Olympics.
Live from Texas Stadium in Irving, Texas, it's the Philadelphia Eagles against the Dallas Cowboys. The Eagles still in the hunt for a wild-card playoff berth, and still, for that matter, hoping to cut down the division lead of the Cowboys. The Eagles' weapons are self-evident. There is the rifled-arm quarterback, Ron Jaworski. There is the brilliant wide receiver, number 17, Harold Carmichael, the man who has caught at least one pass in 106 consecutive games. Then there is the running of Wilbert Montgomery. How great he can be, as he was right there against Cleveland a week ago. But what do you do about Dallas? We asked Dick Vermeil.
Well, you play hard. I think we'll play the heck out of them. I really do. We've never beaten them since I've been in Philadelphia, and I think it's about time we really make a run at it.
Well, if Coach Vermeil is going to beat Dallas, he's got to do something about that brilliant Dallas defense, third in total defense in the NFC. He's got to stop the passing of that man, Roger Staubach, who right there hit Drew Pearson, touchdown. And then, how do you ever stop Tony Dorsett, the extraordinary runner? That's the job. Dallas against Philadelphia tonight.
20 seconds there. Stand by, all cameras.
1 and 2 ready.
Stand by, open your mics on the field.
Standing.
Ready, stand by. Slow-mo.
Slow-mo's ready.
3, 2, 1. Take tape.
Live from Texas Stadium in Irving, Texas, ABC's NFL Monday Night Football, the Philadelphia Eagles against the Dallas Cowboys.
The standings in the NFC East tell you the importance of tonight's contest. Dallas with a 1.5 lead over Washington, a nifty 2-game edge over Philadelphia. But as we said, Philadelphia still very much in the hunt for a wild card berth, and even perhaps with dreams of winning it all in the NFC East. They get that kind of leadership and that kind of dream from a leader like Dick Vermeil. The Cowboys, in fact, despite their record, have been struggling some in recent games. So have the Eagles, too. And the Cowboys must look past this game, if they're human tonight, to the fact that they've got 3 games in 10 days. Next Sunday, it's Washington at Washington. And then Thanksgiving Day, the physically punishing Houston team.
And while they have had their struggles of late because they haven't put their offense together, Dan Deroux remains terribly close to his former teammates, and he's here to tell you some of the things they plan to do tonight.
All right, let's see. Well, the first thing I want to tell you, it's Cliff Harris's birthday. And Cliff would like nothing better than to be out there playing. He's been hobbled for the last couple of weeks, and I think he probably will be. It's also Jim Myers' birthday. Jim Myers, the offensive coach, doesn't want to play, but he sure does want his offensive line to do that. It seems that Dallas has a way of kind of going through a season. They've had good teams. They can win tonight and clinch another winning season, 14 in a row for them. They start looking for things that might be wrong. In the last couple of weeks, they haven't been running too well, and a lot of blame they've been throwing on that old Dallas Cowboy offensive line. It's actually a pretty good line. The fullbacks are not really picking up a great deal of that weight that Tony Dorsett has been trying to carry all by himself. But I think they're a good football team. I think they probably should beat Philadelphia tonight, but who knows, with a guy like Vermeil and these guys he's got, what could happen, Frank?
Well, he's got a fine running back in Wilbert Montgomery. We'll look forward to looking at Montgomery, also Tony Dorsett. How do you beat the Cowboys? Well, it is a problem. Cowboys have beaten the Philadelphia Eagles 21 of the past 23 times. And with that in mind, we talked to Dick Vermeil about his approach to the Cowboys.
Well, I've used different approaches attacking Dallas, and I've never been successful. Tonight we're going to be a little bit different. We're going to try the nickel and dime passing game like other people have tried. Change up the down and distance situations that we normally run, we'll pass. When we normally pass, we'll run and do these things, and then get them up playing the shorter pass game and then go after them deep.
A little reminiscent of a conversation I had with Fran Tarkenton a year ago. We asked him, how do you beat the Cowboys? You throw on first, second, third, and if they let me, I throw on fourth. The Vikings did beat the Cowboys. Can the Eagles? We don't know. We'll be back with a kickoff in a moment. The Dallas Cowboys, the perennial leaders in the Eastern Division of the NFC, they're in that position once again. They have won the toss. You're looking at rookie Steve Wilson from Howard. He is back there along with Ron Springs, another rookie from Ohio State, number 20. Tony Franklin will kick off for the Philadelphia Eagles. He does it without shoe, without sock, and he boots it deep to Springs, who hopes that it will go out of bounds, and that would mean Philadelphia would have to kick it over once again, and that is not the case. Touchback, and Dallas will have the football at the 20-yard line. Offensively, we'll be looking at Roger Staubach. He is 9 straight and starts against the Philadelphia Eagles. He opens at quarterback, leading the entire NFL with a rating of 89.1, a remarkable athlete who brought the Cowboys back against the Giants last week. Tony Dorsett is in there, 5th in the NFL in rushing. Wide receivers, Drew Pearson, a clutch man if there ever was one. And Tony Hill, there's your offensive line. You can see why it's been termed the Irish Connection. 1st and 10 for the Cowboys. Quick toss, Tony Dorsett. Huge opening, and Dorsett exploits it out over the 40-yard line. Up to the 44-yard line, 1st down Dallas. Bernard Wilson defensively for the Eagles. And you see the explosiveness of Tony Dorsett, and let's look at it again.
But it's not the fullback running, but it's that quick pitch to the outside. You see a real good block by Newhouse back in there. Dorsett actually just cuts and goes to the outside. Little quick pitch, got a good block on the old big foot by his blocking buddy back in there. That fullback.
The ball at the 44-yard line. Scott Laidlaw, he'll shuffle in the plays. He gets the call. The handoff to Staubach. Finds an opening over midfield and breaks the tackle. Comes up with about an 8-yard pickup. It'll be 2nd down and 2 inside Eagle territory. The veteran defensive end is Claude Humphrey, perhaps the best lineman of the down 3. Carl Hairston. There are the linebackers. They missed Bill Berge. A rookie is in his spot tonight. Robinson, an All-American from UCLA. Bobby Howard on the corner, has been around a long time, 13 years. And Dallas moving the football on the ground. They came into tonight's game. That's what they said they wanted to do. They're very open about it. They have not been happy with their ground game. The first 2 attempts have been successful attempts. 2nd down and 2. Drew Pearson in motion, number 88. Staubach, play action fake. Looking for Tony Hill. He's wide open.
Touchdown.
6 points, Tony Hill.
Oh, boy.
Sprinting past the zone. Touchdown, Dallas, 3rd play of the ball game.
Roger. One of the things, he can always make this go if you run 2 good runs right before him and set it up. Had time to throw. Had a little motion move by Pearson. You saw Hill come down and go straight to the middle. Nothing really fancy, but you see Pearson coming in behind him. If anything, he just blew right past Number 22, Bernard Wilson. And it didn't get over there in time. Thrill Hill, he did it again.
He was looking for help. The Eagle defender from his safety. Hill with that blazing speed was behind. Touchdown. Raphael Septien. The holder, Danny White. And Dallas out in front, 7-0. 3 plays. The Cowboys on the scoreboard. Tom Landry wondering what Billy Joe Dupree did wrong.
Being retarded doesn't mean you can't reach out and hold on to life. I'm Billy Joe Dupree of the Dallas Cowboys, and these are some people I care about. At this United Way agency, every day is a challenge for these kids, and hopefully a small victory. I've been blessed as an athlete through my life and giving back some of these blessings that have been given to me to people who are not as fortunate as I am physically. I guess it gives me a sense of responsibility toward them, and it will feel a lot closer to the program and to the people involved in it. If you can manage to go in and to visit a United Way agency or some type of affiliated agency that deals with retarded people, I think that you and yourself will find some place in your heart to go out and do what you can to help these people too.
Bob Uecker was last seen raising goats near London, Ontario.
I believe it. Dick Vermeil's #1 draft pick. He also recruited him for UCLA out of Cardinal Newman High School in Santa Rosa, California. He went on to 3 All-American years. His number was retired. He opened for the Eagles tonight. 1st and 10, Philadelphia. Leroy Harris, Wilbert Montgomery setbacks. 31, of course, Montgomery. Harris is 20. Ball at the Eagles' 41-yard line. Pressure for Jaworski. Carmichael overthrows. Carmichael was open working against Aaron Kyle, who's giving up 9 inches every time he covers the 6', 8-inch Harold Carmichael.
That's a pretty tough guy to overthrow. That's the 3rd time Jaworski has thrown tonight. Once he almost threw a touchdown interception. 2nd time he overthrew. The 3rd time he overthrew.
I think that's a key point, Howard. The Eagles have come in here extremely emotional, and it's great to be up and at it, but when you get a little bit too tense, that ball has a tendency to rise on you. You're right. 3 times in a row he's been high.
2nd down, 10. At least he's throwing the ball on 1st down. There are teams that will tell you that's about the only way you can beat the Cowboys. Intended there for Charlie Smith. He took the ball, but he was out of bounds, incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 10.
The most difficult thing to do in a rollout pass is to time that sideline, because the quarterback drop back will go back. He knows where he is. He's set and ready to throw. He's on a rollout. It's awfully hard to hit that timing just right every time, so you'll wait another step before you throw. And consequently, your receiver's gone a little bit closer to that sideline, and by the time the ball gets there, he's out of bounds.
Specialty moves are made by both teams. Billy Campfield comes in for Leroy Harris, number 37 of the Eagles. Bruce Thornton comes in defensively for the Cowboys. He gives them an extra pass rush. Aaron Mitchell is in there at one of the deep backs, number 34 for Dallas. 3rd down, 10.
Look at that move by
Harvey Martin. But it was Bruce Thornton, I believe it was 79. You were watching, Don. Harvey Martin, he went all the way around the line of scrimmage. His man had to pick him up, and Bruce Thornton, the rookie from Illinois, was in on the sack.
You don't see that kind of a trick up there that often. You're right, Frank. Harvey went from his defensive right end position all the way over to the other side, the left end where Thornton came from, and obviously screwed up their blocking there.
Max Reniger, the rookie from South Carolina, who had a beautiful punt on his first attempt, his only attempt. Steve Wilson, respecting Reniger, has moved back inside of his own 20-yard line. Reniger again with a beautiful high spiraling kick. At this time, Wilson takes it to 17. And Wilson gets up close to the 25. They'll mark it with a 24, a 47-yard punt, and a flag is down. As it is so often with the new rules pertaining to the kicking game, this time, however, is going to be a holding call. And
probably a defensive holding up at the line of the scrimmage to
keep the men from
coming
coming downfield.
What a break for Philadelphia. They had failed to take advantage of field position. It was their 2nd series. And again, they had failed. Momentum returning to Dallas, but now it goes back to the Eagles, an automatic first down.
Number 58 defense holding before the kick. First down. And that, of course, is Mike Hickman of the Cowboys. First down, the Eagles. So we start all over with 5:53 remaining in the first quarter. Start all over again. That is the original line of scrimmage of this series, the 41-yard line.
That can really be helpful, though. They need something to go their way for a while. That might be it.
Carmichael, split right, top of your screen. Charlie Smith is left. Montgomery on the play action. Screen goes out to Leroy Harris. Nothing but Cowboys with Harris. Headed by Bob Bruni. It'll be second down and 9. I'll remind you about college football coming your way this Saturday at 12:30 Eastern. Ohio State goes against Michigan. What a rivalry that is. Could lead to a dramatic finish to the Big Ten Conference. A must-win game for Ohio State to gain an outright Rose Bowl berth. That's the first of a doubleheader. Ohio State at Michigan, followed by Miami versus Alabama at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Of course, Alabama coached by the legendary Bear Bryant. Miami, you right recall, an upset winner over Penn State a couple of weeks ago. Alabama, of course, rated number 1 in the nation. College football coming to you this Saturday. John Dutton is in there for the Cowboys, number 78. Second down and 8. Jaworski with the time. Incomplete. Going to Keith Krefley. Good defensive play by Randy Hughes, who is having a great year, replacing another great safety man, Charlie Waters, who was lost at the beginning of the season.
I think Randy Hughes is just a sensational athlete, Frank, and he really did. He's filled in. You see Krefley coming across. That's a good, really good tackle. Had his head pushed over the side.
In the meantime, he continues to overthrow.
He has been high. Got to settle it down a little bit, Ron.
4th time apart from the screen pass. Once he didn't overthrow and was almost intercepted for a touchdown.
Carmichael goes right. The Dallas set in their pass prevent defense. That means Thornton is in there. Aaron Mitchell is in there. Third down, 8. Jaworski getting pressure from Harvey Martin, and somehow Carmichael caught that football.
He certainly did.
He was down there with Cliff Harris, Aaron Mitchell, and he just took the football away from them. You talk about a great one. He is that.
And Benny Barnes. There were 3 of them around him.
Well, you saw Harvey Martin come through. He got so close. I don't think that ball was just right the only place it could be caught. And that streak is still alive. Look at the big man go. A good athlete again. That's Mitchell working on him short. Coming into the inside. Mitchell is right there and just missed the ball. Harold Carmichael.
That makes Harold Carmichael extending his record. He has now caught at least one pass in 107 consecutive games. That's an all-time NFL record. Here comes a safety blitz. Jaworski reads it. Fires and is complete.
That's a good reaction. They saw the blitz. That has to have the coordination and timing with that outside receiver. And once again, you see Carmichael come in. What a great receiver, Frank.
Oh, he is. He'll catch it in a crowd. He'll catch it deep. He runs great patterns. He's competitive. He's everything you'd want.
Well, the amazing thing about him is his physical durability. Imagine 107 consecutive games, which tonight is for him.
Hasn't missed a game since 1972. There is a gain of 8. It'll be second down and 2. The ball inside the 34-yard line. Philadelphia down 7-0. 4:16 remaining in the first quarter. Wilbert Montgomery gets to the outside and he runs into Randy Hughes. Loss all the way back to the 38-yard line.
Hughes had that read instantly.
He did. Had a little pressure too from Thomas Henderson, who didn't play last week. He's had like a hamstring pull. He was out there. One of the better linebackers because of his speed and agility. They don't really work on him too heavy on the outside. A good move by Hughes coming up from basically a strong safety position. But I think they were expecting something like that. Short down, second and short. Kind of a throwaway down. Now third and the big 6.
Cam Field, 37, comes in for the Eagles. A better receiver perhaps than Harris. Thornton is in defensively, as is Aaron Mitchell for Dallas on third down and a long 6. Pressure again for Jaworski. Looks for Carmichael. He almost collects it. Defensively, it was Benny Barnes, but it was Harvey Martin pressuring Ron Jaworski into an early throw.
And Randy White was in there too, Frank. They all had a good rush that time. Jaworski had to get rid of the ball a little bit sooner, of course, than he intended, but he almost completed it.
Well, they blew a big opportunity. They had a second and less than a yard.
You're going to see one of the young phenomenals in football today as in comes Tony Franklin. We watched him earlier during practice. He was hitting consistently from 55, 57 yards out. On fourth down, keep in mind, it's a quarterback, John Schwara, who is the holder, number 21. This is a 53-yard attempt. The flag's down. Ball a lot of distance.
Hooked it.
Hooked it to the left. Again, a flag is down. Tony Franklin with that barefoot style.
Offside.
And the offside's indicated against Dallas. It'll still mean that the Eagles will be short of a first down by about a yard and a half.
But it'll give Franklin a much better shot. There's the barefoot.
Set 19 NCAA college records. He's had one from 51 yards this year, one from 50. One of those records in college was the most field goals, 50 yards or over. He hit 16 of them.
This whole drive, as it appears they're going to go for it, which I can sympathize with, has been motivated by penalties against Dallas. The holding penalty critical. It changed the flow of the game. And now the offsides penalty.
Fourth and less than a yard, just about a yard. Montgomery is there, 31, along with Leroy Harris. Looks like a rugby scrum coming up. Play action. Carmichael. Great call.
How about that?
If you're going to beat Dallas, that's how you do it.
That's what Camille said in the talk that he had with Frank when we opened the telecast. That's the way you've got to play it.
That was a gutsy call by Dick Vermeil. Look at it again. Good play action. Jaworski puts a hand in there to Harris. Carmichael is deep.
He turned old Cliff around out there. It's a good route. Cliff was the guy back to try to cover deep. Thought he was going out to the corner. Let's see what kind of move. Boy, he got off that line quick.
Well, you knew Cliff read it immediately when Carmichael came off that line of scrimmage, but Cliff Harris had no help back there. And here's Tony Franklin for the conversion. We have a tie football game. 3:12 remaining in the first quarter. The Eagles with a little bit of help from the officials and the Cowboys, and a lot of help from Harold Carmichael are on the scoreboard. Well, once they began a few years ago, these young ladies have become rather famous. They've made movies about them. They've stirred up all kinds of controversy, but they are an extremely talented group of gals. The Dallas Cowgirl. Well, I don't know whether you've announced, but I do know that you have a nice war chest in case you do.
It's also an indication we're in troubled times.
I could clear it all up.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Max Redinger, who's been averaging about 42 yards a pop thus far tonight. Deep goes Steve Wilson. At the 23, quick count, and again, Redinger hangs it high. Wilson, no fair catch.
Bumble.
He bobbles the football. I believe Philadelphia is indicating they have it. Wilson in a pileup. The ball jarred loose.
If they have it, Frank, it's an easy field goal range for Tony Franklin, the no-shoe kicker.
It seems no question in the mind of some of the Eagles. Now Dallas says we have it. And the referee, the final force, says you're right. The Eagles have it.
All right, you got Jaworski out. They have Staubach out. Two backup quarterbacks are in there. Might boil down to this kicking unit on either side.
I'll tell you, Redinger has been tremendous tonight. Just tremendous.
There he is.
There he is again.
He had another beauty on that one. Not quite as long as some of the earlier punts. Well, it was too. It's 43 yards.
Yes,
just
indeed.
hung up there
And
forever.
great hang time.
The
That's
first down is at the 29-yard line. Right on the spot is John Walton, filling in for Ron Jaworski. 1:09 on the clock. The Eagles have 3 timeouts.
Go get him, Harvey!
Long count. Walton. Looking
He's
in the
got it.
corner is Charlie Smith. Touchdown.
How do you like
John
that?
Walton to Charlie Smith. Touchdown. 29 yards.
All right.
Oh, and he drilled it.
How did he get that wide open? Man, he did drill it too. He had a good spot over that corner. That Smith he's had some good moves.
Good protection by the offensive line. Smith takes it down and in and then breaks it off. Splitting the zone. Aaron Kyle too late. Touchdown Philadelphia.
I got to tell you, Walton has a beautiful overhand delivery. I like pitchers to throw that way in baseball.
And his curve is not bad.
Here's the barefooted Tony Franklin. And Philadelphia is in front of the Cowboys, 14-7. 1:03 remaining in the half. And I'm sure it was not planned this way by the Cowboy fans. A fighting, scrapping Eagles football team under Dick Vermeil with taking the chance. They scored on a 4th down earlier in the game. 32-yard touchdown from Jaworski to Carmichael. This one is 29 yards. It is Walton to Charlie Smith. Just danced right in there. We've got a football game.
America's Beth Hyden, world speed skating champion, races for gold. The 1980 Winter Olympics exclusively on ABC.
This will be a 59-yard field goal. A lot of distance.
Look at that.
Look out. It's good.
See? He did it in college. He can do it here. What a kick.
Oh, boy. Is that exciting?
We're going to have a special look at Tony Franklin at halftime. Because right now we'll take another look at the kick. Don?
I'll tell you, that could have gone a lot further.
I think it could too, Frank. It cleared that up right through the middle. Not a lot further, but it could have gone a couple of yards further. It was over there. He was excited. Look at his reaction after he hit it. He knows he hit it good. He said, come on, come on, come on, yeah, that's it. Son of a gun.
4 yards short of Tom Dempsey's 63-yard NFL record, and I'm sure that the Cowboy bench must be thinking, why did we take that 5-yard penalty?
You called it in advance. You were absolutely right.
I guess he gets a medal for that.
Meanwhile, a man named Alex Karras, whom we all dearly love, just probably saw that kick and remembers the way it was when he stood looking at Tom Dempsey's.
Franklin, who makes his home in Fort Worth. He's playing in front of a lot of friends. Kicks off. This is Ron Springs. Springs is piled up at the 25-yard line. 23 seconds remaining in the first half. And the Eagles in front of the Cowboys, 17-7.
I bet the Cowboys are saying, look, how can we get this first half over, get in there and sit down and start over again?
Longest field goal in the league thus far by Tony Franklin. 59 yards.
That's the longest field goal ever kicked against the Dallas Cowboys.
Now, how did you know that?
Because I heard it from the truck.
Oh, I see.
First down, Dallas at their own 25-yard line. Their quarterback again, Danny White. Roger Staubach in the dressing room having a deep thigh bruise treated. LeMaster corrals Ron Springs after Springs gets out over the 30 to the 31, and we're going to take a close-up look at that foot.
Billy Pickard, Tom Wilson, and Wally Groff. Giggle.
He told me yesterday all he had to do was buy tickets when he came down here. Again, he makes his home in Fort Worth, met his mother and his brother, and they were all hanging around. So he has really come through tonight. That's the end of the first half. The Eagles out in front of the Cowboys, 17-7. Halftime highlights coming your way, and a closer look at the foot of Tony Franklin.
Now let's turn our attention to yesterday's NFL highlights, beginning with Oakland going against Houston at the Astrodome. It was very tough going early in the first quarter, but Houston had put on a long drive, and now 3rd and goal at the 1. Earl Campbell. What a hit by 32 Jack Tatum, but not enough to stop the brilliant runner from going in for the score. 7-0 Houston. Quickly, Oakland struck back, still in the first quarter. And here, Raider ball, 1st and 2 at the Oiler 23. The southpaw quarterback, Kenny Stabler, hits Raymond Chester, the leading receiver in the AFC. Touchdown. That made it 7-7. They kept exchanging scores, but Houston 1 touchdown up. 3rd quarter, 21-14. Pastorini back. The supposedly damaged shoulder. But no, a perfect throw to Kenny Burrow. Touchdown. And so the Oilers went on to defeat the Raiders 31-17. It was Seattle at Cleveland. Cleveland Stadium. Seattle rolling in the early going. Built up a 16-3 lead in the 3rd quarter. Cleveland ball, 2nd and 3 at their own 35. Mike Pruitt running left. A big hole. And then he accelerated brilliantly. stripping himself away from all defenders, going all the way downfield, 65 yards. Touchdown. The Browns move to a 16-10 deficit. In the fourth quarter, look at the stats on Mike Pruitt, by the way. In the fourth quarter, Cleveland had pulled ahead 17-16. Seahawks ball, 1st and 10, the Cleveland 46. Jim Zorn, another of the Southpaw quarterbacks, throwing deep to 83, Steve Rabel. All the way down to the Cleveland 5. Al Hunter followed with a 5-yard touchdown run, 22-17 Seattle. That was still the score in the fourth quarter. When this happened, it's Al Hunter again, number 24, right up the middle, 67 yards to the Cleveland 6-yard line. That set up Sherman Smith's 3rd touchdown of the day. Seattle won it 29-24. At Cincinnati, Riverfront Stadium, the visitors, the San Diego Chargers. The up-and-down Bengals team was leading 7-0 in the first quarter. Fouts made that ill-advised throw. Ray Griffin, number 44, the brother of Archie Griffin, picked it off. Went 96 yards for the touchdown. Cincinnati with a quick 14-0 lead. They held that lead almost throughout the game. In the fourth quarter, the Bengals were leading the Chargers 24-16. 3:13 left in the game. Chargers ball, 3rd and 10, the Bengals 32. Dan Fouts hits Artie Owens, number 24, 32 yards, touchdown. The Chargers trailing 24-23. Still in the fourth quarter. 4th and 18 for the Chargers on their own 41. Fouts throws. Watch for number 18, the skilled receiver, Charlie Joyner. Somehow, all by himself, a 31-yard gain to the Bengal 28. Then, on 3rd down with 24 seconds left, number 16, Mike Woods, kicks his 4th field goal of the day. And that enabled the Chargers to beat the Bengals 26-24 and tie with Denver at 8-3. Soldier Field, Chicago, the familiar number 34, the unstoppable Walter Payton. First quarter action, the Bears against the Rams. The Rams leading 3-0. Parsons punt, blocked, as you saw, by 21, Nolan Cromwell. The ball picked up by Jim Joe Dak. He pours it into the end zone. The conversion failed. The Rams led 9-0. In the third quarter, the lead was 16-7, Los Angeles. Bears ball, 1st and 10, their own 32. Mike Phipps throws, as you saw the defender fall to number 80, Ricky Watts. 68-yard touchdown play. The Rams lead cut to 16-14. But the Rams quickly answered back. That's Wendell Tyler. And as he went through a huge hole, and with his enormous foot speed and blocking in front of him, a beauty right there, enough to take 44 substantially out of the play. The Rams touchdown play, 63 yards. The Rams led it 23-14 in the fourth quarter. It was 23-20, Chicago ball, 1:17 left in the game. 3rd and goal at the 2, forget it. Walter Payton carried it in, and the Bears beat the Rams 27-23. And so it looked like the Bears might close the gap on Tampa Bay, because in the fourth quarter, Detroit was leading Tampa Bay 14-9. Tampa Bay had the ball, 2nd and 10 at the Lions 23. Watch Doug Williams, the big one from Grambling College, throws into the end zone, hits Larry Mucker. And so Tampa Bay won it 16-14. Its record 8-3. Then at RFK Stadium, what a game that was. The Redskins had zoomed to a 27-7 lead, but back came the Cardinals, and that play, hard to Otis Anderson, actually put the Cardinals ahead 28-27 with only 1:48 left. But just as quickly, the surprising Washington team came back, and Mark Mosley calmly kicks his 3rd field goal of the day from 39 yards out. And so Washington rallied to defeat the Cardinals 30-28. Mile High Stadium, Denver, Colorado. Ron Earhart, coach of New England. Red Miller, coach of Denver. And immediately we want to show you a record-breaking play by the game breaker of the Denver Broncos, Rick Upchurch. He'll return this punt 13 yards. That'll give him 2,219 punt return yards, breaking Emlyn Tunnell's then-existent record. It was truly a super day for the Broncos as they unfurled both defense and offense and poured it on the talent-laden New England team. This was only the third play of the game. Grogan back to pass. A blitzing linebacker, 57, Tommy Jackson, forces the fumble. The nose guard, 68, Reuben Garter, takes it in for the score. It went that way all day as Denver crushed the Pats 45-10.
Halftime, Philadelphia 17, Dallas 7. The teams have not taken the field once again. Tony Franklin, big night. 26 seconds remaining in the first half, and let's look at the second longest field goal ever kicked in the NFL. Longest, of course, 63 yards by Tom Dempsey. This is 59 yards. Tony Franklin, the barefooted one. And a year ago, our ABC cameras pursued Tony Franklin in his collegiate days at A&M. And here is a look at the talented Tony Franklin.
Tony, everyone doesn't kick barefoot. When did you start all of this?
Well, Frank, I started when I was a sophomore in high school, and I started kicking one day in practice about 35 yards with a shoe on, and took my shoe off and started kicking the ball about 45, 50 yards, and that was a start, and I've been kicking barefooted ever since.
Tony, where exactly do you hit the ball with your foot?
Well, I hit the ball with the top of my foot. Most soccer-style kickers hit the ball with their instep. But whenever I hit the ball in instep, I have a tendency to spin the ball and spiral it like a quarterback throws a pass. Basically, it's the top part, the instep part of my foot, which is just a little bit, about 2 inches behind the big knuckle on the big toe.
Is that part of your foot calloused?
No, sir, it's not calloused, and it never has been, and I don't use any kind of baby lotion or anything on it. I just try and keep it clean and never had a callus yet.
Okay, let's consider Green Bay, the middle of December. 10 degrees. Could you still kick barefoot?
Oh, sure. People have asked me that question 100 times, and I've came back with the same answer. I'll keep my shoe and sock on until it's time to kick and keep it in front of a heater, wrapped in a blanket, and keep it as warm as possible.
Exclusive footage by Robert Rieger a year ago with Tony Franklin when he was at Texas A&M. He has kicked a 59-yard field goal tonight at halftime. The score, Philadelphia 17, Dallas 7.
Sensational Sugar Ray Leonard, Olympic champ, unbeaten as a pro, now goes for the title against undefeated Wilfredo Benitez this month on ABC.
7:08 remaining in the third quarter. The Eagles have the football. They have a 2nd down and 10. The ball at the 13-yard line of the Dallas Cowboys, and they have a 17-7 lead. Louis Jamona is in. Wilbert Montgomery is out. Leroy Harris is in. Those are your setbacks. Montgomery, we are told, has muscle cramps, and he has left the game. Leroy Harris, single setback. Jamona, of course, wears 33. Top of your screen, to your left. Jaworski has Carmichael, touchdown. Oh. All right, he hung it high, working against Aaron Kyle, and we said it at the beginning of the game. When Kyle covers Carmichael, he gives up 9 inches. It was very important in that matchup.
What Dick Vermeil also told us at the very top of the telecast, we will change up. We will do everything we can to upset their defense. And look at Carmichael. We will take advantage of Carmichael's height. When they expect us to run, we'll pass. When they expect us to pass, we'll run.
We have D.D. Lewis out on top of Carmichael. Turn him over to Aaron Kyle. Jaworski put it out there perfectly.
Why didn't you ever have a receiver that tall?
I don't know. I think I would be tempted.
Franklin good on the conversion, and the Eagles are pouring it on. They lead 24-7, and you better believe that there are a few happy Redskins looking on tonight. An Eagle win will move them within 1 game of the Cowboys, as it would the Eagles. We'll be back. Dallas has the ball. They'll have 1st and 10, line of scrimmage. That being 6 remaining in the game. The Philadelphia Eagles, under a very inspirational leader in Dick Vermeil, came in here, decided underdogs. They didn't believe it, and they have certainly played that way tonight. 1st and 10, Dallas. Hand off is Dorsett, and down goes Dorsett at the 25-yard line. It was Ken Clark who came in for Carl Harrison a short while ago. We're going to pause 5 seconds and allow our stations to identify themselves. here in Irving. It has been an all-Eagle football game here in the second half.
Ah, gosh, look at that. 1 first down in the second half.
Second down, about 14. The ball back at the 25-yard line. Staubach puts one up in the direction of Tony Hill. This should be 6. Tony Hill's second touchdown of the night.
How do you like that?
9th of the season. And it comes from 75 yards out. Don't go away.
That's why the Cowboys, so explosive, can excite you at any stage of the game. Look at that.
Bernard Wilson was trying to stay with Tony Hill. He wasn't close.
That was not a Hail Mary pass.
No, that was out there.
The excellence of the quarterback, the excellence of the receiver.
It's the second time tonight that I've seen really a receiver wide open. And again, both times it was Tony Hill. And they just haul off and throw that one as far as you can, and Hill happened to be down there.
Once he gets the ball, the action begins. Tony Hill's longest reception ever.
How'd you know that?
There will be longer.
It's right up here.
No, it is not.
And
Raphael Septien. Tony Hill, 6 receptions on the night, 193 yards. He scored 9 TDs on the season. 2 tonight. Don't go away.
Well, that could be Chicken Stanley of the Yankees, but more probably, Don, it's Yuka.
Well, that's the Eagle Bird. Now in only its second week of existence, and birds are popping out all over.
Wonderful opportunity to use a guy like Dorsett in the unusual sort of situation. You've got time running out, but here's when you have a guy, I think he's so unique. I don't think there are very many truly game breakers in the game today. Dorsett, I happen to think, is one of them. Let's see if he uses him.
He did it last week, Don, against the Giants on a screen late in the game. There he is. Give him some running room.
You've got to get the ball to that man.
First down, out over the 40 to the 41. LeMaster made the stop. Time is ticking away.
Good call, my friend.
Well, no, it's just, you know, I would even thinking more of the fact of the draws or the quick traps or anything to get the ball to him because you're running out of time.
Eagles in there prevent. Drew Pearson out of bounds, stops the clock, a gain of 6.
This is the kind of pattern that's become somewhat legendary since Staubach has been here because, as Frank mentioned at the top of the show, what is it, 20 times, Frank, they've come from behind in the fourth quarter to win, and they do it. So, but you wonder, you know, why can't a team that is this good in the last part of the game sustain this consistency all along?
Why can't?
Well, I really don't know. I think sometimes that Dallas is one of the teams that tries to do too much. And you saw a game a couple of weeks ago when they played Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh did things very basic, very simple. Dallas reverted to more of a trick sort of offense, and it didn't work.
2nd and 4, the ball at the 46. 2:21 remaining in the game. Dallas has 3 timeouts.
No way.
Drew Pearson, incomplete.
No chance then.
Good defensive play by Bobby Howard. He had Pearson well in hand all the way down the field.
It was a throwaway down. You got a second down and about 3.5 or 4. That's a throwaway down. You now come back third. You got 2 downs to make these 3.5, 4 yards.
And you're close to the 2-minute warning as you look at Bobby Howard.
He retired last year, you know. He's been around for a while. He came in last year, really helped the Eagles out. He retired when cut by New England, was out in San Diego working, and they called him back in. He decided to stick around. He's been their starter ever since he returned. 3rd and 4.
How deep that secondary is playing.
Staubach gets out of trouble. And what an effort. He tried to get the ball to Ron Springs, but he just never quits.
That said it all. What an effort. He just never quits.
I think he's truly one of the most amazing athletes I've ever seen in my life. It was almost completed, as a matter of fact, but the effort that the man has, we've talked about it before, he's 37 years old or whatever he is, but look at that. Now he is down and still tries to get the ball, and that's awfully close, folks. 4th down and about 3.5. It's showtime.
You've got to go for it, and they are.
Get it to Dorsett.
Screen, Dorsett. First down. Dorsett inside the Eagles' 40. Seconds ticking away. We'll get the 2-minute warning. John Shara in there defensively, and the Eagles prevent defense. Stop Dorsett as we look once again.
Frank,
still with their 3 timeouts.
This is just the guy you throw it to. That's all there is to it. If you can't get it to him in the middle of the line, you get it to him on a quick.
You raise a basic question, and you raised it early in the game, and you were right. They underused Dorsett.
I really think they do. I really do. I would let him run 20 times. I don't care what you say, and we're going to be right back in a little while and see if he runs some more.
They call it the Ring of Honor. Our colleague, Don Meredith, up there along with Bob Lilly, Chuck Howley, Don Perkins.
Well, you're absolutely right about that. They underused the man totally.
He's run 13 times for 55 yards. He's caught 6 passes for 64. Now, they're trying to use him, but he's a runner. He's a game breaker. And maybe they'll say they didn't have a chance. They got too far behind or whatever.
1st and 10. Cowboys have the ball. They have 2 minutes. They're down 24-14. Tony Hill. Inside the 20-yard line.
I'd start calling my timeouts is what I'd do, because I got to get us 7 points right now.
I want to get back to your point.
Seconds ticking away.
Because I think it's so accurate. They've only run Dorsett from scrimmage 13 times.
They've called the play, second play in the huddle, 1:35.
Look out.
Directing traffic over the middle. Ron Springs.
Timeout.
5-yard line, and now we'll get the timeout from the Cowboys.
What a great adjustment that was on Rodgers' point right there. He was trying to go to kill the clock. They had him bushed over on the side. He couldn't do it. He stops, comes back again, goes down the middle. You see, this is really as you mentioned, Frank, the second play that was called. He's really trying to get it. He's trying to say, hey, look, they got you covered. Go deep. He turns back into the inside, and there he's got his man right over the middle, Ron Springs. And Ron, as you mentioned earlier, too, is filling in for Preston Pearson, who is out with an injury.
Dallas now with 2 timeouts. Lim Burnham was shaken up for Philadelphia, and he was able to come off the field. He tried to go back into the huddle.
As you look at Tom talking upstairs to his assistant group, talking to him about what to call next, and Roger, 13 times they gave the ball to Tony to run it. 6 times he's caught passes.
Well,
I don't understand it.
Well, those things really now are all behind them, because right now they're dealing with a very difficult situation. I don't really think they have enough time.
They don't.
Right now they're talking about with 1:26 to go. They're in position, and they're going to make it close. And maybe they'll get the ball one more time. Maybe they won't, but they've got to score right now. I think it's an overall tendency. They're trying to establish one part of the game. We saw last week against New York, they didn't run well against Pittsburgh. They come into the Giants. Tom's stubborn. Tom says, okay, you say our running game's not going and our fullback's not going. Watch this. They almost lost the New York game because they really were trying to get that running game going, and not until the last part of the game do they open it up and really start doing the things. And this is what they've done tonight.
1st and goal, Dallas. 1:26 on the clock. They have 2 timeouts remaining. They need a quick touchdown and an onside kick. That is perfectly feasible. Here comes a safety blitz. Cowboys pick it up. Staubach fires into the end zone, incomplete. He thought about running it. Then the very heady player realized that would just use time. He kills it with the intercept, with the incompletion.
Let me tell you a quick story about Roger Staubach and what kind of competitor he is. I had dinner with him Saturday night. He's got a beautiful new home. He's got a basketball court out behind his house. We're out there, we're shooting basketballs. So he starts shooting free throws, and he hits 3 in a row. I said, Roger, I'll give you 2 to 1 that you won't make 10 in a row. Do you know how tough it is to make 10 in a row from the free throw?
40 and I did it all our life.
Let me tell you something. He's got $2 of mine, and I'm really glad to have it. He's a heck of a competitor. I want him on my side.
2nd and goal from the 5. There's the clock. 1:22. Billy Joe Dupree, touchdown Dallas.
There it is.
1:19 remains. The Cowboys have 2 timeouts. The onside kick is coming up.
All right.
And Roger, the great competitor, is 8 out of 13 in passing in the 4th quarter for 169 yards. Look at it again.
Here's another guy they haven't used tonight. Is that his first reception? Is that Billy Joe's first reception,
I believe
Jerry?
so.
All right. Here's another good weapon they have. And it seems like that the Cowboys have a way. They hit so quickly, they didn't really get into a rhythm tonight. We've talked about it before. Raphael is, if he misses this one, they're really in trouble. So this is a kind of a must situation right here, too.
Staubach's 17th touchdown of the season.
All right.
Cowboys are within a Seption field goal of tying this game up. They need an onside kick. There's Billy Joe Dupree, who took that ball from 5 yards out.
They give you some excitement, don't they?
Oh, yeah,
These
they really
Dallas
do.
Cowboys, one of the most explosive teams in professional football.
Frank, you remember when Billy Joe was down that superstar thing, and he was running a 100-yard dash? We've talked about this before, but I still can't get over a guy that big running as fast as he does.
Yeah,
he finished behind. He outran Thomas Henderson. Dorsett ran a 9.5 down there. Did he beat Pruitt? I don't think he did beat Pruitt.
No, he didn't beat Pruitt.
But he was out there right in the middle. He ran.
Did he run against Russ Francis?
Well, I don't know how fast Francis is. I saw this guy run under a 10 flat down there, and that's pretty fast.
For his size,
All
it's
right.
amazing.
Well, we're going to look for, of course, the onside kick. The Eagles have 10 people up from midfield up to the 45-yard line of the Cowboys. They're all receiver types, defensive backs and wide receivers, people that can handle the football deftly. And one man as deep as Shimona. 1:19 remaining. Must travel 10, it doesn't.
All right.
I believe it was Edwards. Herman Edwards comes up with it for Philadelphia.
He has the habit of coming up with it. He's the guy who came up with the fumble last year against the Giants.
You know, I'd forgotten that.
But the Giants never were.
Oh, yes. It happens.
Herman Edwards. You know, it's easy to say now, but if you're going to go ahead and try one of those things, it really better be good. You got a minute 19 to go. If you kick it way down there and hold them, then you're going to have a better field. But they're looking for a field goal now. Their only shot is to get this thing into overtime.
They'll be trying to strip the ball. They have 2 timeouts. They can stop it twice. Montgomery. I'll tell you, that's style of Vermeil. They call timeout, do the Cowboys. Give the ball to the man who lost the football late going last week against Cleveland, ultimately cost them the game. We come right back with the man who has got you there in the first place. I talked to Dick Vermeil about how you talk to somebody like a Wilbert Montgomery, a very sensitive young man, fine young man. When he fumbles at the end of a game, costs you the football game, and Dick Vermeil had a great answer.
What did he say?
Quite simply, he was the one that got us there in the first place.
Gained 168 yards.
197.
197?
Yes.
It happens to everybody.
Don't forget on the West Coast, coming up 2020. Special edition, Geraldo Rivera interviewing some of the top young stars on television today.
Our buddy Jerry Klein here with stats has just slipped something to me that I think I should mention, that in the 4th quarter alone, Staubach has hit 8 out of 13 for 169 yards. And on the night, he's 15 out of 26 for 301. Not a bad night.
Not a bad night at all.
1:12 on the clock.
Marianne also cooks a good roast.
Cowboys down to 1 timeout. They lose tonight, the Eagles and the Redskins. They're drawn within 1 in the National Football Conference's Eastern Division. Montgomery, both arms on the football. A quick timeout by the Cowboys. That's their final timeout.
That's it.
Yeah, but that shows me something on Philadelphia. You know, now this is in a tough situation, and they're fighting a good defensive team. They give it to Montgomery twice, and they pick up a good, solid 8 yards. And Philadelphia, I don't see them doing anything but running 2 more times. Do you, Frank?
No.
I would run 2 more times and give me a ball game.
First
Cowboys
down
have
now.
no more timeouts.
First down now ends this game.
I love their bench, the Eagles. They are a young, fired up, enthusiastic bunch of kids. Dick Vermeil's put them together. When he came up in '76, he had no draft picks. They've all been given away. And he's picked up a free agent here, a former college player that worked for him, got him out of Canada, and he's put together a scrappy bunch.
Couldn't agree with you more. Couldn't agree with you more. I think it does start right there. You look around the league, and it always starts at that position. It's a tough one. It's a hot spot.
There he is.
That's a hot spot to be on. The next hot spot's out there. He's number 7 has got it on his back out there, and that's Jaworski. The main is what happens. They're in the position to take the heat one way or the other.
3rd down. They can get a first down if they can pick up 3 yards. They'll be tough 3 yards to get.
But there's more than 3. That's a touchdown.
Wilbur Montgomery will score.
Goodbye.
I told you if you couldn't get 3.
That is it.
You get 29.
Time for the song.
That's it. It's too late for the song. I may even change it. I missed last week.
Look at the entire Eagle team has come onto the field.
Yeah, I'm telling you, God love them. They did a good job, didn't they?
I tell you something.
They did it.
If there's any game where coaching matters, it's football. And to that young man, Dick Vermeil, who tonight bested one of the greatest coaches who's
Hey, look at
ever
that.
lived.
That's Dick. No, that's not. We got him. We got him.
They sure did.
I love it. That is right. They got him is right.
Rookie Petey Perro, Northwest Louisiana.
Look at Vermeil hugging Montgomery.
Of course. That man is a great young coach.
I think if, you know, in all of my years of and talking about Landry and playing for Landry, I think that's the one ingredient that is missing from his personality, and that is a physical show to his team, that he cares about what they do, whether it's good or whether it's bad. I've never seen him hug a player in 20 years.
Well, you have to know Tom. And
well,
that's why,
I do know Tom.
That's why I pumped that book early.
Well, yeah.
He's a remarkable man. Does he show boyish enthusiasm? No, he never will.
Well, I don't call that boyish enthusiasm. I think when you lose anything enthusiasm that goes along, it doesn't have to stop when you're 18 or 19 or go into your 20s. It's something that can carry all through your life. I think it's very important in sport, because to me, sport is something that is an opportunity for people to do something physically that some other people might not be able to do. And to show that and share that, I think is a very important thing for doing. I'm happy to see Dick Vermeil enjoy that. And I'm not really putting Tom Landry down.
I understand.
I'm really not at all.
You make a good case.
Yeah.
127 yards on the night for Wilbert Montgomery. That takes him over 1,000. He's up to 1,078. Like back on the campus of UCLA.
Nothing like it, Frank.
And I agree, it does.
Take it from the sandlots and all the way to the top, and that's why it's a great game.
Ron Springs. And the rookie from Ohio State with a nifty return out over the 40 to the 43-yard line.
I think he'll be their fullback next year.
I think you may be right. They just don't quit.
51 seconds on the clock. Not enough, of course. The Eagles will win this game.
It's been a good ball game, hasn't it?
It's been a real fun.
Real action game.
I've enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun.
Good pace. And a remarkable performance by the Eagles. And a really great comeback performance by the Cowboys.
Sure, Jack Pardee of the Redskins looking on. They have an opportunity against Dallas twice. They can become the determiners of their own destiny.
That's Jim Murray hugging Dick Vermeil, general manager of the Eagles.
Out of the shotgun on first down. Staubach, Dorsett. Line of scrimmage, maybe a yard. 2nd and 9. Frank LeMaster was there defensively along with Reggie Wilkes.
We're down to 35 seconds.
I'd like to thank our statistician, Jerry Klein, our spotter, Steve Bazika. On Springs. Oh, why get out of bounds? You're right, Ron, I agree. The seconds will tick away.
It's over.
That's over.
They'll get another playoff, perhaps 2.
Now, Roger, get out of bounds.
Time has expired as Roger goes out of bounds. And the Eagles have defeated the Dallas Cowboys 31-21. Tom Landry walks into the dressing room. He never takes a loss too serious. He'll regroup. He knows there's another day, and a great victory for Dick Vermeil, who came down here. He told the press in Philadelphia, we can beat them. We'll play them out of the ballpark. He denied he said that, but you felt that he was very confident all the way.
You know, it's really gratifying to see so many guys today enjoying tobacco without lighting up. Just like me, they've gone smokeless. Now, I'm kind of partial to Skull with the wintergreen flavor. Or for straight tobacco taste, try Copenhagen. Or mild Happy Days.
Great, if you're just starting out.
There you go. But whichever, just a pinch between your cheek and gum is all it takes. And I'm mighty proud to say that Copenhagen Skull and Happy Days are official sponsors of the 1980 Winter Olympics.
Doggone it, Mike, I think we're going to have to get you a hat.
Well, Hoppy, I'll tell you, if I'm going to be your partner, I'll have to.
That Stampeder defense has been very impressive, hasn't it?
Frank, there's no question about it. Coach Vic Rapp took the wind and hoped to score in that first quarter, but he wasn't able to because the Calgary defense was just so strong. So let's get to some of those highlights right now and see what we mean. Joe Pow dropped back, tried to get something going as he had good field position to start off with. The only turnover of the game happened, however, early in the first quarter, and the Calgary Stampeders got possession. From that, they got a field goal. Later in the first quarter, again, the Calgary defense was charging. Lyle Wozniacki came in on Joe Pow. Joe Pow has not seen action since. Mike Knott has returned to be the quarterback.
You know, the Lions defensively played extremely well, too. One time during this ballgame, they did have a lapse in the second quarter, however, and this was Calvin Kirk moving the ball all the way down to the 7-yard line. Fortunately, from the Lions' point of view, it was called back because of a holding penalty against the Calgary Stampeders. But Ken Johnson came right back and hit Willie Armstead for a first down at the 7-yard line. But once again, defensively, the BC Lions have been extremely impressive as well. And on this play, you'll see a great move by Joe Forqueen on the outside. Well, we're not going to see that one right now. We're going to take a look again at Calvin Kirk, or I should say Willie Armstead, as he goes down to set up that excellent field position for the Calgary Stampeders. Right after this, however, the great position by Joe Forqueen defensively really was the key to keeping the Calgary Stampeders out of that end zone.
Ken Johnson with Willie Armstead and Calvin Kirk continue to team up to put on a pretty good passing display. But Frank, they just never got a chance to get it into the end zone. The BC Lion defense came up big when it had to. This allowed for a J.T. Hay field goal to make the score 8-run at halftime, but the Calgary Stampeders have not really been able to capitalize. This is the CFL on CTV. We'll have second half action in a moment.